Greetings, greetings. This is me, Kyle, from inside my head. And what we do, we discuss things that are bothering me, they're irritating, things that I actually think about, that I want to actually explore, that I want to send out to the universe and get a wonderful receiving reception, the immaculate reception. I'm a receiver. God is the quarterback, and God knows all the areas where I'm going to be. And when I get open, even before I can even realize what's happening, and I got to be careful. I got to be like the people that were around Magic Johnson, you know, the no look pass. He had eyes everywhere, Magic Johnson. And so the teammates, that's why Magic made people better, because you never knew when you were going to get that immaculate pass that you had to receive and score. And one of my favorite players was Big Game James. Oh, Big Game James he always was the best receiver, and he would finish with a strength, with a force. So, yeah. You know, I go back onto my original glory days of basketball. And let me make sure I get that. There we go. I got to get my settings correct as we go into this discussion. And right now, you know, I just got to send out a prayer to the Creator. And we all know that we're living in unique times. And Creator, I just want to send out a prayer to say, hey, look, I know you know everything. You're omnipresent, you're omnipotent, you're infinite. But we here, even though we have the same technology as you, because, you know, you created us in your image, and I'm aware that I am an infinite being. I still have to deal with this finite perception. So what I want to ask you today, Creator, is I want to hold us accountable. I want to hold people accountable for what they say, and I especially want to hold myself accountable. And I want to bring in your universal laws, because they try to keep that hidden from us, like laws, no matter where we are in the universe, that always apply. And I want to understand how to utilize. First, I want to know what they are, and then I want to understand how to apply them to this tyranny that's coming forth. This tyranny, this Gestapo. I'm trying to come up with the words. Fascism, fascist pigs. That's what they used to call them in the 60s. Yeah. To combat this energy with your universal laws and hold the words accountable for what people say, and especially what I say, because I know words are powerful. Let there be light. You use your vibration, your words, and light appeared. And remember, we were created in your image, so we also can allow our words to manifest our destiny. Because right now we're dealing with a monopoly, a censorship. Let me get out of the way here. Censorship and monopoly. Okay? So what's happening is in our private sector, there's a monopoly on news, on information, and that's unconstitutional. Once again, the laws of the land. Let's hold them accountable. And then we have our government, here we go, our government censoring us. That's unconstitutional too. So I want this unconstitutional application to be erased. The Supreme Court, without a doubt, Mr. Supreme Court and Mrs. Supreme Court, without a doubt, there's multiple evidence showing that there's a monopoly in the private sector and that our government is censoring us. Without a doubt. And that's what we're going to lay the foundation today of this censorship. So we all know that we're in the current election cycle and we've got Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Americans hate both candidates. Yes. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this for the record. If I had to choose between these two idiots, they're both idiots. They're both puppets. And they both are not equipped for leadership. I hate to say this, people, but I would choose this idiot over this idiot. Why? Because we know what this guy is all about. He's all about taking away your First Amendment rights. See, we don't want to really, feel the value of our First Amendment rights. We just want to say, hey, it's okay. It doesn't matter if I can't say what's on my mind. It's okay if we're moving towards a fascist government similar to China. So, hey, we know this man here. He always got something to say. May not be wise. It may not be applicable. It may not be relevant. Relevant. But he's got something to say. So that's why I would choose this idiot over this idiot. But guess what? I don't have to make that choice. Why? Because of RFK. He's a Kennedy. RFK Jr. And see, in case you're not aware, RFK has a suit. He's suing Biden and a lot of the high-tech companies. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. But let's understand some of his gripes that are similar to my gripes. And he's basically saying, look, over the last 5 years, our country has become something unrecognizable. Media investigations have uncovered a vast censorship network with federal agencies like the FBI, IRS, Justice Department, and even Secret Service have been utilized against political opponents. By the way, are you aware that the Secret Service does not want to protect him? I guess that's the Justice Department, which is a derivative of the Biden. Like, if there's somebody that needs protection as he's going to go to the political election and his quest to become president, this is the guy. This should be the guy to protect. It should be a poster. Why? Because his father got killed. His uncle got killed, got assassinated in a public arena. His father, after winning the California primary, gets leaded to the kitchen and boom, 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 dead. So if there's anybody that needs a Secret Service protection, this guy right here. There we go. But let's go on further with his gripes. Big tech tracks our every post, our every communication, and gives it to the government on demand, while the media has become an instrument of propaganda. So again, there's more rights that are being just evaporated from our country. So before, you had to get a search warrant and, you had to have like probable cause and those type of aspects to get personal information. Well, now you can just buy it. Why? It's all there for the supply and demand, and it's a private sector because the high tech companies get our data and they sell it to the government. That's like wow, I don't need a search warrant now because we're already got all this surveillance, and all I got to do is purchase it from private companies. It's not a way around, our rights. Yes or no? Or is the Constitution applicable today? Well, let's go on. He's got more gripes. Government agencies operating secrecy, serving corrupt corporate interests instead of the public. That's obvious. And now his conclusion. Now I bet you're thinking that I'm going to promise you to change all this. Not quite. You are the ones who are going to change it. I am just the sledgehammer that's awakening the public, that an awakened public will use to smash the corrupt surveillance state and break up the unholy merger of state and corporate power. And that's what the issue is. The state and private high-tech companies are working together at the demise of the American public. And they're using this surveillance, this high-tech data crunching, all these things that we have given high-tech companies. Like, where is my phone? It's over there. But how did we create a device that listens to everything we do? And we're okay with that. How did we get here? I can have this phone in this room, and I can be, and my son can be in another room over there. And do you know that phone will pick up that conversation? You ever notice sometimes when you put your phone, you got your little headset on, right? And you put your phone in your back pocket, how now all of a sudden your direct wired connection to your headset is compromised. What's going on there? The phone realizes it's in your ass, and it's realizing, oh, wow, I need to have an ambient setting now that challenges that compressed area where I'm in now. And now it's more important that it picks up sound around you while the phone is in your back pocket than it is to hear the direct communication that's wired into the phone. Check this out. I've had many phones. They all have the same symptom. I cannot put it in my back pocket and have a wired communication discussion at the same time. They're always like, oh, we can't hear you very well. And I got to take it out of my pocket and I say, can you hear me now? So this is where we are in our corporate structure. So again, I mentioned it earlier, but let's just actually rewind ourselves and give you a little bit of a brief history of what happened to RFK's father, Robert Kennedy.
Country and a compassionate country, and I intend to make that my basis for running and over the period of the next year.
The night of the speech.
My thanks to all of you, and now it's on to Chicago, and let's win there. Thank you.
When he says on to Chicago, I remember everybody.
Is there a doctor? Is there everybody, please?
My first thought was to protect his head from the concrete. I felt a stream of blood coming through my fingers. He asked me, is everybody okay?
Our government is responsible for the safety and security of the people and of the candidate. But yeah, his father was shot, and his political aspirations were diminished, were erased, were evaporated. So I just wanted to give all of us a brief history of what actually happened to his father, Robert Kennedy Jr. So as I mentioned before, there's a lawsuit against Biden for essentially censoring. See, only the government can censor. Private companies can't be accused of censorship. Why? Because they're private companies. You Google, all of these social media people like Facebook, who's again, they're on the record for the suit. Yeah, they're a private company and they can say what they want to say. Even though it's social media, that's a whole nother subject. And there's a different law that protects them because they're not really a news network. But I'm diverting from the discussion here. But when the government forces these high-tech media companies and tells them what they can't and can showcase on their platforms, that is censorship, because only the government can be accused of censorship, not private companies. But when they're conspiring,
the most important.
I've gotten ahead of myself again. There we go. I just want to show the lawsuit. The big media and the big tech conspired to block certain news. And that news was life and death situation back in 2020. Like, can I say this word today? Can I even say back 2 years ago, I couldn't say this word out in public in social media. And that's another question. Is social media considered a public forum? Is the digital space, do we have the same rights in the physical space as in the digital space? That's a question that we need to bring to the Supreme Court and have them rule upon it, because they are definitely creating different laws. But the point is, could I say this word? The algorithms would not only not allow the whole conversation to be amplified if I say that words, but I could be like taken off platforms for saying that word. And that word was extremely powerful. It still is in the last 3 or 4 years. People lost their businesses. People lost their jobs. People lost their livelihoods. People lost their lives. And we were censored from even discussing these things. So let's talk about, or let's allow someone else to discuss how important our First Amendment rights are.
This is the most important First Amendment suit in this nation's history. We've uncovered a relationship of coercion and collusion between the Biden White House across a spectrum of federal bureaucratic agencies targeting free speech for censorship at the government's demand on big tech social media platforms. We've got to build a wall of separation between tech and state to protect our First Amendment right to free speech. And to that end, we went to court back in May and asked the United States District Court for a nationwide injunction to lay that first brick in the wall between tech and state. The court granted the injunction on the 4th of July in celebration of this nation's founding. And we successfully defended that injunction twice at the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. So the score is Missouri 3, Biden 0 in the fight for free speech. We're going to the Super Bowl. We'll be at the United States Supreme Court next month. And we're excited to continue to fight to protect Americans' right to free speech on big tech platforms.
There you go. He said it very well. That's why I used this video, because he mentioned all the conspiracy, the alliances, and how important it is to protect our First Amendment rights. But do we care? Really? I mean, bread and circus is here. Ding, ding, woo, woo. Alarm, alarm, bread and circus time. For those of you who are not familiar with bread and circus, it was amplified during the Roman Empire when it was in its demise. They created wide-scale entertainment to distract you from important issues. So as long as we were entertained, we didn't care about our quality of life that was demised, that was evaporated. We didn't care as long as we had our entertainment. So it's a proven technique used by governments when our system is in decline. Feed them entertainment. And we've got so much entertainment. Oh my God, this right here. Woo! Number one distraction thus far, right here, right there. We got to know who's winning. Oh my God. Let's create something different. Gossip. Oh, I want to know what's going on in your life. I want to understand what's happening in your life more than I want to understand what's going on in my life, and more than I want to understand what our government is doing to us. That's the bread and circus technique. The bread and circus technique. It's all around us. And once again, Robert F. Kennedy and the Children's Defense is suing so many different people: the Washington Post, some British broadcasting network, the Associated Press, Facebook, Google, all of these people that colluded to suppress our information. So it was essentially the Trusted News Initiative. And just to clarify, what is the Trusted News Initiative? The group of around 30 journalists, a group of around 30 journalists called the Holding Line, Journalists Against COVID Censorship, argued in 2001 that attempts to publish concerns about the official narrative or the one scientific truth of can I say that word? Of COVID-19 vaccine debate led to journalists being criticized by their superiors and freelance journalists being blacklisted. The group also claimed that the public was experiencing a distorted view of the truth. This is what journalists put together as a complaint against their First Amendment right. We had experts. We had a person that actually created the testing of the disease. He was censored. The guy who created that test that we all use. How can his views be censored? How can views of doctors who have a different opinion? Again, once we get into that only one narrative, one official narrative, and all the other one official way of treating a disease, that's when you understand that we are at war with information. Because there's way more ways. What's that? There's more than one ways to skin a cat. There's multiple of possible solutions. Did you know that if 24 people saw a car accident, there would be almost 24 different versions of what they saw? And one version is different than the other version. That means, oh, no, this version is absolute truth, while that version has no applicable, plausible, nothing of value. What happens is that we all can only see a certain perception. I believe there's 1 or 2 gigabytes per second. That's really reality, but our brains can only take and absorb 200 megabytes, 1/10 of reality. So in real reality, for all of us to truly understand the real reality of what took place, you need to list at least 10 people that see things completely different, and we combine all of their versions together, those 10 people, and that's how we get the complete picture of what took place. So that's why if 24 people see an accident and they get variations of the truth, we need to combine them together. But we can't do that if we only have one entity, in this case, our government, that's interested in their narrative. So let's get a little bit more insight of the Trusted News Initiative.
The Trusted News Initiative was begun before the last election, because the whole idea being to stop the subversion by foreign powers.
Who started it?
And it was started by the BBC, but the New York Times, Facebook, all mainstream media. This is to stop foreign interference in our elections.
Oh, I see.
Who could say it's a bad thing? It's
Right.
stopping Russia from
Right.
interfering with
Right.
our. This is great.
Right, I get
And it's
it.
every big. I mean, it's.
Yes.
Well, anyway, after the elections, they stayed together. You know, they didn't just stop after the election.
Then they focused on COVID.
They focused on anything that suggested vaccine hesitancy.
Right.
They focused on anything to do adversely with 5G.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well.
They focused on anything that went against the narrative of the COVID and how it's caused and so forth. There was just a blanket carte blanche. You can't. Those things don't enter mainstream media. Nothing derogatory.
Nothing derogatory. That was the Trusted News Initiative. So we got an understanding now of essentially how big organizations, big tech, and big government were working, conspiring to suppress our rights. And it was a monopoly. And see, this is why the monopoly and the protection is in our Constitution. In this case, when you got several highly big industries, big companies, and they're basically working with one narrative, then that's a monopoly on information, a monopoly on what we can hear. And that's why that's unconstitutional. Section 2 of the Sherman Act makes it unlawful for any person or any company. Did you know a corporation is considered a person now? The Supreme Court ruled on that, to make for any person to monopolize or attempt to monopolize or combine or conspire with any other person or persons to monopolize any part of the trade or commerce among the several states or with foreign nations. So if if your particular platform, or your particular account is basically no longer allowed to express itself on certain platforms, and it was orchestrated by the government, conspired. That's why we have certain companies who are basically defendants in this suit, because they are being sued by RFK and other people. That's why RFK is important. That's why his platform and what he's doing is important. Because this monopoly, media monopoly, who does that benefit? It doesn't benefit the people. It benefits large corporations. I got a saying that I read in the late 80s, and it holds true today. It holds true today that the public government is nothing but a servant for private wealth. I'm waiting for that statement to break down, because it hasn't broken down in over 35 years. I keep seeing that statement come forth over and over again, that the government, instead of there for the people, it's there for private wealth. And so let's really understand. You know, I can say these words and how they colluded and they put one narrative and they put it out there and it's unconstitutional. I can say that over and over, but we perceive things differently visually. So let's understand how that really took place.
Your job is you're a journalist. You're supposed to give the people the pertinent information.
And let us make our own.
Yes. And if your job is now propaganda for national interest, because it would be not in our best interest for the rest of the world to know that we did that, now you're acting as an arm of the state.
That's not where the activist needs to be. You know, you don't need it from our news sources.
No.
That's it's supposed to be a fact source.
Yes.
That's why I can't watch any television news, any network.
It's trying to influence you. They're trying to bend your mind into whatever their narrative is.
They're vying for your eyeballs and ears.
Have you ever seen that video where it shows local news people? I'll send it to Jamie. It's local news people all saying like the exact same thing.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities,
Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about troubling, irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media
This is fucking scary.
Yeah.
This is the scariest.
Well, that's propaganda. Controlling exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I mean, this is they're trying to bend a narrative in a very specific way for everybody. They don't want to relinquish control of what the news is and what information is to the internet, to independent news sources, and all these people that are investigating on very uncomfortable but probably likely facts.
And as you know, Joe Rogan he was very controversial. They wanted to censor what he was saying because he's not fitting the narrative. But what I like to really discuss here in that particular thing is, did you understand the language that was being used with their particular version? This was brought in by Sinclair, who owns like almost 40% of local TV stations. And that's how they were able to get everybody to do and say the same thing. Have you noticed how they say, hey, you know, we are concerned about the one-sided news and that has just one narrative and the facts aren't checked. That is the projectionist. See, what the projectionist does, and we see that a lot with narcissists, and would you think our media companies are narcissists? Can our companies actually have a personality trait? Can they be considered psychopaths? That's another discussion for another time and day. But the point is that's what a projectionist does. Instead of taking responsibility and accountability for what they do, they project those behaviors onto you, onto others. And now you are the ones that are defending their behavior. You know, they are saying, hey, you know what? We got to worry about those social media people that's all one-sided and don't check the facts and just want to push down a narrative that can influence your behavior and your decision-making. And they're doing the exact same thing. See, they are just beating you to the punch. And now you're on the defense here trying to protect yourself from their behavior. That's Satanism to me. That's what Satan does. He wants to basically say, hey, you know what? God is doing this to you. Look what I'm giving you. I'm giving you freedom. You can actually have the freedom to watch porn. You can do all these particular things here, but God's preventing you from doing that. And Satan projects his behavior onto God, and now everybody's like protecting God. Oh, God, no, I have this God. No, that God is better than mine, yours. And we get all of this confusion. But that's what Sinclair Media has done, you know? And here's the thing about how important it is when Sinclair essentially bought all of these individual local news stations, over 40% of America that they had access to. Now, there were like restrictions back in the day that restricting media companies and how much they could purchase, how many other media companies they can purchase from around the United States, and how many people percentage-wise that they have access to. And there was a limit on how they could, like, let's say 35% of Americans, you couldn't go over that. Well, what they did is said, well, hey, wait a minute. Not only can you go over that threshold that was supposedly be enforced by the FCC, but you could buy a newspaper now in the same local community that you have a television station with, and it's okay. Why is it okay? Because there are so many different choices that America has with the internet. Yeah, now you're not monopolizing any longer because America has so many different choices. Well, yeah. That's true. But when you suppress all of those other individual entities, journalists that Mr. Rogan said at the end that are investigating things that are uncomfortable, and you can suppress that narrative, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, hey, you know what? You can actually buy all these particular companies all around the United States and have one particular narrative because they have freedom of choice here on the internet. And now, no. We can suppress what's over here on the internet. See, you can't even see that no longer. You can suppress what's going on over here now, and then you can still have access to that threshold that you didn't have access to before. Can't have it both ways, Supreme Court. Make sure, Supreme Court, when that comes into your rulings, that you remember that we gave these companies access because there was all of this different freedom of choices that American has that you can't see any longer because it's being suppressed. Remember that, Supreme Court. Because guess what, Supreme Court? The laws of the universe will be applied. I'm just a messenger. I'm no here. Actually, you know what? I'm the prosecutor. I'm prosecuting your laws that have no accountability here. I'm here prosecuting, sending this information to the creator, letting the creator know, hey, creator, this is what's going on down here. They're not obeying your universal laws. What are you going to do about it, Mr. Creator, Mrs. Creator? What are you going to do about it? And I'm going to be the receiver. Woo! Hey, Magic. Hey, no. You consider Brady, although I like Montana better. I'm open. Whoop. God damn, that pass came real quick. God damn. I got to pay attention to the blessings because we got to balance out this energy, this negativity. Oh, no, negativity's here. And supposedly positivity's down here. No, it doesn't work like a seesaw thing. It works like this. So when we see all this negativity and everything that's around us, it looks like it's terrible. It has to be balanced out. We, the people, have to be the receiver of the positive, balanced energy that's there all around us. But we can't see. Why? Because we're focusing on that one narrative.
Sinclair does not own a national news network, so its brand was not that well known. But it does own 173 local TV stations covering 40% of American households. Since those channels are affiliated with national broadcasting brands, ABC, NBC, and CBS, they display those logos rather than their parent companies.
So we get they went beyond the threshold. They said 40% of American households. You heard it. Before, you could not own that much percentage before the FCC because that was considered, whoa, let me find it, a monopoly. And that's why news can't be trusted. The U.S. press, like the U.S. government, is a corrupt and troubled institution. The news media and the government are entwined in a vicious circle of mutual manipulation, myth-making, and self-interest. Journalists need crises to dramatize news, and government officials need to appear to be responding to the crisis. Too often, the crises are not really crisis, but joint fabrications. A press driven by drama and crisis creates a government driven by response to the crisis. Such an emergency government can't be governed. Weaver concludes. This was written in the 70s. The 70s, 1975, I believe, somewhere in that range. This was written by this guy Weaver, and this article, in this case, let me show the guys. Here we go. Peter Vanden Wicken basically wrote this article in 1995 and went back and talked about what Weaver wrote in the 70s. Not only does public support for emergency policies evaporate the minute they're in place and the crisis passes, but officials acting in emergency mode can't make meaningful public policies. What has emerged, Weaver argues, is a culture of lying. The culture of lying, he writes, is the discourse and behavior of officials seeking to enlist the powers of journalism in support of their goals, and of journalists seeking to co-opt public and private officials into the efforts to find and cover stories of crisis and emergency response. The news media and the government have created a charade that serves their own interests but misleads the public. Is that true for you? If you are paying attention, does that work for you? Does that make sense? Or are you caught up into the bread and circus? Because that was written in 1975? Wow, that's deep. That is truly deep. But there's more. There's more to this. I mean, we've all heard about the Twitter files. Yeah, U.S. administrations suppress content about, there's that word again. There's that word again that I can't or cannot say unless I can be punished. Woo, China. Where are you, China? Because it sounds like our government, America, is the new China. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. Yes, the Twitter files. Now, it's amazing that Elon Musk purchased Twitter and allowed us all to see the secrecy that was going underneath. Like, do we care? Do we care about the Twitter files? Because that was over 2 years ago, or close to 2 years ago in 2022, that they were shown public, that Elon Musk allowed all of us to see. But what are we doing about it? What are we doing about it? Because Twitter reportedly interfered with discussions regarding the coronavirus by censoring information that was contradicting consensus U.S. administration and suppress experts who disagree with official positions. The United States government pressured Twitter and other social media platforms to elevate certain content and suppress other content about the virus. According to the documents referred to as the Twitter files made public by Free Press and this reporter, David Zwing, did I pronounce his name right? Zwing said internal files he reviewed at Twitter showed the administrations of former President Donald Trump and the incumbent Joe Biden directly pressed Twitter executives to moderate the platform's pandemic content according to their wishes. There we go. There's the big censorship that took place. I mean, the proof's all around there, America. The proof is everywhere. But in case you need more, let's hear from another expert and see what he has to say.
The latest batch of the Twitter files, the 9th installment, claims both the FBI and CIA have moderated content on the social media platform. The documents, which were released on Christmas Eve in a series of tweets, are part of owner Elon Musk's effort to document how the company was run before he took over. Tom Dempsey is live in Washington, D.C. He has all the details. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Kelly. Yeah, this morning, this latest round of Twitter files all revolves around alleged communications and coordination between Twitter and other government agencies, including the FBI. Independent journalist Matt Taibbi is the one behind this latest Twitter thread that was posted on Saturday. And he wrote on Saturday, quote, "The files show the FBI acting as a doorman to a vast program of social media surveillance and censorship encompassing agencies across the federal government, from the State Department to the Pentagon to the CIA. Taibbi claims that Twitter kept in contact with so many agencies, including the Department of Defense and the FBI, that it lost track. Taibbi also describes regular meetings of executives with FBI personnel and other agencies where they would discuss foreign matters and moderation requests from state governments and local police. But Taibbi goes on to write that as the 2020 presidential election got closer, the FBI and other agencies connected to those meetings flooded Twitter with requests about alleged problem accounts posting misinformation. Taibbi posted, quote, "The Twitter files show execs under constant pressure to validate theories of foreign influence and unable to find evidence for key assertions." Taibbi also shows an alleged response from an employee about the State Department and warning about Russian influence, saying he continued to wait for more evidence and that the government partners are becoming more aggressive on attribution. Now, this Twitter files release all follows recent ones dealing with, alleged suppression of a Hunter Biden story in the New York Post, as well as suppression of former President Donald Trump's tweets. The FBI saying, according to Taibbi, blaming this all on conspiracy theorists feeding the American public misinformation.
Is the Supreme Court going to make the proper ruling? Or do they have a vested interest? Like on one of my earlier programs, we talked about Justice Clarence Thomas receiving millions of dollars of gifts, and he didn't report it. You're supposed to report this by billionaires. Now, can his vote be influenced? I mean, you get millions of dollars of gifts by a billionaire who takes you on all these extravagating trips around the world on his private yacht. and we are supposed to just like, hey, you know what? Hey, now what? I have a appreciation of the law, and I will not allow myself to be compromised. I don't care what gifts or what type of influence one of my friends are doing. Get the fuck out of here with that mentality. We know that we live in a corrupt system, but we have a cognitive dissonance to what's taking place. But let's just look at this guy from Vital Signs, because he states it pretty clearly what's going on.
In war, militaries rely on communications. They rely on intel to make choices for survival and strategy. The disruption of intel and communications is what spawns the fog, clouding vision of the situation and clouding judgment. We've had a similar situation in the course of the pandemic. Our intel on how to survive got heavily fogged up. Now we see that fog lifting somewhat, with dangers of the official treatments breaching the surface.
Did you have a fog during that last 4 years? Did you have a question mark of the official way to battle this disease, the only official way to battle this disease? Did you experience that? I know I did. And I don't trust the government. I already know who I'm dealing with. This is my opinion. So don't sit up here and say that I'm saying this is the truth. It's my truth. And that's all that really matters here is my perception, because I am the one who makes the choice of whether I'm going to take an official solution to a problem. It's going in my body. What happened to my body, my choice, the way I see things? Hey, I didn't take the jab. I'm fine. I'm working on, Let's see where I'm at right now. I'm coming up on 18 months without being sick. Yeah, I had like a little stomach flu or something like that where, I got nauseous for a day or two. I'm talking about regular common colds, flus, all that stuff. And my record that I set way back in 2020 was 20 months. So I'm working on my record to be perfectly healthy. And so what's the thing? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. My health is awesome. And so why would I take that official narrative? I am not going to do that. I mean, who did that narrative actually benefit? Did it benefit the large companies that actually own about over 50% of advertising? Like, we all know that Pfizer, sponsored by Pfizer, it is all over the airways. We all know that that's our existence right now. We're all aware that our monopoly is here. So once again, just like Clarence Thomas, who is getting all of these particular gifts, and will it influence his decision making? It's the same thing with media companies. When you have over 50% of your revenue essentially by one industry, would you say anything negative about that industry when your bottom line is greatly affected? They're like, oh, we'll take our business somewhere else because you're no longer protecting our narrative. I'll give you an example. When we first had the crisis, didn't they tell you that their solution would stop transmission? That was the narrative. But if you talk to a doctor and he was really honest with you, he would tell you that it wasn't in the bylaws of a vaccine any longer. The bylaws of a vaccine changed around then, where the vaccine had to stop transmission. Well, around 2020 or before, something in that era, the vaccine, defined as a vaccine, no longer had to stop transmission. So they rewrote the bylaws to support a vaccine and guess why it had to be considered a vaccine? Because guess what? These big companies can't be sued. We can't take them to court because they are protected by our government. And that's the issue that is at hand. We got large institutions that can't be sued, that we can't understand, where they can't disclose what ingredients is inside of them, and we're supposed to trust them and put it in our bodies. Why? Because, big China, because our government is punishing us. You're going to lose your job. Our government is, no. You can't go to a public venue. You got to stay in the house. No, the businesses are shut down. All of these policies we experience. And is America becoming the new China? And that's what we're going to discuss on our next episode of Inside My Head. We're going to explore the fact, is America the new China? And is our misinformation, as they call it, another tactic to suppress your right to speak? Is your right to speak important? And we're going to discuss what that does to you as an individual when you are suppressed from expressing yourself. Yeah, that's where we're headed. And that's what we're going to discuss on the next episode of Inside My Head. Thank you for paying attention, and thank you for watching this episode. Hey, look, I just want to make this world a better place. I will be fulfilled if when I leave this planet, it's in a better shape than I came to the planet. And right now, woo, boy, I'm behind. We're behind by a whole lot of runs. It seems impossible to make this planet a better place than when I leave than when I entered. But guess what? That was what the Creator's all about. Miracles. And seeing how powerful the Creator is in allowing you to be the receiver to initiate God's plan. What is it? What's that prayer? On earth as it is in heaven, on inside, whoop, 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 my head. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, there we go. We don't want to end it with that image. On inside my head.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in and you're wondering why we're speaking Wu-Tang mumble, that's because we're savage as fuck.
And plus, we ain't nothing to fuck with.
That's right. Hey, yo, see what he did?
See what
you
I
see
did?
what he did
All right, so
right
this is
there.
what we're going to do. I was going to tell you. First off, again, we talk politics on here. We talk a lot of shit. Mm-hmm. And there's been so much shit. I've been gone for a little bit. And I'm going to tell you right now, I was, in the hospital watching CNN and MSNBC. These motherfuckers, these old entrenched white folks have lost their fucking mind. Mm-hmm. They have lost their mind, at least on the Republican side. At least the Democrats finally shown a spine. But I'm stunned.
They probably think they have something to celebrate with, over the weekend it was announced that Trumpty Dumpty and all of his horses and all of his men were able to take down and kill.
Murder.
The leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi is his name, and it's like one of those things. But it's really just like smoke and mirrors, right? It's like, hey, look, I killed Baghdadi over here, fingering America down here. You know what I'm saying? Just fingering America down here, baby. Watch this hand, though. Watch this hand. You know what I'm saying? So let's be aware and conscious of that, America. That although it's important to take down these leaders and take out ISIS, it's not going to take out ISIS, right? Like ISIS is going to.
There's 3 other cells they already that said, yeah, you may have got our boy, but real shit, we got other things popping. Paris, watch your ass.
Hey man, listen.
That's what they say.
America's particularly good at this, taking out leaders when we need and want them to.
And we don't need.
And we often know that. We often know that presidents will. Sorry, we get phone. It's a popular show. We get phone calls in the studio.
I thought this shit was turned off. Turn it off.
Listen, guys. We're really good as a country at destroying other nations' leaders and at will, seemingly, right? But we've seen that like taking out Saddam didn't make any security, and taking out Osama bin Laden, but Barack Obama did that. They
really do it.
Al Qaeda to ISIS. Well, I mean, what's the real? There's a few letters in the name, different spelling is different, but the thing is, we're just going to keep agitating these extremists in the area, no matter what.
But the way that Trump described how he took him out, he cried like a dog and he was whimpering and he was saying, "Oh, Trump, don't kill me. Trump, don't kill me." All that shit. He just made up shit. And then he said, Trump, don't kill me. And then the T-Rex ran in. He just makes shit up.
I would honestly though expect him to make up that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but make him sound tougher.
What surprised me though was his description of our own forces and the seeming lack of understanding of how U.S. Special Forces work. He's like, these aren't the guys that go up and knock on your door. Like, no shit, dickhead. Yeah, I wouldn't expect our U.S. Special Forces to go knock. Is al-Baghdadi the leader of ISIS here?
Hey, I know.
Could he come outside?
Is the leader of ISIS here because we want to talk to him?
And then he just described the violence like weird. He's like, they went through a big, beautiful hole in the wall. Like, what are you doing? Selling bomb sites? Like, it's got a big, beautiful pre-bombed hole.
Beautiful wall.
He's in real estate mode. Like, he's like trying to sell.
And you know what? That wall, no Mexicans would have got through.
They did a lot of shooting. And they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in? The fact is that they blasted their way into the house in a very heavy wall, and it took them literally seconds. By the time those things went off, they had a beautiful big hole, and they ran in, and they got everybody by surprise. Unbelievably brilliant as fighters. I can't imagine there could be anybody better. And these, as you know, are our top operations.
I think that's called Congress. Okay.
That's
all right.
Called,
yeah.
No, what I'm saying right now, it's just like, what else do you need? They've had 3 different officials who have come in and actually fucking just blew him out the water with everything he said pertaining to Ukraine. Everything he said. They said, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And then Giuliani with his fake ass, he looks like Count Chocula if he wasn't chocolate. And he got in it.
White chocolate.
And actually, while he was doing it, he was trying to sell different hotel sites back to Trump. So there's so much corruption going on. They see it, and his followers still go, I don't care. I'd rather vote for him I'd rather vote for a Russian, they said, than a Democrat.
Well, that's what they do.
That's why I want y'all to be mouth read.
So that's where we are with the impeachment at this point, right? Jumping into that is just a bunch of dissent from Republicans, a bunch of un-American, Confederate, toothless, redneck bullshit.
They bitches.
What was it on Friday, Thursday, whatever last week?
They got
a group of them. They did straight up ghetto bum rush.
They bum
on the
rushed.
hearing, demanding presence in the hearing, even though there's fucking like 47 Republicans
and
who are
said,
on the committee.
Why are you doing that? Just come in.
They're here.
You could just walk in. The doors were open. What the fuck are you talking about?
And so and then not only that, they did it irresponsibly, right? Like they just barged in there into a secure. It's called a skiff.
Yeah.
I think the S in there is for secure. Okay, so
I think the secure. Yeah,
you're not supposed to have like cell phones. You're not supposed to have cell phones and your Apple Watch and none of that shit in there. Why? Because the high target communication devices for foreign entities, right? They're always trying to get into congressmen's phones and use them as a microphone.
Plus, they said with the whistleblower that Trump has been trying to get pictures of him so he can put it on his Twitter so he can let people know, which endangers the whistleblower. He's trying to actually out a whistleblower. This is how crazy this man is. What is wrong? Let's get down to it.
Well, this is just what guilty people do.
I know,
he's trying to distract us from every fact there is.
What is wrong? This is going for our white listeners. What's wrong with y'all?
Our white listeners.
That's for our white listeners. What's wrong with y'all? Why? What does it take for you to just say, you know what, this motherfucker's wrong, he got to go? How does he still have 38% of the population
I'm going to ask you,
supporting this?
I'm going to ask you to be a little more specific than our white listeners, because there are some white listeners who don't support Trump. White viewers, right? So,
okay, the white listeners that support Trump, what the fuck does he have to do, since you want me to specify between white people? They don't specify pertaining to us.
Well, and also you don't just need to do white Trump supporters either. Like any Trump supporter, like it doesn't matter. Like anybody supporting
Kanye
Trump.
West, whoever the fuck.
We know why white people are doing it,
because
they sticking together till the end, James.
Because they're being bred out. They're being bred out. That's fucked up and true. That by 2028, the white population is gonna be minorities.
Don't scare them, Shane.
And let's see.
Something that has been predicted for decades, a shift in demographics in America, now sparking some fresh conversations about race and what it means politically. An analysis of census data from the Brookings Institute projects the number of white Americans will fall below 50% for the first time ever in about 20 years, 2045. At the same time, more Americans are multiracial, and they don't identify exclusively with one box. Julia Manchester, national political reporter for The Hill, joining me right now. Okay, Julia, I read this article published in The Hill. More and more people have a child, a grandchild, another relative married in who is from another ethnic group. 4 in 10 people, according to this Brookings data, identify with a group other than white. So you can't put people in boxes. How exactly will demographics and politics be determined in the future?
Yeah, Adrienne, on the demographic front, it's kind of a question. I think demographers and people who study race are really trying to figure this out because it's ultimately really up to that own person to determine what they identify as. And I think there might be even some questions among multiracial individuals or biracial individuals what they should identify as. So we're sort of getting into new territory when it comes to labeling yourself or if you are multiracial or biracial as a specific race. Now, in terms of politics, look, I think this definitely changes the game a bit because we do know that political parties have targeted specific racial groups. So, for example, the Democratic Party has a very good relationship with Black women. We know that Black women in many ways are the backbone of the Democratic Party when it comes to voting for Democrats in major elections.
Okay, so just back to the impeachment really quickly, though, right?
You going back to impeachment? God damn it, man.
We never left it, right? So it's hot topic right now.
Hot topic.
So I love, for lack of a better word, I love the sort of hypocrisy that's just brewing among the Republicans, which was already obvious to a lot of us who are in support of these things, right? But they are literally doing some of the most un-American things you can imagine to our country, right? Well, so like barging into the skiff,
that was
right?
one.
With their cell phones, right? That's like going to see your girlfriend while you on the phone with your wife. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to secure that line. You got to shore that up. Before you can't.
Let me ask you this.
Don't let that crossfade like that. Okay,
Pedro. Let me ask you this. Okay, so when you see that, are you really surprised?
I'm not surprised. No. What I'm saying is I am.
J News, are you surprised? Anybody here in this room?
No. So what I'm saying is I'm. Hold on.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is.
Don't act like there ain't nobody behind here. Why the fuck y'all acting like there's a third wall?
Right.
Fourth wall.
They do call it the fourth wall.
Yeah. So.
But what I'm
right there. Right there.
Shane, stay on topic. Focus. Shiny object.
He's right there. I can see you, motherfucker.
Right.
All right, go ahead.
But nobody else can. So.
God damn it.
There you go. So what it is, right? You've just completely distracted me from the fucking topic.
I didn't distract you.
Yes, you
Look,
did.
man. All right. I'll tell you what.
A goddamn
Since
point.
we're gonna stick to the news,
no,
I got
the
it.
impeachment.
No,
No.
Stop, Pedro. That's how
Stop. Hold on.
Now that you've distracted me.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, Notebook.
We're talking about.
What the fuck, man? I'm sorry. I'll be calm. Yeah.
So,
where's Jalen?
Back to the show, Savage as Fuck, where we talk politics, right? Getting into impeachment, the Republicans are un-American as shit right now. So they barge into the skiff.
Non-patriotic.
They're ignoring and pressuring people to ignore subpoenas, right? So you had Charles Kupperman, who was supposed to come in last week.
Supposed to show up.
Yesterday, actually, Monday. Who then gets ridiculous and wants to sue Congress for bringing him in on a lawful subpoena.
Right.
He's not.
That the judge
he has no
already
executive
said,
privilege now.
The judge already had passed it and said that this impeachment is lawful. There's nothing unlawful about it, but yet the Republicans keep using it as a talking point. They want to make sure that they send that out there where it's like, hey, with the general public, this is unlawful. So even if they say it's lawful, we want you to know it's unlawful. That's what they're doing. It's basically, like you said, it's distraction. But the fact that the fact that right now that they're not showing up for subpoenas, Congress finally said, okay, fuck that. You don't show up for your court date. Guess what? You're in contempt. If you're in contempt, some of these people are going to be put in jail.
Yeah.
Flat out put in jail.
You can't.
And then they'll
just
be raped,
ignore subpoenas, especially
with a broom.
Especially, you cannot ignore subpoenas, especially as a private citizen, right? Like, Kupperman's a private citizen, so He bitched out, didn't show up. But we do have, what's his name, Vinderman today.
Which is heavy.
He's the top expert on Ukraine, on the Security Council.
War veteran, got a Purple Heart, saved a puppy from a tree at least 3 times in his life. A lot of motherfuckers can't say that.
Yeah.
And 3 times? How many puppies have been in trees? Usually it's
who's throwing dogs in the trees?
Who's throwing puppies in the trees?
Russia.
Yep. We already know it's the Ukraine.
That's right.
I mean, and so I think that
so apparently there's more damning testimony coming from Vindman today, and he's being patriotic and doing his duty, showing up for the subpoena and just telling it like it is. And what's key about his testimony is that he is allegedly the other person who was on the line on the phone while President Trump was strong-arming Ukraine.
And which made him feel, he's like, oh, this is not right. And he actually went through the channels. But this dude is a straight shooter, straight shot. And he already got 22 death threats when he said he was coming forward.
Yeah.
You got to think how crazy the country's become, where the person that's coming to try to do the right thing, they're like, nah, we got to take him out. But he was brave enough to do it. And a lot of the people that are speaking out on this shit are brave enough to come out and actually, go against this president, as opposed to the other 68 to 70% of Republicans that are not saying shit, other than they're flipping themselves around and like, oh, well, you know what? Maybe Trump had a good reason for asking. They come up with whatever they can to say that he's okay. I personally think that if the Democrats are, they're moving pretty fast. The Democrats come harder and harder. I think that right now he's going to be impeached before 2020. Not the impeachment vote and everything's going to go through before 2020.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere we go. All right, guys. We didn't pay for that song, so I don't think we can sing much more.
They're going to hit us.
They're going to hit us. Santa Claus is coming down the chimney. Hey, guys, we're Savage AF. Right here, Marcus King presents Dash Comedy.
King
presents Dash Comedy.
No, Dash Comedy. Marcus King.
El Rey. Guys, we do have to take a quick break. When we come back from the break, man, we got the first Me Too victim after Congress passed the Me Too law within Congress, and it's just a shocker who it is. I gotta admit, didn't see this one coming.
You didn't see that coming?
Missouri is doing a labia lockdown. Ding, 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 ding.
They've been trying to lock labias down for a long, long time.
And there's an outbreak in Pakistan that is just gonna break your heart, guys. Stay with us. We're Savage AF. We'll be right back, y'all.
Right back.
Yeah, Black Pedro, Shang. Black Pedro,
so
Shang.
On
Black
the break,
Pedro, Shang. We still doing it. I know we're doing it. It's all good. We still here.
We still here.
This is a little BTS for y'all, which stands for behind the scenes. Okay?
Behind the scenes. You're
this is what we do on the break. We just
there you go. That was the
break.
Right now in our country, we are facing a very serious health crisis. And the crisis is affecting many, many people in our country, most of whom are, frankly, silently suffering. After the United States Supreme Court took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. How dare these elected leaders believe they are in a better position to tell women what they need, to tell women what is in their best interest. We have to be a nation that trusts women. You know, there's something very basic about this. I think that there is something that is very basic about this in terms of who we are as Americans and our founding principles, which include a founding principle that we believe in freedom. We believe in freedom. Freedom from the government telling us what to do about matters of heart and home. We believe in the right of people to make basic decisions like when and if they will start a family and how. In traveling the country, part of what I point out, which is what we all know, regardless of your gender, think about this. If we, in this year of our Lord, 2024, have a state of being where the government can tell you what to do with your body, I mean, the most basic of things you should have control over, Everybody better watch out about what other freedoms you're taking for granted.
Guys, we're Savage AF right here. Marcus King presents Dash Comedy.
I wasn't going to put it that way.
Well, speaking of the ladies and busting, Missouri.
Yes.
Or as I like to call it, misery.
Yes.
Is they're busting down. They're doing a labia lockdown and all free vaginas must go. Okay. So there's current sort of litigation legal battle over the very last. And this is not a joke, but this is absolutely the very last abortion clinic, or I shouldn't say abortion clinic. I'm going to say Planned Parenthood facility. This is the last Planned Parenthood facility, the last place you can get a legal abortion in the state of Missouri, and the state legislation is trying to close it.
Well, we already do that. Missouri, Mississippi, Alabama. There's different places been trying to shut down all of Planned Parenthood. But Missouri really has been aggressive and closed down 7 in a row.
Yeah.
So this is the last one. And so women are going to have to drive like 5 hours, 6 hours to deal with this shit. And I'm wondering, what is the big deal, Missouri? I want to know from people in Missouri that watch the show.
What is the deal?
You can make a comment if you want. What is the big deal? I mean, why do these old men want to control these women's bodies? Is what is it that you were like, what is it about you that you just were like, I got to make sure that they do what I want them to do?
You know, I think that they use their religious dogma, this Christianity, the Bible,
Christianity bullshit,
as just a control mechanism. So they're gonna reference the Bible and act like they're saving babies when really they don't care what happens to the child.
Right? They don't care
after
about
it's
people
born.
that's alive now. They don't care about kids that are alive now, especially kids of color.
They just want the power to control people.
Right.
You know? That's all it is.
But that's how religion has always been. That's why there's a movie called The Book of Eli where he was just like, it's just a book. No, it's a weapon!
Right.
That's how he did it in the movie. No, it's a weapon! And then a little tear came down his face.
Right.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Scene.
That was
Thank you.
stirring performance.
Thank you. What did you think?
That was amazing.
Did you think?
I would have booked you.
I think I nailed it.
I would have booked you.
I would have booked me too.
Yeah.
But no, it's
So-
just I think the religion always has used that to control people, to tell them what to do. You got to think, anal in certain places is illegal. I'm not making that up.
Yeah.
Anal's illegal. Like you can't.
Like Texas.
Oral sex is illegal. You can't have a certain amount of dildos in a house. No, seriously, there's a comic. Tom Rose was talking about that, and he said that in Arizona there is a minimum. You have to have a 2 dildo minimum.
You mean maximum?
Maximum.
Okay, I was like, you ain't gonna make me have 2 dildos.
You ain't gonna make me buy 4 more.
Yeah,
but
I'm good.
You have to. So it's like, and then his question was, what if 8 women live in the house? So
no, they gotta share.
Well, they have to share, which is disgusting. But I'm just
But would
saying,
make a great video.
Oh
I'd
my
watch.
God. Talk about 2 girls a cup in a
Hey,
battery.
oh.
No, I'm saying right now though, if you look at how the different people that are against abortion, it's all religious based. But the bottom line is, that's why a lot of people are backing Trump, because he's getting judges that will go against abortion in there, and they're like powering them through.
Definitely.
Right now, that's why they wanted Kavanaugh, because Kavanaugh is he's pro-life and he's a little bit crazy with it, and so I think that right now Missouri doesn't understand. Women are gonna go crazy.
Misery.
Yeah, it's misery.
I just don't understand. So apparently there have been some failed abortions there at the clinic.
Right.
So that under the guise of that and sort of unsafe conditions, they want to shut down this clinic.
Right.
But it's already like the last one. Like it's just so ridiculous. To counter it, or just to balance out the scales, Planned Parenthood is opening a new facility like 13 miles away in Illinois, not too far away, just outside. Because this clinic, the last clinic in Missouri, is in St. Louis. So this clinic would be like
a short hop and skip and a jump.
Yeah, this new clinic in Illinois would be like 13 miles away. But still, that doesn't, and that only helps that one area of Missouri. But there's a whole state now,
right?
Even with the current one open, that really legitimately doesn't have access to abortion and other health services. Again, I'd like to stress that Planned Parenthood facilities, which is why I want to make that distinction, aren't strictly there to abort your little Jesus babies,
to
okay?
teach people about different things to protect themselves sexually.
It's about women's health
and women's health issues and coming to check and pap smears and on and on and on. The motherfuckers that, let's be real, the motherfuckers in Missouri and the motherfuckers that's in Congress that are against women having the right to do whatever the fuck they want to do, we already know what it is. The religious right has a fucking stronghold on the political process.
Yeah.
And that's why they are like closing these places and they're making shit up. Well, the door was supposed to be red and the door was green, so we are going to close it. They're making shit up. So I think that what women need to do, and I'm going to point to all the women out there, women, you need to get madder. All you pro-life women, and you pro-life women, you need to take a backseat. And the pro-choice women need to actually, because there's more pro-choice women than there is pro-life women, you need to really step up. And when it comes to voting in 2020, smash these motherfuckers to the ground. That's what you need to do.
And I'm going to add on to that and just say that not just women, but fellas.
There you go.
We need to step up too, right? We need to fight for our wives, our sisters, our daughters' futures, right? To not let these, cracker-ass crackers for...
Did you wait? Cracker-ass crackers?
Yeah, for lack of a... I don't even want a better term.
We just lost
I think
2 more crackers.
I think that's...
We just...
Two more crumbs.
2 more crumbs, right. We just lost 2 more saltines that's not going to watch the show.
But not just the ladies, fellas, let's step up too. Let's step up too, guys, and really get out in those voting boxes, because why do you really give a fuck, bro? Like, why you really give a fuck what a woman does with her body, especially if it's not carrying your child or anything like that. So let's grow the fuck up on that note.
You know what, Chappelle, did you see the Chappelle special where he said, if you have the choice to have the baby, I have the choice not to pay for it. And first off, that's totally fucked up, but funny, because I feel like a lot of men don't see it like, well, hey, it got shit to do with me. It do got something to do with you.
Absolutely.
If you have a sister or a mother, or if you have a mother, if you don't have a mother, what the fuck? How were you born?
Yeah.
Fucking,
bro, first of all, if you left your mayonnaise, in her sandwich, okay, then you are responsible for the toppings
if you
and
let
the flavor.
helmets come out your helmet.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So like, it starts there, bro. Wherever you leave your seed, whatever grows, you're responsible for it either
it's
way.
half you.
Yeah, that's part on
it's
you.
It's half
man.
your DNA.
If you get tricked into something, I don't know.
I've
poke holes in the condom or something
I've
like
had
that.
happen.
All right, that's a different situation.
I've had that happen, and
but
she was so mad. She got. I don't even care. Fuck it. The show's savage as fuck.
It is savage as fuck.
She poked holes and said that she wanted to have my child because she wanted our baby to have my eyes.
There you go.
And which is creepy right there, pet cemetery ass bitch. And I said it, you're a pet cemetery ass bitch. But then when I said, no, I mean, I'll be there for the kid, but I ain't going to be there for you.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, I'm getting an abortion. So there are women that do crafty, tricky ass shit and trap men and do shit like that.
But even those women deserve to have an abortion when they want to.
If they want to have an abortion,
like whatever
not
the
an
fuck.
abortion.
And they probably should.
It's a heavy ass show.
They sound like nut bat bitches.
And and I did a joke about there would be no discussion if men had to if we had to get the abortions instead. Mm-hmm. There wouldn't be no discussion. There'd be clinics everywhere. 7-Eleven,
CVS,
McDonald's,
gas stations. Yeah, for sure.
They'd be snipping niggas left and right.
Yes, sir.
Like they'd be scooping out babies of men left and right. So I think that's the double standard with the way we treat women pertaining to society. But the main thing is, this is what I feel like. I feel like women aren't being proactive enough and angry enough about the situation, just like I feel like black people aren't being as proactive about stuff. We kind of get mad for a couple weeks and then fades. I think that anger and that you got to keep that going until it's fixed.
Oh, I mean, to be honest though, I think women have been fighting for this thing for a long time. I think that's why I was trying to add on and put the onus on more men to get involved in this issue too, because it's not just a women's issue black people need to get more active politically and in our community.
Right.
But black people doing more about racism isn't going to solve racism, right? Like, I believe that we need more white people to be involved, and not be involved in black things, but Like I said
Just
a couple
call
weeks
out the
ago.
real.
Yeah, like white people.
Keep it real.
Get rid of the Nazis. Like you need to worry about Nazis. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
like in that sense, racism is a white problem.
Right.
But the way they need to address it is by nipping it in the bud, which is cracker ass crackers.
Cracker. And let's be honest about it. If you white and you're Jewish, they wasn't just mad at black people. They were saying Jews will not replace us with tiki torches, and they were threatening Jews too.
Oh, they hate everybody.
The Jewish community, who I understand that they have a lot of solidarity. You need to address it too, because they're coming after you too. They after your ass.
Speaking of tiki torches,
Yeah, that was a good segue.
LA's on fire. Hey,
Every government can't have morals. Every government is narcissistic in a lot of ways. How so, Zoe? The supply is the people. A narcissist needs supply, adoration, admiration, attention, right? Right? So the people serve as the supply for the politician, right? So they didn't care that he looked incompetent, he looked fragile, he looked lost, he was freezing. They didn't care. They said, well, the polls say he has the best chance of beating Trump. Another gangster. They're all gangsters, right? They knew that. They said, well, regardless of what's wrong with him, he has the best chance. So we're going to ride with him and we're going to act like ain't nothing wrong with him. Is that not gaslighting? A narcissist will tell you, ain't nothing wrong with me, I'm good. Is that not what Biden did after the 27th? I'm not leaving. I'm strong. I'm the only one who can beat Trump, is what he said. Isn't that what he said? He said, I'm good. Then he made a few more gaffes, a few more faux pas, and called Kamala Harris Vice President Trump. Right? Called the other president. Who was the president they at war with? He called him Putin, President Putin. They didn't give a fuck. Because that's a figurehead. That's not the one who's running the government. When I say they don't have any morals, most politicians are like narcissists. And when we look at the Republican versus the Democratic Party, we see, let me tell you what you're choosing from. Because I was talking to Sarah earlier today, and Sarah was like, well, as bad as everybody is, I would prefer the lesser of two evils. And you've heard that in political talk before. Trump is a 37-time felon, 6 bankruptcies, sex abuse charges, all types. And you're 100% right. Dirtbag, scumball, but white and rich and can run for president again. Why? Because that's how the government was set up initially, for rich, white, land-owning males. That's what it is. They don't give a damn if they're suffering from Parkinson or if they're suffering from narcissism. They don't give a damn, because that's a figurehead that represents a larger governmental apparatus. You go out and you do your research and you look up the Bohemian Society. They got a big ass owl statue, right? Who is that owl? It ain't OVO. Who's the owl? Boomy. Look it up. There's a book out there called The Book of Boomy. It's got an owl on it. Masonic book. That's where the top 1% of the top 1% of the top 1% government gangster ballers from all over the world, the sky ballers, come to plan how your life gonna run. They have an entire ritual that they perform called the death of care. C-A-R-E, the death of care. What does that mean? How many people died in the pandemic? Millions. And they knew millions would die. And if you're a human being, you have empathy. They don't really give a fuck. Politicians are like narcissists. Democrats and Republicans are like two variations of narcissists. You got the overt, grandiose narcissist, right? Which is Trump. Let's make America great again. There are good people on both sides. Right? Moloch, the owl, exactly. Look up Moloch. You'll see. You'll see who the fuck Moloch is. Look up Moloch, M-O-L-O-C-H. Look up Moloch. Oh, that you think the secret societies and Illuminati and all, none of this has anything to do with politics? You out of your fucking mind if you think so. Look it up. So the Democrat is the covert narcissist. Don't liberals act like covert narcissists? A covert narcissist, or what they call an empathetic narcissist, can fake empathy. They call it cognitive empathy. It look like they give a fuck, but they really don't. Can you see the correlation there? The Democrat is, we gotta serve the people and we gotta look out for the people. But when you start looking up their history, a lot of damn congressmen and government officials got criminal records, running all types of scams, RICO, all types of fuck shit going on. Right? Tell me, am I lying? Am I lying? So the Democrats, and you've seen it, I call it pathological altruism. The liberals be talking down to the people that they're supposed to be providing diversity to. Well, I'm here to help you. I mean, you can either take this offer, like if you really wanted to do right by folk, you'd say, damn, my people can only be wealthy because of centuries of using your people like a John Deere tractor. We saw them in the same light as I see this microphone. This is a tool for me to speak through. For centuries, that's what it was. Black people are property. Black people are things. Black people are a fetish to be used to further my comfort in this world. You got one grandiose narcissist that's stoking those memories in his constituents and the people that listen to him. Right? That's Trump. Let's make America great again. If you understand anything about the construction of America, the South believed it was a divine right and it was a part of their culture to be slave masters. That's why as the country started to progress and do different things, the South was always the first to say that it don't say that shit in the Constitution. And if you do something that's outside of the Constitution, we are in fear that you can come back and say slavery is illegal. That was South Carolina. South Carolina. You trying to do a national bank? Where does it say national bank in the Constitution? Anything that's not in the Constitution, you can't just arbitrarily do. Because if you just do shit, then that means the Constitution don't mean anything. And at some point, you Northerners are going to say slavery is wrong. The South was ahead of it. And they was like, this is our culture. You got a candidate today, Trump, stoking those beliefs. Somebody sent me a clip on Instagram earlier today where you see these white men talking to these little kids. Get out of here, little niglet, little nigger. And they talking to the police. Get them motherfucking niggas out of here. He said he ain't gonna be no future engineer. That's what he's saying to kids, to children. It's a group of white men. Get these little niggas out of here, little nigga. And the one little kid was like, fuck y'all. You know, he had his little bucket with him. He was like, fuck y'all. And he was like, you hear him talking to us like that? So you got one candidate that's stoking that indirectly. Oh, I don't support Project 25. You talk about Christian conservatism, you're also talking about racism. People don't want to connect the two. Conservative Christian, especially in the white context, has a space for slavery, has a space for black subordination. Because most of the remember the KKK was a Christian group. Or so they lead you to believe. They were actually a secret society. Right? KKK secret society created by a damn Mason, one of the highest level Masons, you know. I ain't gonna tell you his name, look him up. Right? Devil worshiper, spy. I'm giving you some insight as to who he was. Spy, devil worshiper. People say he was a devil worshiper because he talked about Lucifer. And he said, we worship the light. I don't want to tell you who he is. I want you to look him up for yourself. He said, we worship the light. Please understand there's a difference between a Lucifer worshiper, a Luciferian, and a devil worshiper. There's a difference. Lucifer was the light bearer. He said, we worship the light. Light is illumination. Illumination is knowledge. Illumination is insight. Thus, the Illuminati, the enlightened ones. How are they enlightened? They use old occultic knowledge. What is occultic knowledge? Occultic knowledge is secret, i.e. sacred knowledge. That's what secret and sacred mean the same thing. That's why you have the word sword. Sword is spelled S-word. Secret word. The sword. Why does that matter? Because even if you look at, say, the Far Eastern or the Shriners, they have a upside down crescent with a sword over it. And it's a certain type of sword. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Look it up. Why the crescent with the sword over it? It says, if you reveal the secret, you will die by the sword. S-word. They're all tied in together and been tied in together. It wasn't Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley is much later than this man that I'm talking about. Occult just means hidden. Why is it hidden? Because they don't want the commoner to get information that would actually liberate them. Enlightenment represents self-sovereignty. Enlightenment represents integration with God. They knew this. That's why they dumbed the Bible down. They knew this. Take the esoterics out of the Bible. Translate it from the Vulgate. Vulgate, vulgus, vulgar. the unlearned commoners. They knew this from the very religion, politics, pimping, it's all the same thing. They knew this. People cannot tap into the source that is within them. Jesus taught the same thing. Buddha taught the same thing. I got to fight my inner demons. Buddha fought illusion and inner demon and fear and anxiety. Albert Pike is the guy. Somebody found him. Exactly. He's the one who started the KKK. They got a statue of Albert Pike in Washington, D.C. right now. You understand? The whole time the government has been in place, it has been to marginalize the power of the people's vote. You're dealing with people who built this thing saying God, in God we trust, but they're not talking about religion. That's why when the founding fathers put this together, they were like, no religion. We're not a religious country, even though we're the most religiously diverse country in the world. There's more religions in America than anywhere than any country in the world. But at the same time, we're also the most religiously illiterate. So Christians don't read the Quran. The Quran don't read the Dharmapada. People are not reading the Gilgamesh epics. People are not reading the Enuma Elish. People are not reading the Atrahasis. People are not reading the Sanskrit, the Vedas and the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. People not reading nothing. My belief is my belief. Y'all stay over there. Y'all stay over there. Segregated, right? Politicians understand segregated people who are not turned on inside spiritually have no self-sovereignty, so they need a governmental intercessor. That's your politician. So Biden steps down amid pressure. I asked Sarah to create a flyer, but we ain't gonna be able to get it. And that flyer was, I wanted in the building, comedic irritant, genius. I mean, I'm gonna give you your Mensa credit.
Thank you. Why, thank you. Not many people know that.
I'm gonna give you that.
Yes.
Jeff Brown has returned to the fold. And you already know, if you're gonna have this kind of conversation, you gotta have a soldier. Right? And this one of them soldiers that got a gang of like badges and medals and
the soldier.
You understand?
Like he fought a war by himself.
I'm just saying, man. Intellect, orator, articulate, integrity, intelligence, the whole 9 yards. The brother is solid. Y'all know him. Our brother. Riza Islam is in the building.
Come on.
Come on.
Good to be back at my intellectual home. I'll say it that way.
Let's
my brother.
get it. You already know what
Some say the return spirit. Well, some is me. Yeah.
So, as is commonplace, you already know how we do. We like to promote black-owned businesses before we get into the meat of the discussion. Sponsor today. Let's just go ahead and put it out there.
Bring it out.
You don't have any, by the way.
I got some right in here.
Just got it.
Oh, you just got some.
Okay.
So I can't even stunt.
Watch your words.
Okay.
Watch your words.
I was about to stunt on you.
You ain't took none yet.
We've got intellectual power from Riza Islam.
Yes,
Riza,
sir.
you got to explain this to the folks, man. Because I've been watching the TikToks. The TikToks got a gang of information. He out there in the jungle.
Yes, sir.
Chopping leaves. He doing the whole damn. I said, what is Riza? Riza is in the jungle. You got to tell him, Riza, man, what is this, man?
Yes, sir. It is a brain supplement, an herbal black-owned brain supplement. I came out with this primarily, one, because the overall health of the people is on a heavy decline. We know that off top. That's the first thing. But secondly, as we know, over the last 4 years during this experiment that has taken place. A lot of people felt that they were forced to take something that they didn't know anything about, couldn't name one ingredient in. They were mandated because of their job, their children's education, their ability to travel, you name it. Over 5 billion people took at least one dose. Wow. Over 5 billion. Over 60% of the United States took at least one dose. And because of that, I said I can't just get out here educating like I normally do, let you know the updated science, all that is nice, but I have to come out with a solution that will help with relieving certain problems that shot will activate within the body.
That's associated with it.
That's associated with it.
Absolutely.
And that's why I came up with this. I have a PhD cellular molecular biologist, black woman by the name of Dr. Christina Parks. I also have one of the top herbalists in the world from the island of St. Lucia by the name of the Right Honorable Priest Kailash. And we came together and put this together for the people, scientifically based, herbal based, from the planet, from the earth, 13 ingredients, certain ingredients like sensitiva, vervain, carpenter's bush, patchouli, turmeric, basil, rosemary, you name it, soursop is in there. This actually does a whole lot more, and for everyone who takes it, shout out to all of you, you see that it does a whole lot more than just help with the brain. It helps with reproduction, it helps with the immune system, it helps with the nervous system, it helps with detoxification. There's a whole lot. I would recommend people go to intellectualpower.net and look at the reviews. That's the only thing I'll say. See it for yourself.
Break the bank, y'all. Buy him out. Listen, Bobby, take a look at these herbs. You know what herbs look like.
I would do that.
You got a green or at least a...
Oh, come on.
He
got a magnifying glass.
No, hey, this is the real... Look at them herbs, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Smell it.
You know, when you get herb dust on the cotton...
Right.
Hey, this is real stuff right here, man. And you know, I love supporting black-owned businesses, man. And Riza got a real one here. All right? And I want you guys to go support. And don't forget to like the video, support the channel, share the video. Y'all been begging for mansions for a long time now, and we back in here with one. So show your support, show your love. Support Riza Islam's Cash App, support Jeff Brown's Cash App, support my Cash App, support Bobby's Cash App, and y'all know Sarah is back in the building. Sarah's behind the board right now.
Hi, hello everybody.
She doesn't have a mic.
I got one right here.
Oh, you good?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, they can hear it.
Hey, talk to the folks. They want to hear from you. Y'all know y'all got to support before we really get cracking. Support, support, support. Show your love for these black-owned businesses. But definitely go Cash Mob. Intellectual Power. The website is, Riza?
Intellectualpower.net.
Is it all right if I do a commercial real fast? For the...
Oh, do you think, brother? I'm up to Zoe.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Dear brothers out there trying to get your life back with them $10 gas station dick pills, you need to knock that shit off before you kill yourself. Okay? You're sitting on the side of the bed sweating in the cold sweat. Yeah.
Oh my God. Heart palpitations.
Heart pound and all that ignorant shit. Okay? Stop eating pork. Put the pork and the dairy down.
Come on.
And get you some of this right here. Get you some of this right here. You take your monkey ass online and buy $300 sneakers, don't you? You buy a bunch of shit from folks that don't give a fuck about you. He does. You need to buy some of this right here. Straighten your goddamn life out.
Keep going.
Okay? Little hard-headed kids that can't focus. Yeah, less Snickers, more of this here.
It is child-friendly.
More of this here.
Children
it's
can't
child-friendly. It's as child-friendly as them goddamn rib tips you feed them. So yeah, you gonna get you some of this right here. Okay? See how all these men up here are sharp and eloquent and intelligent? You know why? Because we take care of our bodies. Besides the fact that we are the supreme human specimen on the earth. That's to the left. We'll put that to the left. That's how you've been allowed to fuck your body over for so long and still be around here.
Keep going.
Okay? You want to bring it back? You want to come back? You want to see how real God is?
Go ahead,
then
Jeff.
obey him.
Come on.
Obey him if you want to see how real God is. And you won't need them gas station dick pills after support.
Keep going.
All right? This here. This here is intellectual power. Do you understand that if your intellectual power is first,
Come on.
the other powers fall into place?
Come on.
As a
Wow.
man thinketh,
Come on.
so is he.
Come on.
What the fuck are you thinking about? Get you some. This will counteract the gas station dick pills. If you want your
Come
dick
on.
back, stop eating meat. If you don't, have another pork chop.
Scientifically
Get you some of
verified.
this is scientifically proven.
That is a
Stop looking me in the side of my head. Okay, we got scientists. The same scientists you believe when you drink Gatorade. You know how you can believe them scientists? Why don't you believe black people?
Come on.
Okay, how has believing white folks worked out for you so far?
Come on.
How many of you are twisting your fingers up because you are hoping Trump don't get in office because feeble white daddy's gonna save you?
Oh, now
How
you-
many-
there you go.
Feeble white
Oh, yeah,
daddy.
the feeble white daddy. Shaking hands with imaginary people and shitting himself. Do you know why you believe in him? You believe in him because your brain is misfiring.
no.
Knock that
man.
shit off and get you some of this. The anti gas station dick pill right there.
There you go. Intellectual power got
Oh.
a full commercial.
Yeah, oh man.
Impromptu commercial.
Unsolicited commercial.
By Jeff Brown.
The,
That's
the
the
views don't. That's not necessarily how he would say it, but it's the same shit.
One more time, Riza, where can they get it?
Intellectualpower.net.
All right. And as we continue to promote black-owned businesses, we're going to truncate this section of the show because we want to get into the mansions portion. I want to throw it to Bobby Glanton real quick. Bobby, really quickly, can you tell them a little bit about your roots doctor, our roots doctor?
Russell Harrison, www.russellharrisonherbals.com.
Another
I want
monster.
you to speak into the mic, Bobby. You done forgot how to do podcasts.
No, I ain't forgot.
Somebody said
You done wore the suit, but you don't want to talk
Is it
about
on
Sarah,
now?
Sarah, come set him
Can
up.
you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell Harrison is russellharrisonherbals.com. The thing about Dr. Russell is he takes personally the effort that it takes to treat people literally 24/7.
Right.
Because I've seen him show extraordinary patience with people.
Yeah.
And the thing that has always been most difficult is to follow to the letter the instructions.
Right.
And then it really comes down to what would you rather do? Fool yourself and suffer the health consequences therein, or follow the instructions to the letter.
Right.
When he says that he is available to you, he means it from the bottom of his heart.
At any time. You can
And
call him anytime.
After 50 years,
Yeah.
unfortunately, we still can't advocate the way that we should be able to do so in a free nation, so to speak. The man is about preserving life. So, Russell Herbals, www.russellherbals.com.
And we got to take Riza up there too, because
Absolutely.
many people, you really got to put Russell on the same level as Dr. Sabi.
I'm just now hearing about that.
Dr. Sabi was on our show. Was it you who brought him on the show, Bobby? No, his grandson.
Yeah.
Brought him on the Zoe What show. You remember we did the Zoe What show with Dr. Sabi?
Yes, it was dope.
And I got a chance to speak with him, and we're going to get into this, how I really feel about all of that in a second. But I know him when I see him, and Dr. Russell is like Dr. Sabi. And many of us don't know him because of, the fame is different. You go up to that little house in goddamn Altadena, and you see his whole house is like poison ivy. You're like, what? Shit is growing out the walls? What's that? Listen, when I tell you he is the absolute truth, and I think we should protect our elders, get with russellherbals.com. The final thing I'm going to promote, and then we're going to jump right into the topics that I want us to cover. Total Package Energy, black-owned business, still in business, been promoting them for 8 years now. And they're still in business because of y'all.
Yes.
That's right.
Because of y'all. Y'all keep them going.
Black-owned business out of Oakland. They have energy drinks. They have an energy shot, B12, vitamin C. They got pea protein for shakes. And again, this is a black chemist. This brother is no joke, and he's part of the nation.
That's right.
Hey, he's one of my guys. Hey, solid brother. Total package energy. I've been rocking with him for 8 years, man. Please continue to support this black-owned business. I mean, some people will say, energy drinks aren't good for you. Well, if you're buying them, buy black.
Right.
How about that? If you're going to drink them, buy black.
Because they do drink them.
There you go. So there it is. All right, let's get right to it. We've got some topics to cover. We about to hit heavy and quick, real quick. Here we go. That damn debate.
I'm just going to start with that.
You mean the debacle?
The debacle. Let's get it. It was Weekend at Biden's. You remember the movie Weekend at Bernie's? Right? It was the Weekend at Biden's, man.
Oh, man.
Now, let me just get everybody's opinion with regards to the American, I would say, media, the political system, all of it. They think you stupid.
Come on.
They know you stupid.
Come on, say it again.
They know it. They stupid. We gonna put two, no disrespect, Bobby, old geriatric, shaky-handed. We about to put these dudes out here, and y'all gonna accept it. They bullied us into watching that.
Come on.
They knew what they was doing. Listen, this is the most powerful government on the planet Earth. You think they don't know that they put out two local crazy dudes? You think they don't know this? You think this wasn't vetted from the beginning? Bobby, what are your thoughts, man?
Twiddly D and Twiddly Dum.
Give us that game, man.
But really, man, the problem with this whole notion of a open campaign when it's actually closed, and the rules are so arcane at this stage that the thing needs to be blown up, man. I mean, this notion of party affiliation in order to vote is an oxymoron. You can't have one without the other. I got to have the freedom to decide. If I don't want either one of those, then I should have somebody else in that mix that I can vote for if I choose to do so. Otherwise, you're going to continue to have, it's like the Electoral College.
Yes.
I mean, give me a break, man. How can you win the public, what they call it, the popular vote, and lose an election if it's one man, one vote? I mean, we got too many contradictions in the way that we have constructed this society that we live in right now.
Well, you know the Electoral College was created to weaken the populace. Because if you go everybody's vote count, they had to create the Electoral College to weaken that. So now you got delegates that decide. They do the electing, you do the selecting.
So what's the point of having an election then?
Or they do the selecting, you do the electing. And I want to get RZA's take on this too, man. Like, this was a dog and pony show. This was a circus.
Very much so.
What are your thoughts? Like, do you think they trying to play us for real?
At this point, it's 2024. We don't realize that they have been playing us, then we just want to be lied to.
Ooh.
2024, when I watched the debate, I told people, I said, okay, listen, watch the debate. I told them that 30 minutes before it happened. I said, okay, just watch. I said, regardless to where you stand, regardless of what party you identify with, that's fine. Just watch the debate. Because I wanted people to realize that this government, as our brother Bobby Glanton was saying, has fallen. That's it. There is no saving this. If this is what we have a choice between, the whole world is looking at this.
Come on.
The whole world is looking at this right now. They're like,
come up with something else to say.
They're like, these are two old white blood and Crip impersonators. These are two. The red and blue is too obvious at this point. These are two old white men that we are fighting to decide who should run America. They're both in their 70s, although Trump was firing off more than Biden. Fine. He was more coherent than Biden. Fine. Biden is definitely, they're looking at declaring him unfit to operate as a president. The goal is to put Kamala in his stead or in his place for the remaining part of this term, right? So this is something that I knew about 2 years ago, which was their plan at the very beginning. Trump is looking at saying he's going to do certain things, like they always say they're going to do certain things. It's just things. Sell them the idea. We get in. We do exactly what our owners tell us to do. I don't trust either. It's just how this goes. I don't trust either. Neither clearly said nor have a plan to do anything for our people. That's just how that goes. They both bow down to Israel. I cannot side with either one of them. So, and we know who they're sponsored by. So regardless of the fact that Trump has his own businesses and Joe Biden for the majority doesn't, they are both owned by certain vested interest groups that do not care about the people. They both were heavily sponsored by AIPAC or Jewish Powers or the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. They both have investments in pharmaceuticals. They both have investments with enemies of the people. That is just a fact. Now, people are saying, well, reason choose Trump. Trump is better. Trump says this. He says that. Okay, I get it, but it's Satan versus Lucifer. That's just it. That's just it.
You got one that's falling and one that is thinking about falling.
No, for real. So that's where my mindset is on it, brother. Again, and we talked about this on Mansions years ago.
Yeah.
When it came to the voting process, and Zoe went into the etymology of the word, where he said to vote means to wish, and people have to know about not only the colleges when it comes to that, but also something called finishing schools. You need to know how these people were selected and groomed in college to be in these positions. That's another thing. We're gonna go into it, brother. But I knew you was gonna start with this.
We got time.
So,
we got time. Let's get it.
Seriously, we need to vote for ourselves. We need to come together, buy the land that we need. We need to do what is needed for us as a people, for us, by us. Because I cannot trust either one of these people. Some of y'all like, man, reason I'm voting for Trump. Do whatever you want to do. You can vote all you want, but if you don't have money and an agenda to buy these politicians, which are glorified prostitutes, I want to say what Minister Farrakhan said. He said these people are paid prostitutes. That is just what it is. You don't like that language. I understand it's 2024, people trying to be politically correct, but we're not no damn politicians. These are paid prostitutes. That's it. You must buy them. That's what it is.
And I'm going to say this.
Mm-hmm.
If the politicians are prostitutes, so is the populace.
Come on.
I know you don't want to hear it. I'm sorry. Jeff, your thoughts.
Okay. I got to push back on that just a little bit. Because if the politicians are prostitutes, then we're all just Johns.
No, don't push back. I
all
wasn't
just
finished.
Johns.
you right there.
But go ahead. I'm going to let you have it.
I'm almost left with what he said, because that's exactly where I was going. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are looking at is the last feeble attempt,
come on,
no pardon of the pun, of a presidency. This is your last presidency. The America you thought you lived in is gone. It's gone. It's been gone. It started to really crumble on November 22nd, 1963.
Tell us.
Way back when a president who was the first Catholic presidency. Here's a bunch of shit that goes on a level.
You talking about
John
F.
F.
Young Johnny.
Right. What a lot of black people don't understand.
Johnny had swag. He had
he
had Marilyn Monroe.
Right,
he was like, what's happening?
We
out here in these streets.
And his brother Bobby.
Go
ahead.
As much as, and I'll take this detour real quick, as much as Obama didn't do for us, absolutely the smartest ever with the finest wife ever. To include Jackie O. Nobody was jacking off thinking about Barbara Bush unless you are really some type of freak. Yeah. Oh, come on. Michelle's fine. Anyway.
No, I didn't. I'm not questioning Michelle. It was the other piece.
It was the other. Go ahead. Nobody does that. Okay. You've seen your last president. Your borders are open. This continent we refer to as America is now being flooded with military-age single males. You worried about the Mexicans coming across the border. Oh, no. You really need to think about the enemies that this country has made that are no longer afraid of them and have aligned on a common goal.
Come on.
That's where you should be. But instead, you know where you are? you got one group of y'all on one side of the plantation and another group of y'all on the other side of the plantation betting on which massa gonna win.
Come on.
So you can figure out whether to paint the wagon red or blue.
Come on.
It has nothing to do with your freedom, nothing to do with your responsibilities, nothing to do with your cruelty. You still think that you have some type of say in this. Do you know what this is saying to the world?
Come on.
This is saying to the world that the whore of Babylon has been laid bare.
Come on. Jeb talking heavy.
You really need to look at what you're looking at. There's nobody else in Washington who could do this job. Nobody. No Democrat, no Republican, nobody. This is who they have left. Do you know why they have these two people left? Because they're trying to kill it. If I had a plane that I wanted to crash, why wouldn't I put two different monkeys in the pilot and co-pilot seat? You stupid.
What you need to do. That was a word, Jeff.
Work on your parachute, people.
Yes,
Work
yes.
on your parachute.
Work on your parachute. My. Yes,
Oh, man.
yes.
Oh.
Listen, I'm going to go a step further.
Go ahead.
So when the government breaks down or something happens catastrophic, they have something called COG. Continuity of government. These two goofballs. Listen, you've heard it said before, real bad guys move in silence. These are front men.
Come on,
bro.
Yes.
They just
come on.
To your point,
yes.
Obama. I was talking to some brothers at the cigar lounge the other day. And I simply said to them, Obama was the best president in the history of the American presidency. He was the best, and I'm going to tell you why. Because being a president is the same as being a CEO. He ran a tight ship. He ran Massa's ship. Right. He made, listen, not on my watch. I'm not going to get in trouble.
Come on.
I'm going to keep this shit turtle pussy tight. Do you understand me? It's going to be tight.
I never thought about that.
Do you understand? What is a president? He's a manager.
Come on.
He managed the government more effectively than anybody else, according to what they wanted. Who is they? People always saying, who is they?
Come on.
Now, when you say, you've been up there and you seen that grove up there in California where them people go?
The Bohemian
Grove. Bohemian Grove. Or you go there and you say, what is the G28?
It's not the new Infinity.
Do you understand? Listen, these are figureheads.
Come on.
Please understand, this is what is the origin of democracy?
Come on.
Greek theater. These are actors, man.
Yes.
And guess what? We could let's go even deeper. Historically speaking, who started with power in the Americas? Rich, white, males. Everybody else we had to work and figure it out. How we gonna be included? It was rich, white, males. That is the symbol of America. Rich, white, males. Correct. And they had to be landowners.
Correct. Only ones could be considered landowners.
Those are the only people that could vote. That's how this shit started. So it makes perfect sense to have two old guard geriatrics up here because that's what America is. And they don't give a damn if you like Dementia Man or Criminal Man. They don't give a damn.
Dementia Man.
They don't give a damn.
I fight crime or my name isn't
You know why they don't give a damn? Because somebody is walking up to either one of them with the script.
Come on.
Okay, here you go. This is what you're going to follow.
Come on, bro.
They did the same shit to Obama.
That's a fact.
You think you finna come in here and do something?
Come on.
Listen, Obama, Kamala, they both know Soon as they ask Kamala, hey, what you gonna do for black people?
Oh.
What?
Nothing.
We're not doing nothing like that.
That's what she said.
I'm the president for everybody.
That's what she said.
Quote.
That's what she said.
That's a flat quote.
That's what she said.
Do you understand?
I'm not gonna sit up here and say I'm gonna do something only for black people.
No.
And she did it with a nice little bounce to it.
Right.
Come on.
Okay.
But when it's time to appropriate the culture,
Mm-hmm.
when it's time to say, oh, I'm an AKA.
Timberland boots
Pearls
and hot
and
sauce.
chucks.
Timberland boots, hot sauce, and chicken. That's what she did.
Oh.
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
That way, votum, Greek, Latin, votum, wish, means wish.
Come on.
It means wish, man. I wish this motherfucker I'm finna vote for will do what I need him to do. So guess what? Politics, you have a religion within politics.
Come on.
Where people get fanatic.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
They call it patriotism.
Come on.
You get people that are patriotic for the Democrat side. You get people that are patriotic for the Republican side.
Yes.
And they get worked into a fervor, right?
Yes.
Watch this.
You stupid.
In Christianity, Jesus is your intercessor.
How about it? Come on now.
Come on.
You can't get to the Father but by
The Son.
You understand
Tell
me?
the truth.
You can't get to the power that's within the government but by your political representation.
That is a fact.
Contact
So-
your congressman.
A vote is the same as a prayer. A vote is the same as a supplication. Oh, I need my politicians to take this shit on the Capitol Hill and
Right.
turn it around
Come
for
on.
me.
Come on. You teaching.
This is all acting.
Come on. You teaching.
Where your vote matters is in your backyard.
Come on. Come on.
Now, if Reza said, you know what? I'm finna run for the education board of education. Everybody in this motherfucker should go register and be like, Rizza Islam is on the ticket. We get Rizza Islam in there. And then Rizza Islam is going to get fired because he's going to go in there and change the rules.
That's a fact. Come on.
He gonna
say it again.
He
so,
gonna go in there and say,
but all of y'all who think it's going to be that damn easy, say it just like that.
That's what's going to happen.
Come on,
He going to
brother.
go in there and go, y'all been doing this shit to the kids? What
Come
is it? No, we doing all this different. They're going to say, well, wait a minute, Rizza, now. Hold on. This has been this way for some time now.
Come on.
And Rizza going to say, this is not what we doing. You're damaging the kids. He going to implement his own shit. They're going to be like, oh, the kids are responding. Shit is different. Hell no. We got to get him up out of here.
Exactly.
Tell me we don't see this.
Come on.
Y'all thoughts?
Okay. We're going to just take this into the hypothetical junk food, which is what your children get when they leave your house anyway.
Come on, Jay.
Rizza Islam joining the Board of Education. It's like Rizza Islam walking into Burger King and going, okay, I'm in charge now. We serving hot dogs.
What in the world?
We serving hot dogs. No more Whoppers. Because that is what you are saying when you go to any board of education that has been put together to allow your oppressors to teach your children.
Come on.
That's the first thing that we need to understand, is that there is not one system, not one office, not one door you can walk in that is connected, that has an American flag up, that has a congressman's funky ass picture up, that has anything to do with the proper blank, and you can insert whatever you want in that blank. Health, diet, education, transportation. Put whatever you like in that blank, and none of it, when you dig past the cute crust, benefits you. It's 3 words that scare the living shit out of black people. We are enough.
Ooh, come on.
Scare you out your fucking mind, don't it?
What you mean, nigga?
Y'all niggas ain't serious.
Come on.
You ain't serious until, again, there is a kickoff on Super Bowl Sunday.
Come on.
And all 22 of them brothers run at each other, stop at the 50-yard line, hug, and say we out.
Man.
We starting our own shit. Tell me what the hell, no, excuse me, what the fuck are you going to do for commercials now?
Come on.
You
Come
would
on.
crash an economy, but you so fucking scared.
Mhm.
Black folks ain't mad at what white folks did to them. You're mad because they don't love your monkey ass.
Come
So
on,
I'm gonna
Jeff.
say it again. If you code switching, you're a coon.
Come on.
Jasper ass shade treehouse coon. That's what I like to call it.
Cold switch.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Bobby, I gotta ask you. I
I was gonna
gotta
say-
ask you, Bobby.
Oh, that's
I gotta ask Bobby.
Get out your personal shit. I don't want to see nothing. I don't need no brain bleach for.
I gotta ask you, Bobby. You've been here longer than us.
Jeff was on it.
Should you or should we, as a collective, and I know we not collective, should we as a collective come to this political system and say, listen, you don't get our vote unless you give us reparations?
Go ahead.
Should we leverage voting
Come on.
for reparations?
That's funky.
Everybody's talking about it. Tariq's talking about it. Tone talks about it.
Mhm.
Everybody's talking about it. FBA, ADOS, everybody's talking about it.
That's a spoke in the wheel, reparations is, but there's some other items on the menu as well that are just as important, because that wouldn't happen overnight, and the fighting that would go on makes you wonder if it would ever even materialize. 'Cause
But
we've
back
made
to Jeff's
promises
point,
before.
if Bobby, and I want you to tell me about it. Back to Jeff's point, just he used the football analogy. If they all stopped at the 50-yard line, if we all said next weekend, you know what, we've seen enough. There's a geriatric guy, he's got dementia, he's forgetting shit, he's shaking hands with ghosts. There's another guy, he's an actual criminal. Now, I don't know how you guys reconcile, because I thought once you become a felon, you don't get to vote.
You can't join the Marines as a felon.
So,
come on.
But you can run for. Okay, cool. These are the two you gave us. Fine. With Jeff's analogy, stop at the 50-yard line. We say, no, we're done. What say we next weekend? We say, you know what? We're going to sit this one out. No votes for anybody unless reparations for black people, or you know how they. You know, people have new
whatever label,
whatever
works.
label, right?
The people who potato salad don't have no raisins in it.
Them, right? And we're gonna sit this one out. How about that? Would that work, Bobby? Would that put pressure?
It would put pressure, but again, I think we have to think about what else goes in that recipe for freedom. Because right now, on a daily basis, you've heard this from me before, and that is, we vote every day with our dollars. All day, every day.
Keep going, Bobby.
Every day. So you don't have to get anybody's permission to decide to not spend money with people that are not spending money with you. That's a decision you can make without a referendum, another ongoing meeting that is never a resolution of any particular problem for very long. So I would start with being just conscious and willing to share with, at first, just a few people that you get with, that you already have some common ground.
Absolutely.
Quit trying to get everybody together.
Come on.
But see,
The
this is
minute
why I
we try
say-
to get everybody together, we get nobody together.
No,
So let's just start with the folks you already have a consensus with.
That's wisdom.
And then build momentum.
That's wisdom.
That would be my approach.
This is why I say code switchers are coons.
Yes.
And the reason why I say that is very simple. You code switch not because you got some grand plan. You code switch to fit in.
And make them comfortable.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, yes.
Say, oh shit, I don't want to do nothing. That's cooning. Let me tell you something. When black people choose black people, right, as the team, I don't give a damn. Like I heard Nuri Muhammad say, "Oh, we got 1.3 trillion. We got this. We got that." Okay. When black people choose black people, we just, you know what? We're not gonna be on the same level. Okay, fine. We got 1.3 trillion. They got 15 trillion. So what? 1.3 trillion. We're gonna take that we're going to incubate that, and we're going to insulate and isolate and work together. How about that? And damn, whatever beef we got with each other, we're going to put all that aside, and we're going to work together, right? We'll grow that. Do you know that's the same thing as Black Wall Street?
Absolutely.
And that is a terrorist act. Niggas getting together is a terrorist act.
It's a fact.
Because when they say, "Oh, hold on," they done closed the fuck off. They not Walmarting.
Come on.
They not
Walmart.
they're not targeting. They not at Aldi. They not doing none of this shit no more. And they going to find black farmers.
Come on.
They getting inconvenienced to go deal with their own. That's a terrorist act. Niggas done quit us. You don't get to quit us.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Seriously.
What are your thoughts?
That's a great idea. The only thing we need now is a time machine.
Oh.
So we can go back to 1988 when that would have been effective.
It wasn't even effective in '88 if we just throw cold water where it needs to be applied right now. The bottom line is whatever didn't work. What we have to do is figure out how to begin to incrementally, something you can do without having to, like I say, have a cavalcade or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
March,
well, it's never the whole.
You just have to start with folks that you already are conspiring with. You just have them, mobilized to the extent where you do it on a consistent basis. Because everything that we do is a habit. And some of the habits we first thing we got to do is break them. We got to break some of these habits of waiting on permission or waiting on somebody else to authorize our forward progress.
Well, if you're not the author of you definitely gonna wait for your shit to be authorized.
But
and if you are people that don't have knowledge yourself,
I was crossing the street. I got hit by a bus. I wasn't even. I stopped at the time machine. I really was going some other places, gentlemen. But
well, finish your thought, Jeff.
It wasn't you, Brother Easy.
No
You're exempt from this. These two niggers on the end. And I hope you heard how I said it.
Go ahead, Jeff. Well, you said something interesting.
Time machine. That would have worked in 1988 when the dollar meant something. I'm talking about the very thing you are talking about trading with means fuck all now. I mean bricks. I mean the petrol dollar. I mean that the oppressor that you have been chicken shit of for over 200 years, Iran is no longer chicken shit of. Russia, North Korea, they are China, they
Brazil,
are no longer fucking with these people. So what you need to do, in my opinion, is to step back and let this collapse under its own weight.
Hold on, Jeff, I disagree.
That's coming. Okay. I want you to disagree with all of it. Collapse under its own weight.
Come on.
And then, what Uncle Bobby is talking about, there will be no choice. As long as niggas have a choice to not work together, there are not enough people my age and older to die off fast enough who have not seen any of the American dream. Like these young cats that don't spend their money like us no more, that don't get down. That's who's gonna do it, and it ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen as long as there's a job for some niggas to go to. This is collective intellectual masturbation right now.
So Riza and then you, Bobby. Go ahead.
Those who feel that they have a future in this are lost. That's what Jeff is saying. They
I
feel
hear
like
him.
something is here, something is going to always be here. Well, something will always be here, which is your damn ignorance, which is your oppression, which is your constant ability to be a victim. It's going to always be here. The topic of reparations and will that be a reality? Can it become a reality? 1950s, the Montgomery bus boycott. Martin Luther King said we need to boycott seal tests. We need to boycott Coca-Cola, Wonder Bread, and all of those. He collapsed Montgomery, the economy. They said, okay, this Negro has too much influence. The people followed it. They listened.
Right.
They said, we're going to walk. We ain't taking the bus. We're going to stop buying Coca-Cola. We're going to stop doing this, stop doing that. Okay, that was in the 50s. That forced the government to say, okay, we need to do something because we're losing all of this money. Okay, that's great. That was one way to do it. Fast forward, 2024. Over half of America is on one or more forms of psychotropic drugs. A large percentage of people are on alcohol. The obesity rate is so high that people don't know, they can't even see their own toes, let alone a future of tomorrow. Now this is where we got to be sober about this, right? The majority of people in America do not know how to fight. The majority of Americans do not have any form of savings, no insurance. They don't know anything about their own self-worth, knowledge of self, history, God, religion, politics, nothing. They know no causing, no affecting. They just are living life in a damn fog. So when you, right, come on. So when you're telling people we need to fight for reparations, the majority of them don't even know what that word really means. This is something that I was speaking at the rally for reparations 3 weeks ago in Washington, D.C., which, by the way, they spotted a potential sniper on the roof at the time.
Of course.
Wow. Seriously, very real thing. Down the street from the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. And when I got up there and I saw the ocean of people, my biggest question was, are you serious? Are y'all serious? I said, I see people here, you're employees. You got companies. A lot of the companies you are employees of are going to go down if you choose this route.
Right.
So that means you're going to have to find another way to make your money. You're going to have to find another way to survive. Now, we have to be mindful that when a system goes down, if we are reliant upon that system, we will go down with it unless we replace it with one of our own. So at this point, the topic of reparations must be juxtaposed or connected to the topic of separation. Reparations, separation. Where will the money go? What systems will we put it into? What schools, what grocery stores, what security companies, what transportation companies, what industries, what living spaces? That's where the conversation has to go. Money is one thing, but land is above all of that. And if we're going to have land, who will cultivate the land? Most of you Negroes ain't willing to do no husbandry. You ain't willing to dig up nothing. You're not willing to, it's too hard, man. Let the Mexicans see, now that's where the conversation goes, because most of y'all, you don't want to work. So if you don't want to work, then stop talking about reparations.
Is that those black jobs?
I mean,
no, right, them black jobs, they said, them black jobs.
Right.
No, seriously.
Right.
That's where the conversation goes.
Niggas do not want black jobs.
No,
but
on.
seriously.
You got to be willing to work.
Black jobs
That's
back
a
in
fact.
the day.
That's a fact.
I remember as a kid, I used to get bread.
Come on.
My uncle gave me one of those motorless
lawnmowers. Yeah, we had one.
And
you
had to push
blades
that
on
motherfucker.
We had one.
He said,
watch your feet.
He said, listen, you want some money?
Come on.
I got this damn lawnmower. I said, a lawnmower? He said, yes.
Yes.
A lawnmower. And it doesn't have an engine on it.
Come on.
I got some gloves for you over there.
Come on.
All you got to do is keep pushing this motherfucker until Big Mama's lawn is down.
That's a fact.
And I will give you money
for that.
Now, those used to be jobs that black people would willingly do.
Come on,
absolutely.
Come
Who
on.
does those jobs today?
Come on. Be honest.
Let's be honest.
Be honest.
Mexicans.
Do you understand the power in that?
And what have Mexicans done? They've galvanized their community by doing the work we don't want to do. Let's just be honest. I remember when our uncle lived with us for a little while. There was a lot of us in that little bitty ass apartment. I said, well, goddamn, shit. It's a lot of people in here.
Right.
You know,
I gotta
we
wait
feel
to
like
pee.
we feel like we're too good to live like that.
We fell for the truth.
But look, I've seen them do it. They'll start off in an apartment. Then they'll get a house together. And everybody will be in there and they will take up all the parking spots. They will park in the middle of the parking spot where it's enough for two motherfuckers, but they'll park in the middle and fuck that up so you can't park. And then when whoever live in that house get back, then they come out and move the car up so they can park. And they got a whole collective system.
Yes.
And then you see, okay, they started with a storefront burrito spot.
Come on.
There's a restaurant right here in Inglewood. God damn it, it's for three of them. They got a fancy one down on La Brea. And then they got two of them up here on La Brea. Less than 2 doors apart. Niggas be in there tacoing.
Come on. Not just on Tuesday.
It's
Come on.
every day.
Yes.
That's their major clientele.
Come on.
They sending kids to school. They
Come on.
sending kids to college. They
Come on.
buying homes.
Come on.
And they talking shit in the LA Council.
Mm-hmm.
You saw it. You saw it because you don't want to do that kind of work. So when he talks husbandry, that's very important. Bobby, your thoughts?
Farming.
Survival is the word that sums up my position on all of this.
Mm-hmm.
Artificial intelligence is going to, over the next 40 years, replace at least about 40% of the jobs across the board.
Absolutely.
I'm talking about banking.
Absolutely.
everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to happen. Well, that means that over the next 20 years, the people that still are willing to work with their hands have the upper hand, so to speak. Because right now, you can make $300,000 a year doing back-breaking labor. And you're going to work 12 to 14, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, okay? And you're getting double and triple time because nobody wants to do that work except the people that say, you know what, I ain't got no student loans, I ain't got none of this stuff. And I don't have a problem with people getting degrees, but you can have more degrees than a thermometer and not be able to find your way out of a one-room apartment with an exit sign over the door. And so as a result of that, don't look at what somebody else is willing to do that you want and exclude that from the recipe. Like I say, man, we got to look at how do we create portals that allow us entry into this new brave world that I'm a dinosaur in, and I get that part of it. So I'm not pushing back against what young people do that I don't do.
Well, that's why we got you on the panel, because you're supposed to sit on the porch with some lemon iced tea and tell motherfuckers what, nephew, pick that shit up and go on over there.
Right.
That's
That's
what's
right.
supposed to be happening.
You know you're gonna be here at 3 now.
That's what you're
But
supposed to be
somebody
doing
gonna
now.
have to show him.
Right.
Somebody's got to show him. If it's not me, somebody's got to show him what to do, because that's the step that got removed. And that we assume that osmosis would take care of, the gap. Keep it from, getting as wide as it has gotten. So right now, it's about just being pragmatic, in my opinion, and being willing to accept the fact that it starts with a very, very small group of folks that already do what they do in harmony. Is the difference. In harmony. In other words, I ain't got to twist your arm to get you to do what you're already good at.
But see, let me stop you right there. Here's the real crux of the problem. Goes back to my initial point. We hoes. We're passive-aggressive prostitutes. We're not Johns. Because you got to have money to be a John. You got to have money to be a trick.
But so, please allow me one retort. You're right, but here's the thing. We cannot operate like that another week. Simply because the time is out for that, man. Nobody give a damn what happens to us. And it has to start where you can produce evidence that collaboration is the key to survival.
So let me finish this thought then, Bobby, because you're right there, and I 100% agree with you. A hoe is an individual who's in survival mode. That's what a hoe is. A hoe is in desperation. That's why a hoe will barter their body.
But the problem with that is in the new mix of opportunities, there's no room for that hoe.
But
that hoe is going to become
I agree with you, Bobby.
That's the route to extinction.
I agree with you 100%. We don't disagree. I just want to finish my point.
For that hoe.
And this is why I say it. According to psychology, the study of psychology, which I'm waist deep in right now, America is an individualistic society.
Absolutely.
It's classified by psychology as an individualistic society. It's not Asia, which is a collectivism, a collective society.
All day.
It's not Africa. It's not even Europe. Europe is more collective.
That's a fact.
America is an individualistic society. And when you got a society full of individuals, you got a society full of prostitutes.
Correct.
So let me finish my. Everybody want to cut me off
In survival mode.
So all I'm saying is, as a group of people, black people have been in survival mode since slavery. Again, I don't know who gonna come through the door today. Every year there's a new problem for black people. When they released black people from slavery, it was with trepidation. You know the history, Bobby. It was with trepidation. What the fuck we gonna do with 4 million free niggas?
We're gonna put them to work.
So now we got to redefine free.
No, they didn't have to redefine it. What
Yes,
they
they
did was
did.
they imposed a new set of laws.
Yes, the black laws, and then Jim
So
Crow.
nothing really changed. Nothing really changed except the terminology. And again, my whole point is this: the reality is everybody's not gonna make it, and that's a harsh reality.
Thank you.
It's a harsh one. But since I want to be a spoke in the wheel, I'm sticking with the fact that it's inevitable that most of the people that we're talking about right now are not part of the solution because they're not gonna be here.
No.
Because that window is closing so fast.
Come on.
That they're going to get jammed up in it. All right? And I wish them the very best, but if I stay too close to that, I'm going to get sucked into that vacuum. And I don't think we have time to even spend discussing those that have made it their business not to be a part of a collective.
None.
No, but I think it has to be acknowledged first. See, a lot of times
It's been acknowledged. We're acknowledging it right now.
Right now.
Yeah,
right.
and that's what we got to deal with is the right now.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of times we kind of like get caught up because we know what we need to do and this, that, and the third. There are a lot of black people out here who are seriously unaware of their condition.
That is a fact. Absolutely.
They are unaware of their condition. So before you shoot down, when you break it down and say this is what it is, you say, well, fuck all that. We need to get to this point. No, there are some people who need to hear it because they ain't never heard it.
What do you mean they ain't heard it?
It's a whole generation.
That's a question. I'm just asking the question. Please, this is not an argument. That's a legitimate
No,
question.
this is why we brought you here, Bobby. We know you cantankerous. We love that shit.
That has been lost over the years in the real discussion that we're having about the now.
Right.
Whatever has happened has already happened. The question is who's going to be left and how do they make it into a place where they can sustain their existence? That's the only thing that's going to matter because of everything else that's going on. There's no debate about the folks that ain't doing this, the folks that ain't doing it. Well, what's working?
Right.
What's working? And then you ain't got no more time to do anything else except what's working.
Okay. RZA, answer, and then Jeff.
We have to be very honest about how unaware some people are. And the reason why we don't like it is because we've repeated it for so long, so many years, and we think everyone has heard it. The front row heard it. The second row heard half of it. The third row heard a third. The fourth row heard a fourth. And the people behind the fourth row ain't heard a damn thing we was talking about. So it is a reminder that we constantly have to do. But above all of that, we have to show the example amongst those who are like-minded. So those who heard it, get to work. And everybody else, if you ain't heard it, you seeing what the hell we doing. So that's what Bobby is saying. We got to demonstrate. Okay, so I'm with that. We also have to continue to remind the people. That's what Zoe is saying because a lot of them are unaware. And every generation, they become less aware because they're not involved. Then the people who are above them are not involved. So they don't even know what the example is. You got a damn generation of TikTokers, Twitter tweeters, and a bunch of social media babies who are not even involved in the fight because they don't even see their own oppression. They think that because they can get on here and do a dance that they're free. They don't even have a connection to their history. They don't know history. They don't even care to learn history. They think I'm going to be an influencer for the rest of my life. Influencing people to do what, where, for what purpose. What the hell are you talking about? People who can't move nobody to do nothing but buy burgers and buy clothes. That's the biggest influence they have right now. But they don't know anything about fighting against the struggle. Once this thing goes down, I'd say about 80% of the people gonna go down with it.
They're gonna die too.
Because they're so connected to this. They don't have any real tangible connection to the reality. They're stuck in here. So to that point, as Bobby was saying, and Zoe was saying, we have to demonstrate with those who are like-minded, like the most honorable Elijah Muhammad said. We can't be yelling at people all day. We can remind you over here, but we need to be doing the majority of work on this end with those who are like-minded. I'm not even into arguing with our people. I just tell them, listen, you see what I'm doing, we about to get it done. Now, if you want to come along for the ride, cool. If you don't, stay over there. But do not try to stop us from doing the work that we're doing. That's the only thing I say.
Jeff Breezy, your thoughts?
To kind of answer Uncle Bobby's question, who is going to do it? Who doing it now? That's who gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
My money. I can't. I'm not throwing out all of anybody. And the reason that this hurts is because this line, this binary line, with us or against us, is not straight. It cuts through fathers and sons and daughters and mothers and people we love that we gonna have to see put in body bags. That's really what it's getting down to. Does anybody else understand the upside downness of major cities?
Come on.
While people are fleeing them, the real estate value is going up. That is against the laws of supply and demand, because he who made the laws of supply and demand is breaking them for his own good. What you are going to see is these places, New York, LA, Chicago, is happening at the same time, where these are becoming these places of opulence and convenience and technology. And you know what everything else is going to be? Beyond the Thunderdome, nigga. That's what everything else is going to be. And that is where you are going to have to live without this. And those people, the people who are already bout it, the Amish. I've been telling niggas to get like the Amish since weeks. Bruh, I've been telling people to get
Quaker Oats in this.
What group of people don't give a fuck about the dollar crashing? The Amish. They don't give a shit because they are self-contained and outside of this system.
They got a V12 wagon.
Come on, bruh. Giddy up, Ginger. There's this brother Jedediah. There is no more convincing you. I'm not trying to change one fucking mind. If TikTok is important to you, TikTok, nigga. TikTok.
TikTok.
TikTok. I don't give a fiddler's fuck about any of you. If you can't see where we are and the importance of brothers like this and what we are saying, fuck you then. And I don't care who that is. If that's my mama, fuck her.
Wow.
Mama!
Fuck you. Mama!
Fuck you!
No,
if
mama!
That's fuck you!
No, mama!
No!
Mama, you tripping. You better think like that.
Look, you got to walk them up to the edge of the earth and kick them the fuck off. There is no time for it. If you think you can vote your way out of this, if you think you can okay your way out of this, promote your way out of this, relocate your way out of this,
come on.
Fuck you. I'm not trying to reach you. I'm looking, and this is why I say, and I will land the plane.
Please.
I cannot throw out. I got some food waiting over there. So I'm sitting here.
What you got?
Nigga, you know I get.
You went to Hungry Joe's?
I get to Hungry Joe's, get that Jamaican food. Look,
you got the gravy?
No, I didn't get the gravy this time. Backing off the gravy.
I'm just saying you be backsliding.
I ain't even smoking weed now. I don't even smoke weed.
You
I'm on the weed hiatus.
What?
I'm on a weed
Right
hiatus.
on time, brother.
Yeah.
Come on, weedless.
I'm on a weed
hiatus.
hiatus.
Weedless.
Yes.
Come on, Hempy still skin. I love it.
No, Jeff ain't got none right now, sis. I ain't doing that right now. There is a call on my life to be not on no Hoda de Boko shot shit, but to be as righteous as I can and take advantage of this deal I have where I can. God will let me cuss as long as I tell the fucking truth. And
go ahead.
The truth is that your time is up. Before they will give you reparations, they will crash the dollar. Do you understand that?
Come on.
You understand your reparations is in the ability to get with an electrician, get with a carpenter, get with a plumber, get with a martial artist, and learn some shit that can save your fucking life. And if you don't, I repeat again, fuck you.
Wow. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mansions. We're on complete fire. That was only one topic. My goodness. We on complete fire today. Of course, my brother Jeff Brown has blessed us with his, what would you call it?
Hurt feelings.
Your style.
Look here. Truth with a shotgun.
Truth with a shotgun.
Truth out of 12 gauge, bro. I'm tired of the sugar coating it.
It's needed.
It's and needed. Of course, we got Wise One. The Wise One, our elder, is in the building. You know, we love Bobby Glanton Smith. Bobby Glanton has meant a lot to me personally, my family personally, and his wisdom. Whenever Bobby, like when Bobby is in his lane, he is in his lane, and you recognize the value of all the experiences that he has gone through. Like, and when I sit down and listen to Bobby, he gives us such perspective. We're so happy to have Bobby here for the return of Mansions. And then, of course, man, the young one that everybody is passing the baton to, he's in the building.
Bowtie on NBC.
Wow.
Oh, I got something to say about NBC.
Is that
Go
a
ahead.
show? Okay.
That's interesting.
Yes.
My brother, your brother, you already know who it is. Rizza Islam is in the building. We want you guys to support his brand, Intellectual Power. I've been on it for two days now.
Talk to him.
Okay? And I was, first off, I was up at 4 this morning. I was trying to sleep, but I couldn't. I was up at 4 this morning, and I said, man, I got things to do. I was working on the show. I was working on everything.
Come on.
Let me tell you something, man. This is an amazing product, and I love its ancillary benefits. I didn't even take the UWA.
Come on.
I never took the UWA. But the ancillary benefits is to un-UWAP the UWA.
Come on.
Hey, y'all better go on over there and support this brother, intellectualpower.net.
Put the woo-wop on the ooh-wop.
You know the dig. Y'all go there right now. Support this brand. I'm on it. Bobby got a bottle. Jeff's got a bottle. We're excited about it. Also, Sarah, do you have, and listen, we got a lot of people in the building right now. We want everybody to hit the like button, hit the share button, tell people Mansions is back in the building. I'm doing, and this is another thing. This is why sometimes I think we really don't have a grasp on collectivism and what that means. The reason why we don't have a grasp on collectivism is because we don't really understand the nature of relationships. So I'm doing my first master class in 2 years. I'm doing a relationship master class August 3rd and 4th. That's the first weekend in August. Do we have a promo video really quickly? Can we put that up and play that video? Because I need everybody to sign up. It's limited space. We're going to do it here. I've got clinicians coming. It's a 2-day breakdown. I'm going to reveal the contents of my new book. I've been working. I've been this book. I've been in the lab on this book.
Heater on them.
Oh man, this book. When I tell you about this book, especially for you, you're gonna be like, "What in the world?" Zoda went crazy, right? This book that I'm working on is quite possibly the greatest work God has ever downloaded into my mind. So, day 1 will be all philosophy. Day 2 will be all clinical work with different clinicians to come in, and I'll be breaking it down according to the new framework of my book. It's called The Relationship ER. I want you guys to check this out real quick.
Everybody ain't your soulmate. Everybody ain't your person. Everybody ain't your twin flame. Everybody don't love you. Some of your friends is trying to kill you. I'm handing out free game. Women and men have incredible intuition, but mostly you find neither one of us ever listen. We never pay attention to it. We fuck up and then we act like we meant to do it. We react without acknowledging the fact that we act exactly like whatever we hate. We attract what we vibrate. We lash out in a volatile mind state. We cultivate that shit and let it migrate. We love to hate. Watch what you vibrate. You are in control of the choices you make. They will dictate the journey of your soul. The things you release and the things that you hold. For wisdom is better than gold. Always be grateful. Hold on to what you love in your life. And when other people are evil and hateful, recognize that only love will survive. Maintain your integrity. Focus your energy. This is the best way to thrive. Knowing that balance is key to survival and
All right, we back in the building. Listen, it's going to be fire. All you got to do is go to onestream.tv/The Relationship ER. Sign up today. We need those sign-ups. Get busy, get busy, get busy, get busy.
That flag is the business, sir.
Make sure y'all show up. Make sure y'all show up.
Yeah, man. So that's going to be good. Let me do this as well. Let's get to this next topic. I know people don't want to hear it, but we might as well talk about it.
Hit him in the face, bro.
I just want to hit heavy hitters. I don't want to talk about Rick Ross getting beat up in Canada for playing Not Like Us.
That's going to be met with some swift retaliation.
I'm pretty sure of it.
It will be.
I don't want
Fans
to
get
talk
crazy.
about that. Let me see what else I don't want to talk about. Let's see. We know Joe Biden, disastrous debate, blamed on preparation and exhaustion. Okay, cool. Let's see. Supreme Court.
In the meantime, they can go to www.zowhat.com for all of your books.
Get those.
Yeah.
Get those, y'all. Zowhat.com. Go get those.
Supreme Court affirms absolute immunity for official acts in Trump case.
Yes.
So no immunity for unofficial acts and absolute immunity for official acts. So we're not going to talk about that.
All the acts official.
They basically declared you can do criminal things while being a sitting president and be okay with it. We'll get away with that.
And the gray area is we're going to make what's official and what's not official.
That's what happens when you put 3 Supreme Court justices on at one
I'm
time.
white and I say so.
That's a fact, too.
Then there's that.
Yep.
Let's see. That's a good one. We could talk about that. That's good. Oh, no, we're not going to talk about the NFL. No.
The real Rick Ross is not a rapper.
Oh, one more thing. I got one more thing to promote. Smoke and Mirrors, my new podcast with Marvin Jones. Y'all know him as the albino bad guy on Black Lightning.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Tobias?
People, I mean, people just, there's no motherfuckers for fucked up reasons. Oh, the albino dude. No, he's a brother. He's our brother. And he's a solid brother. Me, him, and our guy, Chase Infinite. If you from LA and you in the music industry, you got to know who Chase is, right? Or you should know who Chase is. Chase managed A$AP Rocky. Chase managed Yasin Bey, Most Def. Chase is an MC himself. When I was coming up in the music industry as an executive, he was an executive. Then he transitioned into management. And we have come together to put together a new podcast called Smoke and Mirrors. Our first episode dropped last weekend. I think it was Thursday, Friday, one of them. And we had legendary rapper Crooked Eye on. Oh man, it was fire. And we got more episodes already shot. Just go to Smoke and Mirrors podcast. Look us up on YouTube. And we have a clip for that too, but I'm not gonna play it. So let me get to this next topic because I really want RZA to talk to me about this. And I want to get Jeff and of course Bobby's perspective. This is interesting. Aliens may already live on Earth, Harvard researchers say. A study by Harvard social science researchers suggests that aliens have been living on Earth for a while. The research paper, which is yet to be peer-reviewed, please understand what that means. A peer-reviewed paper is when other scientists do what Neil deGrasse did to Terrence Howard's paper. Listen here, man. 1 + 1, man, is 1, man. Because no, that's not how our math works, sir. So peer review is when other scientists really grill the paperwork. based on the criteria of their discipline. All right. So this paper has not been peer reviewed, suggests that life forms from other worlds could be living underground on Earth or within the moon, and that the UFOs and other unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP, may be evidence of them getting around. So we got a brother in the nation that's doing some real work.
In that area?
In that area. That's Brother Wesley, right? Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Brother Wesley is not, pardon my French, fucking playing. I'm sorry. He's not playing with this information.
We cuss on behalf of the nation, by the way.
They don't cuss. So
They
we
don't
do
cuss,
it.
so we
Brother Tony, Minister Tony, I love you.
I'm sorry, Brother Mr. Tony. I'm sorry.
Come on.
We love y'all, but fuck them people that be fucking with you.
But not
That's
cussing.
how
We'll
I
cuss
feel.
for you.
We'll cuss.
Good
Yeah.
translation.
Yeah.
You remember that scene in Conan? The wizard said, "Why are you crying?" Remember when Conan was burying his woman?
Right.
He said, "Why are you crying?" Because he is Conan. He does not cry. So I cry for him. That's what it is. We cuss for them. They don't cuss. Anyway, I need to understand, because Bobby hates this part of the conversation. Bobby like, aliens, boy, if you don't get, I'm from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I know how to use a shovel. I know how to plant a garden. Don't you tell me about no goddamn alien. But apparently, the history of mankind is wrapped up in this alien saga. Reza, what's the info? What's the intel on that? Because I got some, you got some, but go ahead.
There's so much out. You know what? Let me bring it home first, because one thing we do, we get a little too in space, which takes away the heavy reality of just how really real this is. I bring up one reference in the 1940s, something called the Battle of LA, also known as the Great Los Angeles Air Raid. Took the place right off of the coast here, Playa del Rey, Marina del Rey area, where a bright, shiny object was being shot at by the military. And they were trying to figure out what the hell this thing was, and so they thought it was from some other nation, some type of warship, some type of technology. They were shooting at it and couldn't hit it, and it swung from this coast up around through Long Beach, down into that pier, and then disappeared. So that is something called the Battle of LA. Everyone should look that up. Type it in the comments right now. The Battle of LA, not the movie, but the real happening that took place. So this Harvard study that they were breaking down is just another one of the many different studies, references, I would say archaeological digs, where they connected historical data. People go to the Bible now. They start looking at Ezekiel's wheel in the Bible, and they talk about that, a bright, shiny object, where there are ways of looking out on all sides. That's the metaphorical, but it talks about that, Ezekiel's will. Then you go into all the different movies. People now are looking at the movie Independence Day with Will Smith, and it's like, well, damn, historically, if you look at how it goes from that point up to this point, well, he was a black man and he was the only one who could control the aircraft in the movie. That's not just some fiction. And then the other thing that you look at is historically, they've always considered us to be aliens. Okay, meaning dark, melanated people, especially those who are my height and taller, because we are also taught how the original man is much taller, even into the 7 and 8 feet on average.
I
So
resent that, but keep going.
It's all right, you twa.
He called him a pygmy. All right, so now, which is true, the twa people.
You're old and wise.
Very much so. So it's a large
side of the
subject that a lot of people are breaking out into, and it's something that I believe we need to study. Also, now that this government has admitted to it, in the last 2 years, the U.S. government has now finally declassified documents on what they refer to as UFOs, which we are taught are wheels and the mother wheel and the mother plane, etc. They finally admitted it. They brought out some footage of how some of their jets were trying to track these things, and they were moving in a way that they couldn't track them anymore. So they were telling people you're crazy, etc. I believe President Richard Nixon was it Nixon or one of the presidents at the I believe Nixon was one of them who said they're going to declassify Jimmy Carter, pardon me, was going to declassify documentation dealing with UFOs when he was talking about becoming president. So this is it's not new. It's just that many different people are coming to grips with it. They're discussing it. There is a very real situation. Area 51 does exist. A lot of the technology does exist, but the majority of people thinking that it's somebody outside. For the majority, that's not what we believe. We believe it comes from very ancient technology dealing with our original people on the planet.
And that's why when they say, listen, the shit we know about is the shit to be known.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Oh, you know about Area 51, do you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, cool. That's where it's at. The shit they ain't talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you got to worry about. Sarah, damn it, come in here.
I have a question because they always talk about things that are coming into the atmosphere.
Yes.
What about the things that are yet to be discovered that are actually here?
Mm-hmm. Which is a lot. A lot.
Do you think does it come from water? Does it come under the earth?
Oh,
yes,
absolutely, both.
Well, the water is the least explored area of Earth. We're more interested in space than we are in the ocean. It's some shit in the ocean. You can believe that. You can believe. Come on.
They said over 60% of the Earth's ocean has been undiscovered. So there's a small percentage of the Earth, which makes up roughly 75% of the planet, hasn't been discovered. There are so many things that they have never seen, never heard of. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad even talked about this in his writings, that there are creatures in the earth and water that at a certain time will reveal themselves. So this is not, please. I mean, people, when they talk about things as if they know everything, there's so much that we don't know.
Bobby?
Well, an alien.
Oh, that's shit. Come give it to us, Bobby.
He rubbed his eyes.
It's really simple, man. The older I get, the simpler this shit gets to me. I'm an alien.
Come on.
Been an alien before they defined me as such.
Come on.
Or did I embrace being an alien?
Yes.
And whatever that is going to be up to me. I'm going to allow the forces of the universe to do what they do, and I'm going to align myself within the circumference of what I can do to have the best possible existence that I can have for the duration of my run on the planet. That's my simple explanation of the word alien and how I want to comport myself in terms of being able to make the best of whatever that may be.
Bobby, you just said the most profound shit ever. When you look at Bo Jackson, Deion Sanders, Barry Sanders, Michael Jackson, Prince, fucking RZA Islam. All I'm saying, that's what the fucking alien is. Bobby just said it. Jeff Brown. I'm going to tell you why. Back in the 90s, I studied Dr. York shit, who is now known Imam Isa, Dr. York, Dr. Malachi Z. York, all that. I studied heavily. When I see Billy Carson, I see Dr. York.
Come on, man.
You ain't doing nothing different. It's damn near plagiarism. No disrespect, Billy. I don't know you. I love to have you on the show, man. But the shit damn near plagiarism. Dr. York was doing this shit in the 90s. Anunnaki.
Yeah.
That was the first black band I heard talk about the Anunnaki. When Dr. York went down, that's why the minister sent a message. He said they after that brother down there in Atlanta. I seen it with my own eyes. So when I see Billy Carson, like I know, RZA. In this social media world, everybody's looking to copy everybody else. Nobody's looking to be an original. Mansions used to be dope. I'm going to do my version of it. They're not doing mansions no more, so I'm going to do fansions.
Fuck it.
Bunch of recycling going on.
Right? If
Mhm.
RZA stop, it's going to be Clizza.
Right.
Clizza bomb. I don't know. It's going to be something. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, when you get into that Anunnaki talk, when you really get into it, this is why they don't teach Sumerian or Egyptian history in school. You got to go to college. You got to go get some specific study to get into that shit. When they go history, we not finna really talk about Homo erectus. So we got Homo erectus, and then we have Homo sapien.
And Homo sapien sapien.
And there's a fucking gap. And these motherfuckers is walking around on planet Earth at the same time, but there's an evolutionary gap of 1 million years of evolution between Homo erectus, which means man upright, a motherfucking man that got to the point of standing up, and Homo sapien sapien, the wise man. So when you read the Gilgamesh epics, the Enuma Elish, the Atrahasis, I've read them. I read them in the 90s.
Come on.
In my 20s. Anunnaki, from Anu to Earth in sets of 50. So Anunnaki, cuneiform. When you start breaking down the languages, Phoenician, right? You start breaking down Syriac, right? And the languages that branch off into what is known as Arabic, right? Then you break off Aram. First, it comes from Ashur. These are men in the Bible. You see it in Genesis. Ashur gives us Ashuric. Aram gives us Aramic. From Aramic, that's ancient Hebrew, out of the Phoenician.
That's the cousin of Arabic.
Out of the cuneiform. That's the cousin of Arabic. Ashuric is the line that gives us Syriac, which gives us Arabic. This our shit. You understand? These black folk, all of us been aliens all this whole fucking time. You've descended from them. Genesis chapter 6. And the sons of God saw the daughters of man. And said, you know what, y'all fine in a motherfucker. Let's have these babies, boo. You know what kind of babies we're gonna have? The nigga gonna be Jordan, Michael Jordan.
Crazy for that.
Did you see the quantum leap in? You remember when Jordan came in the league? When that motherfucker came in the league, he was head and shoulders above everybody. Am I lying, Bobby? Motherfucker look different than everybody. Like, what the fuck kind of weird shit is this nigga? Do you understand what I'm saying? He looked like Dr. J. He looked like Brother Thompson. But it was something different. Like, no, this nigga different than all them niggas. Like, what? Them aliens, man. Talk to me, Bobby.
Again, it's really simple, man. There's just variations and evolutions of foreigners to the people that just hadn't been exposed. Because Connie Hawkins was flying.
Connie
long
Hawkins,
what the
fuck?
You know, they call him
all
Hawk
this
for this.
weird.
So,
like, what the?
It just depends on
The Iceman is a goddamn alien.
where you want to peg people, man. Because I look at things very simply now. I marvel at a person that can take an innate object and turn it into something useful, like a piece of dirt. And next thing you know, you got worms coming out of it. And then you're supplying your basic need through somebody's ability to take something that they weren't formally trained to do, but instinctively knew that this is a necessary skill that would allow me to be a productive human being.
Bobby, who was the man they castrated that created all that shit for them?
George Washington Carver.
George Washington Carver.
Is a motherfucking alien. With the peanut, you gonna take the peanut and just
come on, brother.
and make a car out of the damn peanut.
But something you said years ago that's really been impactful in my life, so, and that is, you question everything. And so when they set these constructs wherein they define time, when there was space travel 25 million years ago. But that's beyond most people's comprehension to even imagine. 25 million years ago? Well, since you don't know, then that's why you marvel at the fact that they got these devices now that they use that are basically it's a joke, man.
Now
You know
watch
what I
this.
mean? It's a
This
joke.
is why I say, Jeff, I push back a little bit when you talk about the dollar crashing and this shit is over. It's over because they want it to be. It's not over because it's old or it's losing power. When you look at the back of that dollar, when you look at Freemasonry and you look at the goddamn symbols everywhere, right? These motherfuckers pass these world powers off to each other. It's a fucking cabal. It's y'all had your time, now hand it over to. This is why you have a G28. It's a whole world of motherfuckers going, all right, y'all, I kicked everybody's ass long enough.
And G7.
Now, if you look at this alien talk and then you integrate it into the government talk, in every cartoon you watch, what the motherfuckers say when they show up? Take me to your leader.
Take me to your leader. Come on.
Who the fuck is the leader of the world? Is it China? They're not going to China.
Right.
Is it BRICS? Oh, you niggas, you think the aliens are going, hey, the BRICS guys are really kicking us. Look at the BRICS. Oh, they have BRICS now. We might need to talk to the BRICS people. They like them some. They fuck with the motherfuckers that say, you know what, we'll blow this whole son of a bitch up. If you start doing the research on the alien talk, when did the aliens really make their presence known? It was in the 40s.
Yes.
And we talk about modern society, it was in the 40s.
After Oppenheimer did this thing.
They said these motherfuckers done cracked the goddamn atom.
Now, if I may jump in right there.
Go ahead.
Have we all, and if you haven't, YouTube search monkey Africans AK-47. There is a video.
This man.
There is a video of some African rebels in the jungle
I know you're talking about.
mocking a monkey, and the monkey, they give him an AK-47. That monkey figures out how to take the safety off and starts popping, and them Africans start hopping.
Hopping and hopping.
He puts it over his head and does this.
Planet of the Apes.
Intergalactically, with the nuclear weapon, we are the monkeys with the AK-47. And we don't know what we gonna throw off in the rest of the galaxy, fucking around talking about nuking the moon. So before that happens, these aliens have showed up and went, look at these monkeys down here. Look how they act. They ain't even figured out that they could conquer white folks tomorrow. Why do we think we have the luxury of not any longer showing ourselves to them? We don't have any other choice. That's why I think you're beginning to see them now. It's because you dumbasses, you idiots, still worship. You treat your teachers like shit, but you worship people who can get off the ground for a second and a half to put an orange ball through a hoop 10 feet off the ground. And these people can travel through time. You let your oppressors teach your children. There's so much backward shit you do.
Come on.
Do spirits enter into this conversation?
Absolutely.
Of course. The reason I asked that is, as Jeff was talking and I was processing what he was saying, I started remembering near-death experiences I've had in my life. And it took me into a place of recollection that I wanted to join into the conversation. Because all of us sitting at the table have had stuff that happened just in the course of a routine day that was in that instant, life and death. You know, you step off the sidewalk and you come on, you're like just that fast, man. And you could have been dead easily.
Right.
You know, I've had enough of those kinds of experiences to just question the spiritual realm, the spiritual world.
You know where we from,
elements. Oh, well,
we
you know.
from the woods.
Well, it's not just the woods, man. It's everything that comes within that environment.
Bobby,
man.
you from Murfreesboro?
Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
I'm from Chattanooga.
No doubt about it.
You understand me?
Yeah.
We got woods, we got mountains, we got some shit over there.
There's some environments.
Let me tell you
some
something about
environments.
black aliens. Our technology is spirituality.
Absolutely.
Why the fuck you think they left the code? If you listen, you go to the continent.
Wow.
You go to this continent. Every spiritual belief system is congruent.
Right. Come on, man.
Ifa is congruent with Islam. Is congruent with Judaism.
That's fact.
It's congruent with. You think Coptic Christianity? Listen, it's all congruent. The religious belief system of ancient Kemet is congruent with the whole continent of Africa. That's congruent with what you call Native Americans, who are actually black. That's congruent with what you call South Americans, who are actually black. When you look at them damn Olmecs,
Yep. Aztecs, Mayans, Incas.
all of it is nature worship. That's our spirituality. That's our technology. Listen, man, I got a video that I let a shaman friend of mine see. First off, it scared the shit out of my daughter. You know, my daughter is, I think she got some.
She got that extra.
She got, sensitive shit
Yeah.
where she can. So I'm at the house, I'm watching this video. This is a couple years ago. And I'm watching a video of this lady, because this is when I was doing the research. This is 8 years ago now. I'm doing the research for the holographic relationship book I wrote. And I'm studying, this is a scientist talking about the holographic reality we live in, the simulation. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm watching it. The lady starts breaking down the aliens. And then she goes, in South America, this 23-foot door. I was born on the 23rd. She was like, this 23-foot door is where the alien Zoe came to. And my daughter said,
Wow.
what the
That's interesting.
And then she goes, Zoe was a brown-skinned, 6'2", aquamarine, green-eyed being. What the? This was my first time. I said, what? I said, hold on. I take the video, send it to my friend who's a shaman.
Okay.
You remember the dude? The dusty white man that lost all his fingers? He's only dusty because he's always got like a chainsaw or some shit. He done lost his knuckles, everything.
I would remember
He
that.
was on the Dash version of this show. Carl. Seer Carl.
Yeah.
I sent the video to Seer Carl. Carl goes, that's one of your lives. Remember when I first met him, he said, you're 962 lives old. He said, I've never seen somebody that old. He said, you're not an old soul, you're an ancient soul. And he said, your job is to teach young, unaware souls. He said, that's why they're attracted to you. He said, you're 962 lives old. He said, I've never seen somebody get that close to 1,000 lives. I sent him the video. He goes, that's you.
Cat ain't got but 9.
The motherfucker described, my daughter said, Mom, I told you Dad was an alien. We the damn aliens. I've been saying this shit for the longest. It's just that they turn them into the scaly motherfuckers.
Yes. Detach you from how
This
it really
Islam
can
is a fucking alien. Ain't no motherfucker just gonna remember some shit and be able to just like a fucking computer. That's some alien shit, man.
Was a Dusty White Shaman one?
Huh?
To somebody.
Dusty White Shaman too? Was he one too?
He told me, he said, Zoe, we were friends 5,000 years ago.
Oh, got that one black.
I said, what the fuck? He said, Zoe, we have 5,000 years of history of living as friends. He said, we were there when they burnt down Alexandria.
Wow.
Wow.
He said, I died. I said, what in the entire fuck is going on? I said, I'm a black man. So when a white man tell me some shit, I immediately don't believe it.
Right.
Motherfucking skeptic. Like, oh, okay.
Rule of thumb.
Yeah, let me.
Then he started talking to me about my son. You were there, Jeff. He said, your son's going to have problems at Auburn. He's too strong for the coach, mentally, psychologically. The coach wants him to capitulate. He's not going to capitulate. He's going to sit on the bench. He's going to struggle. And he's eventually,
he's gonna
the
struggle.
motherfucker told me this, and he's eventually going to transfer.
He started with your son's going to struggle.
That's what he started with.
Sounds about
Your
right.
son's going to struggle. I said, so when you start talking and leaning into some shit that ain't happened yet, and then all that shit happened in that order, I said, oh, okay, this and then I had to call him back. That's when the motherfucker said, hey, if you ever want to get in contact with me.
Here we go.
Weird shit, right? For me. But then I started researching and it started making sense. The motherfucker said, hey, if you ever want to get in contact with me, all you got to do is think about me before you go to sleep, and I'll meet you on the dance floor. I said, okay, hold on, pimp.
I'll meet you on the dance floor. Okay.
Hold on,
right
pimp.
now.
You might catch,
You might catch an alien left.
You might catch, a couple of, But he said, no. The dance floor is the subconscious.
That's what
He said the dream world is actually the real world. Motherfucker said, trust me, do what I tell you to do. I'm going to see you on the dance floor. I said, all right. I did what he said. I said, I'm finna go meet Carl. I go to sleep. I wake up. I had the weirdest motherfucking dream that I could never remember. I couldn't remember it. I wake up. He calls 9 a.m. in the morning. He goes, you're a being. What did he say? He said, you're a being of, what did he say? You're a being of
immense magnitude.
He said, undefined. It was something. You're a being that has no dimensions. He was like, you're so big, there's no. He was like, you were there. And he was like, you don't even know what you are. And then he said, you got 3 cords coming from the top of your head. He said, normal people have 1. You have 3. He said, your job is to disseminate information. He said, that's what the fuck you're here to do.
Sounds
said,
right.
All right, well, fuck it then. Okay, cool. I don't need you to confirm no shit. I've been doing this. Right? But you know what? Next week, I'm going to find that clip and I'm going to play that video so y'all can see the motherfucker. And then Zoe took Jerry on the ship. I said, what the fuck is going on? And listen, Carl ain't the first person to say that to me.
Do you remember, question? Do you remember the day that you adopted, and if it's different, also accepted the name Zoe?
That's why I said Carl ain't the first person to tell me that.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Do you know who named me Zoe? It was Dr. York.
Oh, wow.
Dr. York met me in 93. I was the first person in LA to bring his books here. I had a bookstore in Altadena.
Wow. Didn't know that.
Listen, it take me a minute. It's 90 when I start getting the books.
That's when I was born.
And I got the books on some nigga shit. Oh my God. Because I felt like the homeboy who went out to the East first was on some nigga shit. Nigga had on a jalapeno eating a pork sandwich, and I was like,
wow.
And then he was being kind of like funny style with the books. Oh, you're not ready for this book. I'll give you this book. And at that time, I was nigga Zoe.
Now you
gonna give me them books.
So I just snatched the whole backpack and said, nigga, I'll get these back if I feel like it. After slapping the pork sandwich out of his hand.
That's right.
And I read the books. Then I went in the back, took out the shit, filled it out. They was like, you all the way in L.A.? Then me and the homies rented a car before they put the miles on. You remember the mile limitation?
Right.
It was unlimited.
Unlimited.
You messed that up, everybody.
Just bring it back.
I fucked it up for everybody. We drove from Pasadena to to New York.
Damn! Oh, well, yeah,
In
okay.
2 days.
Yeah, y'all was playing.
Zipped out there, got Shahada. Dr. York wasn't there at the time. At that time, he was Imam Isa. He wasn't there at the time. So somebody was like, hey, let's just do the Shahada. We saw a brother, his name was Rubain. He was from Detroit. He was an imam. He was like, I got y'all. We went in there, washed our hands, took Shahada. We became Muslims. Hopped back in the car. Wait, met Jazzo, the forerunner of Jay-Z. That's why I got tight with Jazz. Drove all the way back, non-fucking stop. Drove all the way back to LA, opened up a bookstore. We started that shit out here in the 90s.
Wow.
MC Ren was at the bookstore. Everybody was Pasta News from De La Soul was here in Altadena. So it was York. When I finally get down there, I was a Muslim at the time. I chose my own name. And then I couldn't actually, he was down the hill and he was teaching a class and I couldn't actually go down there because they had security. So I was on the basketball court shooting hoops. And then he came up and was like, why is he on the court? And they was like, well, he came to visit. You know who he is. He was like, I know exactly who he is. That's my son.
Come on.
He said, y'all, what the fuck? Bring him over here. So I went over there and then I talked to him for a minute. He said, how come you didn't come to the class? I said, if I knew I could come to the class, I would have came to the class.
These bow ties was down there tripping. They was like, no, you're
And he was like, no. We was talking about your people. And I said, what are you talking about? He was like, the green-eyed tribe from Aswan, where the juncture of the two Niles meet, the White Nile and the Blue Nile. He said, there is a tribe of motherfuckers, the people, who have green eyes from that particular tribe. And he said, the Pharaoh Zauser, that's how you pronounce it. He said, the Pharaoh Zauser is one of them.
Wow.
And then I was like, oh, okay. And I wasn't even really interested in all that. I just was like, yeah, man, I'm 23. So I'm like, yeah, it's cool. I wish I could have came, but all right. I said, I came up here really to get a name. He said, you have a name. I said, oh, you know what my name is? Because I hadn't told him the name I picked for myself. No. I don't know who that is.
That's my cousin, Green Eyes. That's me.
Jeff, let me finish this, man.
I got a whole family full of people that look just like this. Keep going.
So he goes, you have a name. I said, well, what's the name? He was like, well, what name did you give yourself? I said, my name is Damir. I'm a teacher. And he was like, no, that's not your name. He said, you have a name. Your name is Zauser. I said, what? He was like, no, you don't understand. Come in my house. We go in this house. Inside his house, there is a pyramid in the ceiling with steps that goes to a window. So it's not on the side, it's on the roof.
Wow.
It's on the roof. There's a damn pyramid with steps that goes to a window. That's where your father incarnates to see me.
Oh, wow.
And I said, my father? He was like, yeah, Zauser.
Wow.
He says, Zauser comes here, incarnates into me, and then he goes, and you are him for this day and age.
Wow.
He said, you've always been Zauser, you're back. I said, what the fuck? So Zauser, and here's the crazy part.
Zauser.
I leave the land. That's what they called it. I leave the land. I go back to Atlanta. All the motherfuckers in Atlanta is like, who did you meet? Did you meet Dr. York? Or did you meet Rabboni?
Who's Rabboni?
So Rabboni is just a term, like a rabbinical Hebrew, like a rabbi, Rabboni.
Right. Okay.
He was like, did you meet Rabboni or did you meet Dr. York? I said, shit, I don't know. They said, well, did he give you a name? I said, yes. Now, at the time, we were in the Hebrew phase. Everybody had Hebrew names. Irmiyahu, Yehoshua.
Right.
Everybody had, Yochanan. Everybody had Hebrew names. They said, did he give you a name? I said, yeah. They said, well, what name did he give you? I said, shit. I said, Zozer. They said, Zozer? What the fuck? And then I told them the story. They was like, oh, hell no.
Wow.
Real shit. I experienced this shit for real. So like I said, when I see, and I can tell you the other part of the story when I left and I became the Malcolm X, right? In terms of when I started hearing about certain shit that wasn't cool, I was like, oh, okay, let me
Get on
Going
this.
out there.
I'm gonna step to the side and take mine and step to the side. And like I said, it was a different experience than say a Malcolm X, but this shit was bad, and what I heard was bad, and I just said I have to distance myself because it's unfortunate, because this information was the coldest information we had ever experienced. I remember one time I had to sit down with Khalid Muhammad at the Roscoe's on Pico.
On Pico, dang.
Me and brother Khalid, and he was like, I had my little badge on. He was like, come on, brother. He said, brother, it's love. You my brother. I said, I know. Let's chop it up. And we sat down over some chicken and waffles, and we talked for about 2 hours. And it was nothing but love, because at the end of the day, it was about liberating our people.
That's right.
That's all it was. It was, I said, and I told him, I said, I don't give a damn what version of Islam y'all on. Y'all done cleaned up more motherfuckers than we have.
Come on.
I said, so who am I to sit here and hem and haw and nitpick about whether you speak Arabic or not? Or I don't give a damn about none of that.
Come on.
Killers.
Come on.
And I told him, I was like, and Doc respect that shit too. Man, we chopped it up for 2 hours, man. That was the last time I seen that man.
I know that conversation was on point.
Come on, man. Y'all think, y'all don't, nigga, Zoe got a whole story y'all don't know shit about. Go ahead.
Did you know Chilton Alphonse?
No,
heard the name?
I've heard the name.
I used to work for him over at the Community Youth Sports and Arts Foundation on Crenshaw. And anyway, he gave, when he left the nation, when Khalid left the nation, he gave him my office in the building, right? And after I got my ego out of the way, this man took my office, and I realized how much pressure we was under, because within 24 hours, AP, UPI, all of the major news services were out in the yard, camped out with the whole shebang. And I'm like, wait a minute, what we done got?
Who did we let in here?
But it was fascinating, man, to see how regal he carried himself, and the fact that Chilton knew this man like that as a friend. And it changed my world at that point in terms of being able to step outside of what I grew up, under the Christian doctrine, and then to be exposed to a person who had upset the apple cart, so to speak.
Man, the 90s for me. Man. Listen, I want everybody to support intellectual power. We're supporting it. We want you to support it. Go buy it right now. Please do not forget to support my masterclass that's coming up on August.
Yes, do that.
August 3rd and 4th. Please support. We want you to go to intellectualpower.net and support Riza Islam. We want you to go to Russell Herbals and support Dr. Russell's detox program. We want you to go to Total Package Energy. For this conversation, man, y'all got to show your love and support, and y'all can't really play with it. We want you guys to really, really get behind everything that we're doing. Bobby, where can they find you? How can they support you, my good friend?
RealMenDon'tPlay.com. That's my website.
Love that.
And
RealMenDon'tPlay.com.
I'm getting ready to resurface on a number of different platforms as it relates to, merging lanes with the technology and accepting the fact that this is the soundbite generation, and you got to meet them where they are, and then just continue to cultivate alliances. And I'd like to honor the legacy of the late Jerry West by saying that he was one of the few people that I can honestly say never wavered in identifying himself as somebody who could closely associate to the culture without it being some kind of stretch,
Right.
And also Orlando Cepeda passed away yesterday. Willie Mays last week. A lot of the elders are making room.
Making room for new
and then
souls.
some of us got to be the bridge in between these generations. So at the end of the day, man, it's a duty and it's a responsibility, man, to lift up those who have widened the space for us to accommodate new ideas and the transformations that we must go through.
Jeff Brown?
Speaking of which, we laid to rest my wife's grandfather. Shout out to Dr. Alton Brooks, who marched on Washington, had leagues and schools and streets named after him. 102 years old, had a shocking New York Mets memorabilia collection. I swear, when you talk to Willie Mays, I bring this up. So rest in peace to him. Hard shift here if we're talking about promoting something. I really need you, especially this is for young men.
Here we go. I already know.
The setup is clear.
Have something very important for our future that will really help shape it. It's called Uncle Jeff's Male Important Decision Cream. Now, this is okay. And I hate to be disrespectful with the ladies here, but I got to reach these young men. All it takes to jack off is something slippery and a warm towel and somewhere to take a nap. This is not what this is. Uncle Jeff's Male Important Decision Cream is supposed to be used before a first date, before you buy a car, before you go to court, before you go on a job interview, anywhere you need to take this head out of the equation, because as long as your dick is the general manager of the team, you will win some games, but you are never going to the playoffs. This is where you need Uncle Jeff's Male Important Decision Cream, MIDC. Go to Take Charge of My Dick at gmail.com. Take Charge of MIDC at gmail.com, and I will send you something.
Rizza,
what's going on?
Where did she put some honky tonk funk on it while you was
right? Take charge of your big
man,
Rizza, where can they find you, good brother?
Oh, I love us, man. We ain't no joke. Yes, RizaIslam.com for everything, including speaking engagements. There are a lot of platforms that have now changed their tune.
I know.
Interesting, right? But we haven't changed ours, so don't expect me to be soft when I arrive. But I appreciate the invitation. RizaIslam.com for everything. Also, intellectualpower.net for the brain supplement that does a whole lot more for the body, and we will be revealing. Exactly. That's yours. We will be revealing some of the science that has been found for this particular combination of ingredients and what it does as it pertains to detoxing from the stab. So go to intellectualpower.net, subscribe there. Riza Islam IX on Instagram, Riza Islam on all of the social media platforms. Again, I shout out to my brother Zoe Williams for allowing his brother to come on to the platform, to the family who supports.
That's easy.
Absolutely, it's all love.
Man, that's easy. Listen, y'all got to support these black-owned businesses we put in front of you. Don't take this for granted. It's been a long time since we've done a mansions.
That's a fact.
Wow. Don't take this for granted. Like, y'all think, oh, okay, now I'm going to come support. Now I'm going to come rock with a... You should be rocking, period.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because listen, I don't talk to Reza every day.
Right.
But when Reza called me, I'd be like, what's happening? What we doing?
Like it was yesterday.
Like it was yesterday.
That's a fact.
So we got to stay connected, man. We can't be playing, you know? So I want you guys to support everything that all these brothers have laid out, including myself.
Mm-hmm.
And tonight, I'm on KBLA Talk 1580.
Yes.
You know, the Voice of Reason returns. After a 4-day weekend, I feel refreshed. I'm ready to do it. 7 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. All you got to do is download the KBLA Talk 1580 app. Don't forget, man, the little things you do make a big impact, like liking, like sharing, like commenting. You can go on Apple Podcasts and like and share and comment. You can go on Google Play, like, share, comment. You can go on Spotify, like, share, comment. We need the interaction and the support. When you have people that want to hear something, they just want to get it for free. The smallest thing can make the biggest impact. So we ask you to at least pay it forward in that way if you can't do it monetarily. So we appreciate everybody for tuning in. I'll see y'all next week. I'm sorry. Damn, Sarah, well, I thought we had you.
You just popped in?
It's disrespectful, Sarah.
Y'all pray for me to come home back.
Shout out to Sarah.
Anybody got places to rent? Holler at your girl.
Are you going, Sarah?
Huh?
Are you going?
I gotta find a new apartment here.
Damn it, Sarah.
You'll get the right one.
So you going?
Yes. Huh? What
You going?
I'm not going. I got flight benefits, so I'll be flying.
Come on, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
So you just came out here for nothing?
I came out here to visit some friends, do a job, a project, or whatever down here, and yeah.
So you don't move back to Texas forever?
I have not moved back to Texas. Cash out your girl so I can move back here. I have a one-bedroom apartment.
I'm being honest. Like, are you going forever or what's the deal?
I want to come back, but I have to have a place to stay.
We got to get Sarah back, y'all. Hit her cash app. Support our sister. We need our sister back out here, y'all.
What do flight benefits mean? Your boyfriend work on the ramp? What that mean?
No, technically, my homeboy work on the ramp, and I may be his domestic partner.
Okay, let's see how the Lord speak to me.
I'm done. Hey, listen, we had a great time today. I hope you guys enjoyed Mansions, the first mansion in about a year and a half, 2 years.
I'll be glad to.
Yeah.
What we do here is go back.
Politics, entertainment, current events. The Intersection brings it to you real on the Voice of Reason station on Dash Radio.
With Senator Isidore Hall and Nikki Flores, live every Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on the Voice of Reason channel on Dash Radio.
Well, good morning. I'm Senator Isidore Hall.
I'm Nikki Flores.
And you're at The Intersection. And by the way, make sure you follow us on The Intersection Live on YouTube. Do that right now. We are hijacking the Zoe What Show. Thank you, Zoe, for allowing us to do that. Also, we're on Voice of Reason. We're broadcasting right here live on Vibe Free TV, right here in the great city of Inglewood. Inglewood. We got a lot of stuff to unpack today. A lot of stuff happened down in Kentucky over the night. We've got that. We've got the hearings that's beginning to begin in Washington, D.C. We have some folks cutting up on chicken that we want to talk about. And most of all, we want to talk about all the happenings and the going on. That's the hot topics this morning. Right, Nikki?
That's right. That's how we do it on The Intersection.
That's how we do it on The Intersection. But make sure you follow us. Make sure you go to The Intersection Live on YouTube. Click follow. And let the show begin. Lean in. We've got a lot to talk about.
Today, we just hit the highest number in the history of the stock market, and that's hundreds of days. So last week, think of this. In the history of our country, it's never done better. And by the way, that's not rich, that's not poor, that's for everybody. Your 401ks, how you doing? Pretty good, right? Pretty good. People tell me that their wives, their husbands, all of a sudden they've been running the 401ks for years, and they totally lost respect for, let's say, the husband. Totally lost respect. Now they think he's a financial genius because he's up 74%. She says, darling, I love you. You are the most incredible, brilliant financial mind. And you know what? If the Democrats get in, that's not going down by 50%. That's going down to nothing. It's going to be worthless. Going to be worthless.
So yeah, so apparently, if the Dems win, the market is going to crash, and everybody's going to be poor folks in America. So I would suggest then that if that's any indication, based on the polls of what's happening across the nation, that everybody should just take all their money out now and just start moving out of the country. Is that what he's saying?
He don't know what he's saying. He's just trying to scare anybody into voting for him. Well, you know, everybody's going to lose their job.
Right.
You know, everybody's going to lose their health care. You know, the streets will be rampant with crazy immigrants, and there will be no borders to the United States of America.
Going rampant, running
get
rampant.
Out of here. He just will say anything. And the people who are supporting him want him to just say anything and aren't going to look into it. They at the rally wearing a bunch of read the transcript shirts. First of all, half y'all can't read. Let's be real. Second of all, ain't none of y'all read that shit. He didn't read it.
He don't even know what the hell that says.
Talking about read the
transcripts.
transcript. And then, well, what part of it would you like us to read? The part that says whatever I wanted to say. I'm not looking at it.
Right.
And it wasn't a transcript, right? On top of that, it was just a memo.
It was a memo.
I'm
It was
so
a memo.
done with him.
And so he has this base. And I was watching that rally. He has this base. They just show up and want to hear jargon.
Yes.
They just want to hear him rant. They want to hear him rave. They want to hear him curse. They want to hear him just call people out of their names. This is the crowd.
Well, I'm starting to wonder, like, how many, like, I would love to get a poll of attendees of his rallies, like, at this point, because I'm wondering, like, how many of those people are just, like, WWE fans, you know what I mean? Who are like wrestling fans who just want to see like some craziness at a rally happening. Because I mean, I would be like if he was coming to my school, for instance, I probably would want to see that in person. Like I might be down to go. I'm not going to wear a read the transcript shirt to get on the screen, but I might go just to check it out and see the craziness. I'm not going to stay the whole time.
So you're saying, you're saying that?
I wonder if there's spectators
okay,
there. You know what I mean?
That's
just
what I was
trying
asking.
to see it.
Yeah. So I'd like to believe that there's a significant number of folks going to the rallies. They're really not Trump supporters, but they just want to be part of the drama.
They got to be getting I mean, the people who are always behind him, first of all, that's been changing and getting younger and more colorful. Like, don't play me, sir. Like,
that's not by accident.
And now they got all the read the transcript
That's not by accident.
I need to really hear their loyalty pledge to him to really believe it. Like at this point, I don't really believe that they supporting him. Like
I don't believe so.
And
but you hear what's going on, right? You mentioned the UFC and whatnot, but you hear he was booed at he went to the UFC fight and he was booed. Now these are the radicals. Now I know I like UFC. I like what they've evolved to be, and I know Frank and Lorenzo Fertitta, who are the owners of the UFC, and they just sold it not long ago, but they were the owners of UFC, and they really created that to be like a drama-packed kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
That fits into the demographic of the Trump supporters, drama-packed, raging, fighting, falling out, bloodshed, all that kind of stuff. It fits into...
He's collected all of Jerry Springer's fans.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, come to me, join me.
But you know what's interesting is that they booed him. These are supposed to be people that play into that Trump factor, but they booed him.
It happened.
Not only did they boo him, but he was also booed a couple of days before at the football game. Bank, what football game was that he was booed at? He was booed at a football game.
Booed at the baseball game. Yeah, you mean the World Series?
At the World Series,
yeah.
Yeah. He was booed there, at home. So he's he's starting to feel
At home, was it Florida?
Washington,
Your
D.C.
boy is claiming Florida right now.
Right. Yeah, he is. Right. Yeah, by the way, what is home? Washington, New York, Florida?
New York is and always has been his home. He's trying to get some love over there in Florida.
Yeah,
You know they crazy in
you
Florida.
know what he's doing. He's trying to rev up the base and tell the Floridians, hey,
I'm one of y'all.
I'm one of y'all. You know, well, he certainly can't come to California and hang out on the Trump golf course in California. You know, he's not going to do that. There's no way up. There's no way in and out over there. You know, so Florida's his best spot. But anyway, he's been booed. So apparently his draw is starting to like fold a little bit, and I'm noticing that even in the polls, his approval ratings are actually dropping.
I mean, people want to be on the winning team.
Right.
So all these people who are in the middle who can be swayed either way because
Right.
this don't clearly really matter to them.
Right.
They are just, like,
Yeah, like whatever.
Whatever.
Well, people even.
But if it looks like he's gonna get impeached, they're gonna be like, "See, I told you the whole time." They want to be on that kind of bandwagon.
I would say this, and you always, my mom used to always say, whenever you say, with all due respect, that means you're getting ready to disrespect somebody.
No offense, but
No offense.
let me offend you right quick.
With all due respect, well, you're getting ready to disrespect me. But with all due respect, to the Trump supporters and those that are not as intelligent as most, okay? Is that palatable, what I just said?
No, nobody's like, okay, he's talking to me. I'm one of them dummies. Go on, Senator.
Even they want a reason to hope. Even they want a reason to believe that somebody is a real leader. A blind dog, wants someone that could see. Oh God, help me, Jesus. Even a blind dog wants someone could see, right? So they want someone. At the end of the day, it's all fun and games, but at the end of the day, the fun and games play out, and that they want someone, ultimately a leader, to be able to lead them. And I think the fun and games has played out, and the gimmicks and the jingles and all that stuff that Trump was doing in the beginning, all that is played out now. He's not going to be able to go to the rallies this year or next year and do the same nonsense that he did 4 years ago. All that's played out. We've been on that theater house. We know the show. We don't like it. Let's move on. So anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll move on.
Yeah, and certainly a world where we're getting somewhere is that world where it's coming down to the two of us. Obviously,
Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg is indeed on the rise here in Iowa, but he's not alone, with new polling showing that former Vice President Joe Biden and Senators Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders maintain a grip on the top spots in the race for president. On Sunday, Buttigieg backtracked, telling CBSN it's not yet a two-way race.
Yeah, that didn't come out right. I can't remember the exact context for that.
But not before other candidates shot down his theory.
It's naive for him to think that at this point the fate of this election has been determined. It is very important that anyone who wants to be a leader has the ability to walk and talk with every community.
That's a knock on Buttigieg's weak standing with Black and Latino voters. Candidates like Julian Castro say the party needs a nominee who can get them to the polls.
If that person can't connect with those communities, they simply should not be at the top of the ticket. It's too risky.
Meanwhile, the top issue of conversation this weekend, health care, and Warren's plan to pay for it, which would divert the funds employers currently pay private health care companies to the government and increase taxes on the wealthy.
It doesn't raise taxes on anybody but billionaires. And you know what? The billionaires can afford it, and I don't call them middle class.
Moderates like Joe Biden are...
What say ye?
I mean, everybody's still trying to hang on at this point.
Yeah.
The Democratic candidate race is kind of in a dead zone right now with
Yeah.
everything else that's going on. And unless anybody can be bigger than what's going on, then like it's kind of on the back burner, like until we can figure out what's
Yeah.
going on with the current president. He's like currently ruining the world. Everybody's kind of worried about that and
Ruining the
trying to
world.
figure out if he's really going to get impeached or
Right.
not. And then that is just super secondary at
Right.
this point, you know, especially all the like second tier candidates, which
Right.
keeps fluctuating. So it's like nobody really knows anything. It's hard. None of the, you know, the statisticians can't really
Right.
like put anything together on like who's it gonna be, and there's no real way to narrow it down except for time to pass and you
Right.
know, voters to vote and see how we really feel. But anything can happen with
Yeah.
any of these people at any moment.
Yeah, and
Like-
that's exactly right. In fact, yeah. That's so true. And the fact of the matter is that you know we have a year to go, and you know it's time now for the Democrats, Buttigieg and Warren and Beto's out, but Buttigieg, Warren and Senator Harris and all the rest of them. It's time for them to start talking about real issues and stop beating each other down, because here's what's going to happen. They're going to use all their opposition research on each other, tear each other down. Then Trump is going to use all the opposition research that was already used against them to further beat them down.
Mhm.
And so, you know, by the time they get into the big league play, whoever that one or two is, they're going to be so torn down by each other. Trump's job is going to be easy. You see what the other Democrats say about you, you know, and so they need to chill out, talk about issues. Elizabeth Warren needs to figure out what the hell she's going to do with this crazy health care plan that she's going to charge the American people $175 trillion for, you know, which is twice the size of the U.S. budget. You know, she needs to figure out what she's going to do and come up with a real plan. The other people, Biden needs to figure out what he's talking about. You know, Kamala needs to get her program together. Beto's out. And then you've got Buttigieg, you know, out here flossing like he's number one candidate right now, you know. And by the way, he is rising in the polls. But he doesn't have, I think it's wrong for him to come out and basically say, hey, me and Warren are going to be the top two right now. We're rising the polls. You know, don't say that. Let's talk about your issues. Let's support each other, and let's say, hey, we're in this thing together.
Right.
And the objective is to ultimately win and to beat Trump.
Right. I think that the candidates and the party and the Democratic Party alike need to just not try and make the decision for
Right.
any of the people.
Right.
We had 20, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Right.
that's as varied as we can get it. So if you ain't got your person right here, then they just, you know, maybe they're
Right.
just not here this term. But just let the chips fall where they're made.
Right.
You don't have to really funnel people this direction or that, because
They're gonna go.
it's going to happen.
Right.
We're going to have to
Organically.
vote organically. So stop trying to force people's hand and figure out how we can change their minds. And, how can we change the minds of the American people? Just present the information
Right.
with honesty and
Right.
clarity,
Right.
and, you know, let people make that decision.
Right.
That's what a democracy
Cream
is
rides
supposed
to
to
the
be.
top, right? You notice Beto resigned or dropped out rather of the race.
Did you see Saturday Night Live?
No.
Oh, I can't even remember what the guy said. It was on like the weekend update part of it. And he was like, Beto O'Rourke is out of the race. And he was like, Beto said, no, El Presidente por mí, or something. I was crying because that's how he
was
sounds
lifted
when
up.
he
He was
speaks
lifted up in Spanish. You know, he came out and supported Joe Biden. Which was a good look for him. You know, they thought Beto was high promise, right? He was Kennedy-esque, you know, so they say. They loved him. And, you know, quite honestly, just don't think. So here's what happens, right? And I don't mean to go too far off, and you guys tell me if we got to move on. But here's what happened. He had all this air blown into him in the beginning. You got Oprah Winfrey, boom. You had all the Rolling Stones, boom. You had all these magazines, these outlets blowing air, so he was inflated early on. And then he got on the national stage and realized that, wait a minute, there's got to be some meat on the bones here.
Well, yeah, he he looks like privilege.
Yeah.
But he was talking some ideals that made sense to all of us.
Right.
And then we were like, explain those ideals. And he was like, como? Like, you know, like, what do you mean by explain? So I think he's got the, you know, like the heart and soul of what you want in a politician and in a president.
Right.
But he didn't have any of the real experiential
The meat on the bone.
things that he needed to really drive it home. He
Right.
can still be that person in the future if he wants
Right.
to continue on this path. That's the other thing. It's like now that we have this whole crop of candidates, these are all people who are now household names.
Right.
So they all have a chance at political aspirations if they
Barack
could get it
Obama,
together
right?
and not, you know,
Right.
disappear.
Well, look at, you're right, but so Buttigieg was just the opposite, right? Beto, air early on, inflation, collapse. Beto was just the opposite. No, I'm sorry, Buttigieg was just the opposite. No one knew him. He was a mayor. They couldn't even pronounce his name. He's a gay mayor out of a small South Bend. You know, nobody knew him. He's like, this guy, please. Nobody knew him. Now this guy is rising, right? He allowed who he was as a candidate to define him.
Yeah.
He didn't allow false air and air to blow him up and inflate him.
Yeah, it was his own words and responses to questions and all that
Meat
that
on the
led
bone.
to his own rise.
Right.
We'll see. We'll see where the chips fall.
So we'll see. I'm gonna tell you, I'm scared. I'm not gonna talk about. Warren needs to get her little act together. You know, she needs to figure it out because this multi-trillion-dollar health care plan that she has. Have you decided that you're gonna support her or not yet? Are you a Warner? Let's move on. I'm not gonna. I don't want to argue with Nick. Nikki's like, get out of my lane right now.
To losing their grip on the Kentucky governor's seat. Kentucky's Attorney General, Democrat Andy Beshear, claiming victory over the incumbent governor Matt Bevin, enjoying a razor-thin lead of a few thousand votes.
Tonight, I want to say thank you to our union families that helped make this election happen.
Even with 100% of the votes in, Republican Matt Bevin is still refusing to concede. The Associated Press says the race is still too close to call.
There have been more than a few irregularities. This is a close race. We are not conceding this race by any stretch.
My expectation is that he will honor the election that was held tonight, that he will help us make this transition.
Even though the race was close, Bevin's loss in the bluegrass state could be a bad omen for GOP leadership, including Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who's up for re-election next year with just an 18% approval rating in his home state. Trump carried Kentucky by 30 points in 2016.
Yeah, so looks like Mitch McConnell has a new governor in Kentucky, right?
It ain't one of his.
It ain't one of his. Democratic candidate won, Attorney General won the governor's race in Kentucky. And not only did he win in Kentucky, but it is a statement sent to the Republican Party that the red state of Kentucky can and will support a Democratic candidate for president.
This is historic, right? The first time that they've had state and
Senate. Yes, that's correct.
Democrats in Kentucky. I mean, things are changing.
Yeah.
You know?
Mitch McConnell's in trouble. He doesn't necessarily. He's up for re-election next year. You know, and so this governor. Here's the real. There's the hitch in the getaway here. So this governor. How do we pronounce his name? In Kentucky, the new governor.
The new one? Is it Amash? Was it Amash?
I keep trying to remember how to pronounce his name. Give me the name, Neil. So this governor also ran to restore Medicaid health care services to the Kentuckians. Also ran to restore voting rights for felons who have served their time, right? And it's something like 150,000, 200,000 of them on the rolls, right? That will be added to the voting rolls. That is now, given that this governor won by maybe a percentage point. Maybe that's like 10,000 people.
Yeah, it was real close.
150 to 200,000 felons added to the voting roll will definitely impact the election coming up, the presidential cycle election. So Mitch McConnell has a serious problem right now. And his senatorial race is thrown into chaos. They have a Democratic candidate that's on his heels already. And so if the voting rights of these felons who have served their time, yes, they should vote. If those are restored, and based upon the close race happened last night, I would, if I were Mitch McConnell, I'd be cooling my heels a little bit. And I'd be pivoting right now, and I'll be shutting the hell up a little bit on some of this nonsense that he's talking about and worry about the base at home right now.
Yeah. I will say this about Kentucky, because we're talking about them switching from red to blue, and I don't want any of our viewers or anybody listening to us to think that it's necessarily like, oh, when you switch from Republican to Democratic, you're doing the right thing. This is also highlighting how bad the Republicans are doing right now, that they can't keep their own people. You know, we used to live in a political world where both parties had good ideas, they just didn't always agree and had different priorities. So was it like, oh, the Republicans is talking crazy? It wasn't always like that. And right now it's become that, to where they've demolished their own party, to where people are like, they're not even talking the sense that I'm used to them talking, because they're so busy up Trump's butt.
Like, like Trump said about Biden is up Obama's butt. You remember he said that, kissing his butt or whatever? No, the Republicans are kissing Trump's behind.
Man.
Okay, and you're absolutely right. I mean, listen, we Matt Bevin is the past one, I believe. So we're in a place right now where if you're a Republican, you don't agree with Democratic issues. If you're a Democrat, you don't agree with Republican issues.
Which that don't make no sense.
That don't make no sense. You can be a Democrat and agree with some Republican values.
You should be agreeing with logic.
With logic.
And sense.
That's how I am.
Common sense.
You know what I'm saying? Republicans have some good ideas. Democrats have some good ideas.
Right.
You know, it's no. I'm taking my marbles and going on this side. I'm drawing the line right here. You know what I'm saying? You know, oh, I'm sorry, you have an accident. You need heart surgery. The surgeon is a Republican. I'm gonna die because you're a Republican. You know what I'm saying? Because I want a Republican.
Too far.
Yeah, you're taking it too far. It doesn't make any sense. And so, I think that what we're seeing right now, also in Virginia, has for the first time in 2 decades, they won last night. Both houses, the Senate House and the lower house.
Maybe that's the race that I was.
Okay. Yeah. They won the Senate House and the lower house. So this is the first time in 20 years, 2 decades.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is the first time in 2 decades that this has happened. And now they are pushing forward an agenda to restore equality in Virginia. Equal rights, equal marriage rights, all those other kind of things that were being blocked in Virginia now is coming to fold in Virginia because of this race. So Virginia has turned the House historically that was Republicans for 20 years, has been given to Democrats, both houses, the upper and the lower house, already a Democratic governor. And now we have Kentucky and Mississippi. We almost took over Mississippi last night, but I think that we have some more work to do in Mississippi. So it's a good sign. It's a good sign for Democrats.
And they're going to have work to do for all these states that get turned.
That's exactly right.
Don't let these people down after they ride for you.
That's exactly right. So we got your buddy in. Do some work. Make us proud. And let's continue the struggle.
We got our eyes on you.
Make sure you follow us on The Intersection Live on YouTube. Thank you, Zoe What, for allowing us to hijack your station yet again. And again, we are recording live at Vibe Free in the great city of Inglewood. You are on The Voice of Reason.
creating 6 million new jobs, 500,000 new manufacturing jobs, cutting illegal immigration in half, obliterating ISIS, their caliphate destroyed, their terrorist leader dead. But the Democrats would rather focus on impeachment and phony investigations, ignoring the real issues. But that's not stopping Donald Trump. He's no Mr. Nice Guy, but sometimes it takes a Donald Trump to change Washington.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Shows that sound like I'm selling something on television, right?
Did you ever see the Trumpy Bear commercial? That's what that sounded like. It sounded like the same music.
Yeah.
You know, some like lightweight war music kind of.
I don't understand. You know what it also sounds like to me? Maybe it's the same, similar. You remember those commercials where it was an animal and you water it and the grass grows out of it?
A chia.
Chia.
Oh man, this ad is horrible. It started running like right around when impeachment got real, like right away.
Right,
It was
of
like,
course.
oh, is somebody gonna give up the ghost on you real soon?
Right.
It was like, put out this ad. I'm not a nice guy, but I'm gonna get it done.
I killed the terrorist. I did this. Get out of here!
He has no sense.
Get out of here! I mean, he thinks this crap is working and it's not. Get out of here. Move on. Stop. Get to the business. Shut up. I turn the station sometimes because I can only tolerate, honestly, so much. I can only hear that voice so much. You know, it's like a nagging baby.
It's bad. It's bad.
It's like, stop it! That's crying and don't know why.
But also, that baby got nuclear codes, so we got to listen every single time that it opens this dumb mouth.
Oh,
stupid.
God. All right, let's move on.
A data breach as it's revealed that thousands of Social Security numbers were accessed by federal agencies. The California DMV admits the Social Security information of 3,200 drivers was inappropriately accessed by those federal agencies over the last 4 years. 7 agencies had access, including the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the IRS, and district attorneys' offices. The DMV says that data breach did not involve hacking, and personal information wasn't shared with private individuals or entities. But for those living in the country illegally, there's concern federal agencies were able to review their immigration status. The DMV says they've taken steps to correct the error and to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Those affected by the breach.
DMV taking steps to make sure it won't happen again. So by 2030, there will be all good. The DMV, federal agencies, sounds like no issue to me.
First of all,
I mean, like, that sounds like it makes all the sense.
This is California.
I'm sure I can hack the DMV.
Yeah. Oh, God.
It's already a government agency itself.
Well,
so being hacked by some other government agency, like, and our information taken, and this is just
First of all, the federal government can hack anything. They can hack not just California
found that out
DMV.
already.
They can hack anything they want. It's the federal government. If the Russians can hack the U.S., why can't our federal agencies hack a state agency? Come on. I mean, give me a break. It's not new, of course. I mean, and why is that such a big deal? I mean, it's a big deal, but why are we surprised that something like that was able to happen? This is the United States of America, you know?
Right. We shouldn't be surprised, but this is, more fodder for this whole push for us to own our own information about ourselves.
Yeah, true.
Because these companies are making money hand over
That's
foot.
right. That's absolutely right.
On our information.
That's
all the
absolutely right.
things that are free and all these cookies, all of that is tracking you, giving you information. You're like, wait, how did you know I was looking for that
Right.
on this other site? Like, because they all in your business, been tracking you. Like, it's what happens. It's been going on for a long time. For a minute, Google had to stop playing. For a minute, you could be watching TV and go to search something.
I know.
You're watching, and it will pop up immediately.
Isn't
like,
that crazy?
Letter in. I'm like, okay, so you're doing a lot of talking.
I noticed
on your
that.
electronics.
I noticed that.
Cool.
Or you go to you search something on the search engine, and then the next hour, all stuff similar to what you search is popping up.
Right.
I like chocolate chip cookies. Guess what? The next time I go on the app, there's 50,000 different types of chocolate chip cookies.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I like black shoes, you know?
Yeah.
I like Labradors as pets. You know, you know?
But the funny thing is, they're like, oh, this happened. They got your info. That's the end of the story? Is there a list?
Yeah, right.
I mean, and what does the DMV mean so that it won't happen again? Because as a state agency, are you not kind of under the thumb of these federal agencies? Like, how can you stop it from happening? It seems like they just took what they wanted to.
I think that they just take what they want, period. There's a way that they can do and get what they want. I don't care how much protection and different safeguards you put in place to prevent certain things from happening.
Right.
I
mean, they haven't told anybody who it was. They haven't told none of, I don't think anybody got any letters in the mail.
Agreed. Well, the state of California is the fifth largest, almost fourth largest economy in the world.
Yep.
They certainly have the resources to do what they need to do to protect each other and Californians. And we are the envy of the world. And hopefully we'll be able to turn this around. Listen, we have great senators and assembly members, yes, and a great governor, yes. And so I'm quite sure if anyone can do it, California
we
can
got to
do it.
lead the charge on this. We got a lot to lose with our information. So
right.
we gotta get it together first. Let the rest of y'all follow.
Right. They say as go California, goes the nation and goes the world.
Yep.
You know, fifth, almost fourth largest economy in the world.
We ain't bragging, that's facts.
That's facts. Hey, it is what it is. That's why it costs $7,000 a month to rent a 300 square foot apartment in California, which is nonsense.
The rent's too damn high.
Nonsense. Let's move on.
Outside of Chicago, where 2 Buffalo Wild Wings employees were fired after they allegedly told a group of people they needed to move tables because of the color of their skin. This all happened just a couple of days ago here, and now in a Facebook post gone viral, the customers are talking about what happened here in Naperville. The group says they were here about to have dinner in the suburbs with some kids, and they were asked to move tables because a customer who's a regular there didn't want to sit by black people. The group left the restaurant and alerted upper management immediately about what they say happened inside. We reached out to Buffalo Wild Wings for comment. The company sent this statement telling us they fired at least 2 employees, saying they're looking into the alleged incident very seriously and are conducting a thorough internal investigation. While those 2 employees are without a job this morning in Naperville, the customers have contacted a legal team. In Naperville, I'm Alexis McAdams. You're watching ABC News Live.
When keeping it real racist goes wrong, what?
Hey.
Everybody handled this wrong. The racist who was sitting there handled it wrong. You could have moved.
Wrong.
You had to tell that to the waiter.
It was all
and
wrong.
then the waiter really went to this large black family and told them, I'm sorry, black family, you got to move because you're black.
Because you're black. They don't
we got a regular over here.
They don't
can't
like sitting
stand
next
you.
to black people. Come on, man.
It's just a bunch of things were said that weren't necessary to be said to get the results that everybody supposedly wanted.
It's true.
That's
But
the
you
funny
know,
part.
Buffalo Wild Wings had a problem years ago. And I had to actually, as a chair of the Black Caucus, I had to write a letter to Buffalo, to the leadership, saying that I was going to basically call for investigative hearings with Buffalo Wild Wings because they were not allowing, they were limiting their minority ownership. And so I took Buffalo Wild Wings to task because we had in California black owners that were being denied their licenses. And so I was like, oh, hell no, we're not doing that. So I was taken to the task, and we did some push, and we were able to turn that around because of their unwelcoming spirit to a population of people.
It ain't just the owners. I mean, it's patrons. Like in this story, I've heard of other incidences within the doors as a patron. But it's just a bunch of stupid
Does Buffalo,
things.
anything that you say, when you say Buffalo, does that entice you as an African American? No. Okay, exactly. Thank you. So Buffalo Wild Wings is not necessarily a place that was designed and created. We don't have.
I don't care if it was created for my people or not. We welcome. We supposed to be welcome. I don't care if it was sauerkraut and German things. Like, let me in the door and take my money, and I'm buying this shit.
Right.
I care.
I'm going in.
I don't like none of their food anyway.
This is America.
Sweet, being honest.
And I'm not going in there.
Them wings ain't that good.
One of my friends owns a couple of Buffalo Wild Wings, and he's doing a great job. One in LA off Crenshaw, one in Torrance, and one in Carson even. And he's doing a great job with those. And he's a black guy, minority business owner, but doing great stuff. And so they did turn the page and allow him to do what he had to do, and some other African American minorities and black and brown community, quite honestly. So that's because we're pushing now. I don't know what the hell is going on in other states, but in California, you got to come correct if you plan to do business in California, so but they need to change that. They need to change their management. Their employees need to be retrained of how to talk to their patrons. You can't go up and tell folks to move because they're people of color. You a Negro, you got to move your seat. But you also have to understand that that's a culture that we are breeding now. We're breeding that culture. We're living in that culture now because of who we have, where we have them. He's
It don't make
taking
no
us
damn
back.
sense.
It just don't make no damn sense.
Buffalo Wild Wings is a chain. You got a regular customer. So what? I don't care. They run things. They don't even tip that good. They don't tip that good. They be in there drinking coffee.
Right. And a wing.
Just sitting there.
And a wing.
Pointing out black people.
Right. Let's move on. You're right, though.
Restaurant. Police say the stabbing happened over a fight about the fast food chain's chicken sandwich. You heard me right. They added that it appears that one man may have cut in front of another one in a line. Police are asking anyone in the restaurant at the time to come forward and speak to detectives.
So,
This ain't funny.
This is not funny.
Everybody wants to talk about it and laugh about it, and I don't laugh when it's over Jordans. I wouldn't laugh if it was over it's bad, and it's ignorant, and it's sad that somebody died over a chicken sandwich.
This right here, this chicken sandwich right here. Somebody told me, see all that? Somebody told me, I posted, but look at the bun though. Look at that.
What did you say? What kind of bun did you say it was?
Oh no, Nikki.
I like chicken, but no.
That looks like you make you do some crazy stuff. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I told moms to stay away from Popeyes. I told her, do not go stand in the line because something in the milk ain't clean. Something ain't right over there. They got I mean, these things right here, or which way am I going? Yeah, this right here. They are making something is making people go crazy in there. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, apparently you do.
I tweeted about it yesterday, and one person's like, "Oh, see, that's why I'm not going, because people are pulling their hair out, they're acting crazy in the middle of the street. There's something in the burgers." You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. What's making people? There was another incident where a lady just rammed her car into someone else trying to get in there, just like, bam, let me in. It's making people do crazy things. There's something about this burger. It's that bun, though. Yeah, it's something in there.
No, it's the people.
What do you mean it's the people?
It's the type of people who wait in long lines to fight other people over bullshit like this. That's what this is. It's homies in a line for Jordans, and for the first 50 guests gonna get this. Them same people who like to wait in a line for hardly anything.
Oh my God.
Are also willing to die over that hardly anything.
I have not. First of all, I don't eat chicken, but I cannot stand in line for a burger for an hour and a half, for 45 minutes. I had a meeting the other day, and at Starbucks, and one of my friends I was meeting with, Asian guy, we're down the hood. He was like, "Excuse me, what is all those lines? What is that line for?" I said, "It's a Popeye chicken burger." And he was like, "It's a Popeye chicken burger." I said, "Yeah." And he lives in the Orange County, so he's not familiar with like the community, hood community. And so he's like, "Are they waiting in line for 45 minutes?" I said, "Yeah." So one person was walking. I said, "Excuse me, how long did it take you to get the burger?" He said, 45 minutes. And he's like, "Jesus." He says, "It's 45. I think I'm gonna try to stay in that line." I said, "Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm out. If you want to stay in here, you stay right here in this line, but it's going to be without me. So at your own, you know what I'm saying? Stay in line." He got the burger. He stayed in line. I called him 3 hours later, asked him how his burger. He said, that was the most delicious chicken burger that he's had. He says, "I'm going to once a week come and get that burger." And this is what it's doing to people. It's changing people's mind. I don't know what's in that burger, but something is not right. Mm-hmm. You're going to hear in 3 years on commercials like the mesothelioma. If you have had one of these, please call 800-555-HELP.
You're all going to be calling. I'm not. I know how to make chicken. I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, God. Anyway, I don't know, moms. I told moms stay out those long lines because something about that stuff is making people go crazy. But I hear that it is one of the best ever. So I don't know. Let's see what happens.
Anyways, somebody cut you in line for a chicken sandwich. Just let it go.
Just let it go.
Don't kill nobody.
Don't kill
get
nobody.
Stabbed. Please.
Please don't do that. That's a bridge too far. All right, let's move on. On, right? As the world turns, literally. I mean, you have him at the game, at the World Series, and they're booing and saying lock him up at rallies that he once held, where his crowds were saying lock her up, and now the fingers have turned.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's not like it was at I don't know. It wasn't at a basketball game or a football game. It being at a baseball game makes it a little bit different because that is
it's haven.
It's a super traditional sport. It's one of our oldest sports.
Right.
So conservatives tend to be on that kind of situation, on that baseball game's tip. So, and it being a Nationals game as well, I think probably hurt his feelings a little bit. And, you know.
Right.
Anything can happen when his feelings get hurt.
Yeah, he goes nuts. He leaks when his feelings are hurt.
This is true.
So he leaks, you know.
But it's funny to see him get a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, you know, he's leaking out. You know, he's leaking a lot. You know, and I don't like to say that about. You know, it used to be a bad situation. There used to be a rule, and I remember this. Well, we never spoke ill of our president.
About the president. Just in general.
You just don't. You don't say anything negative about the president of the United States. I don't care who it was.
Super bad, not bad, but super, you know what I mean, like crass comedians can make a joke and you'd be like, oh, well, they crazy, so they can say that. But the rest of us are, you know, like, oh, Bush, I don't agree with him, but, you know, I'm not going to say anything bad about him. He's still our president. Like, there used to be that decorum and that discretion. Now,
where's that?
Now we got the president like, hey, I need info on these Democrats over here. Like, what? What are you doing?
Kick the hell out of him, as he says. F him up.
We supposed to be
He's
same
using
team.
profanity at rallies to get him elected.
The president.
The president of the United States of America. And this is what we've relegated ourselves to. So, all right, guys. I think the time has come. The time has come for us to say goodbye. M-I-C-K-U-I. I'm on one today. Yes. So, look. All right. So, thank you all for listening, tuning in on The Intersection Live. Make sure you follow us on The Intersection Live on YouTube. Also on Facebook, also on Instagram. I want to thank Zoe Williams for allowing us to join with him on his YouTube channel today. We also want to thank Vibe Free TV for allowing us to use their station right here in the great city of Inglewood, and also, of course, Voice of Reason. God bless you all. Until next time, this time, same time, be nice to people. I'm Senator Isidore Hall.
I'm Nikki Flores.
And be nice to people. See you next time.
Took my time to look around, I found no one like you. I ain't here to waste your time, I need a second. Something about your vibe, something about your presence. Oh, it feel good, baby girl, that's your style. Oh, you got it bad, shorty, let's get down. See, I'm looking to build this, you gon' ride with me. If I lost it all tomorrow, you gon' grind with me. LA love, see the way you vibe with me. And I'm all about you, take your time with me. Oh, you and I, that's how we roll. It's a vibe, you never felt this before. We can slide all night long. Let's ride on. You got it bad. You got it bad. Baby, let's get lost in the melody. Together we could write our own symphony. I'll be your rhythm, you could be my harmony. Just surrender to the vibe that has set us free. Lullaby, staring in your eyes got me hypnotized. Life is what we make it, let's get this a try. We can step together, don't say goodbye, no. I know we both scared to take that leap, but baby, love a risk that we have to keep. Say I'm willing to fight, and I'm willing to try. What sound better to me is you and I. Oh, you got it bad. You got it bad. You got it bad.
Look, I'm black guy. Hello, how may I help you? Hey, Habibi, look, my hang low ain't working like it's supposed to. You got any of them sex pills? May I randomly suggest one of these generic products? Nah.
You should take the A game, little bro.
Bling bling for the ding ding?
Nah. You shouldn't be taking that poison, little bro. Here, try one of mine.
Yes, right.
A game will make a girl give you her credit card number.
It is very true.
Plus, it's an all-natural solution for men. Not like these gas station pills gonna make your manhood shrivel up and fall off.
Oh, by golly, he's right. A-game is an all-natural solution for men. And you take it, and it give you energy, and libido, and your vitality will be out the roof.
I feel it kicking in already. I'm gonna go home and show my girl.
Okay, but don't forget to drink 16 to 32 ounces of water.
Hey, baby.
Ooh, look who brought their A-game.
And that A is for apocalypse, because I'm about to blow your back up. Ow!
Ooh, I love it when you bring your...
Oh my goodness. Welcome to DK's Way. No song today. That's all y'all gonna get out of me today. Cause I'm sweet as farm fresh peaches. Yeah, I wore the earrings so y'all know it's DK's Way. Since my guest over here acting ugly already, they ready to cut up. We talking politics tonight, y'all. We talking about it. The commercial y'all just saw. I know he was talking about blowing her back out and he was going. My friend that made that commercial is stupid for having him go. That shit is hilarious. But A-game is great for your entire body, fellas, from your head to your toe. It don't make you do that rigmarole. You know what I'm talking about. Keep you from being diddly. The A-game is all about your vitality, your mental, your health, blood issues. I know people that have literally had blood issues as bad as getting dialysis and have taken A-game along with whatever their doctor's regimen and have actually overcame some things. Y'all should go check out the website if you don't believe me. But if you put in my name and the number 10, that's DAUGNE, and the number 10, not how me and Steve look right now. He look like a 1, and I'm the full 0, but I'm a hero. The number 10, you're going to get 10% off. So remember that. And they have A-games for ladies. Ladies! I know most of my demographic is male, but they have A-game for women. There are some sluggish women out there. They can't walk up a staircase without panting. It ain't because they got a knee issue. It's because they can't breathe. No, I'm just saying, you can't breathe, so you need some A-game in your life, too. Get your oxygen going. Get your juices going. Get all your juices going. All right, y'all. And if you put in my name and the number 10, you get 10% off. Now, without further ado, my special guest of the evening has yet to arrive. We don't play that shit around here without a phone call. I'm just saying. but I got two very other special guests because they my trues and they my blues and they always come throughs. Give it a good snap at home for Mr. Steve Turner is in the building. Turned up Turner.
Oh boy, yeah.
And he found a subdued furry hat for tonight's ensemble. Compared to his other hats, this one is subdued. Because he usually got on some generic Hawaii size hats. Okay, and next to Steve Turner, I got my other homeboy in the building, my brother, Dwight the Barber.
Hey, what up, y'all? What up?
And the reason I invited this ensemble and fellas is because they're always talking politically.
Hey.
Dwight has always some informative things to say. Steve, even yet that I don't agree with all of his views, always has something informative to say. You can put your neck down, Touche. He got his neck up like he Touche the turtle around here. Okay? I bet that was your favorite cartoon growing up. You look like Touche right now, a little bit. It's them Slee Stack glasses, them Land of the Lost glasses. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, go look up a Slee Stack from the Land of the Lost.
Slee Stack.
It's the Land of the Lost. Steve be doing it though. He like got a whole ensemble going on. But we're gonna talk about it because you know the reason that come on in, my other guest has arrived, and just come on in, switch seats with him.
Come on, because you need this.
He good? You know, switch it up. I had that seat planned for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think because of diarrhea.
Oh, thank you for sharing. We were just about to say Trump, and he said diarrhea.
No, that was the real. I went to leave out. I was like, hey, what's
I've got to go.
What's that bubbling?
And without further ado, as soon as the camera is focused, I'm going to introduce my third guest this evening.
Bubbly.
And you guys, look, we got to talk about it because nobody knows who they want to vote for.
Because they're stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the world we living in right now, the choices we got. Dwight the Barber, Steve Turner, Shane Forbes is in the house.
Shane in the building.
And I was just talking shit. Yeah.
This ain't a Drake situation. This ain't even a Drake situation.
Oh, thank gosh, because I don't think it's a Kendrick to represent up in here.
Okay.
Maybe Steve got on that Kango, though. He might do something. He might do something.
Yeah, the Kango is fuzzy. I like it.
Yes.
Yeah, he always he goes around and collects pubic hair to make hats out of.
Wow.
He got orange. He got blue.
We came in hot.
He got Oompa Loompa green.
I can't see that shit.
Oh damn.
He got Oompa Loompa green.
Oh, but
y'all, but I thought I represent tonight.
What was it? I'll tell you. What? Just tell me.
Yeah, he can't
I got
look
a
at
hole
your
in my
phone
pants.
right now. Look,
What?
let's, you guys, I wore this jacket to represent tonight. J. Anthony Brown gave us these jackets when he closed the J Spot.
Oh, I got you. Great.
J Spot.
Yeah, the J Spot Comedy Club. He gave us these jackets, and I said, you know what? I don't have a jacket with yellow in it. But when my house burnt up, the only jacket I had left was this one.
Damn,
and I soaked it in a bucket with Downy. No, it was all that was left literally on the ground from the closet. When the fire department, they bring all your shit out and just throw it in the yard.
That was a magic jacket.
That's how they do it.
Damn.
But
And my jacket was on top, and it was a little like, that's how it looked. But it was charred from the smoke, so I soaked it in a bucket with Downy for like 2 weeks. I just let it soak, and it still smelled like smoke.
No, but it's
so then I washed it. Still smell like smoke. Took it to the cleaner. Still smell like smoke. Now it don't. It smell like Downy with a teeny
hint
of
smoke. Now, Donnie,
I was with this
question.
girl. Yeah, I was with this girl.
Right.
And I said that about her too. Every time I was with her, I'm like, you still have a hint of like smoke.
her house caught on fire.
And no, I'm talking about her coochie.
Goddamn.
Hey, she had it had an aroma of smoke.
But I take Donnie.
The next time I was with her, I soaked it in Downy, and it still smelled like smoke.
I know.
How did it taste?
Bubbles growing out of her.
That's nothing wrong with that.
Did it taste like blunt?
Soaked it in Downy.
That's the South.
I felt like
now,
that.
Donnie,
I felt
real
like
quick,
that.
a question.
Yes.
You got that from the J Spot when it closed. Now, which time was that?
No, J. Anthony Brown gave these out to the
Yes.
comedians.
I got keys.
But what time?
Hey guys. No,
Okay.
And just as far as even the smoke comment, because I have a girl that I know from Cleveland, and I've been wanting to have sex with her ever since I smelled her coochie stinking on the back of the school bus that day. I mean, it really touched my
How we
soul.
go? See, talking about politics led to coochie.
No, I'm saying.
But right now, politics is about coochie. If you look at Stormy Daniels, by the way, that's called turning it back to the topic.
Okay.
Because if you think about it, that's one of the major cases right now pertaining to Trump, and actually might be the one where he actually gets convicted. If you look at it right now, he might get convicted of this one. Because
He never thought he'd go down because of a porn star.
It's not even because of a porn star. It's because he paid for it.
And he paid the hush money.
The hush money. But it's about using political money.
Federal money.
Now let me pose this question since we done got into it.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay. Do you think that Trump is going to jail? I'll start with you, Trump lover.
Okay. No, Donald Trump. First of all, take out the feelings.
Let's bring it down about 8 octaves.
I'm going to bring it down.
You little rah-rah.
I'm going to bring it down lower than a midget. But you have to take out your feelings. Now, to go to jail, you have to commit a crime. The reason why they hate Donald Trump, period.
I just said, do you think he's going to jail?
That's what I just said. No, he's not. But I'll tell you where this is the consensus of it started. Donald Trump is not going to jail. But remember, they hate that. The reason why they're making up these false charges against Donald Trump is because Donald Trump is not a homosexual. Period. He's going. That's why they can't say that. So they have to say he's racist.
Wait, hold your thoughts.
I don't think he is.
Dwight, do you think he's going to jail?
No, I don't think he's jail.
Why
because it's against American policy at that level to put someone at that position in jail. It'll make the country look too bad.
Okay.
You don't think it already looks weak right now?
They don't give a fuck. But they would not put a white man in that position that was a president of the United States in the lockup. No. It won't happen.
Okay, Shane.
First off, I want to ask you, how does Trump's balls taste? Because all that shit you just said about it's because you're going after him because he's not gay. And stop, niggas. Nah, the way you said that, you seemed like you was in your feelings, like you want him to hold you in the middle of the night and go, your cock is huge. You have the hugest cock. It's the best cock ever. They're like, no. Okay, no. The reason I went there is with your Trump loving ass, he's right. White people will white people that shit up and not have him go to jail. Now, he could get on house arrest in Mar-a-Lago because Jack Smith, a.k.a. the Mandalorian, he is not having it. He's like, yo, I'm going to get you, dude. I mean, I'm going to get you. I remember when I was a young man, and there were some people that I had problems with, I would just say a couple words like, I'm going to get you.
That's it.
And I didn't need to go into extra like, what I'm going to do to you, I'm going to fuck you up with it. I just was I'm gonna get you.
Right.
You're gonna sleep. You're gonna be sleeping, and then you're gonna walk out of a barber's office, and then all of a sudden it's gonna be bip 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 bip.
Whoop whoop whoop. Now let me pose another question to you, fellas. You're in a relationship, whether you are or you're not. This is hypothetical, so don't start to
We
run.
know he's in a relationship.
Okay. So wait. Let me pose the question. See, I knew who I invited to my show, like I told y'all. I invited Mouth 1, Mouth 2, and Super Mouth 3.
Look at the size differential.
I know. Got me we all in black, though. We all in black.
Well, yeah.
I look like Mac 10.
Okay.
That's Mac 11, goddamn.
Now let me
Much bigger than that.
One at a time, fellas. Let me pose question number 2. Now, you're in a relationship, hypothetically. Or you are. I don't know your business. So, you and your ladies' political differences, do they make a difference in your sex life, your relationship, all of that? If her views are, say she has views like Steve.
Right.
And your views are opposite. Does that hinder what you got going? Or does your girl have to vote like you vote?
Well, first of all, I want to
You
say
shut up.
I'm allegedly in a relationship, first of all.
But I wasn't coming to you first. I was going to Shane first this time. Shane?
Yes. One, nobody's rolling with the yellow tornado right now. But if my woman has different, if she don't vote like I vote, we ain't gonna never get together and be all right. I mean, I had this badass chick that was a Trump supporter. Now, don't get it twisted. I fucked her. But like soon as I got done, I wiped my dick on the curtain and said, I ain't never liked you. and yo, Trump supporting ass whore. And I bounced.
Oh, that's fucked up.
That was
okay, now,
I bet it was good.
Dwight the Barber.
Oh, what was the question again?
The question is, can you and your woman vote differently and still get along?
I was thinking about the pussy. Yeah.
What if she don't want to give you nothing because you don't love Trump?
Oh, well, shit. You know, I could be Trump fan for a day.
I think Trump's the best.
I could be Trump fan for a day. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
make America great again.
Trump would respect that choice. You know what I mean? I'm just.
So when you finish, you could be like, make America great.
Yeah, that part right there.
Now you.
Now, let me tell you something, man. Because what I do is I'm from the 50s and the 60s. You know, pimps them that we multiply. So if I'm with a woman and she don't like Trump, then I'm going to have to do what I do. This is what I do to all Democrat. When I'm having sex with a Democrat, I hit it from the back. I won't have to look at them ugly ass faces. I'm going to tell you, we're going to make America great again by busting my nuts on that chick chin.
Okay.
Okay, let me tell you something about
we all like, okay, nigga.
Yeah, that was a lot.
They're there.
No, I'm saying, man, I understand black people that like Trump because you're caught in a coon cage. And you and nah, but for real,
he do got on them glasses.
He
does.
He is kind of coon-tastic. I mean, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, Tim Scott. The point is, you're terrific, and I get it. And you want anything to have the snow heathens or the milk monkeys like you.
Monkeys, milk monkeys.
Okay.
So, I mean, is Biden better?
Bow! Bow! Okay, wait, hold your thoughts.
That's why I'm in the middle. That's why I'm in the middle.
Wait, hold your thoughts.
Let him answer, and then
hold your thoughts. Okay, one at a time. And the question posed off camera was,
good question.
Do we think Biden's better? Give me the first image because it coincides with what we're talking about. Is it the video or the image of them? Just put the image up of them.
That show you how good propaganda works.
Okay, now, Black Knowledge Debates. Which one are you choosing? Do you think Biden's better? Do you think Trump is better? You go last because you're going to have a lot to say. Dwight the Barber.
I think Biden is dead.
It ain't like Biden is bisexual.
One at a time, Steve.
Wow, he's dead?
Talking to Mike, Dwight. Talking to Mike, Dwight.
He's not alive, man. That motherfucker's a robot.
Why? Oh, you think he a robot?
Wow.
Look at his eyes.
He a skinwalker, nigga.
Yeah, one of his eyes don't work.
Hey, that's that is the craziest shit.
I didn't.
That's my view.
Okay, that's his opinion.
And that's your belief.
He thinks Biden has been unalived.
Unalived, yeah.
Shang, please bring some logic to this situation.
Okay, first off, now apparently y'all Wonder Twin Coon power is activated, and I shall tell you why Biden is better.
Okay, well.
Other than Biden being the lesser of two evils, he actually has empathy and a moral center. Whereas Trump does not have. No, Trump has shown that he is absolutely unequivocally racist. Where there is, the way Biden acted before pertaining to, they say that, when they said, oh, he put more black people in jail, that's not true at all. There's so much misinformation, it's not factual. Also,
so
if
he
you
didn't write the crime bill? He didn't write
one at a time, Dwight, one at a time.
See, let me finish. See how that works?
Okay,
the crime, he was one of the people for the crime bill, but at that time, the entire Congress was all on the same page about it. It wasn't like he individually just was it. That's number one. Number two, if you look at both records pertaining to what helps the middle class and lower class, and you look at if you look at the jobs stats, if you look at the CHIP Act, if you look at the Infrastructure Act, there is not one policy other than bringing it to the top 1% of 1%, a tax break that Trump could stand behind. You can't stand behind the STEMI because the STEMI was Congress, and actually the person that wanted to go through was Nancy Pelosi. Trump was fighting against giving the STEMI, and the only reason he gave the STEMI is because he wanted his name on the checks, which was good marketing, but it wasn't factual that he wanted to help anybody. It's propaganda.
Now, Steve, 10,000
all he
down
gonna do is say some
200, please, please.
Well,
down
and he's
to 200.
bisexual, and they all gay.
Well, let me tell you.
Let the bastard say.
Well, no. This is you have to understand. Now,
he done took off his glasses.
I'll tell you this to make a point. Now, remember this.
Okay, we can all hear you, fucker.
Okay, but look, they say Trump is racist.
Yes.
But Donald Trump is the only president with 6 NAACP
Your camera
awards
right there.
for most money donated to historical black universities. That's the truth. Another thing, Donald Trump signed a $570 trillion federal mandate to revitalize black neighborhoods, so they want to spend money to invest in the black community.
Slow down so we can hear you.
That's very true.
You lied twice.
Now this, Donald Trump.
I'll let you rebuttal.
Watch this. Donald
Go
Trump
ahead.
put $90,000 into my black-owned business. That's how I got all I can shoot 8K, 4K, 6K, 3D virtual thanks to Trump. Now, Joe Biden, he spoke at Robert Byrd. But don't know who Robert Byrd is. That's the leader of the KKK. He spoke at his funeral. That's his mentor. Now, you know why black people are at the bottom of the totem pole? Black people are at the bottom of the totem pole because we keep voting for Democrats. If Democrats love black people so much, why didn't they free the slaves? I'll tell you. Now, look at this. They love us so much.
That's
now,
bullshit.
Barack Obama, I voted for Barack Obama twice. You know what he did on the second time we voted for him? I'll tell you what he did.
Slow down, calm down.
It's going to be a great idea for men to marry men. Donald Trump want to make America straight again.
Slow down.
Hey,
okay. All right. Now, that is your opinion. Now, give me the... Okay. Hold on. Give me the camera so I can disclaim real quick.
Yeah, disclaim
These
this
are
shit.
Steve Turner's opinions about homosexual marriage, not mine. I don't care if you guys...
That was true, though.
Okay, that is his...
Some
Let
of
me
my best friends
finish.
are homosexual.
Wait, let me finish. Let me
second
disclaim what I need to disclaim. He is the one that has the strong opinion against gay marriage. I don't give a fuck because I'm not God. This is not my decision to make for you. Do I condone what you do? That's my business.
Right.
So, that is Steve's
Can I
opinion.
debunk his
Now
shit?
you may rebuttal.
Okay.
And then we're going to let you rebuttal. And then we're going to move on to the first video.
Now, that was a good question. I answered your question. That's number one. Number two, you literally do what people who vote for Trump do. You categorically lie. That is absolute. If you pick shit from way back in the past, like the Democrats and the slaves and the tap dance and stop. Right now, it is a fact. America's status dropped in respect and dealings when we had Trump in office. When Biden came in, it jumped 39%. These are facts. This ain't your feelings.
Wait.
These are facts. That's number one. Number two, the job market actually went up, and that's a fact. The actual job, like right now, stats are 3.6%. They jumped up 1% since then. When under Trump, he made it go up $2 trillion in the deficit. Is that a lie? No, these are facts. And I'm sick of motherfuckers the black people who just go off of memes from TikTok and don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
But
Okay.
hold on, stop.
Wait, let me say what I gotta
Wait a
say.
minute. Wait 1 second, because Chang is
Wait,
right.
no,
Wait a
no,
minute.
no.
Chang is right.
$1 trillion.
Hold on. Chang is right. I have to agree with him. The job did go down under Trump. You know, he forgot the part he forgot to leave out is that the Democrats shut down the country. They
Okay,
shut down
I'm
the
not
country.
a Democrat though. You could attacking
Democrats,
Democrats.
That's not true.
But they shut down the country. Remember, COVID. The Democrats had
The world shut
Okay,
down.
regardless of we're not in the world, we're in America. Now I'm gonna tell you what's so dumb about it.
America shut down
I'm trying to- listen
with
to
the
this,
rest
Donnie.
of the world.
Stop the presses. The Democrats are so stupid. They
Nigga,
had
did you
they had
say
people
stop the
going into the
presses?
bank with masks on. Think about it.
Yeah,
The
they
only
had
peop-
people swimming in pools with
Wait a
masks
minute.
on.
Think about that.
So what?
The only people who died from COVID are people with jobs. Homeless
Stop
people
the
didn't get it.
presses.
I'm
Counties
alive,
didn't
nigga.
get it.
Okay, shut your ass
my
up.
Mountain
God.
lions didn't get
All
it.
right.
Rattlesnake, the only people who died was people with jobs. When you breathe in oxygen, you breathe out carbon dioxide.
Oh,
Look what
Lord.
happens when you breathe in your own carbon
We got
dioxide.
him up
Let's
now, y'all.
use
Look
the
at that.
brains.
Okay.
God bless you
I'm
all.
gonna need you to take a breath.
You got to take his breath.
Take a breath.
I'm a deacon.
And not speak out of turn again. Now,
God bless
Dwight,
you.
it's your
Okay.
turn.
Hey, I see. I'm on both these guys' side because I'm in the middle. I'm an independent. But I want to tell you,
I'm
Donald Trump.
nonpartisan.
I'm gonna tell you Donald Trump's issues. Okay, all right. So he did make a lot of false allegations and shit like that.
He was lying.
Okay? But let me tell you one thing about Biden. Biden left the damn borders open for 2 fucking years. I don't like that. You know what I mean? Now our country is overrun with all
That's
types
so
of immigrants and
racist,
shit.
it's unreal.
No, that's not, man. We got how many people?
You know how many people come through the border?
Venezuela let all their major criminals and sent them over here.
Okay, now let me just tell you. Let me.
The reason that the border.
Hold up. Let me tell you something. The border has more than just Hispanics
That's
coming
what I'm
over.
saying.
Let me
Hispanics is
let
not
me
the
just
problem.
say,
They
during
not the
9/11, those dudes crossed the border.
You got Chinese
from Mexico.
You got
from
you got
South
all type of
America.
them.
They coming across the border. Chinese people, Indians,
all single
everybody.
males.
So don't just say
Ain't no children and
Latinos are the ones.
Right, that's number one.
No, I'm not. I never said that.
No, he didn't.
But
say
that's
that.
the way it read.
No.
Mhm.
And see, that's
He
been the
didn't say that.
problem. See, Hispanic people are this is their land too. They've been coming back and forth. They just help their people over there.
Right,
But
they've
these
been
are
thinking it
people
for a
over
long
here
time.
coming over here trying to change the land. They over here, what you call that when they taking over people's property and stuff.
You're just making shit up.
No, that's not made up.
That's right.
Chicago, man, they very upset, man. They're
Right.
doing what you call it.
But get back to what you were saying about Biden leaving the border open.
Yeah, he's left the border open. And then he had Kamala Harris. She was supposed to, Kamala Harris, I call her. She was supposed to be fucking the czar over that shit, and she ain't never been around the border.
not true.
Left that shit alone. And
She went down there one time.
From her. But
Now I'm with you on that
Hold
one.
up.
Now you
No,
can't
okay.
get mad.
Okay,
Now, you know
Shay.
what? I'm
Point
gonna
out
take.
y'all
All right,
bad
I'm
news.
I'm gonna come back to you after Shay. One at a time.
Order.
Let me get the camera.
All right, go ahead. Order.
Y'all bear with the show. I'm trying to keep some order. I knew who I invited, so let's keep it one at a time, fellas, so everybody can hear your points.
Gotcha.
How many people I got in my chat room right now? There's 421 people watching live right
Okay.
now. If you are a Trump supporter, let me see you put a 1 up. If you are undecided, let me see you put a 2 up. If you want Biden, let me see you put a 3 up. So Trump 1, undecided, Biden 3. Also, I'm just saying, because I'm undecided. I'm in the middle.
I'm not.
So let me just say this. If you're not in America and you're watching, because I know I have a lot of people that watch this time of night in other countries, and you think American politics are confusing, just say confused.
Now let me answer it. Hold on.
Now, okay,
No,
let
go
him
ahead.
answer, then come back to you.
Okay, and I'm gonna answer you. The reason that he left the border open is because we had actually at the time. These are facts, not your fucking feelings, and not all of that. These are facts. Right now, the border is open, or more people are coming through, is because the Republicans, because of Trump, called the head of the Republicans, the Speaker of the House, and said, make sure you block anything that goes through to prevent people from coming in, because I want to make Biden look bad. This is a fact. That is a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact.
When he was trying to build
one at a time, Dwight.
I'm sorry. Listen, Jimmy Walker.
Let him say what he had to say, and then I'm gonna go back to y'all.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
No, he did that, and that is a fact. And the person that wrote the most constrictive bill of all bills pertaining to the immigrants is a conservative Republican. A conservative Republican wrote it, but Trump, because he knows he got a lot of bitch in him, and he bathes in bitch. Okay.
Oh, he's a bitch
swims
bather.
in Lake Bitchatana.
Okay, Dwight, back to you.
That's a fact.
That's Shane's
It
fact.
can be easily checked.
Dwight,
That's like I say. Everybody got a fact check. Man.
No, he can
but
check
I
it
do
right
know
now.
this
Let
is just
him
what
finish,
that's me looking.
and then
like,
I'm gonna come back to you.
I'm the guy looking on the outside, looking in. Okay. And what I see, like I said, with the borders open, what about the money? Do you understand that the interest rates are so high because they're making more money because they're sending out billions of dollars to Israel, billions of dollars to fucking Ukraine? That, man, what the fuck? And the borders, how the fuck we gonna take care of all of these people? And we don't have any money.
And we have no problem with the Europeans that stay past their visa. The Caucasians and the Europeans that stay past their visa.
Steve.
And they said the percentage of people that stay past their visa that are white, that come from Europe,
are more
equal
to the ones that are of other
coming
countries.
through. And nobody says nothing to people who are Scottish. You an immigrant. But they come in.
Koreans.
And not only that, they get money.
Okay, Steve, say your piece, and then I'm going to go to the first video.
That's not true. I used to work at the airport a long time ago. That's not true.
This nigga said because I work at the airport.
A long time ago. But this is
I used to check bags.
One at a time. Now,
I'm going to tell you this. This is a fact. Do you know why black people are at the bottom of the totem pole? First of all, I've been in so many countries. It's illegal to go in. When you go in a country illegally, that's a federal crime. They're letting everybody break the. If black people break the law, they go to prison. But anyway, do you know why black people are at the bottom of the totem pole? Because we keep voting for Democrats. We voting for our enemy, but expecting different results. Now, this is the thing. Now, let me ask you a question. If I am a person who likes to disturb little children, if you know what I mean, would you let me come over your house if you knew before I was a child?
No, you would not be welcome on my block.
Why would I not be welcome on your block?
Because we treat you like you was Richard Ramirez. We kill your ass.
You know why?
Unalive.
But you know. Now think about that. Donald Trump has been the same person before he got elected as he is after.
That's not true.
These people
that is true. He's still an asshole.
Stop yelling.
Okay, stop yelling, Steve. Stop yelling.
Can hear you, and then everybody love Obama. I voted for Obama twice. Obama's the reason why I voted for Republican.
Okay, let's go to the first video. I'm going to shut him up.
Straight again.
Okay, could you bring it down a few octaves? Y'all watching DK's Way. Thank you for tuning in. Let's keep it going.
Don't tell the
Let's go to the first video.
Wait, that's what they...
Silencio.
I'm saved. I believe in white.
Yes. Now let's listen to what the future of America might sound like if Steve Turner have his way.
That's like Barack Obama.
Just listen.
Wow.
Baby Brock.
Barack with two black eyes.
That don't look nothing like Barack Obama. Y'all
you
just
do it,
delusional.
Francisco.
I don't know.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
A murderer because I like killing. My brain tells me if I like killing or not. I like killing because when I first watched my grown-up killing show, myself started to like killing, and then my brain started to like tell me what to do with killing in it. So I like murders and I like killing in my life. I'm gonna kill everybody in the world except for my family because they just didn't do anything to me. I just like killing. So
just any type of person, it doesn't matter. What about me?
Yeah.
Even me?
No, not even my teachers either.
Okay, because I'm the first person that you told this. Am I? Yeah?
So I just like killing.
So what are you going to be again when you grow up?
A murderer.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Wait, no.
Goddamn kids.
Okay, this is what the future of America might sound like if Steve Turner if you have your way in anything, because that's how you sound like you supporting this kind of shit.
That's a Donnie, you have to understand this. That is a Democrat. The Democrat said you can't whip your kid's ass. The Democrat said
you don't gotta yell. We can
you
hear
understand?
you.
The Democrats are demons. Yeah. That we whooped kids' ass when I was growing up. That saved my life. If I didn't get no ass, I'd be talking like look at this is another fact. This is a fact. Look at every fucked up situation that Democrats run. Every place Democrats run. Cleveland, Chicago,
That's a lie.
New York. LA,
that's a lie.
They all fucked up.
That's a lie.
Every place Democrats run.
That's a lie.
Look it up.
I don't agree with that because
look it up.
That's a lie.
I don't agree with that because I have voted for good Democrats. I have voted for bad Democrats. I have voted for good Republicans. I have voted for bad Republicans. So you can't say that.
You got to start checking these motherfuckers with facts. The reason every time you say something, I'm gonna say lie. Because in red states right now, and it's easily checked. All you motherfuckers out there watching, check it. Red states have the highest amount of crime. No. Fact. This is fact.
They do.
This ain't your feelings, dude.
Check it after the show.
No, this ain't your feelings, bruh. This is a fact. Red states have it. And when it...
Florida, they got a high rate.
Red states.
Florida is red.
Google it. You can Google it. Also, okay, listen, Crazy Town. I'm telling you, the other thing you got to check is when it came to the most violence done from one party to another party, by far it was the Republicans. And it is not just January 6th.
Don't hit me, nigga.
No, they walked in, a dude walked into a house and hit Nancy Pelosi's husband in the head with a hammer.
See, and the Trump supporter just hit my arm.
No, I didn't.
See
That's
what?
a lie.
That did happen. That's a
Wait,
fact.
stop it. Maybe
okay, I need you to calm down.
Maybe you gentlemen forgot.
I heard it was a gay lover.
How long they forget?
One at a time. One at a time.
You have to remember this.
One at a time.
If we're telling the truth,
I did one at a time.
Nancy Pelosi.
Everybody's one at a time, but you.
Okay, Maxine
the
Waters.
White's turn.
This is Maxine Waters. She said, if you see somebody who voted for Trump get in their face, you stomp them, you punch them, you kill them out the restaurant.
She didn't say punch them.
She said punch them.
She did not say punch them.
Drag them out the restaurant.
You're lying.
That's a fact.
Every
Look
time.
It's on YouTube.
You're lying. You're lying.
But you a Trump supporter and you just hit my arm twice.
Make America straight again.
He's lying.
Okay, calm down. It's not your turn. It's the White's turn. No.
Look, real quick. If all these ladies said I've had Me Too, but the Democrats made it legal where a man can use the ladies' bathroom and go to prison with the ladies. The Democrats passed that bill.
Okay. So I need Steve Turner to come down a few octaves so y'all can hear what he's saying out his mouth. Now, this show is turned up.
Okay, can we do something? I know y'all running the show. Can we fact check this nigga in real time?
Yeah.
There you go. That's how you do it.
Audience members. Okay, better yet, Jamaica Sue, my moderator.
Everybody
I welcome you to fact check.
Hey, everybody, it's DK's way. My moderator, Jamaica Sue. I need you to fact check
Jamaica Sue
what he just said.
Everybody.
I need you to fact check whatever the fuck Steve was talking about. Maxine Waters.
Can I have my turn now?
Okay, now you may have your turn, Dwight, and then no matter what Dwight says, I don't care. You're not speaking. We're going on to the next video. Go ahead, Dwight.
Hey, Steve is over like, Steve is like crack on, like a chihuahua on crack.
Can we address the little killer boy?
Yeah, just
first?
1 second.
We should all address
He already addressed it.
No, he didn't.
He addressed
it.
He
just went on a tirade of goofiness and baffledness.
Okay, so Dwight, you addressed the killer boy.
In the shower, nigga.
I want to say, I don't know, was he a Democrat or a Republican? I don't know.
The point is, that is
he was
how.
A killer.
When he grows up, do you want that voting?
Well, they need to put an ankle bracelet around that nigga's neck and trace him for the rest of his life, first of all. Because that motherfucker is dangerous. He need to be already, man, I'm telling you, put a red flag his little ass forever.
Okay.
Okay, again, we will be fact checked. Okay.
Please.
When you look at the number one amount of serial killers are Caucasian.
I agree with that.
The number one amount of pedophiles are Caucasian.
I agree with that.
The number one amount of how come you ain't yelling now, crazy town? This is a fact. So when you talk about violence in America and the violence that has been done to black people, brown people, and everybody else, it has been Caucasians against everybody else.
Yep.
That not once did you see a bunch of black people in black sheets roll up on somebody and hang them and take their penis and put it in their mouth. Now, until you can tell me that.
Well, Democrats did that
primarily,
he's not asking you. It's a rhetorical question.
Exactly, it's rhetorical. And
Both of them did that.
And until you can
Let
tell
him
me,
finish,
this
and
is
then
a
I'm
fact, and the
taking
people in the chat, you can check it too. Until you can tell me that you've seen a group of black people go to a town because the town is thriving and decide we're going to burn everybody out.
Yeah. We going to kill everybody, take everything.
Black Wall Street,
we know about
Tuskegee. We can keep going, dude. And guess what primarily those people were? Guess what primarily those people were? You ready for it, dude?
Yep.
They were Republicans.
No.
I said no matter what he said. So let's go to the next video because it lines into what Shang just said. Let's go. Just cut Steve the fuck off.
The point we leaving out is.
And that's why you need a high-income skill, so that the only person in charge of your destiny is you.
Dollar Tree closing 600 stores this year. CVS closing 900 stores through the end of this year. Walgreens closing 150 stores. Outback Steakhouse has already closed 40 of its restaurants. UPS is cutting 12,000 jobs in 2024. Citigroup cutting 20,000 positions as well. eBay, why not? 1,000 jobs lost there. Microsoft cutting 1,900 positions. Expedia cutting 1,500. Cisco cutting 4,000. Apple cutting 600. It's entertainment too. Regal Cinemas closing 429 locations. Kroger's grocery store chain shutting down 413 stores. It's not affordable to be in retail anymore. Foot Locker closing 400 stores by 2026. Macy's will close 150 locations by 2026. Walmart, already this year, has closed 6 of its supercenters. While the U.S. Senate has passed nearly $100 billion to send to other countries that Joe Biden just signed yesterday, most can't even find Ukraine or Israel on a freaking map, let alone Taiwan. We're paying money that we don't have as our economy goes down the toilet and American jobs die. Of course, we know we're going to ban TikTok so nobody can talk about it freely.
You guys, now today I was listening to the news and they announced that the unemployment rate has went up a whole bunch in the last 6 months. Just marked up. Just they showed the offices crowded, everything. It's not propaganda. This is real. People are losing jobs, but yet if you work at McDonald's, you can go get $20 an hour right now. If you want to flip burgers. It's sounding like some Darwinian shit going on. But I don't know if you guys are familiar with the movie 1984, but it's looking like the job market is getting cornered to control. This is just my opinion.
Okay.
And I'm just stating it.
Okay, let me come to me before he go on his rant.
Okay.
Then I'll go this way. The reason that all of the movie theaters are closing, Streaming is crushing it.
Hold
up, let me finish. It's streaming crushing it. It's not because we just saw. We don't know what to do. No, streaming is being automated. The reason that so many retail places are closing is because the behemoth called Amazon, you could just order your shit.
You don't think that's by design?
The reason restaurants, a lot of them closing, because it's like, yo, man, fuck it, DoorDash. We can get stuff sent to us. It's called the technological advancements are changing the game. And a lot of people haven't caught up with it.
Okay.
And that's what they're like, I can't believe they're closing my store. Because I don't need stamps like I used to.
But I understand where you're coming from, but you don't think this is by design to stop people
It's been coming. I forget the Asian dude's name that was running for president. It was sharp as a tack.
Jackie Chan.
Jackie
Chan.
And see, that's why Republicans that's why Republicans eat. They can eat a Planet of
the legend of Drunken Master.
You can eat a Planet of dicks, not just a city of dicks. I'm talking about a whole planet of dicks.
He would vote for the Drunken Master.
He tried to tell people, don't get it twisted. In about 10 years, the technology is going to make a lot of jobs go away. So
that's why I go out my way to go in the store sometimes.
But you have to prep. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's
you have to go scan the shit yourself. The reason that, and we've been telling Americans, because it's not just the Democrats and Republicans, it's everybody.
It's everybody.
That the shit is about to change. And they don't listen because they want to make America great again, to go back to a time when the shit was not as thorough as it is now. That's a fact. Ain't nobody going against all of the movie theaters like, well, I don't like movie theaters. No. Why would you do that when you literally can pay Netflix, watch the same movie
at your house, in your comfort of your home? Okay, now I'm with you I'm with you on the automated stuff. I'm with you there.
That's happening.
But
all those stores,
like you said,
all those stores, those
Shane,
are part of it.
Like you said, it's been coming, but the design of it, do you think that Americans would keep jobs more if they went out and patronized these places in person again? I think the pandemic, when it shut down people's drive to come out the house. Mm-hmm. That's what I think.
It opened people's eyes too.
It opened their eyes, but
that I can work remotely and do the exact same shit.
Okay, and that's the problem. Gas. Nobody's wanting to go. I'm gonna let you come. Nobody's wanting to.
B, stop with your little sex talk.
Nobody's gonna want you
to a grown man.
come out your house. Okay, they're not letting them. You know, we used to love to go to these places. I go to the movies now again, but when I go, it's like 5 people in a big ass theater. No matter what time. We went and saw Equalizer 3. It was like maybe 10 people in the whole theater. But I mean, it's not just the movie, but there was a time where you'd see a whole herd of people leaving the theater. This movie's garbage. You know that same feeling is not there. Do you think it's because the pandemic kept everyone inside and that's where they want us? What do you think, Dwight?
Well, I think the pandemic changed everybody's viewpoint on living, how they was working. and like I say, that working at home, it made a lot of people lazy too. You know, it got made. See, I'm on both. I'm looking at the minus and the plus on the Republican and the Democrat. When you was at home and people at home working now, okay, now you got a computer sitting here checking your algorithm. They ain't gonna need you at home.
Your algorithm?
What is it called?
Your algorithm.
He said your aborigine.
You know what I'm talking about.
Hey, what happens is when you're making pancakes, it's the aborigines.
Well, you know what I'm saying. When they checking out how you do things, so they ain't gonna need you at home anymore. Computers gonna take over all that shit.
And that's what like everybody
that shit ain't no good.
Do this AI. Donnie, let AI edit your videos. Let AI I refuse to use AI to write for me, to think for me, to edit my clips for me.
That's what they're doing.
I refuse to let the AI do that.
I'm gonna tell you something as a comic. The one thing that is good with all of this stuff, you can't get the same feeling of live comedy and live music unless you go.
Yeah, you have to go.
But movies are different. With movies, it's different because you can watch a movie at the crib and still get the same feeling of what you were doing. It just invite some chick
You
over.
don't like to take a movie,
I
though,
think
but
so.
going
No,
out to a
I
movie
beg
is
to
kinda
differ
good.
because
I like
I
to
went
go
and
to a
saw.
movie.
I went and saw on Christmas. That's something I haven't done in a long time. The whole family went out. We had the pajamas match, and why y'all motherfucker anyway? We went to the movies and saw Color Purple.
Ghetto Family.
Hated it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But they made me go see it. So I said,
was
I'm
Women's
not
Day
going to
that
like
day.
this movie. If it's a nigga on a banjo, playing a banjo in this movie, I'm walking out.
Yeah.
The opening scene was a nigga playing a banjo on a donkey.
Thank you.
And I was mad. The whole theater started laughing because they heard me say it before we went inside. And the opening scene is Mr. on the donkey with a banjo. But we went and saw it, but the feeling was nostalgia. I felt like back in the day when the whole family would go see a movie together on a holiday. That doesn't happen often, and the theater still wasn't crowded.
Well, there's certain movies that still did extremely well. Barbie, Oppenheimer.
Barbie.
When I took my client to see Barbie, it was
no,
four
I can
people.
keep naming. No, that's not true.
Barbie.
You know why? You said two movies. It's not true. The King X
I'm coming
Godzilla
to you. I'm
made
coming to you.
86. You can check it out. $86 million was made in the first run of King Kong versus
But
Godzilla.
my point is
So
the job market.
That's more than you said two. You said there's more than two.
Okay, let's go back to the topic, you
That's
guys.
all right.
Let's get back into the topic. The job market is what I'm talking about. Dwight, the job market is what I'm talking about. It was your turn, Steve.
Okay, this is why the job market is so bad, and I'm gonna tell you the truth.
It's Republicans.
It's the Democrats, because you know why?
Okay, you gonna yell?
No, take out
Okay.
your feelings. Let's go by facts only.
Okay.
Democrats made it where everybody needs to make $20 an hour at McDonald's. So if you're making $20 an hour at McDonald's, what's the sense of going to college no more? So, why go to college? Now, think about that. If you now poor people can't understand this, and people think poor is not how much money you have. Poor is a state of mind.
Yeah.
Poor people don't understand because they don't think like business owners. If you are paying people $20 an hour to do some $5 an hour worth of shit, then how can you stay in business? That's for the smaller. That's why the business like the 99-cent stores close, because they can't afford to keep help. They can't meet the demand, and they're paying people. Then they have to offset that by raising the prices to kind of fit these things. And since the people
They didn't have to close all their stores to do that.
There's owners, and the owners have to see a profit. Democrats are ruining this country.
That's
and
not true at all.
Think like a business
You got to
owner,
start checking
you'll
your
never
guess.
Look, check it.
I'm being neutral
Okay, then
in
fuck
this
it. I'll
topic.
check you. The reason that these places are closing and the other places is winning is called corporate greed. The corporations have gouged us because they lost a ton of money during the pandemic, and when they came back, they said everybody's paying for
I
our
totally
shit got
agree
fucked
with
up.
that.
Our shit got fucked up. Well, y'all all paying.
Yeah,
gas prices wasn't on. People say, "Oh, Biden made the gas price."
Big brother.
He said Biden. You said Biden made the gas prices down.
What
No,
about the interest
gas
rates,
company?
though?
The
What about
interest
the
rates
are high, though?
again.
Make everything go up.
Interest rates
Okay,
are
one at a
actually
time,
coming.
Dwight.
Interest rate. Y'all can check this. All y'all people in the feed, whatever, 400 and some bottom people, check it. The
Okay,
interest rate
Dwight.
is coming down. What are you talking about?
Dwight,
Yes.
I'm ignoring Steve. What did you want to say?
Crazy.
I was saying that
motherfuckers.
the interest rates, this is why these places are closing.
That's
A
not
99-cent, so
Let
say
me
like
finish.
a comb, say like a comb or that pencil over there. It was $1, right? Now it can't be $1. It's gonna be $5 to $6. So how you gonna have a 99-cent store when everything is?
And let me just tell my audience. Let me tell my audience.
If you know economics, the more money you print, the more interest.
Yeah, the
Well, we
inflation
know
goes up.
That's what I have.
Okay,
a problem
let
with
me
the
let me
Democrats.
just say
It's
this to
because
my
of the
audience.
gays.
They print too much
Wait.
money. They print
Let
too
me
much
say
money.
this to my audience real quick. These men are all from different walks of life. We're all comedians, but we're all from different walks of life. Dwight is a business owner. He owns a barbershop.
he's a business
I've
owner.
known
We know
him for
about
over
business.
30 years. He's worked in barbershops. He's owned barbershops, and he owns one
And
right
he
now.
used to strip. I don't know if y'all know that.
He used to be FOI, low key.
Right. I'm just
Dwight
saying.
used to be
No, I know.
marching
I'm
with
messing
the
with
the
And
bow
this-
tie.
and he used to strip too. His name was Buttercakes.
I would have threw quarters at Steve. I'm just saying. Okay, y'all, I only got a few minutes left. This topic is heated. I want your opinion. Steve, you fucking acting like I'm a dolphin, okay? He's trying to get my attention like this. I'm ignoring you for a reason because you turned up. You turned up. I need you to come down.
Strong Republican.
You know,
man.
we gotta. I think I'm gonna start
Strong
blowing
Republican,
weed
man.
smoke.
You're a dumb Republican.
Everybody's opinion is their own opinion
No,
about
that's
this
a fact.
subject. Well, that's
There's a
Shane's
difference
factual opinion.
No, I'm going to prove it to you right now. But then we're going to go on.
Okay,
I'm not acting like him, so stop that.
Okay.
I'm saying Trump said this himself. I love the uneducated. They said the average Republican and Trump supporter has not finished high school. He wants people that are dumb and reactionary. This is a fact. He wants people that are dumb and reactionary, and he uses race baiting. He used race baiting to make sure his base stays strong.
Speaking of race baiting, give me that video.
It works, but it's evil.
The black race baiting for Trump. I'm surprised Steve wasn't there.
What?
Give me that video.
In Chicago or New York? They going from
the ones just give me the next one. It don't matter. Just give me the next one.
Just give me the next one.
Okay.
Oh, this motherfucker. I know this dude.
Let it play.
I hate this dude.
Who was that?
MAGA loves Trump because he is the first president in U.S. history to speak pro-white publicly. Wow. President Trump being pro-white. What about favoring everyone? Do you folks believe that Trump is pro-white? That's what conservative Democrat states. MAGA loves Trump because he is the first president in U.S. history to speak pro-white publicly. I'm going to assume out of America's 250 plus year history, there's been some other pro-white presidents in history.
Steve, can I even say your name? Damn, he just started talking. I'm gonna run off at the mouth, bro. Steve, go ahead.
Real quick, you know why the gas prices are high in America? Because Donald Trump had us manufacturing gasoline in America. Democrats said, no, that's bad for the environment. Now we have to ship. Now remember, Joe Biden put sanctions on Russia. Did you know that? He put sanctions. You can fact check this. Joe Biden put sanctions on Russia. The dumb thing about that stupid stuff, we get our gasoline from Russia. Period. That's a fact. Now another thing. These are all factual things. I go by facts, not feelings.
Okay.
Oh, that's not true at all. You've been lying your ass off.
Look it up.
We know you full of feelings, nigga. Your voice was up there.
No, but I'm very calm. I mean, some of my best friends are midgets.
Okay. Anyway, he just took it to the dark side.
No, it's not dark side.
I thought you were gonna make a point.
You didn't make a point at all.
What was the thing about it again?
See, anyway, y'all watching DK's Way. This is Steve Turner. Next to Steve Turner, I got Dwight the Barber. Next to Dwight the Barber, I got Shane Forbes. We getting into it. Give me the next one, because fuck what Steve talked about.
Damn. And follow me on Instagram at Comedian Shane.
I'm gonna let you say all that.
Yeah.
You off the air right there.
Okay. Over and over again.
Case. We got it, baby. Huge shout out Evie, Davey, Shellbell, Steffi. Look at that, kid. 9 in a row. We're hitting this 10th street.
It's all right, Jojo.
Now, this is what's going on the internet. Young people are taking their own polls. Trump is killing Biden in all these polls. I'm not saying that's going to sway my vote either way. I'm just saying, who are we voting for 2024? We have a lot of decisions to make. It's a lot of laws getting changed. They voted for the Zionists to take the Bible out. It's saying that, the Bible might become illegal.
That's what they want.
That's what the consensus was last week with the Republicans. It made MAGA, what's he called? Magma? I'm gonna call that shit magma.
Maggots.
Magma. The bubbleheads, to go off about it. Now, I agree with the bubbleheads as a believer, but where is that leaving this country? This country is always voted on. The first thing they do when it's a black vote, let's go to the first AME church. Bring the camera to me. Let's go to the first AME church and ask niggas what they think. That's the first thing they do election year.
Of course, they all
Always do that. They go to the black churches first. If you not
all black, all politicians.
All of them go.
It's not just Democrats.
One at a time. Go ahead.
They only come around to the black folks when they run a campaign. They lack votes. Now, this is another thing people don't know. You know who the first president of America is?
But all of them do it. You can't just say
but Donald Trump
it's just Democrats.
Donald Trump is not a politician. He's a businessman in America.
He's not a businessman.
He's a businessman. America
no, he's not.
He's a criminal.
You're lying. Stop lying.
You know who the first black president of America is?
Here we go.
People always say this, but they don't know. They just
who do you think it was?
I don't think.
I'm gonna say who do you think it was? This is alleged.
This is not alleged. This is facts. Fact check it. The first black president of this country is John Hanson.
He was a Republican.
That's right. He's a Republican.
Okay.
John Hanson.
Okay.
That's how you get the president or the commander in chief, right? George Washington was John Hanson's commander in chief. He was under Hanson. That's a fact. Go.
Okay.
Research.
Go ahead,
say
Shane.
something?
Please say something.
Okay, I understand you hyped about the shit. Yeah, you a little bit.
Your hat is turning brown, nigga. I need a vacuum for his hat.
The Republican, you keep saying the Republicans did this, Republicans did that. In the last 10 elections, when the Democrat has come in, the economy has gotten better. This is easily checked. Easily. The popular vote has gone. That means the majority of people in America have voted for Democrats by far, but they lost by the Electoral College, not from the popular vote. The popular vote they have been getting spanked every single time.
In the popular vote.
So that means the majority of people. And now this little bullshit ass TikTok poll, they say that bullshit, it's bullshit. Because right now, this is the one of the top polls they do. Not only CBS, the CBS poll, forget the CNN poll, but the CBS poll, because you can't forget that the CNN poll was 50-50. Right now, Biden is up by 2 points. That's number one. That is a fact. He's up by 2 points. And the reason is when they start pushing the abortion agenda pertaining to that the Trump wants to do, women are going to come out in force and spank the shit out of people because they want to kick it down to the states. And if you think abortion, that 86% of the fucking population in America says we want abortion to be the right of a woman, and you take that away, you don't think women gonna wild out?
Okay, let me ask you.
And the Republicans are the ones. And
okay,
Trump,
let Dwight answer then
Trump
you.
bragged about the fact that I got rid of Roe versus Wade, the Dobbs decision. It was him. So all y'all people in the feed, you can check if I'm telling the truth. He bragged about it. Is that good for a woman that's been raped by her uncle and then she got to go 4 states over to get an abortion? You don't think women gonna wild out on this shit?
They already have been.
They already have.
Now Dwight and then Steve and
That's
then I'm
a
gonna
fact.
go to the last one and close
facts.
it out. Go ahead, Dwight. Let
facts.
Dwight
Okay.
say his
Check
view.
this out, big brother. So listen. Now, this is why I said I'm neutral on both sides, because it's negative on Republican sides and it's definitely negative on Democrat side. Because right now the Democrats are in office and shit is fucked up right now. Okay? Now, this is as our people. This is what I'm saying as our people.
Black people.
We need to step to anybody that's gonna help us with our views and our issues.
And
whether it's
do you think we have
Republicans,
that candidate?
whether it's Democrats. Now, this is what I see black movements now in different states now. They are moving towards the Republican side because they seeing that the Democrats are not like even when Ice Cube, let me give you one example.
Did
When
you actually bring up Ice Cube?
Ice Cube wanted to talk about black issues.
Okay.
The Democrats put him on hold. Donald Trump wanted to speak with him, though.
We've had stars that are presidents, so he has a right to speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what the that whole ass. Come on now.
And Trump talks to Kim
Trying to
Kardashian.
get his dick sucked. That's what it was.
Wait, let me just say this. Let me say this. I wish there was a way I could just shut down mics. Look, let me say this. Cardi B talked to whoever the hell she talked to. Kim Kardashian talked to Trump. Kanye West talked to Trump. I mean, the list goes on. We had Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger as governor of California. Ronald Reagan as governor of California. If Ice Cube want to say some shit, he got a right to say it too. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and the reason I disagree about Ice Cube is Ice Cube was not as informed about the facts.
Why you say that?
Because they fact checked the fuck out of Ice Cube, and that's why the shit fell apart. He didn't even have it all together. The black agenda, he didn't have it all together.
I heard he had an agenda.
No, and black.
One at a time, Dwight. One at a time. One at a time.
He had to get other people. It wasn't Ice Cube's thought process. He had other people doing the shit for him. Wow. Trust and believe. So what I'm saying is, since I've been on this show here with you, I'm saying y'all can check what the fuck I'm saying. You can check my facts. Whereas instead of Juice, you going, it's because they're bisexual and they like to grab balls. No, I'm saying facts. But aside from that, and I'm
gonna let you talk.
I get it. The bottom line is you keep saying shit like this. It's the Democrats this, it's the Democrats that. You say it's fucked up on both sides.
Well, he has a strong opinion.
It's not fucked up on both sides. It's called a false equivalency. Like you got to you're bringing a knife to a gunfight, bro. It's a false equivalency to say this is worse than this. No. Trump by far,
Dwight,
is more detrimental to black people than the detriment, and there is detriment, of Biden. It's not even close. It's not even in the same ballpark. Because guess what? Even though you don't like Biden and he old, fuddy-duddy, whatever, and Trump's old too, the motherfucker's sitting in court shitting on himself right now. The bottom line is, the bottom line is, and this is a fact, and dispute this, when it comes to women's rights, which women are the majority of human beings in America, by far, there are more women born than men. Okay. And you diss the one thing that women say, no, we don't want that. We don't want you to overturn Roe versus Wade. We don't want you. He put some right-wing judges in there that they stole one judge. They put right-wing judges in there, and they gave zero fucks about what 86% of the country said we didn't want. And that was the right for a woman to have autonomy over her body.
Okay.
That's fucked up, and that was the Republicans. It wasn't the Democrats.
Now, this time, wait, I'm gonna let you say what you gotta say, and then I'm gonna bring this. I'm gonna bring the last.
Am I lying?
Okay, Shane, let him talk, and then I'm gonna bring up this last one, and we're gonna close it out. Go ahead.
Okay, real quick, fact check this. Now, Shane said, the Democrats did this and everything, but fact check this.
The Democrats did that and everything.
Let him get his opinion.
Be specific, nigga.
Okay, this is specific. Shane said women need to write over their body. Now, Shane said it, right?
I agree.
Okay, now guess what? If that's the case, what about these people, the men, there's only more men than women, the men can legally cut their dicks off and say, I'm a lady now. The men are winning women's sports, thanks Democrats. The men are going to women's prisons, thanks Democrats. That's a fact. They sent this man to a woman.
No, that's not. The percentage of people who are transgender are not the same percentage of women in America.
No, we understand that.
A man went to a woman's prison. There's
you keep going with the transgender thing.
No, this is very important because they have transgender training.
This nigga here.
Okay, now you're making shit up.
Google it right now. Fact check me.
Okay, hold up.
Okay.
What the fuck does that got to do with women?
You guys can't talk at the same time.
Okay, hold up.
They teach little kids how to be superhero transvestites. Google it.
You're not lying. You're not lying.
Okay, whether he's not lying or not, the percentage of people that
are weirdos out there.
Okay, there's some weirdos, but the percentage of people that are transgender, dude, and that want to do that kind of thing, does not to equate. Nigga, use your brain. Does not to equate to the amount of women in America.
But if men are winning women's sports, they're women too.
But that percentage is incredibly small.
Okay, y'all. This is a never-ending conversation.
But it's incredibly small.
So, in DK's way, I'm only doing. Okay, I got you, Dwight. I'm only doing a certain amount of time because everyone is very opinionated.
But I'm not.
No, all of us are.
No,
we all have opinions because we got assholes and everybody got one.
That's not true.
But we don't know who you want to vote for.
You know what?
I hope this conversation has made you see. Let me finish my thought.
Okay, because
let me finish my thought. Let me finish my
done.
thought, and then you guys can finish your thoughts, and we could close out this show.
Yeah.
Amen.
This is DK's Way. Y'all have been tuned in. We talking about who to vote for in 2024. If you guys have any thoughts, any questions, email me d_IMPRESS@yahoo.com. You can also mail me at dksway1@mail.com. And let me know what you think about this election situation, the way you see America going, and what you really think about what was said on the show. I really do want your opinions. Okay, Dwight, go ahead, say what you got to say.
Okay. All right, real quick, listen. On the Democrat side, Biden is too fucking old. He's fucking probably dead already, okay? All right, like I said, now, let me finish. Okay, now, the Democrats got a lot to work on. They need to close the fucking borders, man. They need to stop giving we need to stop giving all the money over there to Israel because they over there bombing people and feeding them at the same time. You can't do that. Okay. And now on the Republican side, we got to quit. We got these left wingers, these goddamn white supremacist motherfuckers. They got to calm down because they ready to go. They ready to go to war too. Yeah, we are. You know what I'm saying? But I wish I would have bought some of them goddamn Trump shoes though. I ain't gonna lie.
You know
them
what?
motherfuckers worth $50,000 right now. Goddamn it. $50,000.
Okay, and Steve.
So that's all I gotta say.
All I gotta say, people, if you just be honest with yourself, take out the feelings, and go by facts. What have Democrats ever done to better black people? Period.
That's all you got to say about it.
You know why black people was thriving in the 50s? Because we cared about ourselves. We was trying to uplift each other. Now we just want a white friend. Democrats.
I don't know about that part.
I know that.
I have too many white friends to agree with that.
Oh my
Shane.
God. Hey man, this has been a real taxing ass motherfucking Number one, the reason I was saying I'm checking you when it says this is not my motherfucking opinion. These are facts. Has nothing to do with what I feel or think. These are the numbers I'm giving you are facts. That's number one. Number two, you said the reason that black people are in the position they're in, other than systematic racism, and that is definitely trying to keep us from achieving higher goals, and that's just a fact. And because there has been black
me or him?
No, him. There's been black people. There's been black people that have tried to build stuff, and the white agenda tries to take it down. Okay. That is just a fact. Amen. So don't act like
we can't rebuttal everything all night.
But that's just the truth.
Rebuttal everything.
That's the truth.
The last thing I'm gonna say is
not my opinion.
This is a fact. I'm from the most segregated city in America. I never knew black people and white people could be friends until I started traveling outside. That's the fact. We have May Day. That's on May 1st.
Since you said that, hold your thought and let this little white girl speak. Because she's speaking on the stuff you talked about, Steve.
Okay.
And just shut you up.
Apparently, she fails to recognize her own hypocrisy in all this, considering she supports the Pride movement, a movement that openly touts children as toddlers deciding to change their gender. Let me speak. And I reclaim my time. And adults must affirm that child's Mr. King. I reclaim my time. This is my time to speak, not yours. Mr. King, others weighed in on your wife's social media post. The unfortunate children are those of leftist parents who use their children's transgender identity as a badge of honor, who fight to keep graphic books in school libraries so their children can read them, then be susceptible to being groomed or victims of crimes. They want drag queens in schools and even take their kids to pride parades where women expose their and everyone touts the virtues or lack thereof. I am an extremely fortunate child.
Wait. Okay. Okay, you guys, the reason I played that video is because Steve brought it up so much. There is something going on in America right now. It's not going on all over the world like it is here. And I'll just say that. That's all I'm going to say about it tonight, because this is a never-ending topic, and I got the wrong person to continue this conversation with, because Steve is very strongly opinionated when it comes to those matters, which you have every right to feel how you feel about it. Thank God you don't have children, because they probably be walking down the street like this. This nigga would, you just flick your fingernail. Oh, you gay. See? Whatever. Okay, but that's Steve. That's who Steve is.
Steve, the percentage of people, like you said, is a transgender, the percentage is compared to heterosexual, and my point was of women in this country pertaining to abortion, it's not even close. The percentage of people that you say are transgender, they said it's 6%. Now, don't get me wrong, but they're great at marketing. They're great at marketing. They're great at putting their agenda out there.
That's how propaganda works.
Now, Dave Chappelle said, "I'm jealous of you guys because your agenda got moved up to the first above black people because they're great at it, because they make a lot of noise and they're very noisy."
And that's why Steve is so opinionated.
Right. But that's not the majority.
There's another fact, though.
We need to get noise here.
This is a fact, because I studied this in school.
One at a time.
There's only 6 companies that own every TV station on TV. They're all Democrat-based. That's a fact. That's why they're pushing. This is a fact. I got this degree.
That's
a fact.
There's so much more to vote for.
Fox News is a Republican.
There's only 6 companies that
Fox
own
owns
every TV station on.
Like I said,
I got a degree for the best
that's not true.
Research it.
Rupert Murdoch owns a bunch of shit.
Okay. Let's close out the show.
Google it.
Because this is...
No, don't Google. That's the problem. You have to research.
Rupert Murdoch owns a bunch of shit.
I got this degree in this. I have a degree in this from the best film school. 6 companies. I said 6 companies. Listen closely. There's 6 companies.
Okay, guys.
Every TV station.
Shane, Steve.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something, because I've done this more than everybody.
Steve.
6 companies.
Let's close out this show. I'm gonna close out this show. I want to know what's going on in everybody's life. I'm not gonna get to every video today. I picked a very heated subject. Whenever you talk politics and religion, that's how it goes. No. I stayed neutral for a reason. I stayed very neutral for a reason, because my opinion is very strong about all of these topics. Right now, I want to find out what's going on in my comedy brothers' lives. You know, we got Netflix is a joke going on right now this week. Congratulations to everyone who's having fun out there on them stages. I'll see y'all tomorrow night at Hollywood something. Anyway, I'm going to be at Sunset Rooftop, but afterwards I'm going over to somewhere else. So, what you got going on in your life right now?
Of course, we got the Offend Everybody comedy special on Amazon right now. Make sure you get it.
I was on it. It's funny as hell.
Donald was on it with me, man. Hold it down. Offend Everybody. It's going down like retard test scores.
Steve named it perfect for him. Offend everyone, but it's hilarious. Every comic on there killed. Boo Capone, me, Al Dipmore. It was hilarious. Dwight the Barber's got Sunset Rooftop tomorrow night. I'll be there making people laugh. And it's for Mother's Day. You mothers, come out, get a free massage. Come let Francisco rub on your lower back, you mothers out there. He ain't doing the one like homeboy on Instagram, no, where he be lifting your booty all up. I'm looking for that nigga. Where you at? Shane, what you got going on in your life?
Yo, I'm about to do another special called Don't Be Yogurty. My last special.
Don't be yogurty?
Don't be yogurty. Soft niggas. I got my last special, Shangri, that's on Amazon, Apple TV, and right now we just went on Tubi. It just hit 1.6 million views.
Congratulations.
So thank y'all for the bag. And make sure you follow me at Comedian Shang on Instagram. And my website has all my touring dates, iamshang.com. On that, we're working on a thing called Rock the Vote, Rap the Vote. Again, bringing that back that MTV used to do.
Dope.
And it is going to basically teach young people Motherfucking facts, nigga.
Facts.
Right. You guys rock the vote, rap the vote, do all of the voting. We got to get y'all registered. Y'all are not registered to vote. In fact, I'm going to probably link a page where you can register to vote. I know so many young people against voting right now. And it's scary because my generation was raised to vote because of what my ancestors went through to get us to vote.
Oh, man.
This generation don't give a shit about the ancestors.
Poncho.
They don't care about nothing except who got the hottest video, what Drake battles going on. Y'all niggas need to wake up because it's all a distraction. I wish I could have got to every video because there's some videos that were in there for distractions. You know, it's a lot going on in the world right now. My son is military. Y'all need to open your eyes and see past this bullshit that we got going on. Voting does matter. It does matter. Are we all in agreement on that one?
Voting matters, sure.
Vote.
I know you believe it, Shane.
And Shane, just to add,
voting is important.
You're going to say some old shit that's going to start some shit. Should we let Steve say anything else?
I was agreeing with that. That's all
man,
quick.
Like Steve, man. Steve is real. Steve.
All I'm saying is just please out there, people, please vote because this really it's going to impact the community. It's going to change.
It's going to matter in the world right now.
Not only that, but Donnie, the reason why it's so pertinent that these people out here vote, really not just because our ancestors died, but I'm going to tell you,
here comes the bullshit.
Don't say that. But with all the issues going on, people, when they figure out a way to get men pregnant, you women are in trouble.
Oh, you know what? I knew it. Y'all, for real.
They had to throw it in
if you want to check out what I got going on, follow me at Donnie Keith Comedy. You guys, I got a lot going on right now. Stay tuned. All my shows, I post most of them. If I don't, just DM me when you want to know where I'm at on the weekend because I don't post a lot of weekend shows. I love y'all. Thank you for tuning in to DK's Way. I hope you're not as confused as I am right now about who I'm voting for or what just happened here over the last hour. Okay?
I'm putting cases on all you motherfuckers.
I love y'all, deuces.
Woo. Oh, man. That was fun, y'all.
Politics, entertainment, current events. The Intersection brings it to you real on the Voice of Reason station on Dash Radio.
With Senator Isidore Hall and Nikki Flores, live every Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. on the Voice of Reason channel on Dash Radio.
Well. Welcome. You're at the Intersection Live. I'm Senator Isidore Hall.
I'm Nikki Flores.
We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. It's been one hell of a week, and we're going to talk about it right here. Thank you, Zoe. We're taking over the Zoe What Show. We're brought, right?
Make sure you follow us on the Intersection Live on YouTube as well, and we are on Dash Radio. You can find us on the Voice of Reason station, so make sure you check us out. That VOR logo. Look for that.
Look for that stuff. Lean in. We've got a lot to talk about.
Tragic news out of Fort Worth, Texas. An African-American woman was shot and killed by a white police officer while she was inside her own home. This incident marks the 9th police-involved shooting in Fort Worth just this year alone. CNN's Polo Sandoval is following the story. So, Polo, what happened here?
Fred, police in Fort Worth released police body camera video almost not long after the shooting actually happened. The department said that is hoping to provide both transparent and relevant information as this investigation runs its course. But you hear from those that are essentially advocating here for the family of the woman who died. They're saying that is not enough. They want accountability and eventually even an indictment of the police officer.
We went from a welfare check to a woman being killed by the cops.
Outrage is building over the actions of a Fort Worth, Texas police officer. Saturday morning, just before 2:30 a.m., police were called to the home of 28-year-old Tatiana Jefferson after neighbors noticed her front door was open. Heavily edited body camera video released by Fort Worth police picks up what happens next. After police peer through the front door, they walk the perimeter of the property when suddenly, police say, an officer spots someone standing near a window.
Put your hands up! Show me your hands!
The medical examiner identified the woman who the officer shot as Jefferson. She died at the scene. James Smith says he's the concerned caller who first alerted police.
I feel guilty because had I not called the Fort Worth Police Department, my neighbor would still be alive today.
In a statement, Fort Worth police said their officer drew his weapon and fired the single shot after, quote, perceiving a threat. In addition to the body camera footage, investigators released this still photo showing a firearm inside the house. CNN legal analyst and criminal defense attorney Joey Jackson cautions not to jump to any...
Man, so another example of a life taken too soon. Fort Worth, Texas. Apparently, they've had some 9 episodes of police crime.
That's the 9th police-involved shooting.
Right.
Death, I believe.
Death.
That's happened in Fort Worth, the city alone,
right.
This year.
And the chief is an acting chief, correct? The chief is an acting chief, and this is the 9th aggressive murder that has taken place by the department this year alone, and we're not even finished, right? The lady was in her home, minding her own business. Apparently, they said that she may have had some mental illness. We don't know that, but what gives you the right to just walk in a house and within 4 seconds, Ms. Jefferson is dead?
Yeah, this is the first I'm hearing of a rumor of her having any mental illness. And it's so irrelevant that it blows my mind. Like, I thought I was done crying about this for sure. But it's hearing him say, you know, like, show me your hands and shoot her where she had no opportunity. She had no chance.
Yeah.
It's horrible. And to think that her 8-year-old nephew was in the room with her and had to witness that and just, I mean, that's terrorism. They were terrorized and they were assaulted and attacked, and just that it's so easy for this to happen on a regular basis and that this is so normal for us. Don't take any of the pain away from it.
Yeah, and you know, it's an emotional thing. My nephew asked me the question, and he's young. He says, is this what I have to worry about here at home? And whether you're in Fort Worth, whether you're in Los Angeles, whether you're in New York, whether you're in Chicago, unfortunately, it appears as if this is somewhat the new norm. Yeah. To hear or to not have the cry out on a national level is also a problem for me.
The real cry out that I need to hear when these things happen is, where is the fraternal order of the police? And, you know, like all these organizations, all these unions that do such a wonderful job of protecting their own, like, that's wonderful, but your job is to protect the rest of us. So, like, it can't just be us above the rest of y'all, and you're supposed to be putting your life in front of ours to save it at some points, when it seems that there's just a culture of fear when dealing with people in our community, and that it is shoot first and ask questions later, and it's too late. There are no questions to be asked.
They're gone.
Now they're looking for ways to make it okay for her to have been shot. Oh, well, maybe she had some mental illness. Like, who knows? Who cares? Was she doing something like a mentally ill person
illegal?
At the time?
Right.
Was she doing something illegal? Oh, well, there was a gun in the home. Okay.
Right.
You're still talking about all these legal things that were happening, and she's dead, and none of those things matter. I'm just so done with the excuses and the brushing things under the rug and the, you know, now it's just a one bad apple, and, you know, like, not coming out and being like, this was horrible that this happened, and we're going to make sure that this doesn't happen with any of our other officers.
Right.
We're going to make sure that we address this issue. Clearly there's something going on.
Right.
Just being like, oh, and, you know, arrest that guy and, like, let him go down for it, and who knows how long time he's going to go down for it. You know, it's just, I'm so tired of this cycle that we keep running around on.
Yeah,
it's the same thing every time.
You also have to say, you have the community the traumatic experience that the minority community is going through as a result of this death. But you also have the traumatic experience that that young nephew in that room is going to have to endure, seeing his aunt slaughtered with a bullet in her torso is unreal. You will never, now he's going to live. The aunt, unfortunately, has gone home to be with the Lord for all intents and purposes. But this child has to live with that trauma, with that grief, with the questions unanswered.
Yep.
No matter what people tell him, his mother can tell him one thing, his father, the law enforcement, the judge, the jury, everybody can give him an answer, but that's not the answer that's going to be okay with him. Because he's the one that actually saw it and will have to deal with it for the rest of his life. I pray that this young boy gets treatment immediately, that he goes to see a counselor, that his family stay close and near him to be able to move him through. And this is not something, Nikki, that he's going to be able to get over immediately. He's going to live with this for years.
And it's going to be new trauma again later when he remembers it a different
Absolutely.
way. You know, being a child and, you know, you have your own memories that you, like, oh, that's what was going on. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, just that. But I do know from word from his the family lawyer that he is in treatment right now.
Good.
So they've got him immediately in treatment. You know, the sister of Tatiana, who is his mother, is, you know, they're all involved in just embracing him. And
Good.
We can only hope that that he can be okay with this and be able to move forward with a
Right.
real life.
You're listening to The Intersection. I'm Senator Visitor Hall.
Nikki Flores.
Thank you for tuning in. You're on the Zoe What channel on YouTube. Thanks, Zoe. We're hijacking the station yet again. Make sure you follow us, The Intersection Live, on YouTube.
On behalf of the men and women of the Fort Worth Police Department, I'm so sorry for what occurred. You, Tatiana's family and friends have my apologies, my condolences, and my prayers. We've received many calls from the community expressing their concerns and demands. And I assure you, as chief of this department, I share those concerns and I demand a thorough, transparent, and speedy investigation. This will not be an opportunity for us to make excuses, but rather to investigate this case to the fullest, to provide the justice we all seek for Tatiana. My intent was to meet with him today to terminate his employment with the Fort Worth Police Department. However, the officer tendered his resignation this morning before we met. Even though he no longer works for the city, we will continue the administrative investigation as if he did.
On behalf of the entire city of Fort Worth, I'm sorry. To Tatiana's family, it's unacceptable. There is nothing that could justify what happened on Saturday morning. Nothing.
Most of the officers I've encountered over the past couple of days are telling me, Chief, this isn't how we operate. They understand the gravity of the situation. They understand how this has eroded the public trust in them.
Yeah, so we are, again, thankful that, the officer resigned. That's not going to, obviously, bring cure to the issue. He was going to be prosecuted one way or the other. But we're happy that he resigned, and we're also thankful that this chief of police came forward and tried to bring some type of, some type of remorse for what has taken place there in Fort Worth. So some would say that he waited too long. Perhaps he did. He came forward, and we have to at least acknowledge that. I think he waited too long, quite honestly, to
It was too
move
long.
forward. Absolutely.
They're apologizing to her family. They're getting
Right.
her name wrong and
Right.
apologizing to her
Right.
family. I mean, it's just like slight over slight
Yeah.
over slight.
Right.
And
True.
it's so offensive.
And
you know,
unacceptable.
we share the same concerns. Do you? What
Right.
concerns are those?
Right.
Tell us what those concerns
Right.
are, because
Right.
I don't know if I really
Right.
believe you anymore.
Right.
Because
Right.
it keeps happening.
Right.
So, I mean, like, yeah, I'm glad something is happening. I hope that this trend of something happening can continue when things go wrong, that there is
Right.
some justice. It would be great for us.
I will encourage everyone to try to find that family. They have a YouTube or a page where you can donate to the family. I would encourage you all to do that and try to give some assistance to this young child that's going to be tortured, hopefully not long, but that's going to have to endure trauma for the rest of his life. We'll move on.
You're on your transformation doesn't mean that I'm in the same spot with you. So
Okay.
All right, cool.
Kanye West storms out on Kim Kardashian after confronting her about her super sexy Met Gala look.
I'm really freaking out. You can now say that you're not into me wearing a tight dress.
You are my wife, and it affects me when pictures are too sexy.
On Sunday night's episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, Kanye surprisingly admits to having an issue with people gawking at his gorgeous wife.
Of course, it's like a formal underwear. It's hot. It's like it's hot for who though?
So like the night before the event, you're gonna come in here and say that you're not into a corset bag.
I mean, we love each other's opinions.
Well, maybe not in this case, as Kim was not okay with the 42-year-old rapper's concerns over her choice in wardrobe for fashion's biggest night.
I just feel like I've just went through this transition where from being a rapper, like looking at all these girls and looking at my wife, like, oh, my girl needs to be just like the other girls, showing her body off, showing this, showing that. And I didn't realize that that was affecting like my soul and my spirit as someone that's married and loved and the father of like now with about to be 4 kids.
Kim shut that down real quick.
You built me up to be this like sexy person and confidence and all this stuff. Yeah. And just because you're on a journey and you're on your transformation doesn't mean that I'm in the same spot with you.
Kim revealed she spent the 8 months leading up to the ball preparing her Terry Mugler ensemble.
It has taken 8 months.
So I mean, look, I'm gonna let you start. I don't want to go rogue. Go ahead, Nikki. Just go.
Kanye is a mess.
I don't want to go.
Kanye is a mess. Eden, pick the girl from a sex tape.
Right.
So you got her from there. Okay, so now she's already in the industry as a sex symbol. Before he got to her, she was already, trying to be out there and be seen. And then he got to her and was like, yeah, and we're going to create this modern day Marilyn Monroe. He kept saying that every day, every chance he could get in front of the camera. She's the modern Marilyn Monroe, and she's the modern Marilyn Monroe. And Marilyn Monroe always was snatched, and you know what I mean? Had a
looking
tight
good,
waist,
sexy.
You know what I mean? Always pushed up.
The curves.
So I don't know what he's looking for. And that's a conversation they should have had before they had kids, apparently. Like, if he's going to have kids and then be like, oh, well, you're a mom now. Like, she don't care. And that is not going to stop her. And her body looks just as banging, especially now that they're having kids and she's not giving birth to them. Like, what's to stop her? She's like, why? Why?
Well, not only is she not giving birth, but he actually encouraged her to go get some, some physical enhancements to the body. What do you call that?
Yeah, well, you said it right.
You know,
we got a lot of physical enhancements to the body.
What some physical enhancements. But see, here's the thing. Kanye, first of all, he's suffering from some mental disorder, so you got to give him that, okay? And anyway, so he's suffering from some mental disorder. As you said, and as she said, he built her up to be this sex symbol, model, social media superstar, all this. And she quite honestly has done a great job branding herself like that, making money for herself like that. Kanye has now moved on to where he's getting older, he's getting a little more mature, he's getting bigger, and all that extra stuff is no longer there. Now he wants to settle down, and because he is seeing that now young rappers are also still looking at his wife, right? And he's having an issue with that. He's older now, and Kim Kardashian has been with about 25, 30 people. So
in the industry.
He has to be concerned as to now whether Kim is going to revert back to the same thing that she was doing when she found him. So this seems like, this is mayhem in the Calabasas.
This is insecurity. Listen, if Kanye was as poppin', if he had, like an album, I don't think it would be an issue. Like if he had something in the works, because it's all, it all funnels back to the family. Yeah. And he's never had a problem with, her bank account and her bringing in money for herself. And now that she's making money that way, like, Why would she stop? And especially when she's supporting like her entire family in this way. She's been able to put her whole family on.
Yeah.
You ain't born into the Kardashian family without a show now. Like it comes with it, and you're gonna get paid for it.
So you think he's insecure?
I think he's insecure. I think this is coming from like, oh, these young rappers. Well, you know, like if he was in the game, like there's no recourse for him. You know, he can't like get in. He can't do no diss track on nobody because he's so far removed at this moment. You know what I mean? Like he would have to like jump back in the game and.
Well, he says he bought a house in Montana or somewhere, wherever he purchased that home.
In Wyoming.
Wyoming, and he's trying to work on some new music.
And every once in a while, he tries to come for somebody like, hey, don't be talking about my wife. Like, we all talking about your wife.
Listen, Kanye.
And she like it like that, though. If she didn't like it, I would.
But look at him. I mean, his eyes are like they're very piercing. He looks upset. No,
I don't know why he came.
Now Kim, on the other hand, she looks like, hey, I don't care. I don't care. Yes, I'm banging. My body looks great. I'm looking amazing. He's, on the other hand, has a white T-shirt, blue zipper all the way up to the top, like he don't know what he's doing. Why is his zipper all the way zipped up like that? You know, so you know, there's conflict and mayhem in the Calabasas. That's all I got to say. We'll keep following the story, hopefully.
No, we won't. No, we won't. Don't tune in for no update on this story.
Democrats say this was necessary, Brooke, because the White House has moved to limit testimony from witnesses on a number of other occasions. They said they're doing this to compel her testimony, require her to answer. Republicans say this is absolutely not a necessary move, saying that she was willing to do so voluntarily. When I asked for clarity from the House Intelligence Committee whether or not the White House, in fact, sought to block her testimony, they have since referred my question to Hill's lawyer, who is also behind closed doors right now, so we have not gotten clarity on that. But this hearing has started off today a bit of a rocky start when one Republican Congressman, Matt Gaetz, who sits on the House Judiciary Committee, appeared behind closed doors to ask questions, but his committee is not one of the three that is interviewing this witness, and he objected to the Democrats' efforts to kick him out, and ultimately he did leave after the House parliamentarian told him to do so. And when he left, I asked him why he did appear today, knowing that he would not be allowed to attend.
Here's the thing here. This member of Congress, he knew he was not welcomed in that hearing.
Oh, he tried to flex his privilege
one
time.
He tried to flex his privilege.
He was like, what are they going to do? Physically remove me?
He tried to flex his privilege and say, hey, I'm a member of Congress. I can go into this private intelligence hearing. And guess what? He got booted out.
Because it was private.
It was private.
He wasn't invited.
He's not on the committee. He's not on the committee. You know, he's not on the committee. That means you're not on the committee. Now, if it was a public committee hearing, he had every right, of course, to go in.
And he knew that already, like you said.
He was going in to try to get some airtime and to try to get some camera time because he's actually an irrelevant member of Congress. And he tried to go in and get some airtime so he can perhaps be in the front. Bolster. Perhaps Trump can see him and say, hey, this guy is a great guy. I like him. Who is he? Because I don't know him. But bring him up here to the White House. Maybe I can give him a job. Because apparently that's how most of the Trump members of his cabinet get a job. They go on television. They act a fool. They cut up. And then Trump offers them a job. They take the job and they resign from Congress, take a job, and within 2 months they're fired. Their whole career is shattered at that point.
Or maybe he's working on a campaign.
Or maybe he's working on the campaign. Who knows? But he knew clearly that he was not supposed to be in that committee hearing. And I can only imagine Mr. Schiff saying, hey!
Oh, to be a fly on the wall in that room, boy.
Oh my God, I wish I were there. So
he was probably sitting there with his legs crossed off.
Right.
No, I'm a member of Congress.
Right. I'm a member of Congress.
What's the big deal?
Yeah, so he got booted out, and good for him. I mean, listen, first of all, and by the way, I was listening earlier coming in to the studio today, how Donald Trump was online speaking about so many members of Congress saying that this was an unfair process, this, that, and the other. What would happen if this was a Republican House? First of all, we saw what
it
would
just
happen
happened last time.
We were just there. We were just there. Not just on the House side, but in the Senate. The U.S. Supreme Court nominee We saw the kangaroo court that happened
we
there.
know what goes on.
The Russian election scandal. We saw what happened there in both houses. How dare he say Republicans are not being treated fairly in this investigation? He has a lot to hide.
They just straight lie.
He has a lot to hide.
Lie. What if it was Obama? Shut up.
Right.
Shut up. I'm so tired of this argument that is a lie.
Right.
Don't make no sense.
Makes no sense whatsoever. So we'll see what happens here. I'm glad that they're moving forward. I'm glad Nancy Pelosi is doing an extraordinary job. We're going to hear more on her later, but she's doing an extraordinary job in holding up to these crazy buffoons over here in the White House and in the White House and
they
Congress.
will get that door shut in their face.
Let's move on.
Yeah, Alex, after weeks of the Trump campaign, Trump allies and the president himself really beating the drum on Hunter Biden's business dealings with Ukraine and China, this is the Biden campaign and Hunter Biden specifically finally dealing with this directly after weeks of insisting that he didn't have to deal with this head on. And so in that letter through his attorney today that's posted online, we see that Hunter Biden is saying that he's pledging to avoid any potential conflicts of interest if his father were to win the election in 2020. But Alex, I covered the Trump campaign in 2016, and I have to tell you that this entire thing has really been a master class in what it's like to run against Donald Trump. Nothing is off limits. Joe Biden is seeing that now firsthand, and he is the person who's pitched himself as the person who's the best position to go up head-to-head against Donald Trump. And we have seen him change over just the course of the last few days and weeks how he has gone at the president on this issue. We've seen him get more aggressive and more direct on the campaign trail, and so it really has been a lesson of how Donald Trump plans to run against these Democrats. Joe Biden is just the first really to get all of that Trump ire.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great that Hunter came out and basically said, hey, I will resign from the board. I will not work for foreign governments on committees or boards. And my father's elected. I'll have no business relationships overseas. I'm glad that Vice President Biden is coming out swinging as he should. But I got to tell you, Nikki, there's a bit of hypocrisy here. I mean, you have Donald Trump and Eric Trump and Don Jr. and Ivanka. They are making millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars right now overseas in foreign countries. Mm-hmm. They're traveling on U.S. aircraft with special services and the Secret Service as they travel on the government dime and dime, making deals over there. And yet they have the audacity to talk about Biden Hunter sitting on a board that is absolutely legal. His father is not an elected official. He's a private citizen. And they're talking about him sitting on the board right now. It seems somewhat hypocritical.
Definitely hypocritical, and I am glad that Hunter came out and said something because VP Biden was not saying enough.
Right, he wasn't.
For sure.
I got to give it to him.
And he kind of just like let it sit there for people to see, and people need to be told explicitly. I don't know what the Democrats don't understand about that. The Republicans are like, here's what it is.
I agree.
And the Democrats are like, well, that's not what it is.
Well,
so people will figure that out.
Let them frame the discussion.
Yeah, I need you to come and be like,
right.
The fact that they can't get that point home, that this is super hypocritical. The fact that every time it's just not, I'm just going to say Eric Trump. And that's it. I'm just going to.
That's all you got to do.
You know, I'm just going to keep reminding y'all that the president's current children.
Yeah.
But and that's cool. Thanks, Hunter. You know, saying like if he gets elected. But what does that mean for like future children of presidents? They all got to just not. Pursue their international business dreams or whatever it is, just because they need to make it specific. They need to make it a law if they're going to make that a law and just have it across the board.
If they make it a law, it has to be applicable to the Trump family as well right now.
I mean,
if they make it a law, it has to be applicable to the Trump family right now.
That would be nice.
Well, because you can't say
see how slow things are moving.
Hunter can't do it, and yet you have this current president's children over there selling their souls to the devil, you know, and no pun intended there, by the way, you know, but you can't you can't have your cake and eat it too, as my mom used to say. You know, you can't have your cake and eat it too. But I'm happy that Biden is being the just man that he is. That he's basically said, hey, this is what we're going to do. And I'm glad Hunter is also has taken a stand and has resigned from the board and say that he would have no more interaction, business relationships abroad as well. So we'll see how far this goes. Hopefully, the jargon and the BS could stop and cease. Oh, and by the way, they did say that the Bidens were investigated and they found 0 problems. There was no illegal activity or buffoonery going on with Hunter Biden as it relates to his business affairs overseas.
Yeah, it had been opened and closed already.
So there you go. We'll move on.
First retailer Target vowed to raise the minimum wage to $15 by next year, but now, well, it's cutting workers' hours and reducing benefits. Joining us now is retail watcher Bert Fletcher. Is this just another example of pure, simple economics?
It's technology translated to economics. So with more automation, more click and collect, more roboticized mini fulfillment centers. But Target, to its credit, is still taking a lead, to your point, Charles, in raising wages. They have rooftop solar, so they're doing the savings from rooftop solar on utilities, number 2 operating costs, to cut prices and raise wages and hiring a record number of people for the holidays. So the workers who are being eliminated is simply technology related.
Yeah, well, listen, here's how it goes, okay? You raise minimum wage, you cut services. You raise minimum wage, you increase prices. That's just the way it works. You can't increase minimum wage, keep prices the same, reduce prices, or reduce the cost of goods. That's just unfortunately the way it goes. I believe that the wages should always be raised. I believe no one can live off of $15 an hour. Actually, in California, you can't even live off $50,000 an hour. I mean, $50,000 a year, let alone $15 an hour. You have to literally make about your rent. Your average rent in California and Los Angeles is about $1,500 to $2,000 a month, and that's for a 1-bedroom apartment, not a studio. So $15 an hour. Thank God. Kudos to Target. It should be more. Kudos for Target. It's unfortunate that, however, they're cutting employees, and I understand how that works. But it is unfortunate that they're cutting employees.
No, Target. That's a no from me. I got some inside knowledge from some people who work there, who work part-time, who've kind of been going through this issue, the ups and downs, and going from like a part-time 30 hours to like 8.
Oh,
is
wow.
a huge difference.
Really?
And it doesn't have nothing to do with technology. Like they keep trying to, it's technology, so we're cutting hours. No, it's more about management of time. And Target is not, first of all, Target hires managers like straight out of college, which is great because college students need a good job. But if none of them have experience, like working as a manager, then things can get lost.
Well, of course.
And, you know what I mean? The people on the bottom are the ones who are getting their hours cut and moved around when it's not even beneficial for necessarily the store. Then the store is backed up and then they got to reshift. So it's more about like systems.
So you're saying
than it
that
is about like, oh, we got technology and we just got to cut hours back. Sorry, people, but we're going to raise your hours. But like, I said, 30 to 8 hours, you give me $15.
Help me understand this. You're saying that managers have been hired straight out of college to manage employees, baseline employees that's been there for 3, 4, 5, 6 years.
For sure, yeah. And the turnover rate is also high now, too.
Right.
Like on the low
And
part.
so they're moving employees from 30 hours to 8 hours for all intents and purposes. And so they're basically saying, okay, the reason why we're reducing the hours is because of technology. No need because we have automated services. But for those that are staying here, we've increased their wages to $15 an hour. So if you're working 30 hours an hour, if you're working 30 hours a week at $10 an hour, we'll reduce you to 8 hours a week and increase your salary to $15 an hour. You're still taking home less.
Right.
Got it.
Still taking home less, and they don't care.
Well, I will not. I will have to be. Listen. I live across the street from a Target, and I buy my T-shirts from Target, and I buy a lot of my produce.
I mean,
from
Target,
Target.
we love
and
Target,
I
but-
love Target. I go into Target sometimes and with the intent of buying some hand towels. And
One
I
thing.
tell you what, I walk out of there
With a whole cart.
with $400 worth of stuff. What is all this? Did I actually buy this?
Target will get you.
They will snatch you in.
But I'm saying we've been buying like that forever. So
Yeah.
they should have been paying their workers. Get it together.
So Target, if you want my business, you got to get yourself
Pay your
together.
employees.
Pay your employees and be right. Be nice to people. Be nice to people.
In the words of Governor Gavin Newsom, no more lunch shaming in California. The state banning the practice of lunch shaming, which is when a student owes meal money to the school, and instead is either denied lunch or given an alternative lunch instead. So going forward, the state will not be allowed to do that. California will guarantee all students a state-funded meal of their choice, regardless of whether their parent or guardian has unpaid meal fees. The law, in part, prompted by the third grader you mentioned, Sheba, who paid for all the food bills of his fellow students at a Napa elementary school. And we've been following the reaction online since we first shared this story, and want to go through some of that this morning because there's a lot of support for this move by California on our Facebook page. That includes comments coming in from Linda and Virginia, who says all states should be doing this. And we want to know your thoughts this morning. Do you agree? Should other states follow? Some hoping that Georgia also follows suit, but then others bringing the other side of the equation.
Yeah, so
saying,
I think this is great. First of all, kudos to my boss, Gavin Newsom. kudos to the boss. First of all, I love Gavin. Gavin is he's an extraordinary governor. It's not just because he's a personal friend, not just because I actually work for the state, but because he is really, really an extraordinary outlier. He's doing stuff that other states wish they could do right now. This is
and common sense.
And common
things,
sense.
too.
And common sense. Now, look at all this food right here. You got green vegetables. You've got, what is that, fish or chicken?
I don't know. Enchiladas. It looks like enchiladas, beans, and rice.
You got beans and rice, okay? And you've got something, you've got a what is that, an orange over there? You got an orange. That's good food. You've got carne. That's good food.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you about this lunch shaming. Keep that image right there. Stay there.
Yeah.
About this lunch shaming stuff, that's horrible.
No, it is.
For me, being a person in elementary school who had lunch tickets because mama was on welfare and public assistance, and we had lunch vouchers for the poor kids, financially challenged, not poor kids, all right? And so we had to get in line and get our tickets while other folks were paying for their meals, which showed the community that we were poor.
Oh, yeah.
That's the same kind of crap.
Yep.
That's lunch shaming. And so a lot of people just refused to go in line because they didn't want to have their little ticket, their little free lunch pass to say, oh, we ain't got no coin at the house, we're gonna do this. We're just not gonna eat.
Yep.
And so now, regardless of your socioeconomic status, right, you can get in line and have a free meal so that you can go and function as you should in class.
I mean, but shame on these schools. Shame on everybody.
Shame on everybody.
Shame on everybody from the lunch lady to
Right.
the superintendent who wasn't like, you know what, here,
Right.
go ahead and eat. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
I didn't know they did
sense
that.
at all. Oh, yeah.
Well, let me put it like this.
Oh, yeah.
When I was president of the school board, I moved from school board to city council, the state assembly, and state senate. When I was a president of the school board in Compton, we didn't allow that. But I know it's at the discretion of each school district. If you want to ban it completely, it has to be statewide through a measure that the governor signed. But it's at the discretion of each school district. You follow me?
Yeah.
So we didn't do that in Compton because everybody was poor in Compton for the most part. Everybody need to eat breakfast. Bebe, Day, Shaniqua, Taekwondo, everybody need to eat. And we made sure everybody ate.
Yeah.
But in some of these other affluent communities, they do that more so than not.
Yeah, well, this affects people from our community
Right.
more than others, of course. You know, people in the lower socioeconomic background, and it becomes a little bit of an antagonistic thing between
course.
the officials
Yeah.
and the child.
Right.
Like, they really come for kids. Like, make sure your daddy
Yeah.
pays and when your mom comes, have her bring something. Like, don't talk to people's kids like that. And it's not that serious either.
It's a $3 meal.
Hold their 6th grade graduation certificate if that's how you know what I mean? Like, they're just acting up.
Don't hold no
They acting
certificate.
up.
Give my child his
I'm saying,
graduation certificate.
I'm saying,
Give the
feed
boy
the
some
child.
lunch.
Feed
Give
the
the
child
feed the child
first.
some lunch. Let me tell you this. Stay there. Let me tell you something. These kids are gonna eat whether you feed them or not. Because if you don't give them the food in the cafeteria, they're gonna find a way to get the food. They're gonna go right over here to Alta Market and find a way to get them a bag of chips. Okay? Because I know one thing: a hungry child is gonna eat. Okay? And so you may as well do it the right way. Now, let me also say this. There was also a guy, and I want to give this guy kudos. I don't know where he was, somewhere on the East Coast, where the school stopped feeding these kids. And this realtor saw it on TV and paid, the entire bill to that district.
Yeah, it was for a bunch of kids. It was like 20-something or 40-something kids, and he paid the whole wad.
Yeah.
It was less than $1,000.
It's $941, I think it was.
Like, what are y'all?
Yeah.
What are you griping about, though?
Yeah.
Like, that means that was spread across all those children, so it wasn't but $10 here, $7 here.
$3,
It was
like $1.50,
you can't eat.
$2 or something like that, right?
Like, for schools to not just incorporate that into their budget doesn't even make any sense.
Where's
for there just to be budgeted food or
Right.
just this much for when kids ain't got it.
Right.
We got it
We
for
got it.
them. Like, I mean, teachers spend their money on supplies and stuff like that
Right.
for their classrooms. And that's out of their goodness of their heart because it's the right thing to do. Like, feed
Right.
these children.
So they can get a good score as a good
Right.
teacher of the year.
It was 9 schools, and the debt was $944.
I was off by $3. I know it was $940 something. I had my morning coffee when I reviewed that. That's what that was. $944. And thank God for that nice Samaritan that good Samaritan who decided to stop his job as a real estate agent and go and pay the bill for those students. Let's move on.
Derek, Sweetwater High School here behind me has its first bell, rings at 7:30. So one of the high schools, one of the districts that will have to change here in the state. They do have some time to get into compliance with this new law. It makes California the first state in the country to mandate those later start times. The governor, as you mentioned, signing that into law yesterday. It prohibits middle schools from starting before 8 a.m. and high schools from starting before 8:30. It's based on numerous studies that show teens are healthier mentally and physically, and they perform better in the classroom when school starts later. Parents at schools that have already made the change seem to be split, though, over whether or not they like it. It does seem, though, that the opposition to it is really about convenience, parents' work schedules, busing, transportation concerns, and the effect that it could have on after-school activities. Now, San Diego Unified has already approved a plan called Healthy Start Times that will have all high schools start at 8:30 or later by the 2020 school year. Several of its schools started with that schedule already this
Thank
year.
God.
I think it's a good idea. I am concerned about them getting out later and later in the day because kids are more active and the whole activities thing extends the day into the night. So kids like going to bed at 11 o'clock at night is like a normal thing out here. But I think it's great that they get the time to sleep.
Yeah, and I agree.
Eat before they go.
Right.
You know, when you
have some breakfast.
When you got to be at school at 7:30, I mean, for me, I used to have friends who was like, "Oh, I'm gonna eat," but I wasn't never gonna eat. If I got to be at 7:30, I'm barely awake to get into class.
Man,
there's no food
Let
happening.
me tell you what Isidore Hall was doing. Okay, I was getting up at 5:45 on a bus at 6:15, right? Driving it, taking it to Linwood High from Compton. 0 period, starting at 7:15 in the morning, okay? I didn't have time to get breakfast. I didn't have time to get no coffee. I didn't have time to get a Twinkie. Okay? I didn't have time to stop and get an orange juice. Okay? So I was up at 5:30, 5:45 every morning. Okay? Getting to school, okay? Trying to perform, stay focused, waiting for my 15-minute break to go to the vending machine to get some type of fruit juice that was laced with calories and stuff that would cause my energy to shoot out of the atmosphere. Or you understand? It was craziness. And then the little vending machines that you had where that was covered with a cage because they didn't want people to steal the stuff out of it. Yeah, putting the money in there and sliding and getting an apple or a pear or a Twinkie or a cupcake or something. That was breakfast, but that was breakfast at 10:15 when it was break time.
Oh yeah, that was the first time I ate was break.
Right. So moving this up to 8:30 gives that child or give that future exemplar an opportunity to get a decent breakfast, to grab a cup of milk, to grab a piece of fruit, perhaps some oatmeal, right? And be able to have a nutritious meal before they go to class.
Mm-hmm. And for some of these schools, if they had been opened earlier anyways, this now gives them an opportunity to start maybe a breakfast program if they didn't have one.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
So you know what I mean? The kids who are already getting there early, if this is a problem for, kids in the community because they usually get dropped off at 7:30, let them still get dropped off and maybe have food for them. Or open up the library.
And I got one other point before we move on, if you don't mind, Nikki. The fact that, these kids get out, these students get out a little later, right? But you have to remember, this is also going to help with the latchkey component too, because most crime happen between the hours of 4 and 7, right? So if they get out a little later, it helps save a little time to keep some of these students from getting into trouble, and also give some parents an opportunity to leave work, to get off of work, to be able to grab their students as well, so they wouldn't be in harm's way. So I think it's a balance here. You say no?
They're not going to be getting out at like 5 o'clock, which is like the normal workday hour. Like they're still going to be getting out in the afternoon. It's just going to be a little bit later.
Well, that's true. Okay, fine.
It's a good thing though. I think it's good. They're going to get some sleep and rest and be healthier, hopefully. Thanks, Gavin.
Okay.
New this morning, Virginia's Attorney General says couples planning to get married in the state will no longer have to put their race on their marriage license. Clerks across the state changed late Friday, just a week after 3 couples filed a federal lawsuit challenging the state's requirement to have race labels on marriage licenses. Attorney General Mark Herring wrote that circuit court clerks must ask people about their race, but couples can decline the question. The lawsuit says one county provided a list of more than 200 potential races that couples had to pick from. The list included titles like Aryan, Moor, Mulatto, and American.
Who cares?
Mulatto.
Mulatto is not.
Not mulatto.
My family and Orleans will be pissed, should be, and I'm sure they are pissed to hear that they're calling it mulatto as a race. That is not a race, and it's offensive. Just as it's offensive to require one to have race on their certificates, on their marriage certificate. Why? What difference does it make? Why?
Who's keeping these tabs?
Right.
On this, who needs this information?
For what purpose?
Where are these statistics going? I would love to know. And if I can decline, then take that off of there.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Why is that even necessary? I don't know. So, hey, I think race should be banned. I don't think there should be a state that has race on marriage certificates. It's irrelevant.
No, because that assumes that there's a problem.
Well, first of all, you don't even know your race.
That too.
I mean, you got folks thinking that they're white and they're Native American. You have folks that thinking that they're this and they're something else. You take 23andMe, you'll find out that you're mixed with all kind of nonsense, right? You got all kind of stuff circling around in your blood. I mean, I got all kind of stuff, going on. Nigerian, I got Nigerian. I got
Nigerian.
I got all kind of stuff going on. For real. I got all kind of stuff.
Most of us are not just one thing.
Sub-Saharan. I'm all up in there.
Mm-hmm.
I got European. I've got Native American. I've got all that. My
so what would you
family's-
answer on the marriage certificate?
I'm black. I ain't no African American. I'm black. Okay.
Okay.
You got it? You got it?
You answered though. I'm
Right.
declining.
Okay. Let's move on.
Was previously accused of groping a woman at a rooftop bar in Midtown back in June.
And now the NYPD says it is investigating several other sexual assault complaints. Eyewitness News reporter Rob Nelson has a story.
Well, of course, this case made big headlines back in June, and the star was back in criminal court here this morning, where prosecutors have now added a new twist to this case. The 51-year-old Jerry Maguire star, Cuba Gooding Jr., found himself back in criminal court this morning as his case continues, stemming from a June incident in which he's accused of grabbing a woman's breast at a Midtown rooftop bar near Times Square. Charges the actor has strongly denied since the beginning. He has already pleaded not guilty to forcible touching and other sexual abuse charges, and also believes surveillance video from the bar that night clears him of any wrongdoing. However, a judge refused to throw out the case just a few weeks ago, and then today, prosecutors made a surprising announcement that a grand jury has indicted the actor in another previously uncharged incident, and that he will be arraigned on that matter Tuesday, October 15th, and not in criminal court, but rather in Supreme Court. That indictment will cover both the June incident and this new charge. But here's the thing, the change from criminal court to Supreme Court now suggests that Cuba Gooding Jr. could be facing a much more serious charge, perhaps a felony. It is all still unclear. Neither Cuba nor his attorneys.
Wow, this is, I'm gonna let you talk about it.
Well, we talked about this before when
I
it
remember.
first came up with the first woman who had brought the allegations, because there was a video, and it was they were in a bar or a club or a lounge or whatever, and he was sitting with somebody talking to her, and a fan came over and sat down and was interacting with him, and he had put his hand on her breast, and she says that he squeezed it or whatever. In the video, people are seeing the video differently. Some people are like, oh, he clearly grabbed it, but her reaction and response leads people to believe like maybe it wasn't an issue, and then she kind of made it an issue and seems to have gone and sought attention to get assistance or some sort of recourse for this incident without having voiced anything in the moment, which is also her choice. You don't have to voice something in the moment for something wrong to have been done to you. So there's that. But I don't know if y'all have been seeing how Cuba moves, but he's lightweight, sleazy, like I said last time. So the fact that allegations are coming up with more people, I'm going to have to say is not a surprise to me.
Oh, from the voice of Nikki Flores. Now, I'm smart enough to know when to leave stuff alone. And on this one, I'm going to leave it alone and support the opinion of Nikki Flores. Because I'm smart enough like that, all right?
I mean...
And I hear you.
We're going to get some evidence, I guess, and this going to the Supreme Court?
Yeah,
I mean,
for the grand, first of all, for the grand jury to indict, it's one thing. And that doesn't necessarily mean that one is guilty, because everyone is innocent to proven guilty.
Right.
But apparently they have a lot of evidence that is obviously stacked up against him to suggest that there's some there.
Yeah, and
right?
I hope, not that I hope that he's the type of person who does this, but since this has now been brought to his life, I hope he deserves it. I hope this is he's really, guilty of these things. And it's not just people coming and trying to get some recourse or, I heard he was in the news. Let me see if I could.
Well, I don't want him to be extorted.
I hope this is not the case.
Right.
I hope it's not being, all of the things we were all worried about when we first heard about Cosby.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Before it was 50 people and we were like, well, damn, we learned something about you. Before it was in, when we're holding out for like, I hope it's not. Like, oof.
Well, you're giving him the benefit of the doubt is what you're saying.
Trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and I'd like to, I want to, and I'm going to hold off too to give a benefit of the doubt. However, if there's some there's some there. You know, it is what it is, and it is just going to be that,
We're
right?
going to find out.
But, you know, hey, you know, sometimes that's the way the ball bounces. You know, if you're going to step out there and do some crazy stuff like that, you got to.
Oh, yeah.
You
deserve them consequences.
Hey, you know, I'm the bruz. I believe, hey, you know. You know? Did I just sneak that in?
You did. Seen them hooks.
Hey, okay, so I want to thank you all for being with us, and thank Zoe for allowing us to hijack again his YouTube channel.
Shout out to Vibe Free TV right here in Inglewood.
Right here in Inglewood on Dash, Voice of Reason on Dash. We're going to see you same time, next time, this time. Until then, be nice to people. Make sure you follow us on the Intersection Live on YouTube. I'm Senator Isidore Hall.
I'm Nikki Flores.
God bless you. Be nice to people.
Y'all already know what it is. Backed by popular demand. Zolo Mansions. A lot of people have been asking, what does the Zolo mean? Zoe doing a show on the solo tip, for the 90s lingo, Zolo Mansions. A mansions show with Zoe by himself. Why? Because I think it's important that I cover specific topics. And y'all know I like to put together forums and panels of people on my show so we could have a spirited, diverse, and sometimes contrary show. I don't like contrary for the sake of being contrary. I don't like that. So, as is commonplace, this is a special show. This is what I need y'all to do. I need y'all to hit the like button, the share button, as well as the subscribe button. This channel has been at 54,000 subscribers for the entire month of October. My goal is to pick up 25,000 subscribers in the month of November. The only way I could do that is if you guys share it, create playlists, hit the notification button. A lot of people have been saying, hey, how come I didn't get the notification that it was live? Maybe you didn't hit that little bell. That bell helps. You underdig? It helps. So do that. You hit the bell, you will always be notified when I go live. Now, man, like I'm telling you, this topic is so fucking pertinent. Oh, damn, I done cursed. I was trying not to curse. I'm sorry, Sarah. I done let one out. It's like one of them farts you didn't mean to let out. You be talking and giggling. Yeah, awkward silence. Anyway. But it ain't just the hoodie, it's the pants too, boy. Look at that, boy. Ow! It ain't just the hoodie, it's the whole. Yeah. You figure deals? Now, as is commonplace, I promote black-owned businesses. Sarah, give me that box, that Total Package Energy box. It's right behind you, love. Oh, I forgot, you short as hell. Total Package Energy, ladies. Don't worry about it. Leave that box alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Total Package Energy, man. The greatest energy drink of all time. It's an energy drink that keeps me on my toes. When I got stuff to do, Total Package Energy. Whoop. And I'm ready. You know, dig? Go get it right now. Tell them Zoe Williams sent you at TotalPackageEnergy.com. The other thing is, y'all got to show some more appreciation for VibeFree.tv. We need hundreds, thousands of people going to VibeFree.tv's website. Why? Black-owned business here in Inglewood. Television production. What else you do, Mike? Turn that mic on. Now you can talk. You know, Mike will jump in. What else do you guys do here at VibeFree.tv, Mike?
Oh, well, we do a whole bunch of things. We do live streaming. We've got
Live streaming? Remote streaming?
Facility streaming.
Really?
Especially, we do a lot of seminars.
Seminars.
Yeah, bring people in here. We're basically focusing on educational online education.
Educational online education?
Yeah, I have to say education because we got to create the sandwich. You know, we got to get you in front and behind, but create some entertainment value and consciousness around it too. You know how the 5 elements in the hip hop used to be.
Yeah.
We would get knowledge, we would have fun, we would get some exercise,
Yeah.
we would get in tune.
Yeah.
So that's what we need to do here with vibration frequency. You get those levels, but it's really about education, informing people what's going on, and then just giving them an outreach. You know, this is really a black man station.
Yeah, it
You
is.
really think about it.
No, it is.
We have black men, intellectual black men who are really thinking. We got a think tank here, and we're documenting our think tank as we navigate through all the mazes of the media.
There you go. VibeFree.tv. This is a call to action. Every business I put in front of you, you have to support. All right, black-owned businesses, man, we got to support them all, especially the one that allows us to broadcast here, VibeFree.tv. Everybody should go there. Everybody should at least check out the website and see what they have to offer. Now, Total Package Energy is one. We Juice is another. OUIJUICE. We Juice, my homeboy from Pasadena, grew up with him and his family. Hassan McCullough, great juice company, cold pressed juice. Do you guys like those juices? I know I do. I love them. Those juices are great, right? Candy in a bottle, but not really candy. Good for you stuff. Healthy stuff, all right? That's the word, good for you stuff. WeJuice.com. Also, I want you to check out the H Report. Do we have something for the H Report? Let's pull them up right now. Boom, the Hurricane Report. Write it. Take action. Maintain freedom. Follow them, h-report.news, or go to their Instagram page, h_report. Why do I do that? Because it's h_REEEPOORT. Also, they could be found on Twitter at the H Report 2. Now, y'all got to get on those mansions. The mansions hoodies. Come on, y'all. Don't leave me hanging. The mansions apparel at PIOclothing.com. We did good. Our first 2-month cycle, we sold in the month of, I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. In the month of October, we sold 156. No, we launched in September. So from September to October, we sold 156 garments. In the month of October, we sold 47 garments. Currently, in the month of November, we are at 2 garments. So please, please, please go to Power in One Clothing right now and support. Get there right now. Black hoodie, white hoodie, red hoodie, t-shirts for ladies. We're trying to create some more designs as we speak. Now, the gear that I'm wearing right now. Oh, say, can you see by the... Oh, yeah, pull that t-shirt in. by the God's early light. What so proudly we wear. Ram Omar, you already know what it is. Ram Omar NY, you got to check him out. Fashion designer out of New York. Go to Ram Omar NY. Check him out. I'm rocking. Listen, I like stuff with meaning. So right here, down all this right here, this is 5,000 euro pyramid text. And dig prayers that are designed to protect the king. It's not meaningless. The man went to Egypt and hand drew the hieroglyphs. He's an artist. Come on now. Ram Omar. You under dig? Ram Omar NY. Go check him out right now. Tell him Zoe Williams sent you. All righty. Are y'all ready for today's topic? We got a hell of a topic. Oh, that's right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because I'll forget. My book, The Holographic Relationship. You got to get your copy right now, especially in light of tonight's topic, because a lot of the stuff that I'm sharing tonight is in alignment with what's in this book, right? This book is amazing in the sense that it is separated into 3 parts. The first part is called The Science of Relationship. And the reason why I called it The Science, is beautiful too. The reason why I called it The Science of Relationship is because I took a lot of, physics concepts and turned them into relationship concepts. Now the book is unique because in the middle, if that wasn't unique enough, is a full-fledged novel that incorporates the 8 principles from the first section called The Science of Relationship. So the second section of this book is called The Story of Dalvin and Jamie. It covers the life and relationship of an unmarried couple who are going through some hella struggles. They have a child, and I can't give up all of it. But the story is amazing. And then at the end of the book is called the Self-Questionnaire Workbook. It is a section of the book that has 100 questions that you should be asking yourself. And I ask you to do the homework for real, for real, for real, for real. Now, what else do I have to promote? Oh, the relationship dismount. How to stick the landing when exiting a toxic relationship. This book right here is the follow-up to that. You in the dig? Tap Peoples up in the chat. I see you. He said, what up, though, Zoe? First off, Zoe is spelled Z-O. Look at that big-ass Z-O right there. Ain't no Zoe is Z-O-E. Look at Zoe what on the hat. It's Z-O. Family. Z-O. All right. There it is. There's my 2015 book. That's all right. It's fine. There's my 2015 book. It is available on Audible. It is available in paperback. It is available on Kindle. All at Amazon.com. Order right now, right now, right now. We forgive you, bro. It's Z-O. You in the dig? Let me just say this too. I will be coming back to the 5150 show. Corey Holcomb is my bro. Darlene is my sis. We've been doing this for many, 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 many years. But you guys got to understand something. My son is a 5th-year senior. He hooping. And I got to be at some games. I got to be there, man. I got to support the Young Lions movement. So sometimes, for extended amounts of time, I may not be there. But that's my family right there, and I love them. I love them, and I will be back soon. I'm telling somebody I'm on the air right now. They wanted to call. I don't like that. Anyway, especially when I tell you earlier in the day, like, I got a show today. And you know the time of the show. And then. Okay, cool. All right. You're listening to the Mansion Show, Zolo Show. Let me tell you what the topic is. See, before I get to the topic, let me say this. My whole goal is to heal black relationships, because through black relationships come black families. Through black families come black communities. Through black communities come black city-states. Through black city-states come black empires. We can't do business if we can't love on each other, if we don't know what love is, if we don't know how to interact, if we don't know the quality and the value and the purpose and the meaning of intimate relationships. And a lot of us are broken. A lot of us are hurt. So I had to do this topic because a lot of us believe in it, while at the same time not really understanding what it is. Today's topic: is the law of attraction true or false? And is quantum physics the Western world's attempt to explain nature / ancient spirituality? We live in a society that says if it hurts, if it's ugly, if it don't feel good, run away. We don't live in a society that says, please observe where the hurt came from, why the hurt exists, and why does it persist. We don't live in a society that says you deserve better. You deserve better, baby. Why would you be sitting there taking all this? You mean to tell you this man came into the house you pay rent for and didn't say hello? And came in with food for himself and didn't offer you none? Baby, that's abuse. You got to get out of that. Baby, you's in trouble. Next thing you know, he's going to be beating on you. Right? We live in a society that says, get out, get on, get out, move on. But you move on without understanding. It's easy to move on, but it's hard to gain understanding in your moving on. You're moving on just to feel something better. Why do you repeat the same relationships over and over again? Why is your partner always the culprit for your unhappiness? You ain't never checked what's in your spirit. You ain't never checked God for sending you that person in the first place, because you believe in God and you believe that he sends you things. Men's, women's, right? You believe in that shit, don't you? Don't they believe in that? Sarah, do they believe in that?
Yes.
People believe in that shit, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. All right. We have to ask these questions about the law of attraction. And I have so many questions, right? Question number 1. What do you see when you look inside yourself? Do you find that your intimate relationships reflect that which you disapprove of about yourself? Does that man look like your trauma? Does that woman look like your mama? Huh? Is the real secret to having what you want from life more about getting out of your own way than it is about asking for what you do not have. See, because some people think if I get what I don't have, I'm somehow going to be happy. They never look at themselves and say, wait a minute. I'm in my own way ideologically, psychologically, or another way to say it is the content in my consciousness is a barrier that prevents me from getting what I want. Uh-oh. Jeez. How do I create a wealth mindset? Most people think of wealth as the debt certificate tickets, because they're debt tickets. Money is debt. They think that's wealth. How does taking ownership of who you are at your core, how does taking ownership of who you are at your core the key to manifesting what you want from life? If you don't have it, you must not be it. A lot of people don't want to hear it that way. You must not have discovered it from within. How do you visualize your future? How does fear, pride, and ego coach you in your choices in life? I don't know who I'm talking to this evening. Who am I talking to, Lord? Church? Who am I talking to? Am I speaking to somebody behind the lens? I know I can see you. I see you there. Maybe. How do you visualize your future? What is a poverty mindset? In what ways does our memory keep many people... Listen to this. Listen to this. In what ways does memory keep many people from manifesting abundance in their lives? Memory. In what ways does memory keep many people from manifesting abundance in their lives? Is the quickest way to have what you want in love to become what you want by healing what you have ignored about yourself. Say it. Who? Is the quickest way to have what you want in love to become what you want by healing what you have ignored about yourself. Are intimate relationships spiritually engineered to attract life lessons designed to grow you up? Another way is you chose your baby daddy that you keep your kid away from a space of vengeance on a power trip. Did the universe give you that experience so that you could see your ego at work, so you could see your pride at work? Because maybe you don't see it in your partner that you're keeping away from the kid. You see it in the kid. Why do positive affirmations fail many people that use them as a means to getting the outcome they so desire? Why do positive outcomes? I think I can, I know I can, I think I can, I know I can. Why does that fail you? It fails a lot of people. What is the flaw in the law of attraction? I don't know if y'all ready for tonight. I don't know if you're ready for tonight. But what I would like to do is to present some videos to you. And then we will continue the conversation. We will go more and more in depth into the conversation. I want to show y'all something. These are the seeds that created the holographic relationship book. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit the share button. Everybody hit the super chat button now. We about to take off. Sarah, I want you to play that first video.
In 1927, at the 5th Solvay Conference on Physics in Brussels, Belgium, a new proposal of mind over matter was admitted to try to resolve inexplicable behaviors on quantum mechanics. With the greatest minds in physics attending, such as Einstein, Pauli, Dirac, Bohr, Heisenberg, Curie, de Broglie, Schrödinger, just to name a few, the subject of consciousness and the atomic world was at hand. Heisenberg and Bohr approached Einstein with a new theory that the minds of the researchers were affecting the results of the experiments. The mathematics of predictability were not repeatable and reliable enough to explain what was happening. Einstein could not accept this at first because it violated all mathematical models. Years later, he admitted it was happening. Einstein said, "Anyone who becomes seriously involved in the pursuit of science becomes convinced that there is a spirit manifest in the laws of the universe, a spirit vastly superior to that of man." A spirit is not a mechanical force like gravity, electromagnetism, or the strong and the weak forces. A spirit is consciousness. So for Einstein to have made this great transformation can only mean that something convinced him that it was really happening, that the universe is alive, and we are part of it. Did great powers hide the truth about what was discovered at the conference because they knew they could not control us if we knew the secret powers of our minds and collective consciousness? All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force. We must assume behind this force is the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. This mind is the matrix of all matter. Max Planck, the father of quantum physics. The secret of mind over matter was known 18 years before the first atomic blast at Trinity Site, New Mexico, July 22nd, 1945.
Our current science cannot handle consciousness. Although some people like to say quantum physics can explain consciousness, the fact of the matter is that physics cannot deal with an experiment where a human being is involved in the loop. This goes back to the way quantum physics was originally built back in the teens and 20s and 30s. Whenever there's a conscious observer present, he causes a collapse of the wave function. Now, the wave function is a mathematical construct that describes the waviness of probabilities of events at the quantum level. And quantum physics is a set of equations that describe how this wave function behaves. When an observer looks at an experiment, he causes a collapse of this wave function. He destroys information. It basically starts the wave function from zero, and things have to start up again. So an observer right now has a chaotic effect in trying to describe or explain what goes on when a person is in the loop. Currently, our physics right now is incomplete. We cannot deal with a consciousness affecting other physical objects in an experiment. We just don't know how to deal with it. So what you find is that most physics experiments keep observers out of the loop. They'll put a scientist outside the box. He gets to look in maybe at the end to see what the results were. But because his consciousness collapses the wave function, they don't let him in. It's like a bull in a china shop. He messes up their predictions, and they don't know how to deal with it.
We live in a world today where there's a hierarchy of power. There are very powerful people, and there are people with virtually no power at all. What's very important from a biological understanding is every human being is equally powerful in their creative ability to shape the planet. And then you say, well, if everybody is equally powerful, then how did other people gain so much more power? And here's the joke. They didn't gain any power. The reason they became more powerful is they took away the power from us. And that the evolution that we're experiencing right now is to recover that power, because when the entire population is possessing such power, there's more of a likely better resolution and harmony than a world today where only few people are exercising that power. And I really look forward to that evolution when we recover the power we've always had, which means going back and reprogramming our belief systems to own how powerful we are.
Human intention can significantly influence properties of materials and the nature of reality.
As early as 1957, Professor Hans Eysenck, then chairman of the psychology department at the University of London, wrote a letter insinuating that there was a gigantic conspiracy involving some 30 major universities all over the world and hundreds of highly respected scientists to silence the truth about what we knew about the powers of human consciousness. After the United States Congress had access to the data from the Stanford Research Institute and from universities all over the country and all over the world, they were terrified of what would happen if we all developed the powers of our minds. It was clear that we could remote view, we could see into the future and into the past, we could find, missing airplanes and anything you can imagine with our minds. And they actually did a smear campaign with the media to discredit what they had discovered, because they didn't want us to know how powerful our minds really are.
Hey, welcome back. So there's a conspiracy, according to this video, there's a conspiracy to keep people from knowing the true power that they have. That power is connected to what science calls consciousness. Now, let's just break this down really quickly. Science, Western science, I should say, is the white man's version of ancient science. Ancient African science. All I got to do in order to make these people create a reality that is past-based, based in the past, because that's what most of our relationships are. Remember, knowledge is known. The known is the past. Now understand this about quantum physics. All it's doing is confirming everything the ancient Babalao, right? The ancient priest, the ancient Hogan, the ancient Sanusi, Sangoma, all it's doing is confirming what we already knew as a people. That's what Western science does. And you see how white men do. The world can't know. They'd rather give the world a check. You got Mark Zuckerberg. You've got Elon Musk. You've got Bill Gates, right? These guys, you got Warren Buffett. These guys are trying to figure out how to put the world on welfare because there's over 7 billion people on the planet Earth. You can't have a job for 7 billion people, and then by the time we get to 2025, we have 10 billion? They'd rather give the world a welfare check with UBI, Universal Basic Income, than give people the truth. See, this is the real slavery right now. You have the power to change. Listen carefully. You have the power to change the content of your consciousness. Consciousness as a term just means aware. But what are you aware of? Knowledge makes you aware of the past. So what would that be in the present? Knowledge makes you linear. Knowledge makes you logical. Knowledge is material. Things that can be built based off of an understanding of how to put things together. Knowledge makes you a maker, not a creator. The presence puts you in creatorship. Don't believe me? I have more. I have more. You got that video I text you? I want you to pull that one up after I continue laying in. Why is it that we continue to manifest the same things over and over and over again? Because we keep accessing the past. What does trauma mean? Trauma basically boils down to painful past. A past situation that ultimately hurt you. And you wind up formulating beliefs, principles, concepts, and ideas, right? Standards, relationship standards, and these become, prelude to the new book, Shrouded Lighthouse, these become the lighthouse of unresolved hurt that brings in these wayward ships of disaster called relationships, situationships, or shittuationships. You get to pull them in because they are compatible with the unresolved hurt. We're in a past space instead of a present space. The past molds the now, which is why ain't nothing new about your relationships. I said it on the last show. How many times have you heard Lady in My Life with a different partner? Michael Jackson's Lady in My Life with a different partner. Prince's Adore with a different partner. And each one of the motherfuckers you thought you loved. Damn, I cussed again. How many times you been to your favorite restaurant or your favorite movie theater with the same person or with different people? Constantly recreating a past experience because you haven't gotten through it. How come you haven't gotten through it? Now, we heard the brother say, we live in an intention-based reality. Consciousness was affecting the scientific experiments. These are white people using mathematics to explain theories that are replicable. We need to be able to produce this particular result over and over again. White people using ancient knowledge to confirm it through the Western mind. What do I mean by that? It was Descartes, René Descartes, in the 17th century that separated God from matter, spirit from matter. Why? Because he loved Aristotle. Aristotle, or Aristotelian logic, produces a black or white mindset. True or false? Right or wrong? Yes or no? He did that, and by the 17th century, Descartes, I think, therefore I am. This is my truth. I don't give a fuck what you say. This is my truth. You get what I'm saying? Here we are today. It created what they call the Cartesian theory or concept or principle, the Cartesian principle. Fragmentation, this or that, better or worse. And that Cartesian principle permeates all aspects of life. What's good for me? What's not? From René Descartes, you get Newton. Newtonian physics. Between René and Newton, they said God created a mechanistic universe, a machine without soul. And God presides over it, but not a part of it. From Newton, who do you get? Einstein. Einstein's theory of relativity attempted to smooth out Newton's theories and later replaced Newton's theory. That wasn't Einstein's goal because Einstein was a fan of Newton. But what Einstein actually did was accidentally open the door to quantum physics, which he disagreed with. What does all this have to do with relationships? You gonna see. You about to see. Fundamentally, Einstein's work deals with big things. Planets, gravity, right? Deals with big things. Stars, black holes. Deals with big things. Quantum mechanics deals with smaller things. And what they started to recognize was the smaller some shit got, the more power was contained therein. For all you Bible thumpers, go back to Jesus. With the strength of a mustard seed, you could move mountains. The smaller things got. Do you understand? 44, 45, we got the atom bomb. But then after the atom bomb, we go hydrogen. Then after hydrogen, we go fission, fusion, nuclear, the nucleus of an atom. We went in there. There's even more power. The smaller you get in the quantum world, everything emerges out of the small into the macro. From the micro comes the macro. The African knew that. The African may say it was spirit, right? May say ruach, ruhu, nefesh, ka, ba. May give some mystical word. But now science, modern day science has proven it. The next video in the lineup will show you something right now. Put the next video on. We in here working it out. Hit the like button, hit the share button. Let's do this tonight.
In recent years, technology has allowed scientists to perform a fascinating variation of the test. Its results call into question our perception of time itself.
This is like a high-tech version of the double hole experiment. Electrons are being fired toward a barrier with two holes in it. But the scientists can delay their decision about whether to observe the electrons until after they've passed through the holes, but before they hit the screen. It's as though I'm on a baseball field, and there's a baseball being pitched toward the barrier with the holes in it. But my eyes are closed, so it goes through, and it behaves like a wave, but then at the last second before it hits the screen, I open my eyes and decide to observe it.
At that moment, the electrons, in essence, become particles, and seemingly always were particles from the time they left the electron gun.
So it's as though they went back in time to before they went through the holes and decided to go through one or the other, not through both as they would have had they been behaving like waves. That's really crazy.
That's the enigma. That our choice of what experiment to do determines the prior state of the electron. Somehow or other, we've had an influence on it which appears to travel backwards in time.
The experiment begins in the top left corner, with the laser firing 2 entangled photons either through slit A or slit B. Now it is truly random which slit it will fire through, and because we have no measuring device at either slit, we cannot know which slit the laser fires through until they pass through and are detected on the other side. So at each firing, it will either go through A or B. Now the first prism splits the entangled photon.
This is how it works. When two subatomic particles interact, they can become entangled. That means their spin, position, or other properties become linked through a process unknown to modern science.
If you then make a measurement of one of the particles, then that instantaneously determines what the behavior of the other particle should be. And when the experiment is done, it's found that indeed the other particle's quantum state is exactly determined once you've made a measurement of the partner particle's quantum state.
Now the first prism splits the entangled photons and sends them in different directions. The top one goes to detector 0. Now if the photons only hit D0, we don't know the path information, since when the photon arrives, it could have either come from path A or path B. So because we don't know the path information, it should produce an interference pattern if it only came here. If we could place a measuring device at the slit, we would know the path information. But with just a result from D0, we don't know the path information. So because of the lack of knowledge we would have about the system,
in that illustration, the observer was a human with his eyes closed, and what you saw was a red wave. That wave in science is called a probability wave. In other words, there are particles that could be anywhere. All possibility, all probability. That's consciousness. Anything could happen. But the moment the observer opened his eyes, they instantaneously turned into particles. Physical things in reality. Observation, or some physicists, because physicists are, again, you saw the video. Somebody said my mic is messed up. Testing 1 2 1 2. Is it right? Okay, 1 1 1 2. Y'all tell me if my mic is good, because it could be your phone. You might have, Boost Mobile. Anything could be, probability. Testing 1 2. I'm good. It's your phone then, pimp. So, again, probability. Anything could happen. Anything is possible. In the double slit experiment, they have mathematical equations that prove when the observer is not watching and when it is watching, the math is all over the place. The math says the particle went through one slit. Nope, went through another slit. The particle went through this slit, split apart, and fused back together. No, the particle hit the wall and didn't go through the slit. Every one of the mathematical equations are correct. It's called superposition. When every possible, listen, I need you to hear superposition. Where the particle is in superposition, every outcome is possible. What collapses it into a physical reality? Your observation, the observer. You heard the first video when the scientist said, that's why we do experiments where we remove the observer, because his consciousness or their consciousness affects the experiment. What does this got to do with relationships, Zoe? You heard me talk about how knowledge makes us time binders, past beings, beings who dwell in the past while simultaneously moving forward. We think moving on is moving into the future, into a better life, when in fact we're carrying everything we've ever had with us. And all we're doing is designing beliefs, concepts, and ideas to protect wounds we refuse to crack all the way open so they can heal. Wounds we refuse to examine, wounds we refuse to accept, wounds we refuse to nurture, wounds we refuse to heal. We'll create an entire life around protecting a wound. We'll create a relationship coping mechanism and demand that our partner don't step on the edges of this wound. Well, I came from this kind of lifestyle. I came from this background. So, this is how I am. And I'm going to need you to. What does physics got to do with relationships? Physics comes from the Greek word physis. It's talking about nature. But so does Ifa from West Africa. Right? So do the Netaru from ancient Kemet. Neter, Neger, nature, God. The Western scientists took your shit and made it complicated as fuck and then told you your shit was voodoo and evil and demonic. When some of the richest white men in the world are sitting at the feet of a babalao. You look up that boy David Icke. He's in South Africa. Not no more, because the Sangoma that's down there, the brother's name is Credo Mutwa. Credo Mutwa, 98 years old. He down there dropping all the science. Well, he was. And of course, the white man takes it and turns it into the reptilian agenda. Now, all of a sudden, Queen Elizabeth is a goddamn reptilian that eat people. But if you look at the ancient African, South African history, no, the reptilians were teachers. Same with the Dogon. There he is, Credo Mutwa, Sonusi, Sangoma. And it's the same all over Africa. Just like the Dogon cosmology, who escaped from where? When the Romans came into Egypt, ancient Kemet, they escaped to Mali from ancient Kemet. These were the priests. It's all our beliefs. All of it belongs to us. You find it in the Americas. When the slaves came here, they syncretized it with Catholicism and turned that into Santeria. You just tuned into the Zolo Show. If you just got here, I need everybody in my chat room to show appreciation and love for this channel and this information. If you love what Zolo is about, please, please, please hit the like button, hit the super chat button, hit the share button. Please, please, please open up and share and put this video on people's pages. Do whatever you got to do to get the word out. I appreciate it. Are you guys paying attention? So, if the double slit experiment, which turns a wave, a probability wave, into a physical particle, because they already understand the particles only appear when they're being observed. Well, some scientists want to, you saw the first video where they said there's a conspiracy to keep this knowledge out of the minds of the masses. So you got some people say, oh, it's not consciousness or observation, it's measurement. When you measure, but measuring is observation. They know this. So they want to tangle up the terms and the meanings so you don't understand that you have the power. This is why it don't matter what religion you believe in, because you believe in it, you animate it. You ain't got to be theologically correct about Christianity for it to manifest in your life as a truth. That's why testimony is so important. You're collapsing the wave function. And how many times you got to go through hell? I just saw a damn video of the ex-porn star, one of my favorites too, Jasmine Cashmere. Ooh. Now she's a preacher, right? But now she's a preacher. Her belief has shifted into Christ. An idea is a structure for you to live in. An idea is a structure for you to live in, for you to identify with. It is a reality. I don't know if people are listening. I don't know if people can hear what I'm saying right now. Let me see. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. But that ain't her no more. Whatever the thinker thinks, the prover will prove. The first chapter of Robert Anton Wilson's book, right? The first chapter says this. He talks about the turtles. And there's a story about the turtles. And there's this old belief system that says a turtle is holding up the world. And so somebody asked the person who believed that, well, what's underneath the turtle? He said, well, another turtle. Then somebody else asked, well, what's underneath that turtle? And finally, they asked 10, 15 times, and they said, another turtle, another turtle. Then finally, the dude got frustrated and said, it's turtles all the way. Turtles, turtles, turtles all the way. Whatever you believe in will manifest. That's why you got to be careful. You got to put your mind, body, soul, and spirit on a damn diet. You need to understand what you're bringing into your consciousness. Your consciousness is aware. Awareness is life. So now you have scientists making arguments. Is consciousness and information the same thing? Thanks, Lamont Griffin. Thanks for all the super chats. I see y'all coming in. Please continue to do that. You can bring anything to life because that's what you do. You are a conscious, living being. So it's foolish to argue with somebody who has animated a belief with their willpower, with their energy. I don't know if people are listening. What's the next video on the docket? Is Krishnamurti. Watch how this ties into the wave function collapse.
There is no fear at all. This requires a great deal of inward inquiry, inward observation, step by step without coming to any conclusion. Why do you choose? What is the necessity of choice? If you see something very clearly, as we just now saw what freedom implied, and when the mind is only free that it can see the total, When you see that clearly, there is no choice. It's only the confused mind that chooses. Awareness takes place only when there is no choice, or when you are aware of all the conflicting choices, conflicting desires, the strains, just to observe all this movement of contradiction. And knowing that the observer is the observed. And therefore, in that process there is no choice at all, but only watching what is. And that's entirely different from concentration. And that
Hey, you guys, Sarah made a mistake. She has some music playing. We finna start this video over so we could hear the damn audio. Thanks, Sarah. Hell, you making beats and all types of shit playing. I need to hear the real deal now. Hell.
And therefore there is no fear at all. This requires a great deal of inward inquiry, inward observation, step by step without coming to any conclusion. Why do you choose? What is the necessity of choice? If you see something very clearly, as we just now saw what freedom implied, and when the mind is only free that it can see the total. When you see that clearly, there is no choice. It's only the confused mind that chooses. Awareness takes place only when there is no choice, or when you are aware of all the conflicting choices, conflicting desires, the strains, just to observe all this movement of contradiction. And knowing that the observer is the observed. And therefore, in that process there is no choice at all, but only watching what is. And that's entirely different from concentration. And that awareness brings a quality of attention. In which there is neither the observer nor the observed. When you really attend, completely attend. Like when you're now, if you're really listening.
Hey man, I love Sarah. She over here caught up in the video. I said, bring me back. She like, huh? Oh, wait, let me. So let me address somebody in the chat room. They need my attention. His name is Black Peace. He says, Zoe, you've been hoodwinked. This Blavatsky, Nazi, loving ass. Fuck that. My brother, I'm not going to get upset with you. Blavatsky was a thief. If you read her books, she stole all of her information. All she was a compiler of the ancient belief systems of India, of the East, Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, Taoism, Jainism. I'm not going to get upset with you, fam, because I know you ignorant. If you were intelligent, you would understand, regardless of who has possession of it, that doesn't change it from being the truth. If you look at the I Ching, it's no different than the 16 positions. I don't even want to get so deep into Ifa, but it's no different. They all come from us. And just because somebody from another culture stole it, and I am not afraid to read it, that makes me hoodwinked? Like, I'm not even going to get it. I could tie into the 16 Odus of Ifa, to the I Ching, a tool for divination, for accessing the present, past, and future. This is African. And the African carried his spiritual beliefs to every landmass that he put his foot on. This is what's wrong with our people. Again, an idea is an apartment your reality lives in. Whatever apartment you live in, you can't see that there are other apartments constructed by other ideas. You don't even know the ownership of these ideas. Huh? You don't know the authorship of these ideas. You don't know the evolution of these ideas. You don't know how these ideas came to be based on your idiotic, imbecilic response. But you still prove my point. Whatever the thinker thinks, the prover will prove. And whatever little reality you live in, it is in the way of you seeing a similar reality. Just because an apartment is on the west side and one is on the east side doesn't stop them both from being apartments. God damn. Ma'at is ours. Yes. Ma'at is the female counterpart to her husband, Tehudi. But you don't understand that. It's not just the 42 laws of Ma'at, there's more. The Kabbalion, the 7 universal principles. If you look at the core belief systems of all of it, it all ties together. And Ifa, Olukun, the deep sea, which represents the unconscious. The sunlight doesn't even hit the deep sea. Oh, Olukun. That ties right into ancient Kemet's Noon, the primordial waters. From Olukun came the rest of the Orisha. From the primordial waters came Amun-Ra, who gave birth to the Netaru. Netaru, Neter, nature. The Orisha represent nature. Physics is dealing with the physical aspect of nature. You mean your consciousness has the power to create a reality? A Western scientist will say, oh, he collapsed the wave function. The wave of probability. Meaning the particle is anywhere. It's everywhere. The particle is spread out everywhere until a conscious being observes it. And once the conscious being observes it, the particle manifests. How does that tie into relationship? If you're observing from a space of fear, from a space of unhealed trauma, what you're doing is collapsing the wave function on a certain type of partner. And that's what you'll manifest. That's what you'll magnetize. That's what you will bring forth. Because relationship is a highly spiritual classroom that is designed to well up all of the undealt with things in your being, in your spirit. It's designed to trigger you. Your triggers are curriculum that allow you a deeper understanding of self, who you are. Instead of looking for the perfect relationship, you need to be looking and working on the perfect you. This goes back to what Masonry is about. And because white people stole it, maybe they didn't steal it, maybe it was offered in small increments. You niggas get 3 degrees. Because if you go into the teachings of Masonry, it's master, or it's entered apprentice, fellow craft, and then master mason. 1, 2, 3. Then after the 3rd degree, all the way up to 99 degrees, is all esoteric spiritual knowledge that comes from a few places. Ancient Kemet is one. So what do we have? A speculative mason versus an operative Mason. A speculative Mason is someone who utilizes the symbols of Masonry, because a master Mason built the pyramid. Not a master Mason in today's context. The ancient Kemetans were master Masons. You got to be a master Mason to build a building when technology doesn't support you for building that type of building. They can't even do it today. Motherfuckers don't do it. Well, fucking aliens did it. Masonry is a symbol. The operative Mason is someone who actually knows how to use a plow, somebody who knows how to use a plumb line, somebody who knows how to use a compass, somebody who knows how to map out the geology, the geography of a land, the topography of a land. We can't build here. That's sand. This shit'll sink. How did they find the Giza Plateau? How did they know that the Giza Plateau would hold all of that weight to this day? That's a master Mason. So Masonry evolved using the symbols of the operative Mason. Speculative Masonry evolved using the symbols of the operative Mason. And it represents being the master builder of yourself, because you're a work in progress. So you got to fix you first. You got to fix you in order to get into the present. Otherwise, you're going to stay in the past of traumatic hurt, creating motherfucking blueprints and designs to protect your hurt. You're trying to build a moat around yourself. But I need to trust you before I give you the passport to the boat that allows you to come across the moat into my heart. No disrespect to whatever school of thought you're in, but don't come in here with that fuck shit. Damn, I cursed again. I love y'all, man. Do you have that video? The one that I text you? No, it wasn't. Damn it. The reason why I want to show that video, right? The reason why I want to show the video is because now they are at a level now in science to where all of the things we told you in the ancient world is true. Right? They're at a point now. When the Maya, or not the Maya, when this ancient Hindu, what is he? We already did the DNA markers. They already know what the ancient Hindu is. The ancient Hindu is black too. And I know the Moors going, he said black. For lack of a better word, so people can comprehend instantaneously, so we don't have to get off on a Moorish conversation. Even the ancient Hindus were called Moors. I know that too. But you know what I'm saying. The ancient Hindu, black. We all know that. Romans come in. Oh, the Aryans come in. Really interesting to find out that the Aryans came in speaking Sanskrit. I don't know how that happened. If the Aryans are from Southeast Europe would be Rome, Italy, which speaks Latin. You niggas just came in as Aryans? Y'all came in with a Sanskrit name. Okay, cool. I mean, just tell me to fuck anything. I'm cool with that. Primordial waters. The Hindus got it too. Called the cosmic dance of Shiva. Symbolizes the interplay of dynamic, static, divine energy flow. And everything came out of the cosmic dance of Shiva. That's the same as the Egyptian Kemetic Noon, the primordial waters, or the West African Olokun. Christian Bible thumpers? Genesis 1:3. Tohu wa bohu is the biblical Hebrew phrase found in Genesis creation narrative. This is the waters. Oh, and the Spirit of God flew over the waters of the earth. Tohu and bohu, where there was creation and destruction at the same time. Einstein's and Descartes deals with materialism, and Newton deals with the big shit. That's the rational. But what is the opposite of the rational? The intuitive. You have the higher versus the lower. You have yin, yang, male, female, conditional, unconditional, spiritual versus material. And what scientists are now understanding is, whether it be Max Planck or Schrodinger, they believe that consciousness is primary. In other words, the universe is aware, alive, pulsating. The Hindu and the Buddhist said this reality is Maya, not real. It's an illusion. Jesus came along and said the same damn thing, right? It's not real. But just like the goddamn movie The Matrix, you can manipulate the illusion. You know who was great at manipulating the illusion in the Matrix movie? The Merovingian. See, white people love taking our shit and integrating themselves. The Merovingian are a group of fucking kings from France. The Merovingian line of kings. They were taken over by some people called the Carolingians or Carolinians, who actually founded the Carolinas, a Catholic group. What's that boy who played the Joker? He played in a movie as a Carolingian. He was the Death Eater. Matrix. The origin of the word matrix, late Middle English, from Latin, breeding female, later womb, from mater, mother, mater, matrix, matrice, uterus, womb. The matrix is a womb. I already told you an idea is an apartment. Well, the womb is a baby's apartment. It's a reality for a baby for 9 months. We live in a matrix, an illusion that is subject to our consciousness. We can change this reality with our consciousness. And so many people get fucked up relationships because they don't know the origin of the content of their consciousness. Everything the white man has ever done is plagiarized from black people. Every single fucking thing he's ever done is plagiarized from black people. Do you understand? Every belief, he done turned magic into devil worship. But he'll tell you on Christmas, it was the three magi that saw the star in the east, and it led them to the baby Jesus. The root word of magic is magi. It means wisdom. And wisdom is separate from knowledge. Most of you are trapped in knowledge. You're trapped in knowledge. You're trapped in the past. You don't know that the observer is the observed. You don't know what you get is who you are. You don't know what you don't heal will manifest in intimate relationships for the purpose of being healed. To liken you to Einstein and Newton, You're mechanistic in your movements in intimacy. You are linear in your movement in intimacy because you're moving towards an outcome, a goal. I just want to be happy. You can't be happy without inner work in the unseen. You can't be happy without inner work in the unseen. What does that mean? Self-observation without judgment. You know how difficult it is for most people to tell themselves the truth and then accept it? And I'm talking about the truth about themselves. Relationship is Club Med. It's an escape from the reality of who you are, so you think, until you get your ass in it. Then you start showing up. What's our next video, love?
Do you want to do the? We already did the observer.
Do we have my video?
I'm trying to get it over here.
Well, just go grab, what's his name? Okay. And in the meantime, we could play my friend Amit Goswami.
All right.
We got another video about how consciousness collapses your reality, collapses the probability wave. Just hear me out. If you're looking at anything in life from an unhealed perspective, you hear people talking about a wealth mentality. You can't become wealthy unless you have a wealthy mentality. You can look up and get some money, but that don't mean you're wealthy. See, wealth is more than just money. Wealth is good health. Wealth is healthy relationships. Wealth is a healthy mindset. See, if you don't heal you, whatever you attract to you will be pushing you towards that healing. Because of this scientific principle called the double slit experiment, right? You fucking collapse the wave function around how you think. If you project yourself as a big and bad motherfucker, but you really a chihuahua on the inside, the universe will constantly put your ass in situations to prove that you are not a chihuahua. Yes.
The illusion will be cleared up only when we are prepared to work a little. We have to work our way back to this freedom, to this consciousness as the holder of the freedom of choice. If we work our way back, then this question that you asked, how does it relate to me, will become clearer and clearer.
So I'm wondering, like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, then did consciousness come first, or where did consciousness come from? I don't even know if you answered that question, but
consciousness is the ground of being. Therefore, it is the one and the original. The chicken and the egg question, however, is very important. For example, how does this one consciousness become a subject-object split experience? There, when we analyze it fully, and here I must mention Doug Hofstadter's book, Gödel, Escher, Bach, where there is a good analysis of this question. And we find indeed that how consciousness becomes split into a subject of experience and an object, which is subject experiences, how this split occurs. This has to do with what we call a chicken and egg kind of hierarchy, which technically Hofstadter calls tangled hierarchy. This hierarchical tangle is inherently present in a quantum measurement. Quantum measurement is not a simple hierarchical process. Instead, it's a tangled hierarchical process involving the object, involving the brain, involving how we experience the world. So because the quantum measurement involving the brain is tangled hierarchical, this chicken and the egg kind of, chicken or the egg which came first kind of hierarchy, we cannot really decide it. There is no decision. They both are as important in the hierarchy. When we realize that, then we can understand how our self-reference arises. This subject-object split arises from a quantum measurement. It's a little bit like the picture of drawing hands by M.C. Escher. You might have seen it. The left hand draws the right and the right hand draws the left. But who is really drawing them? And the right hand draws the left.
Let me just say, y'all, I love you dearly. I love my people dearly. This is why I do this. There was a brother, somebody in the chat room that said no disrespect or to dispute. This is going over a lot of people's heads. But let me explain something to you. There are no accidents in the universe, and you're supposed to be here to get it. Those who are here to get it are supposed to get it. Whether you understand it or not, your bell is supposed to be rung at this time. I may say something now that may resonate with you 5 years from now, but if you weren't here now, then the now 5 years from now would not make sense. So just understand that it's not designed for everybody to get, quote unquote, right now, you know. But since the now is unending and everlasting, whenever the now appears in your reality, where your bell will resonate back to this moment, you'll be like, wow, that's why I was there. There are no accidents in the universe. This may be the first step in a long journey for a lot of people. This may be the start of something for a lot of people. So it's important, you know, for this show to happen in the way that it is happening. You can't manifest what you want if you're in the past. The past contains a vibration and a frequency for a lot of people that is associated with pain, regret, fear, pride, ego. You know how many motherfuckers have relationship beliefs that were written by their pride because they refuse to be played again? You know how many motherfuckers are in pursuit of relationships that won't play them? So what happens is that becomes their overall pursuit. How you gonna get happiness out of fear? People talking about spirit, energy, consciousness, information. All the words are irrelevant. They're the same thing. Consciousness, information, same thing. Scientists have figured it out. Information can never be destroyed. Well, if the information is recorded, where is it recorded on? Your spirit, your ka, your ba, your ruhu, your ruach. It's recorded in your being. And where there's trauma, where there's stress in your being, you can only take so much of it before it starts doing what? Sending that stress into different body parts. The psychosomatic connection. You got so many motherfuckers afraid of being hurt again that they've given up on the only school that will teach them who they really are. Relationships. This book, The Holographic Relationship, was designed to show you whether it be African spirituality that I've covered in bits and pieces, whether it's quantum physics, it's all dealing with spirit. Okay, well, let me say something else. I don't like the word spirit. I'm going to use consciousness. We all know that time is linear. It moves in one direction. Right? That's how scientists look at it. Western scientists. These motherfuckers ain't right. This is their interpretation of your shit. That shit killed me. They be like, yeah, we the authority of this shit. Quantum physics isn't even complete. You heard them say that. But they're coming up on it. They're starting to see it. All the information in the universe is still recorded. The ancients called it the Akashic records. How do you access it? Through meditation. Go to this video real quick. I want to show them this. Did you lose the video? No.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay, good. Go to this video because I have another one right after that I want to play too. You got it?
Back in the early 1970s, Stephen Hawking wrote down an astonishing equation. It would include relativity, it would include quantum mechanics, and it would include information. Hawking's rather simple equation brought us a step closer to understanding the relationship of quantum physics and black holes.
When an object crosses over the edge of a black hole, its event horizon, the object enters a realm basically of empty space, of darkness, and it continues to be dragged toward the center of the black hole, toward what we call the singularity, where it gets crushed out of existence. Every object, in some sense, contains information because it contains a very specific arrangement of particles. So where is the information that describes the arrangement of those particles? Where does it go?
Hawking's description of this process was that the energy remains, but the information disappears.
For many years, for decades, people wondered, is Hawking right? Is the information obliterated and disappears from the universe, or is it still there and perhaps can be in some way retrieved?
The destruction of information was counterintuitive, and it didn't match the rest of the things we knew. In all parts of physics, we had a situation where information doesn't get destroyed. So it was a bit puzzling.
This debate furiously went back and forth up through the 80s and into the 90s when people finally began to articulate this new principle, this holographic principle. And what it said is that all the things that were falling inside a black hole were somehow captured in a preserved image at the horizon itself.
So if the information is not lost on the surface, the information is not lost inside because they are equivalent.
All the information about those objects, what they were like in their three-dimensional existence, was preserved or encoded on the surface of the black hole. And that's a little bit like a hologram.
Well, that suggests that maybe that idea may apply more broadly to the universe as a whole. Maybe the three-dimensional objects, us, everything in the world around us, maybe all of the information in these objects is carried, is smeared around a distant two-dimensional surface that surrounds us, and we're just in some sense a holographic projection of that distant data.
The holographic principle tells us something quite astonishing. It says that our ideas of volume, of the real world in a sense, might be a kind of illusion.
The holographic principle, in a nutshell. No energy, consciousness, or information is ever destroyed. No energy, information, or consciousness is ever destroyed. There are people coming in the chat room who are kind of new to the show, who just got here and making assumptions. League of Thieves, NYC. Let me just say, brother, be patient before you try to become a teacher in this space. Be patient and understand where I'm coming from. So, like, if you come in at the end or towards the middle or wherever you came in at and you don't really understand, I done said everything about Western science has been jacked and perverted from ancient cultures. I've already said that, but you knew and already trying to contribute to a conversation, which shows that maybe you have listening skills. Maybe you so impatient, you want to jump in and be a teacher and get some attention. Well, I just need you to just focus and listen and get the gist of what's being said. Now, we just presented the holographic principle, which says, holographically speaking, or scientifically speaking, science basically is proving what the Hindu already said. When the Hindu said this world is Maya, an illusion. That's what a hologram is. It's a three-dimensional image of something that isn't actually real. Even Christ talked about the afterlife or the next world. Even the ancient Kemetans talked about the preservation of the perfected mummy, the Qorast, to perfect the mummy, the perfected body of the mummy, the Qorast. When you bury the mummy, you buried him with servants and food. Why? Because they believed they needed this in a parallel dimension. Do you understand? They said a black hole consumes planets, stars, quasars, all types of stuff. But whatever is consumed is recorded on its event horizon. The event horizon is a weird-ass name for the edge of a black hole. It's just the edge of the black hole. Ones and zeros, bits. You got a black man. I think his name is Abraham Asimov or something like that. Professor down at Maryland somewhere. He looked into the fabric of the universe. He's a theoretical physicist. Looked into the fabric of the universe and saw binary code. Ones and zeros. The information is never destroyed. How does that apply to relationship? Everything you've ever been through, everything you've ever gone through is holographic. The information is with you all the time. If the edge of a black hole is called the event horizon, then there must be a relationship event horizon where everything that has hurt you or made you happy or made you appreciate or made you hate is recorded on your relationship event horizon. Now, what happens at the event horizon? Well, if you get there, you're too close. Because once you cross the event horizon, that's the point of no return. That's where gravity is traveling faster than the speed of light. And you won't be able to get back out of the black hole. That's when you get consumed. Relationships work the same way. The moment you get with somebody and they cross a certain boundary, a certain relationship event horizon, they get pulled into your world. You get pulled into theirs. Right? And whether it be gravity on planet Earth or gravity for a black hole, you need something called escape velocity if you don't want to get pulled in. In other words, you got to reach a speed faster than the strength of the gravity that's pulling you in. How many of you have felt the gravity of a person pull you in? How many of you have felt the gravity around a person pull you in? How many of you have pulled a person in? And I'm telling you, your trauma works like a black hole. Your trauma has gravity. There's an energetic gravity to it that pulls people in. But everything in the universe is about purpose because the universe is conscious. The universe is aware. The holographic relationship will put you in front of those ones and zeros that came from your past. Hollow, whole, graphics, writing, whole writing, whole writing. Your whole story is with you wherever you go, regardless of the Jungian mask you wear. You can have a perfected, beautified mask, but your energy can't be masked. You put your best foot forward. You put your best performance forward. But that energy is there to be resolved. It's there to be dealt with. That's what relationship is about. We have all types of relationship specialists, and none of them talk about this because they're on the Einstein Newtonian side of the game, which deals with big shit. What is big shit in terms of relationships? Societal shit. Where we gonna live? How much money? Where did you work? Where did you go to school? We deal with the macro. The micro is the spirit, the energetic, the intuitive. It's hard for us to deal with that. The closest we get to it is some kind of religious belief. Right? Quantum physics has two, or science, modern day white science, has two predominant successful models. One, theory of relativity. Two, quantum mechanics. We have quantum computing now. Relationships are designed to expose your energy. It exposes who you really are, regardless of how you get in. Hey, well, you know, these are my beliefs, and I stand on mine, and this is how I am. Okay. That relationship is there to go, okay, nigga, that's what you about? Let's see. The relationship event horizon. We showed you the double slit experiment. We showed you the holographic principle. Now, we're going to show you another thing. And this is going to begin the wrap-up session of this particular show. This video is very important. Check it out.
Dr. Emoto has conducted another interesting experiment. He placed rice into 3 glass beakers and covered it with water. And then every day for a month, he said, "Thank you" to one beaker, "You're an idiot" to the second, and the third one he completely ignored. After 1 month, the rice that had been thanked began to ferment, giving off a strong, pleasant aroma. The rice in the second beaker turned black. And the rice that was ignored began to rot. Dr. Emoto thinks that this experiment provides an important lesson, especially with regard to how we treat children. We should take care of them, give them attention, and converse with them. Indifference does the greatest harm.
Tell some dreamy story, but almost.
If you're not hip to Dr. Emoto's work, Message in the Water, he's done a lot of work where, and this is all African. In Ifa, you have something called juju, where you pray into the jinn. There's jinn, then there's breakthrough powder. You pray into it. It's juju. The prayers change the structure, the molecular structure of the water. The water in your house is a recording device. All the arguments, all the disputes, all the yelling, cussing, all the disrespect has been recorded on the water. You drink the water, it goes into you. Same with your prayer in Ifa. So now we come to the crux. How do you reconcile all of that recorded past information on your relationship event horizon, on your spirit, on your ka, on your ba, on your ruhu, meditation, prayer, internal confrontation, internal confrontation, where you go in and confront your demons, ownership. It starts with the embracing of self, the loving of self, but you can't love what you despise. And if you despise yourself, you're radiating this information out into the universe, which is magnetizing relationships that are designed to say, you're going to keep seeing this in the form of different relationships, just like the holographic principle said, once we get the technological knowledge to be able to take our ass to a black hole, we can extrapolate the ones and zeros from the event horizon and reconstruct what the black hole consumed. How many times have you reconstructed? The relationship is gone. The physical aspect of the relationship is gone. He ain't calling you no more. You ain't calling him. You ain't seen him in 10 years. But guess what? You haven't resolved the ones and zeros on your relationship event horizon. You keep manifesting the same type of nigga or different aspects of him. Prayer, healing, spiritual work. I didn't say religious, I said spiritual. The Hindus, they go into a thing called no mind. Why? Because mind equals thought. Thought equals knowledge. Knowledge equals the past. That which has been recorded on the relationship event horizon. Your relationships are a reflection of the past, what you've been through. All these relationship specialists out here are really nothing but sociologists. They want you to fit into a Western construct that is considered normal, so other people can see you as normal. You know, they doing good. They happy. They had a wonderful Christmas. I think on Thanksgiving his mother-in-law came. That's right. They had. You want to look normal. You don't want to do the work. Relationships are for internal work. That's the spirit. That's the energy. That's the ka. That's the ba. That's the ruh. The ru'ak. That's that. No. I don't want to deal with that. Shit. That's the reason I broke up with my last girl, because she tried to make me deal with some shit, you know. Listen, we good as long as you don't bring up my dad, and, you know, I ain't seen him since 1978, and I'm just going to let this be, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Cool, you know what I'm saying? We don't have to deal with that. I'm cool right now. You know what I dig? Okay, then we have a kid, a little boy, and you got to be a daddy, but you still haven't resolved what was happening with you and your daddy. Relationship event horizon. The information is being reconstituted. And unlike the black hole, relationships keep coming down the conveyor belt for your ass for unresolved shit on your event horizon. You want to know why the fucking law of attraction don't work for most of you? Because you haven't emptied out your consciousness of the crap somebody put into it. You haven't been taught to be critical thinkers, to be skeptical of everything. Me, everything. You can be skeptical, don't be disrespectful. You understand? Meditation leads you to no mind. No mind. Your brain is like a clock in a lot of ways. It is a stream of consciousness and a stream of thoughts. Right? But in between the thoughts is where inspiration happens. Have you ever been working on a creative project, whether it be a writing project or a music project, and you got this idea and you're trying to get this motherfucker out, but the moment you put the pen down and get the fuck away from it and stop thinking about it, boom, insight happens. Meditation is designed to reconcile the ones and zeros, the information that's on your relationship event horizon. That's what it's designed for. It cleans the spirit. It gives you perspective to say, look, I am not a victim. I'm a co-creator of everything that happens to and through me. That's what this is for. Prayer. Self-observation from an objective space. Whatever ugliness I see within myself, I will not label it as ugly. I can see it as hurtful to others. It might be disdainful to others. It might be disrespectful to others, but I will not label it ugly, and I will not play victim to it. The state of no mind. Now you're getting into this space where you're reaching out to the ground of consciousness. Scientists have already said it. Everything that's in this physical world is a three-dimensional projection from a two-dimensional energy field on the other side of the known galaxy. Universe, excuse me. They said it's a bubbling, effervescent flow. Energy. It's like an ocean of energy that's all creative. The energy of consciousness, the energy of possibility. What? Ain't that what the Hindus said with the dance of Shiva? Ain't that what the ancient Egyptians said with Nun, the primordial waters that Amun rose out of? Ain't that Tohu and Bohu what the ancient Hebrews said in Genesis 1:3? Out of darkness and confusion, water represents the unconsciousness. Ain't that what the West Africans said with Olokun? And all of these are nature worshipers. But because, like that first video told you, there's a conspiracy to keep people away from their internal knowledge that they have the power to create whatever reality they want. You can go into your relationship event horizon and rearrange the ones and zeros. From victim to victor. From parishioner to pastor. From pastor to God himself. How's that possible, Zoe? Because God doesn't end where you begin. Consciousness is a fancy word for God. Well, consciousness represents awareness. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Subatomic level, nothing is certain. Uncertainty principle, you can't know the fucking momentum or the location of an electron or a subatomic particle. You can't know it. You have to pick one. You want to know the momentum? You get the momentum, but you can't know the location. You want to know the location? You pick the location, but you can't know the momentum. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You think the uncertainty principle doesn't exist in your relationships? Huh? All of this shit is in our books. The Kabbalion, the 7 principles, the 7 universal principles. Go get them. The 7 hermetic principles. You are, exactly, we are drops of the ocean that is. God is bigger than the gods of your holy books, all of them. They're just expressions through language, for lack of a better word. Ineffable, ineffable. There are no words for source. But scientists are now starting to see, they call it the ground of reality is consciousness, awareness. And everything that appears and emerges through emergence theory comes from this ground of consciousness. At the deepest level of reality is chaos, but also creation. That's feminine. The matrix means womb, a building, a place for us to be inside, an illusion. And you have the power to manipulate the ones and zeros of the matrix you live in. And guess what's so cold? You have the same power to manipulate this matrix with every lie you tell yourself. Yes, it's a weaker matrix. Yes, it's living, but it ain't surviving. Do you want to manifest the full power of who you are? Through the law of attraction. If the law of attraction is based and predicated on vibration and frequency, if you're telling yourself a lie, if you're allowing ego, fear, and pride to dictate your decisions because you're afraid of being played, then you're going to have a low level of existence in relationships on a spiritual level. You're going to have a stimulating relationship as long as you do shit, but boredom will also follow the stimulation. You can only do some shit so many times before that shit becomes old hat. This is why so many relationships are looking for new ways to get the spark back. Well, you got to go to a strip mall in another city. Let's go on vacation to a movie theater. Bitch, there's a movie theater right down the street. Let's go get in the water on another continent. Sure. Oh, man. Let's go make love in all the same positions we've been doing for the past 9 years. This time, I'm 9 years older, so it might not be as good as it was 9 years prior. Relationship is spirit-based. You understand? Spirit opens up the deeper realms of reality. Now you're starting to get into meaning. So, let me just say, I love everybody. I wanted to do a quick little video on this. I really need everybody to help us out and hit that super chat button, hit that like button, hit that share button. This is just the beginning of the conversation and not the end. I want everybody to continue this discussion. There's some books I want you guys to get. I want you to get Wholeness and the Implicate Order by Dr. David Bohm. Wholeness and the Implicate Order by Dr. David Bohm. I want you guys to get the Tao of Physics by Friedrich Capra.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NAACP Information Show. We have a real stellar show for you today. But first of all, I want to give a shout out to the National Action Network who helped provide the guests today. So Reverend Mosley and Laurie Cardenas and Kathy Sutton, those people who work with me on a constant basis. One of the things we've done in the inner city is we've developed a partnership with numerous different organizations so that we can come to the table, bring things before the people that normally they will not get. This is a spirit of cooperation that we're doing, and we're trying to see if we can move the mindset and change where the needle sits so that we can bring you information that is important to our community. I also want to thank the Citizens Commission on Human Rights. It's a mental health watchdog organization that exposes psychiatric abuse, and they're one of our partners with the NAACP and the National Action Network, and so that way we get the latest in what is actually occurring in the field of mental health, and we always bring you information about that. Today's guest is the Honorable, Professor, I'm gonna say Professor Christopher Darden. You know him from the O.J. Simpson trial. No matter what you thought about him, good and bad or bad, one of the things that we have to understand, like most of us, when we're doing our job, we're supposed to do it to the best of our ability, if people like what we do or not. I was a law enforcement officer. I was for the Los Angeles County Sheriff Deputy. I grew up in the Willowbrook, Watts, Compton area. I knew all of the gang members growing up and everything, but when I became a sheriff deputy, when I had to arrest people, I had to arrest people. I gave people their rights, but I didn't do any favors, because favors mean we got into a different area in an arena. So the thing is that we've all had biased or unbiased opinions about Christopher Darden. Many of us looked at him being on the wrong side of the aisle when it came to that trial. But the reason that we hated him was the same reason we hated Larry Bird, because they was doing their job. And when the Lakers played Boston, we hated to see Larry Bird with that ball. But if we could have drafted him to our team, we sure would have took him. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to you Christopher Darden. I actually, and I'm going to confess something that I normally didn't do, I actually wanted this to be very civil. I actually just wanted to get his side out. I had so many people saying, but you got to ask this question, you got to ask that question. Don't throw softballs up there. I wanted to, because I was so impressed at the National Action network meeting where he came out and addressed the community. He didn't duck any issues. He didn't, try to hide. He just came straight out, gave it to us straight up with no chaser. So I want to bring Christopher Darden up today, and ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have him on the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on. I am honored to be with you today.
Well, you listening to me, you get the NAACP. I'm the president of the Inglewood South Bay branch. So Inglewood, South Bay, that's under my jurisdiction. You're already connected with the National Action Network. So you are making waves into the community, but you've always been a part of that community. So tell us about your background, your history, and so that we can know who you really are.
Thank you. I'm born in Richmond, California, County Hospital. I'm one of 8 children. I am the middle son of 3, and I'm the only son now. My younger brother and older brother having passed. I came to Los Angeles after I passed the bar in 1980. I'd gone to law school in San Francisco and college at San Jose State. And I started off as a labor lawyer with the National Labor Relations Board, but it only paid like $15,000. And so in 1980 and 1981, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to make a living. And I see this ad in the paper for deputy district attorneys, and it's paying $25,800, right? So it's like a $10,000 a year wage increase. And I had a little daughter at the time, and so, I saw this opportunity. I took it, I joined the DA's office, and I became a prosecutor. For 16 years, I was a deputy DA in Los Angeles. I was assigned to the hardcore gang unit, and so back then I used to help write and execute search warrants. I prosecuted several murders that occurred within the Los Angeles community. I was later assigned to the Special Investigations Division, where we investigated officer-involved shootings. So from 1988 to 1994, I was going to crime scenes, shooting scenes, and evaluating the legality of shootings involving police officers. And then one day, I was working in a grand jury on a police officer shooting investigation when I was told that I'd been assigned to the O.J. Simpson case, and I go on from there. Over the years, I lived at Crenshaw and Slauson. I lived in Carson. I lived at Cadillac and near La Cienega. I've always been here, and even throughout the pandemic, and the like, I've always been right there in the Black community, going to church. Getting my food on, experiencing the culture that we all need to experience and feel every once in a while, to be rejuvenated, to have our spirits uplifted. I've just always been there. And I guess in the minds of some people, I wasn't a figure to be discussed. But for me, in my life, it has always been a commitment to our community and to the law.
Well, and the thing is that, I really don't want to make this about the O.J. Simpson case. I really want to just get into what you're trying to do. But, in a way, I felt for you doing that trial, because you were from the DA's office, but you're going up against some of the stellar names in law as attorneys. You're going up against F. Lee Bailey. You're going up against Shapiro. You're going up against Johnny Cochran. You facing some tough guys up there, and you and Marshall Clark are standing up there trying to wither the storm of what I was like, wow, because see, being in law enforcement, I kind of know who these people were. And I'm like, wow, OJ could afford these people. And, you get things that you normally don't get in court. You get if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. You know, and all of the style and stuff. How did you guys handle that at night when you wasn't on TV? What were you thinking?
Well, I'll tell you, the first time I saw all those lawyers you just referred to was in an in-chamber meeting. I just arrived on the case. It was my first day. I walked in the chambers, and they're all there. And really, they are, the best New York and Boston and LA had to offer in terms of distinguished criminal defense counsel. So, I'm not going to say I was in awe, but, it would have been like meeting, Kareem, Magic, and Worthy, it was quite an event for me. And so in that sense, I was glad to be there and glad if I could be part of the discussion, in terms of, quality lawyering in a case like that. You haven't seen a defense team like that since 1995 and probably never will see another one again.
Wow. So like I said, I don't want to spend a lot of time. What is it that you would want people to know about that trial? And then we're going to move on to you being a judge. What would you want people to know about that?
Well, I want people to know, number one, how important it is that we have Black prosecutors and how important it is that prosecutor offices, reflect the diversity in the community. If we want to be viewed in the proper light, God's children, human beings with certain inalienable rights, constitutional rights, fundamental rights to life, liberty, property, justice, fairness, equality, then I think it's important that we have folks in the prosecutor's office who are there and present, standing by to remind the system that we are to be treated equal under the law and the Constitution. And also on a practical level, prosecutors have a lot of discretion. They decide what cases to file, what charges to file. Most often, it's their decisions to whether or not a case is to be dismissed. And most often, it is prosecutors who are engaging in plea bargaining that might perhaps send you or allow you, me, or your son or my son to go home or climb out from under a case. So, prosecutors are just critically important. And they're important even in high-profile cases, because they certainly are important in low-profile cases. And why not have Black prosecutors present in high-profile cases? Because they are also present in the so-called, low-profile cases. The defendant's profile shouldn't matter, because my son is as important to me as your son is as important to you. And I want someone who is culturally sensitive to my plight as a father, to my son, and the experience he's had growing up in Los Angeles, which is a traumatic experience really unto itself, given all that happens here. I mean, you want cultural diversity, and we ought to want to see Black lawyers on both sides of the courtroom.
It's interesting that the communities, they come out and we scream for justice. And sometimes what we ask for in order to get justice is not what will actually bring us justice. We'll say, we want Black kids to be charged with joyriding like white kids at least used to be charged with joyriding, but it would be the white kid that would get joyriding, and it would be the Black kid to get Grand Theft Auto. You knew the differences in the crack cocaine conspiracy and how crack cocaine got one sentence and regular cocaine got another sentence, like one or the other doesn't get you high and the other one do, And so how do we balance or get justice And it come out that all we mean is we want to be safe in our homes, but we want our children to be treated like other children. And the same break that this guy gets, we want this guy to get, or don't give either one of them a break. We don't care. And it's turned out to where it's like we're asking for lawlessness. And so what do you think about that?
Well, we're not asking for lawlessness. We're asking for equity. We're asking, for equality. We're asking that the scales of justice be balanced. And if the scales aren't balanced in every case, then there's no justice. If the scales aren't balanced, there's injustice. Now, to want to be charged equally across the board, that's fundamental fairness. That's due process. That's what the Constitution says we're entitled to. We're asking, demanding that our boys receive due process, be treated fairly. And there's nothing wrong with that. And you see the disparity, statutes that are passed by legislatures who know darn well that this drug or that drug and that sentence, creates a disparity in sentencing. How do you charge somebody send somebody to prison for 5 years because it's crack, but 3 or 4 years because it's powder? And they know, we know, they may not say it at the time, but we know that the powder is in the white community and the crack is in a different community. And so it's pretty easy then when you look at the sentencing and how the law is being applied, it's pretty easy to see that racial disparity, that disparity in sentencing based on race. That's not fair. That's not justice. The scales aren't balanced. But we have to insist, including in cases involving the taking or theft of automobiles. Joyriding is the unlawful taking of a vehicle. But grand theft auto is grand theft. It looks a little different on the rap sheet. The mental states involved in each are different, but clearly unlawful taking of a vehicle or joyriding doesn't have the same sting as grand theft of an automobile has. And that is another form of injustice, because it not only does it, again, create a disparity in how someone is treated, but it also gives a different impression of the criminal conduct or the alleged criminal conduct of a defendant, sometimes merely because of that defendant's race. Should we even have a grand theft auto? Or should we even have unlawful taking of a vehicle? If somebody steals my car out my driveway and drive it all night, why isn't that just grand theft auto unto itself? Do we really need 2 different statutes? Do we really need a cocaine rock statute versus a powder statute? No, we don't. We really don't. Because we're really talking about the same conduct. But, one man's vagrancy is another man's standing around. There is a sting associated with how we label or describe a particular crime.
Okay, here comes a fastball. What should happen to prosecutors when they withhold evidence, or they know that they have information that could exonerate someone, or they know that a law enforcement officer is lying, or should reasonably know? What should happen to those people when they withhold the evidence? Because how can a judge if they don't know all the facts? Or how can a defendant defend themselves if people are withholding evidence that could help them or lying on them? How do we as a society, overcome those things so justice can be there for the individual?
Well, number one, in California, we passed a statute a few years ago that makes it a felony for a prosecutor to knowingly withhold exculpatory evidence. And so we've made it a crime. And perhaps it should be a crime, elsewhere and in other places. It is the duty of the prosecutor to always play fair and to always be transparent. And it is not being transparent or fair for a prosecutor to know that the officer is lying, or that the officer is about to commit perjury, or that they're about to put on an officer knowing that the officer is not going to tell the truth. I think that for a prosecutor to put on an officer that he, she, or they know is about to lie, it's just a boring perjury. But beyond all of that, it is also the result of all of that is to deny the defendant his right to a fair trial, his right to due process. And it can lead and has led many, many times to the wrongful conviction of innocent people. Now, we passed a law, we made it a crime. Now what we need are judges who are paying attention, defense attorneys who are not asleep at the wheel, and being diligent in accessing discovery and in making discovery requests. You go back and you think about O.J. Simpson and the quality defense that he had. Well, the state doesn't have the money to give to pay for the lawyers per se that O.J. Simpson had, but the state does have the money and the capacity to provide every defendant a quality defense like the one O.J. Simpson had. We need folks who are not asleep at the wheel, folks who are paying attention. And I've sat there in court and I've watched officers, say things and it just doesn't pass the smell test. It isn't consistent with other testimony and with the evidence. And I see judges sometimes who feel the same way. You get the sense that, hey, they are also like, wow, that's suspect. But the question is, what do they do about it? What do you do about it? You need judges who will do something about it. And you need judges who, when they hear testimony that seems inconsistent, that seems fishy, you need judges who have the courage to say, wait a minute, I want to ask some questions. I need to better understand this. I don't understand why this officer says X and the other officer said Y. What's going on here? So you need judges who will intervene and ensure that the evidence that comes out in the courtroom is true.
I had a case when I was a sheriff deputy, and I saw how it could happen. We had stopped the car. It was obvious the guy, we thought he was stuffing a gun under the front seat, but he actually was trying to, I don't know why he was stuffing crack cocaine under the front seat. So when we retrieved it, we marked it, and it was FS on there. Where when I went and spoke to the judge, I knew I had found it, but I couldn't quite remember why we put FS. So I said, because my name was Fred Shaw and I found it. Well, my partner said, because we found it under the front seat. Well, both of them was true. I found it under the front seat, but you had two different statements, but both of them were actually true, and nobody was trying to set nobody up. That's just the way, but two people had a different account because you were doing your job out there, time passes, sometime before these trials come up, you can't remember that from the other 10, and things can happen. So I know both sides of the fence and how it can be, And I grew up where officers threatened when I was 13 years old, to plant something on me because I had a big mouth, because my mother was real powerful in the county, and I didn't feel I had to take this. And then we found this on you. I'm at the boys club with basketball in my hand. You ain't find no weed on me at 13 years old. But so it can, so sometimes a judge has to be able to to look at it and determine, well, okay, I can see, and this judge did. I can see, was the dope under the front seat? That's what we want to know. How you marked it or whatever, that's not material right here. And so, go ahead.
And see, the issue here is that one of you or the other officer, in this scenario where, your initials are on this baggie, one of you is perhaps testifying based on a faulty memory, right? You believe in good faith that what you're saying is correct, both of you, each one of you, but you're not both correct, not really. And so the issue then becomes that, because each of you are testifying based on faulty memory, again, it raises the question of whether or not the evidence, the testimony that you're providing ought to be believed. Okay? It's not that you're lying or trying to be tricky or slippery. Really, fundamentally, it is just that your memory has faded. And we have to be careful and sensitive to situations like that, because you're right. Years can go by between the time you make this recovery and the time that you testify at trial. Between the arrest and recovery of this evidence, you may have had 150 interactions with other citizens, made another 50 drug arrests, testified in 25 other cases in the meantime, and now you've been out all night because you worked the graveyard shift, and now you're being dragged into court to testify to something. So maybe your memory isn't as clear and exact as it ought to be. We have to be, and the police have to be, and the prosecutor has to be. We all have to be sensitive to the fact that memories fade. And when memories fade, testimony changes. And that testimony shouldn't come in. If people can't completely remember what happened or why something happened or how the evidence was booked, people shouldn't testify to it. If you can't remember, don't try to rebuild your memory, because when you do, many times you build it wrong. And again, that can lead to a wrongful conviction. I think the best thing always is to say, I'm not sure. Let me read my report. I mean, if I'm an officer, let me refresh my recollection, because I wrote a report that night. And, and rereading that report might provide the answer, the correct answer to the question. But people have to be careful when it comes to rebuilding their memory while testifying or before testifying. Because, time goes on, our memories change, and it could cause us to say something, even though we believe it to be true, that is in fact not true. And that's not a criticism, because you, in the position you're in and the position your partner are in, you're both trying to do the right thing. You're both trying to be completely honest and forthright. But when memories fade, memories play tricks on us all the time. And when I try cases to juries, and sometimes there are gaps, big gaps, small gaps in the evidence, I always tell the jurors not to fill in those gaps, because when you're filling in gaps, you're speculating.
Fastball. What happens to a case, and I know this was part of the O.J. Simpson case, but what happens to a case when the blood isn't booked into evidence? What does that do? And I would imagine that the DA's office might not have been aware of that, because everybody seems shocked. What happens, not just in that case, but any other case where the blood is not booked into evidence in the proper time, or booked at all, or whatever?
Well, let's say you have a situation where there's blood evidence and it's not booked immediately or within the time frame that some folks would like it to be booked. Well, the evidence is examined in a forensic lab, in the crime lab. And when there are irregularities, in a blood sample and hopefully in other types of forensic evidence, hopefully that irregularity is detected. For instance, if we're doing DNA analysis, on a blood sample or some biological stain, we can tell sometimes whether or not there's an issue of cross-contamination, right? If the evidence isn't properly retained or booked or packaged, the evidence will deteriorate and may have no forensic value left at all because it wasn't booked timely or properly. So the hope, I think, is that when there are problems like that, that the evidence itself tells the truth and lets us all know that there is an irregularity and that the evidence isn't reliable. Officers have to follow protocol. If they don't follow protocol, they subject themselves to being accused of all kinds of things. And we know how successful those types of accusations can be.
Here's a question, and this is a fastball. There's a lot of evidence, and I work with and for the last 30 years with an organization called the Citizens Commission on Human Rights. And they're a mental health watchdog organization that exposes psychiatric abuses. However, lately there's been a lot of evidence on a lot of sites, and there's a lot of proof that these psychiatric drugs cause damage to these kids. They cause suicidal tendencies, they cause homicidal tendencies, and in some cases they even drop dead. How will the court system catch up? Because we know right now that people can be put in a mental institution and the psychiatrist can come and petition to electroshock that person. And it's been reported, and I guess I won't say in every case, but the person doesn't get to come before the judge and plead their case. How do we catch the judicial system up to where the documentation is coming right now?
Well, I was in court the other day, and I overheard the court and counsel discussing a case, and the issue was whether or not the defendant, who was not present in court, would be forced to take medication. It's a tricky issue, especially in cases where the defendant is either incompetent to stand trial, or who is so severely mentally ill or handicapped that they can't make what the court might view as an intelligent decision on their own. That's a tricky thing. Involuntary placement in a mental health facility, is a very tricky thing. The law tries to provide some guardrails, a safety net, requiring evaluations or release within 48 hours or release within 10 days. But constant evaluations and reevaluations, it's a very, very, very difficult issue and a hard call, I think, for any judge to have to make. You have to rely on the experts. There should be, psychiatric and psychological and medical support for the request that's being made. And, typically in those situations, it's defense counsel who was there before the court seeking this involuntary forced medication on the defendant and not the prosecution. So, we hope that defense counsel is acting in the best interest, of their client.
Why should I vote for Christopher Darden over any other judge that's running in this? What makes you stand out for the community to know that we already know you have integrity, we already know you have fire, we already know because we've seen it on TV. But why should we vote for you to be a judge? And what makes you as trustworthy a person as anybody else to sit in that seat?
Well, that's a good question. And let me address the issue of trustworthiness first. number one, I think people know that I have a passion for the law. And I think people know I have a passion for justice, even if sometimes they don't agree with my view, of what justice is in a particular case. But I know that folks know of my commitment and passion for the Constitution, right against self-incrimination, the right to be represented by effective and competent counsel, the right to due process, and the right to a fair trial. I know people know my passion for the rights of victims and community safety, which are all important factors that judges, I think, have to have in mind, bear in mind, every time and each time they make a ruling or a decision. But for me, look, I was a prosecutor for 16 years. I've been a criminal law defense attorney for 25 years. Sprinkled in all of that, I was a law professor, an associate professor of law at Southwestern University Law School for 4 years. I'm on my 7th year teaching criminal law and crime scene investigation at Santa Monica Community College. For a while, I taught at Cal State LA, criminal law. And so I've been all over the courtroom. I've sat in every chair. I have a perspective of what is occurring in court and what criminal defendants are going through, what the families of criminal defendants are going through, because I've represented hundreds over the past 25 years. I know how the victims are feeling and what that victim experience is like. So I'd like to think that I have a balanced perspective. Now, I've been practicing all these years and been a prosecutor for all those years. And still, today, I can see and understand why reform is needed in the criminal justice system. And I can see it clearly. And I see it because I practice in it and live in it and have lived in it for 40 years. And I know what's wrong with it. And I see things happen in court that I disapprove of. I see people come through and it's clear that they're having a psychiatric episode, that they're mentally ill. Nobody's asking an important question. And the question is, what role did this person's mental illness play in the commission of this crime? I've been around long enough to know when they ask questions and when they ask the right questions. But, in my heart, there's mercy and fairness. And it always has been. And in my heart is an understanding, too, that some folks need to go. Right? Some people do things so vicious and violent, so severe that they waive their right to be free in our society. Gotta go. But, my perspective on justice is really broad, I think, and nobody else has this kind of experience. I mean, you're seeing kids with 10 years experience in the law and they're being appointed judges. 10 years. 10 years. I mean, most doctors surgeons got to go to school for 10 years before they can operate. But that doesn't mean they're the best surgeons, the most skilled surgeons, the most professional surgeons, the most effective surgeons, the best surgeons. Experience matters. I have the experience, the temperament, to be a judge and to be a good judge, and to be a judge that you will be proud of.
Well, I can say with your credentials alone that most of us should be proud of you. You serve the community. You have not been afraid to come into the community and say what you believe. You don't soft shoe it. You tell it like it is, and people can take it or let it alone. So just on that, with your, background in the judicial system and everything, one of the wrap-up questions I want to ask you is, the community call public defenders public pretenders. They accuse them of always trying to cut the deal, but if it's, bringing justice or not. How can we make sure that people get a better defense, or is it the matter of numbers and time that cuts into their ability to service the community correctly? Because we don't want people who are innocent copping pleas because they're afraid to go to jail because they might lose, and as a black person, you might lose in court, especially if you don't have people that look like you passing judgment. So what do you think about that?
Well, I think a couple of things. There are a couple of very, very important issues embedded in that question. Number one, I know lots of public defenders, and some of the best lawyers, criminal lawyers I've ever seen are deputy public defenders. And most of them are true believers, like I am. They believe in the law, they believe in the right of the defendant to be represented properly, and they are zealous advocates. Now, I don't know any public defenders that are dump trucks. I don't. I honestly don't. Now, people pleading guilty, taking plea bargains because they're afraid that they are going to lose and go to jail, that's always been a problem. Because let me tell you, I see people offer deals and plea bargains in cases, and I've handled their appeals. And the public defender comes to to their client, and the public defender says, "I have this deal for you. You need to take it." And the defendant doesn't take it, and the defendant goes on to trial. And then 6 months later, in a case where the defendant was offered 12 years, I'm handling his appeal where he got 63 years to life. And that's actually a true case, a case that I actually handled on appeal. What we want from all defense lawyers is we want defense counsel to do the job, to do the work, to put in the work, so that when you come with a plea bargain or an offer to settle the case, the defendant is comfortable in knowing that everything that could have been done or should have been done has been done, so that an intelligent decision can be made. Now, the law is so heavy-handed, so burdensome, so impersonal and uncaring that I see people plead guilty in cases where they might have a chance at trial, but the DA is offering 2 years. And if they lose, it's a mandatory life sentence, right? And I see people sitting there, saying I'm innocent, or if I was involved, I wasn't involved to that extent. They're offering me 2 years, but if I lose, I'm going to get life. What do I do? The law, it is the law itself. It is like a mountain dropped on some folks sometimes, and they can't get out from underneath it unless they take a deal. I hate to see it. I've actually seen folks and been involved in multi-defendant cases where defendants have taken a deal, even though they may have a 50-50 chance at trial, 60% chance, 70% chance, 40% chance at winning. But the law is so unforgiving, and the sentences are so stiff, they feel like the only way to preserve their life, to save their lives, or have any life left at the end of the process is by taking a deal. And and this is what happens when we have statutes that have mandatory minimum sentences, or when we have statutes that have mandatory sentences like life without the possibility of parole, and things of that nature. It really interferes with the free will of the defendant. It's worth a law review article. It's worth a scientific study. This issue of people pleading guilty because the law is so heavy-handed that if they don't plead guilty, they could lose their life to the prison system.
How important is it for the community to take some of the responsibility for the fear that a lot of black people have when they come to court, because we tend to always duck being jurors and things like that. But how do you get justice if you don't have people who understand how you could be innocent? Like, for example, I remember one time, because I grew up in Compton and Willowbrook, I was actually looking at a case. It wasn't a case that I was in. And I knew that the kid was lying, he was afraid. And it's like I could just read that the gang members in them basically said, you will take the fall. And I could read it, but the jurors couldn't see it. You know, so how important is it that we participate in this judicial system so that people can get justice?
Well, and you know what? Now, I was trying a case recently, big case, and 87 prospective jurors were brought in. And these jurors that came in had already been time qualified, meaning because the case was going to be a long case, a long trial, down in the jury room, they separated out all the jurors who could not serve on jury duty for 2 months. It was going to be a 2-month long case. And when the jurors who said they could serve that long came upstairs to the jury room, out of that 87 jurors, there was one black man. One black man. And when we finally got to him, he told us his occupation. He was an FBI agent. Okay? He was an FBI agent. And unsuitable for the defense. But the fact is that you can't get justice, you can't be assured of justice unless you're present and participate. You see, I as a black lawyer and I as a black judge, you know, I have to be there, I have to bear witness. Okay? I am part of the insurance policy that the Constitution guarantees. You know, a defendant has a right to a public trial, a defendant has a right to a jury of one's peers. You know, we can't demand justice if we aren't willing to be present to ensure that it occurs. And obviously, you know, there are different standards and there are different places we need to be. We need to be on the street with our, you know, cell phone cameras, right? We need to get our kids lawyers, right? No, we need to look at the statistics every year, look at in custody deaths that occur in the jails, the county jail and the city jail. You know, we need to pay attention to see who's being arrested, who's being stopped, and who's being profiled. We need to see who gets charged with what, and is there a disparity in the DA's decision to charge? Is there a disparity in sentencing? And, you know, and who's being convicted at trial? No, we need to be there and present at every step of the process if we're going to ensure that there's justice. And you know, we see someone in uniform and we say thank you, you know, for their service to the country. Well, jury duty is also service to the country and the community. It's so critically important. I tell you, every time I sit there at council table picking a jury in a case where my defendant is Latino or African American, and I look out there and I don't see any his folks and mine, it's very disheartening. It's very disheartening. And I've seen defendants plead guilty after they see the prospective jurors. When they see that jury pool walk in and don't see anybody that looks like them, it creates a sense of desperation. And I've seen people time and time again say, you know, can you get that plea bargain back? I can't win with a jury like that.
Well, I admit there's a lot of work that the NAACP, all types of organizations must do. I think what we're trying to do here is to develop a partnership so that we can all get in on one mind and one accord to be able to go after the issues. I once said that no matter how great a marksman you are, if you're shooting at the wrong target, you cannot win. And I think we have to get together and find where the target is so that we can get the justice that we need. I know when I was a Los Angeles County Sheriff Deputy, There were things that did not occur because I was there. And so it is very important that people sit in law enforcement. We can't get justice with law enforcement if we can't get people on the law on the sheriff and LAPD department. I think the sheriff department right now is 6% black. I mean, we should be able to have more people, but if we're going to say you don't want to be popo, if we're going to say you can't go with an $80,000 a year starting when when it's hard for you to bring food to the table, then somewhere in there we're responsible ourselves. And we have to change our mindset, and we have to have DAs, we have to have those public defenders, we have to have judges that are of our color if we expect. We got to make it safe for those people not to be pointed out as part of the problem. But if you have enough of them, then there's safety in numbers, and we can make that happen. If you could, take your time, but wrap us up.
We have to be the guardians and the gatekeepers of justice. And that means we have to be present. And, I've been present for 44 years. And I have been fighting the fight long before, folks started complaining about these officer-involved shootings. I was in the unit in the DA's office demanding that charges be filed, demanding that officers be dragged in front of the grand jury, demanding that police officers turn over their files and evidence so that we could conduct an objective examination of what happened in certain cases. I sat there by the door. I was a guardian. I was a gatekeeper. I was a witness to what was occurring. And because I was a witness, bad things didn't happen. Wrong things didn't happen. I want to continue doing just that. I want to continue doing it from the bench. I prepared myself. I've taken courses, I've studied the law, I've practiced the law, I taught the law. I'm ready, and I'm prepared to be a good judge, a fair judge, a conscientious judge, fair judge. And I hope that you'll support me and vote for me.
Well, we want to thank you for coming on the show, taking time. I know you got some other places to be, and I know you're everywhere in the community right now, and you're showing up and you're showing out. I wish you all the luck in the world. I cannot, as a NAACP president, endorse any candidate and stuff, but I did want to give you an opportunity to come on because you are a part of Black history in this Black History Month, and so therefore I felt that you should get an opportunity to come on this show and express yourself. So thank you for coming on. Good luck to you in the future. And if you win or don't, there'll be things that you and I will get together on and work on to help benefit the people in the community and so forth.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
All right. So our guest has been Christopher Darden, a well-known district attorney who has been in our community, serving our community. I really appreciate the fact that he came on, he spoke candid, he did not pull punches, he told the truth, he did not duck issues. So we thank him for coming on at this time. I just want to remind you this show was brought to you by the Citizens Commission on Human Rights, a mental health watchdog organization that exposes psychiatric abuse such as the mass drugging of children and electroshock therapy. We also want to acknowledge again one more time, because this was brought about through a meeting that was through the National Action Network, and we thank the people over there and the partnership that we have with them and so many other groups in the community. Until next time, I'm Reverend Frederick Shaw Jr., and God bless.
This is impeachment season.
Who you going for in the impeachment?
I'm really going for. I want Trump to get impeached, but I want his whole staff to get impeached that backed him, little sycophants. Right now, what's going on is basically they found out the head of the GOP's push, Nunes, actually was in on it pertaining to Ukraine. That's the crazy shit. Forget the fact that he's done all this other dirt. The dude that is actually trying to help him out was part of the fucking conspiracy. So right now in this impeachment, forget the fact that Trump has always orchestrated it and Giuliani has orchestrated it. We already know that. But I'm gonna tell you who it is. Nunes. Nunes. It's Nunes, baby.
Did you see he got charged in the hearing the other day where dude was really coming at him like, you did it, and his face never changed.
He got real sad,
he was sitting over there
yeah.
I'm guilty as hell. I just know if I blink, I'm going to tell on myself.
Yeah,
he just kind of got catatonic on there.
Right, but I don't blame none of them. These are older white men that do what they fucking do.
Have always done what they do.
Always do. They right. I blame the voters.
Yes.
I blame the voters. All you GOP people, let me ask you something. If I was a person in your life and I lied to you 10,000 times, I lied to you flat out, easily, unequivocal, I can prove these are lies to you, and you still are down with me, then you're a bitch ass and you deserve all the bad that's going to happen from all of the fucking sanctions because farmers are getting fucked over right now.
Right.
All of
who are supporters.
Right. Who are supporters. Also the fact that right now things in the world, when the way they look at the country is lower, they don't respect us. We left the Kurds fucked over by pulling out. So there's a lot of bad shit. Now they say the economy, which is based on something that Obama and actually Romney actually is the first one, is a Republican who came up with the shit. And it was Romney Care. It was like adjusted to where they call it Obamacare, was actually the Affordable Care Act. For all you bitches that wanted, they're like, I don't like Obamacare. Affordable Care Act is Obamacare. It's the same shit. You named it Obamacare so you would dislike it because you dislike Obama. Scare people away from it.
Right.
But that's it. So you got to look at it this way. Right now in politics, and black people need to start fucking listening to this shit because it's going to affect you.
Right, because it will trickle down to Popeye's chicken sandwiches.
And eventually.
Soon.
Yeah, when they start taking your Popeye chicken sandwiches away, then you're going to know. See, the camera switched.
Somebody was lying.
Somebody lied. I thought I voted for you because you was going to keep Popeye's chicken in my life.
Right.
So I'm letting you know right now, this is the thing we got to talk about. The impeachment, is it going to change the way that the general public, do you think the general public gives a fuck? Or do you think they don't give a fuck?
Not only do I think that they don't give a fuck, but I think that the people in trouble understand that this is like that litigation. Like, the people don't have enough money to keep getting dragged through court. So eventually the people will drop their case and the big corporation will go on and do its thing.
Right.
Think about how long we've been talking about this. I mean, and I hate to do the if then, but if this would, you think about how many, and I don't want to go racial here.
This
is for the first time.
Fuck that, it is racial.
It's
Fuck
a
all
lot of white people in trouble with the police. And these are the same things like, let's say an athlete has friends who got arrested for 5 different things.
Right.
Then the athlete Allen Iverson would be scrutinized if everybody in the car with him were
around
felons.
Him got...
And continually go to jail.
Manafort in jail right now.
How many friends do you get to have who are felons before people start looking at you like, dude, you can't be who you claim to be if everybody you know got a tail on them or some kind of open investigation or everybody's getting locked up around you, dude. You look guilty too. Birds of a feather.
Flock together. And this the other thing about it is, I see all these people that are like, well, we love him, and he speaks our language, and he's like one of us. He ain't never been one of you.
Never.
All right? All the shit you say about the elite, you don't like the elites. You don't like the way they talk. He is a fucking elite. He's never been a person that's starving or, oh, Trump was going through so much bad times. No. And bringing back coal is fucking stupid. The reason coal miners voted for him, they're like, well, he's going to keep coal. Coal is bad. We need to be moving forward with solar and new fucking technologies. We got at our disposal, you stupid bitches.
Can we do
all you motherfuckers?
Semantics real quick. You said it. Bringing back coal is stupid. Listen, bringing anything back is stupid. Right? We can't go back. The past is the past. We're supposed to advance as a culture, as a people, we become more civil and so forth. We can't do anything going back. I don't want to steal this, but as soon as Donald Trump said he was going to run, did you notice the Colonel popped back up?
Yeah.
For those of y'all who don't know, the Colonel belongs to Kentucky Fried Chicken. The Colonel don't have shit to do with KFC. So all of a sudden, we got a white dude who wears a white suit who asks you to call him Colonel, and he's from the South. I need you to be careful about an old white man who does not have a military uniform on who's asking you to call him Colonel. What war was fought in the South?
Yeah.
Okay, every slave owner, every person who owned the plantations, they called him Colonel. But he wasn't in the military.
Yeah.
He was fighting for the South.
That's like just calling me Dr. Shang. I ain't a doctor.
Come on, we can't bring anything back. Not coal, not the Colonel, not ridiculous feelings. We can't go back to where men punch women in the face. We can't go back to where gay people had to sit in the corner. We can't go back to where black. We can't do nothing back.
So that Make America Great Again shit is dog whistle for a lot of black folks that see it as you want to bring racism back.
You want to bring
some slavery back and chains back and all that other bullshit. That is not where we're going. But I'm going to let you know on Savage AF here on Marcus King Presents Dash Comedy, we can say that type of shit.
Damn right.
Right. And make sure you check us out on all the social media. Make sure you check us out. Oh, shit, they got the shit. You can listen to us live on Facebook. That's right. You can watch us on Facebook live on our page, Savage AF. Savage AF, which is savage as fuck. You can listen to us on that, and make sure you check us out when we do live shows, Savage AF Live. You go to the website and you can catch all this stuff. I am Shang, or you can go to Savage AF on the website and check it out. Now, we want to talk about some other things. We're going to move on with that, but I mean, the reason the impeachment is so big, and like you said, they want to bring back certain images. I think this is white people realizing they slipping, and they know that they're being outbred, and in a minute, the society is going to be majority people of color.
Yes.
And so I think that this is we got to hold on.
Yes.
I mean, you see
that's what that abortion law was about. Remember, black and brown people were like, they're just trying to put us in jail for having abortions. Like, man, black and brown, certainly brown people of all browns, right? Asians don't have problems having babies. Spanish people do not have problems having babies. Through slavery, Jim Crow, crack, mass incarceration, none of that. Black women gonna keep having babies.
Right.
The highest death rate and the lowest birth rate belongs to the group of people who are now trying to make y'all know that you're gonna get 30 years for having an abortion. Right. That's what that's about.
Exactly.
So if my thought is that there would be zero problems on the planet if white men could have white babies with brown women.
Wow.
That is not the case.
Not the case at all.
But for those of you, while you know you can't do it, you should try to find you a brown woman, because it is one feeling to be trying to make a baby with it. So
brown pussy is delicious. Let's
we can say that on Savage AF.
Yes, you can say that. I can say brown pussy is delectable. And a lot of niggas don't even know what delectable is. Look up delectable.
Look, wait. When you finish looking up brown pussy, I imagine that we got some people that we're like, I'm not going to use my Google for no vocabulary. We got Pornhub on here. Yeah.
We've already got brown pussy. But I'm telling you right now, man, I think that if you look at, and Pence is don't get me wrong, Pence went over to Ukraine. He know he's part of this shit too.
Come on,
but
dude.
if we impeach Trump, then we have Pence, even though Pence it'll be a lame duck presidency. But I'm going to let you know right now.
Dick president.
Yeah, Pence is worse than him because he comes off acceptable. Because Trump just says crazy shit.
Right,
Look at my African American. He makes up shit. He's rah-rah, and he says horrible shit on Twitter and telling people to go back to their country, and the motherfuckers is from Indiana.
Right.
And telling people go back to your country.
Right.
I'm from Detroit, bitch.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Drumpf.
Yeah, I know. Orange fuckstick in charge.
People from somewhere else.
Yeah, and I mean, and I think he forgets that he lost the popular vote.
Remember, he lives by code.
3 million people.
Remember, he lives by code of telling the same lie over and over again until it sounds like the truth. And it's clear.
It's clear as
he
fuck.
has lullabied. It's almost like Donald Trump is with Clear Channel.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, if I hear another Drake song the next time I get in the car and turn the radio on, it's like, right, they beat you to death with the same song over and over and over again.
No collusion.
No collusion.
You know,
the greatest hits.
Quid pro quo.
Oh, man, you just hear these terms over and over
again.
Witch hunt. It's a witch hunt.
And then dumb people. I'm not saying all people in the South are dumb, because all people in the South are dumb. In fact, we wouldn't have a lot of the stuff we have pertaining to civil rights if it wasn't for people in the South that actually got out there and marched. So I give mad props to the South. But I'm going to say this. White people in the South.
There we go.
That pocket of people that keep, I don't know, they keep buying into the bullshit. And they're like, well, I like Trump. And they ask him, why you like Trump? I like him because, well, I can't really answer it. Other than he seems like a white nationalist. I'm a white nationalist. So I like white national shit.
They spit his shit out. Can I say what my thoughts are on that?
Completely. That's why we got Gerard on the show, to speak his mind.
Well,
and basically, also, I want to get a big shout out to Black Pedro. Black Pedro is ill right now.
Get well soon, brother.
Get well soon. But I want you to get well soon. But go ahead. Tell him, Gerard, tell him what you feel.
In regard to these slow people who don't have much, who think they identify with somebody who has nothing in common. Follow me. I'm going to try to keep this quick. Do you remember Rachel Dolezal, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the black lady.
Act like she was black, but she was white.
Personally, that was the first time I had really heard anybody say
I identify as black.
She identified as black. A couple of years later, now we're in a space where we're acknowledging men who identify as women, women who identify as men. It is very clear to me that the poorest white people on this planet identify as the 1% in that same vein. Right? That's not what you are, but that's what you identify with. That's who you think you are. Now, again, not to disregard, because I wanted to make sure to give everybody their due, right? I'm on how you feel about you on the inside. I can't judge that, and if that's how you feel, we'll use the language that makes you feel good, except for poorness and wealth. You can't be poor and be identifying as wealthy and make other people who know your ass is poor buy into the fact that you ain't got shit. And so you should be identifying with people who have the same needs as you. And when you don't, it's clear. And that is, here we go again, this cycle. Remember, the whole way we've advanced as a society, in my opinion, outside of maybe 3 issues. That would be race, gender, and sexuality. And those things have been the same since day one. And every now and again, they'll sprinkle a morsel on each one of these things to make you think you've been advanced, but you really just went back around to the thing. I'll give you an example. The LGBT, right?
LBGQT. How many fucking letters do you need? Y'all suck dick and lick pussy. That's what the fuck y'all do.
I just want you to be able to define and explain everyone.
I mean, stop it.
I'm about to get sideways because I have legitimate questions. Like I said, I respect every L, every G, every B, every T. I respect the individuals. The corporation is another thing. Remember, the LGBT is not bound by race. It's not bound by gender. It's a motley crew. So my thought is, if we could potentially be in trouble for having this conversation because we're not being real sensitive and kissing the ass of the unit LGBT, well, then we could ask, well, how come if there are black gay people, well, then how come the LGBT don't go make sure that Ed Buck ass went to jail before 5 gay black dudes died in his home? There are gay black Mexican people, so how come we don't see LGBT fighting to get those kids out of the cages at the border? There are Caribbean LGBT members, so when Donald Trump turned the people from not Barbados, but remember we had the flood and all the people from Bahamas tried to come, Haiti, and they turned them away. But we know it's some gay people from the Bahamas. So how come the LGBT doesn't stand up for these individual things that actually represent their group?
I honestly, the LBGQT fucking, I don't know how many letters it is now. I'm sick of that shit because it is not the same. It is not the same.
No, it's not.
Because their fight stops at, our fight stops at just general humanity and equality. Yours is the right to think you're a woman or a man or whatever the fuck you are, and fuck whoever you want to fuck. Sexuality doesn't stop at the same as equality as a human being.
Not at all.
So I don't give them props or none of that shit.
Especially when on the inside of that group you have every different other group. You got black, you got Hispanic, you got all these other people whose groups are suffering on the planet, but we don't worry about none of that. We just talk about the sexual portion of it.
Right.
And I'm saying if I
Who
belong
you fucking is not
it
the
doesn't
same.
matter at all. It doesn't matter one bit. One more question that
No,
I have in
that's
regard to it.
Yeah.
Everybody else inside. The L has a lot of times the L gets a haircut and tattoos and has made a visual commitment to the lifestyle.
Right.
The G has made a permanent commitment. Any dude who has, especially if you're in the South, a young black dude from the South got to sit down at the dinner table with his dad to do the come out speech. He's running the risk of never going home for Christmas again. So to come out to your family.
Don't you bring your faggot ass here no
that
more.
part right there.
Yeah.
So for him to do that, now he's made a great commitment. The T has had a surgery, no greater commitment.
Right.
I need to know what B has been held back. What B has been discriminated against? Has anybody you know been beat up for being B, or does he get beat up for doing gay shit around his straight friends? Do you see what I'm saying? B don't have no recourse. B is not like the rest of the group. It's a motley
And there's
group.
Q, which is what, queer.
Remember they turned it. They don't have a.
All of this
it's either
different
queer
stuff.
or questioning.
Until I see a bunch of gay dudes hanging from trees.
That part.
You know what I'm saying? We have. I hate when they try to correlate their fight with our fight.
Especially
it's not
when
the same
they don't
fight.
check on the black members of their fight.
Right,
Because
they don't give a fuck about the black queer as much.
Not at all.
But Hollywood, which I got to say this before we go into the other topic.
Here it goes.
Hollywood really likes to push that agenda of black gay men.
Yes.
As though that is the norm in our community. I'm not saying that you don't got that gay cousin that you always knew was gay,
Right.
you know.
Right.
You know, the nigga Flutie, we knew Flutie was always taking dick to the grill. He had jaw dick for a long time. Now, I'm not saying that. Okay, now look, people get offended, but you know what the fucking show is. We knew that
as fuck.
Yeah, Flutie. When every time he came home, we knew Flutie was taking dick to the tonsils.
The flute to the face.
He's taking. Yeah, we called him Flutie because we knew the nigga played the flute.
He played the flute with both hands.
But
Hilarious.
I just don't like. I'm not saying I'm against gay people. Live your life, do your thing. As long as you don't do your thing with my thing, everything's cool.
Right.
But the bottom line is, we knew you was gay, but your fight is not the same. But I think that sometimes Hollywood pushes that agenda of like taking the masculinity of black men and putting it on display as feminine.
Yes.
I don't like that.
I don't like it either. And then here's the thing, too. As veteran funny people, and this is something I want to make sure that everybody gets, is that we both understand this, that across the board, where a man in a dress, they are just staples in comedy. So when you look at Monty Python,
right, they wore dresses all the
every
time.
woman on there in a Monty Python movie is a man in a dress.
Right.
Kids in the Hall. We can go on and on.
Right.
But I can show you, remember at the end of Uptown Saturday Night, one of the greatest light-skinned black men who ever lived,
Yes.
Harry Belafonte, who, so you know, paid Coretta Scott King's bills from the day that Martin died to the day that she died, is wearing a dress at the end of that movie. So it is a staple in comedy. It's a thin line, and that's where they have us bent over.
Right.
It is a thin line. Now, no dude wants to wear a dress, but historically, you can
Well,
go
there's
all
a few.
Yeah,
Tyler Perry likes. I think he
some
likes
dudes.
it.
There are
Secretly, I think Tyler Perry likes it.
There are a lot of dudes who love to do it, but I mean, inside of Hollywood, you got guys who we're sitting here saying it. Like I said, no gays and no slaves. We're just not doing that.
Right.
We're not doing that. Okay, but we understand comedic sake that is a thing, even when you remove black people from Hollywood. So that becomes the excuse,
right,
to put the black dude in. But for some reason, when the white comics and the white actors put the dress on, remember Tom Hanks' career begins with him wearing a dress.
Bosom buddies.
Bosom buddies. Many people do not know that. He's one of the greatest actors of our time.
Right.
right?
But the stigma it doesn't give the same stigma.
Not at all. No one ever questioned Tom Hanks' business after that.
Right. They didn't question, I think Tom Hanks is taking
Nobody
dick
said
to the jaw.
none of that.
No, they didn't say he was getting neck dick.
Like I heard Tom Hanks played the flute.
Yeah.
They did not. No one said
No one ever called him Flutie.
Right.
Welcome to another edition of the NAACP Information Show. Today we have a very special guest, and that guest is Judge Deborah Archuleta. She is running for the DA. She's representing the people, and we will find out why in just a few minutes.
Well, thank you for having me. It's a privilege to be here, and I wouldn't have missed this for the world. I would ask the viewers to potentially look up my website. It is judgeda4da.com. It happens to be my initials of my name.
Well, we're glad to have you on the show and get into what is happening here. You have been doing some impressive work. You've been meeting with NAACP branches.
ACP event last night, and they asked us to describe ourselves in 3 words. I described myself as a domestic violence survivor, which took the crowd by surprise, of course. I am a domestic violence survivor. When I was 19, I was thrown into a wall by a violent boyfriend. And unbeknownst to me, Reverend, I had a traumatic brain injury that I had suffered as a result of that. And when I was 21 years old, I had brain surgery. And when I survived that ordeal, I made a commitment and a pact with God and a few others that I would get myself into law school, which is what my goal had been. I would work on behalf of other victims of serious and violent crimes, particularly domestic violence and sexual abuse. And I would work to advocate on behalf of other people who didn't have a voice. I never reported this incident to my parents or to law enforcement or anything. I just tried to take care of it. And 2 years later, I ended up having to have I had a blood clot on the brain. I had brain surgery. So in May of 1980, I had surgery, and in August, I went to work as a legal secretary. I typed, I made coffee, and I did documents, and I put myself through community college, through UC Irvine. I have a degree in economics, and I also went to law school at night and on the weekends. I joined the district attorney's office, Reverend, in 1989 as a law clerk on a case involving a murder of a child that was handled by Sheriff's Homicide. I'm still in touch with the homicide detective to this date. I passed the bar the first time. I had a very successful prosecutorial career for 26 years. I tried many kinds of cases. I had a successful career that I was very proud of. Then I ran for judge in 2016. Other than the current district attorney, I'm the only candidate in the race that has ran a countywide campaign and been successful at it. And I've spent 7+ years as a judge in the Superior Court. And the last 3.5 years have been in the Edelman Children's Court, the Dependency Court, the Foster Care Court. And from my humble perspective, after 35 years as a public servant being in a courtroom every single day, that's the ground zero of everything that's wrong in our community, our working class communities, our communities of color. Our children are breaking down, our families are breaking down, our communities are breaking down. And I basically stepped down from the bench on an unpaid leave of absence to step up for the people for the County of Los Angeles. Between my unique personal experience, my professional experience as a deputy district attorney and as a judge of the Superior Court, I have found that as a judge I had to take off the prosecutorial blinders, sir, and I had to put on the black robe of justice, and I had to make sure that not only were the victims' rights upheld and maintained and respected, but that the suspect, the defendant, the criminal's rights also had to be scrupulously maintained and upheld and respected. We had to have respect for the proceedings and the criminal justice process. But because of my unique vantage point and just leaving the office 7 years ago, I still have my finger on the pulse of what's going on in the office. I work for every district attorney from Ira Reiner to Jackie Lacey. Fortunately, I haven't had to work for the current one because I don't think we would have gotten along very well.
Well, and I'm glad that you said that so we can explore that a little bit. What would make it to where you wouldn't be compatible with him?
Well, first of all, I don't believe in blanket policies for people that are in the criminal justice system, particularly for suspects and defendants and for victims. You know, Gascon has implemented blanket policies, and I don't like the one-size-fits-all type and style of justice. We need to have individualized and particularized justice for the people coming before the system. So that's the concern that I have, and that's what has prompted me and motivated me to step down from the bench to step up for the people.
Well, you know, one of the things, and I've talked to other people who have come on the show who are running for judge and different DAs and different things, and one of the things that I express is that there seems to be this over the top handling of things, like the black community is saying, you're not giving us justice. You give one person joyriding, you give us grand theft auto. All we want is justice and be treated the same way as somebody else. And then that comes back into policies that seem like let all crooks go. And that is not what the African American community is asking for. We just want a fair system that treats everybody the same, and our kids be given chances if they're young and they have no record and things like that. And we see that now coming back, where it appears like we got this lawlessness, mass groups running into jewelry stores and things like that. Give us your take on that.
Well, first of all, Lady Justice wears a blindfold for a reason, and I'm very involved in the African American community. I've been a member of Ward AME for over 10 years. I've been involved with NASIA out of Compton, the National Association of Equal Justice in America. I've actually been endorsed by Ambassador Diane Watson. I met with her a couple of times. I was very honored and grateful to receive her endorsement. And working in the Children's Dependency Court like I have for the last 3.5 years, I'm very well versed in what happens to the African American and the Latino communities as the children and the families come before me as a judge. Also, I see what goes on in and around the areas around me. One of the things that I'm proposing to do that frankly no other candidate has discussed is I need community engagement. I need people from your organization, the CCHR. I'm going to do monthly meetings in the DA's office. I'm going to have Subway sandwiches and Diet Cokes. And you're going to come, Reverend, because I'm going to insist on it. And you're going to talk to me about the concerns that you have for your constituencies. I'm going to have members of law enforcement. I'm going to have members from the LGBTQ plus community. I'm going to have members from the chambers of commerce. This is a very big job. I'm going to have my friends from NASIA come in. This is a very big job to restore order to the chaos of LA County, and it's going to take a community lift here to get this done. I cannot abide by the lawlessness. I live in an area that is actually patrolled by the sheriff's deputies. What goes on in Compton with these street takeovers would never be tolerated in my neighborhood. And when I'm elected, I'm going to make sure that the citizens of Compton get the same level of police engagement and involvement and interaction and crime suppression that I get in my neighborhood that's also patrolled by the sheriffs.
Wow. Well, and I believe that is exactly what we're trying to hear. We are looking for anyone. By the way, if the current DA wants to reach out to us and come on the show and say something, he can. You basically work in the community, found me, so maybe he should do the same thing.
He doesn't show up to many debates. I was at a debate last night, the NAACP up in San Fernando. He didn't show up to that. I will tell you one thing, Reverend. He did show up at the Empowerment Congress debate that Tavis Smiley moderated. And let's put it this way. I had a field day with Mr. Gascon that day. I invite your listeners to take a look at that. It's out there, the Empowerment Congress debate.
Empowerment Congress debate. Everybody that hears that Empowerment Congress debate, look that up, see what you can do, and find out what's going on. You know, one of the things that we are finding, there's several things. One is that there's this mass lean to let criminals get away with criminal behavior and call it mental illness. Some cases, people have documented mental illnesses. Some cases, people are exhibiting bad behavior and we're lumping it with mental illness. What is your take on that?
I think you're absolutely spot on in that assessment. I'm asked about this a lot, and spending 35 years in a courtroom, I've had to be able to analyze, if you will. If we have a young person before the court who has a documented history of learning disorders in school, medical visits to doctors for various assessments, say that there's PTSD because the child was raised in a home with domestic violence or neglect or drug abuse, I'm really willing to take a look and try to give a hand up to that child, that family, that individual. But a lot of people are using this as an excuse, and frankly, it minimizes the people that really do suffer from legitimate mental illness, and it criminalizes the larger group, and that's not the case. And I will be doing incredibly intensive training on this issue because I want my deputy district attorneys and the public at large to understand that there is a difference.
Most definitely. And these are the type of things that, there are some people, and I've been a Los Angeles County Sheriff Deputy, and I know the difference from the ones that are mentally ill and the ones that are trying to play the system and get lesser sentences and stuff and doing behavior that they should not do. It seems that as much as we scream that we don't want hate, as long as it's one of the groups that we can hate, then everybody's on the same page. And I don't think that that's the proper way it's supposed to go.
I don't tolerate hate. When in 2011, 2012, my daughter and I actually stood up against a teacher at our local school district who was engaging in anti-Semitic comments and behavior. And I was the only parent that stood up and said something about that. Ultimately, that teacher was removed from the classroom and let go.
Wow.
And I felt bad that the teacher was let go, but on the other hand, I was the parent that stood up in my community, and there was pushback for both myself and my daughter, but I don't tolerate hate. And we now have a lot of incidences of increased hate crimes. When COVID happened, people in the Asian community were subjected to hate. I know many of my friends in the African American have felt that they've never not been subjected to hate of one form or another. Now we have it with what's going on with the anti-Semitism. But even so, if you have a different religious perspective or I will not tolerate hate. I will not tolerate hate. In fact, I have to tell you, I've attended Ward AME for over 10 years. And I do worry about what happened in Charleston could potentially happen here in LA. Mm-hmm. It's a concern that I have when I walk into church on Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is that we all must learn to live. Martin Luther King said we must all learn to live together as brothers, or we will perish together as fools.
Well,
and
truer words have not been spoken. And Dr. King said a lot of great things,
yes,
including about injustice anywhere serves to propel injustice everywhere. And he got it right in so many ways. I don't know what he'd think about things if he were to be with us today walking on our planet. I don't know what he'd think.
I think he'd be very disappointed that the opportunities that have been there have not been seized, that there are certain aspects of our society that have actually gotten worse instead of better. The freedom, people were willing to sacrifice their freedoms for their comfort. So therefore, we no longer fight for the justice that we should have and the things that we should do. And we've pretty much lost the way of our children, who are now fending for themselves, not listening to their elders. And, it was really interesting. I walked into a store, and they had a TV up. And this was when the Baltimore riots were going on a couple of years ago. And the young man was talking to the clerk, and he was talking about if they don't really stop the abuse of black people, we're going to burn it all down. And I said to him, young man, do you honestly think that's the way you should handle it? And he said this to me, and it was so striking. He said, OG, when y'all had it, we ended up here. You didn't fix it, so they're not fixing it. so they're leaving it to us to fix it ourselves. This is what we're looking at today. And in my time, I knew we were fighting for civil rights. These kids already believe they have their rights, so they think you're taking something from them. And that's a different perspective than people fighting for something and people thinking you're taking something from them.
Well, we've lost our way. We don't have the respect for the culture of education like we should. The key is to get the people, all the people, young people, out of at least high school and get them their GED. That was one of my goals and missions as a judge in dependency court. I would really try to push the kids to at least get their GED because they would have so many more options. We don't have respect in the home. When I go to church on Sunday, it's 85-90% females. Thank God for the women in the African American community and church community because they have kept the church alive and going from what I can see, even though I've only been at it a little over 10 years. It's the women trying to hold everything together. And sometimes women lose their way in their ability to properly parent young people, especially young men at about the age of 12. My husband is a retired elementary school music teacher. He spent 33 years teaching music in LA Unified. And he would tell me, you know, Deb, sometimes I'm pretty sure that I'm the only man that the kids in my schools are seeing on a daily and frequent basis. And that's a concern. We have a breakdown in our cultural institutions, our political institutions. Everybody's looking for leadership, and it's really hard to find these days. I don't care if we're talking the city of LA, the county of LA, the state of California, or nationally. Everybody is looking for leadership because we have lost our way. And that's part of the reason I'm in this race, is because I have a unique and special brand of leadership that I can bring to get the people to coalesce behind me. I came from very humble background. My grandmother was born in New Mexico. She had a 3rd grade education. My grandfather had a 6th grade education. They didn't even hardly speak English. My grandmother cleaned toilets and raised babies and wiped their bottoms and prepared meals for the rich white folk in Denver. And my grandfather was a tailor, a laborer, a mason. They had 4 children during the Depression. All my aunts, women of color, Latinas, went to college in the 1940s, when women didn't hardly go to college at all, much less Latinas. My dad is the youngest. He's still alive, praise God. He's 95.
Wow.
He served in the Korean War. He was there in 1951 in the coldest winter in a foxhole in Korea for over a month. He received the Purple Heart. He has shrapnel in his neck. Everything that I have been able to accomplish is because of the greatness of my father and my grandparents who set the example for me. I've worked, I've put myself through school. No one has handed me anything. And I want to be an example of if other people can just work hard, stay out of trouble, and get an education, anything's possible. Because in 2 generations, my grandma was on her hands and knees scrubbing floors and toilets, and I've been elected a Superior Court judge. I was over at LACC College last week or 2 talking with the young people. They had a candidates forum. And some of my opponents in the race have fancy pedigrees, you know, this rich daddy and this famous daddy, and they went to fancy universities and blah, 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 blah. And I told the kids in the audience, I said, you know what? I'm just like you. I went to community college. I worked hard. I transferred to a UC. I worked hard. I put myself through law school at night and on the weekends. And if I can do it, you can do it too.
Wow. Well, you know, stories like yours and a lot of us who come from the inner city, who have fought or navigated our way through to be what people consider success, to fight for justice for those who can't fight for themselves. This is an important thing. And, you know, I technically want to wish you all the best when it comes to this election. And if you could leave the people with something and you don't feel that you have to be short anything, what is it that you want them to know most about you, and what is it that you want them to take to the polls with you?
I am here for you. I'm going to be the DA for the people, and by the people because the people want to elect me to be their next leader. I don't intend to sit up there on the 11th or 12th floor of the Hall of Justice. I plan to be in the streets meeting with the people. We have to balance mass incarceration with mass victimization. The scales of justice require that. I've spent 35 years every single day of my career in court working for justice, and now it's time that we try a new brand of justice, a new brand of social justice reform that I can provide that leadership for. So my candidacy is historical on a couple of levels. First of all, I would be the first judge elected to be the district attorney. And secondly, I would be the first Latina DA to lead the largest district attorney's office in the country after starting off as a law clerk. I used to make coffee and copies for the lawyers in the district attorney's office. And to think that I could go back and lead my colleagues and help change society and have a real impact, it's humbling and it's gratifying, and that's why I'm running.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had Judge Deborah Archuleta here with us, giving you her perspective and why she should become the DA for, what is that, LA County? Or is it
for the people of Los Angeles County, yes.
Los Angeles. And we want to thank her for being our guest so we can get this information from her. I wish you Godspeed.
Thank you, Rick.
God bless you.
Thank you.
And hopefully God will pick who's supposed to be the winner.
You know what? This is God's journey for me, I have to tell you. I have prayed long and hard on this. I have been called to this. I am not aspirational because I want a title or I need a salary. I have been called to serve, and this is the best way that I can use my life experience, my personal and professional experience, to make things better for other members of the community. That's why I'm doing this.
Well, God bless you. This has been the NAACP Information Show. We want to thank our supporters in the Citizens Commission on Human Rights, CCHR. We want to thank the members of the NAACP that are tuning in. All of you that are looking and finding information to see the truth on who should be what, or go where, or to do what, and for you to tune in every time, we appreciate it. God bless you, and until next time, stay on the course and change the mindset.
Welcome to another round of Culturally Conscious Communications here on LIB Radio, LIB TV, and livinginblack.com. Kedia Wato is my name, a.k.a. The Conscious Rasta. And Sundays, I am joined by a collective of very progressive people. As we discuss what is happening in the world, we talk about culture, consciousness, historical perspectives, all towards the aim of creating a dynamic, a destiny by which you and I and everyone who thinks and acts and is prepared to move into the world like you and I get a chance to come together on the same page. On Sundays, we call this program The Mastermind here on LIB Radio, LIB TV, and livinginblack.com. And let me welcome in, as I do every week, our mastermind co-host, Brother Junius Aquava. Welcome to the program. How is a lion today?
Doing well. Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation.
It's always great to be with you here, co-hosting the mastermind group. The world is changing ever more rapidly. It is a time when you and I and the team that we would address really as our core of our group, that the team make the boldest, best, most progressive moves that they possibly can in order to get through all of the challenges which seem to be kind of compiling at this particular point. Your quick assessment of the past week, the past month, what is going on, and how does this all fit together?
Well, we're seeing a push probably for gun control, as we talked about last week, the rise of mass shootings. And we're seeing social disruption in terms of anxiety about the economy, which will continue because the forces that created this, they've unleashed a monster and they can't put it back in the box or in the bottle, meaning the Federal Reserve Bank. And we're seeing the continuation of just dystopian disinformation, this malicious program of propaganda and warmongering, and also, just imperial collapse of the U.S. empire, and that's going to.
Yeah, there's so much going on simultaneously. I know many families, many households, mine included, are being really seriously impacted by this new round of inflationary prices. They're now reporting this is the highest inflation in over 40 years, and some have said before in nearly 40 years, and it just still keeps pushing in that same direction. Year over year inflation, and the cost of gasoline, again, every week, twice a week, hitting record new prices across the United States. The issues between the Democrats and the Republicans coming to a fire. If one tries to put their finger on one or two causes of these dilemmas facing the nation and the unity of the nation, it would be really hard pressed to isolate any one as separate from the whole collective of problems, which means that there's one big problem, and that the big problem, from my perspective, the big problem is being obscured by a media communications system that constantly keeps the public distracted on the myriad of smaller big problems.
You're correct. And one of the things that one of the words you mentioned in terms about national unity, well, there is no national unity. If you look at what's percolating under the surface, and just for example, you go in your browser and type in modern secession sentiment, you'll see that around the country, there's a large group of people who are pushing secession, whether it's on the county level, whether it's on the municipal level, or even on the national level. So that talks about polarization, division, to the point where people are actually uttering these types of words. And there are petitions in various state houses, and there's a sentiment across the country for dissolution of the union as we know it. So this shows that there is polarization, there's divisiveness, and I don't see anything short of a quote unquote national emergency where they're forced to rally, like say a war or another crisis, domestic crisis, that I don't see that this polarization, this enmity is going to subside anytime soon.
And even when you look at the various subgroups and these groups that are increasingly hostile toward one another, you look at that various subgroup and it breaks down the closer you look. It, in many ways, it is being projected by the media and also by other people using the media. It's being projected that it's the white male in America against everybody else. But then when you look at the white male in America as its own separate group, there are many different divisions. There's the Democratic Party, the Republican Party. There are the independent thinkers versus those who just go along with whatever goes on in the media. There are those who are health conscious, those who will eat anything. There are those that are distracted by color and events and sports and video games and these other type of things. And then there are others who are absolutely bent on control and controlling business, etc. So even amongst blacks in America, while we will unify on a common theme of opposing police obliteration of our humanity. At the same time, if you look at the Black community separate and unto itself, one could probably easily find 5 or more lines of division to keep this community from being together. Whose best self-interest is all of this division of the divisions serving?
The ruling, what I call the ruling class, the overlords, as they cause these problems to worsen, they know that, you know, in olden days, if they continued, they risk an uprising or the citizens coming after them with pitchforks and torches at night, coming to their castles and what have you. Well, in order to eliminate that, you use the divide and rule tactic, and that's what they're doing. You're using the problem, reaction, solution tactic. You're using the media to keep everybody at a heightened sense of anxiety, angst, anger, bitterness, all the things that you talked about, and the various ideological rifts and differences. People aren't even willing to come and sit down and discuss them on an open forum, and with a sort of dispassionate sense of, okay, let's try to work some things out. Let's try to find common ground. That's not what's happening right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're making a lot of sense. It kind of reminds me of sports nationalism. Even when you find points of commonality among the various groups, again, just sticking with the example of the white male in American society, we can find all of these divisions and divisions. You have the wealthy versus the working class versus the poor class versus the substance abusers, et cetera, et cetera. But even when you find all conditions that would seemingly unify them, then come the playoffs. And as we are in the, I think it's the beginning of the hockey playoffs, and we're midway through the basketball playoffs, are the white male citizens of Boston and the white male citizens of the Bay Area, Central California, are they on the same page right now, or are they hostile rivals, or are they just having fun?
Well, because of this culture where you have the culture of the celebrity, you have this whole vicarious pleasure syndrome where people who are at the lower end of the spectrum relate to athletes, professional athletes who are making hundreds of millions of dollars. And some of them will spend their hard-earned cash to go to a ballpark where they're easily going to spend close to $100, parking, tickets, concessions, things like that. They relate to that. They're, like you said, I'm a diehard Boston fan, or I'm a diehard a Warriors fan. It's a distraction, and it serves as a way to as a pressure valve to allow some of the steam to be vented.
Mm-hmm.
People can come and they can cheer, they can go home hoarse, and if their team won, they feel good. It's we won. If you listen to the sports radio, and I do, because of the sociological aspects of it,
mm-hmm.
you hear people talk about we, us,
mm-hmm.
the team. You know, they identify and relate to the team. So to answer your question, I believe a lot of this is a major distraction, but it helps the ruling class, because remember, the owners are millionaires or billionaires. You look at these stadiums coming up now; they're not in the millions; they're in the billions. In terms of, look at what happened right in your town in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Look at SoFi in LA, and it started it all in Dallas. So I look at sports from a sociological point of view and look at it where athleticism intersects race and politics in professional sports, and so you have the commercialism of the sponsors. You have what you refer to as sports nationalism, where a whole region. Because see, there are places, say in the South, that they don't have a sports team. Like my relatives in Virginia who live in the Tidewater area, most of them root for the Washington Commanders now.
Okay.
Because there's no team in Virginia. Or there's no professional team in Alabama. So people will relate, like my brother-in-law tells me that they relate more to the SEC football teams than they do the professional team. So, I'm going off on a tangent, but the fact of the matter is, you touched on something called what you call athletic or sports nationalism. And I'm saying that it's being used for a multitude of things, a distraction. It promotes products because people support the sponsors, people support the team, the concessions, and it gives them a false sense of identity. Okay, we're all from Philadelphia, or we're all from LA, or we're all from Las Vegas, and we're going to support the team. But meanwhile, you go back to work. Yeah, you might be happy for a couple of days because you want a team, but your issues and challenges still exist.
Sticking with this idea of sports nationalism for a moment, and I do invite you, our listening audience, to join the conversation as well. We'd love to hear from you. I got one telephone line open during the entirety of the show. That's the studio line. Can handle one call at a time. That's 323-328-1863. And the top of the hour, we'll open up the second line. That's the Blog Talk. That can hold multiple calls, but you got to use it. You got to use it. We welcome you all. Make sure you hit the like button. And if you're not already a subscriber, become a subscriber. We'd love to build with you on a week-to-week, month-to-month, year-to-year basis. This is our 20th year here bringing LIB Radio, and we are proud to be long-standing in this dynamic field. Sticking with this sports nationalism analogy for just a minute, from my perspective, my history, not so much a personal history, but my perceived history, Boston has not been a city friendly to Black people over the course of the history of the last century or even more. And that during the era of the civil rights struggles, etc., Boston was, for a northern city, Boston was one of those flashpoints where Black people caught quite a bit of hostility. Now we have Boston's NBA team, the Celtics, playing a California-based team. The politics of California and Boston, the social economics and the politics of Central California and Boston are really quite different for the most part. And the basketball team on Boston, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't really been paying that much close attention, but if I am understanding it right, the starting lineup for the Boston Celtics is nearly all Black people, if not all Black people. In white Boston, which has traditionally been portrayed as a racially intolerant city, isn't it true that the stands are filled mostly with white people rooting our team? So how are the white Boston basketball fans truly viewing these men out on the court that are giving them such a sense of pride and accomplishment, etc.? And maybe I'm just wrong, but maybe we should be looking to the NBA and other sports franchises for being the unifying factor in these cities that might otherwise be divided along so many lines.
Well, not really, because the way of business and the model in the NBA, remember the NBA had to go to Europe to encourage more European players to come to whiten the league. I don't know if you're familiar with that whole process.
And then they come back with a Greek African by the name of Giannis, right?
Yeah. And in fact, the African League that was sponsored by the NBA just concluded. They just had their playoffs and championship. So the NBA is pumping money into Africa to develop basketball players, because for the most part in Africa it's soccer. But to get back to your question, the players for Boston are merely hirelings that the people of Boston can root for because they wear the Celtic green. Unfortunately, they're not at the stage like they were in the 80s when they could field an almost all-white team led by, Larry Bird and Kevin McHale, Danny Ainge, and some of those other guys. Those days are pretty much over. And even if they wanted to do it, they'd probably catch some flack for doing it. If they try to draft or use free agency to assemble on an almost all white team, it would be so obvious they catch flack for it. So these people, because remember, as prolific as Bill Russell was, people broke into his home and defecated in his bed. Right? So this was when Boston was on the ascendancy under Red Auerbach. So now you're looking at, so just like you're calling it athletic or sports nationalism, these players are just hirelings. They just work for the owners and the people in the region, because Boston is a regional place. You're talking about New England, really. So it's something that they can root for, something they can feel good about, because the coach is black. They've had black coaches before. But again, it's something you can root for the insignia because it's still the leprechaun. They haven't made the leprechaun black. It's still Boston, the storied town that has a history of racial animus and recalcitrance in terms of progress when you look at what was going on in the 60s, 70s, and even later in the 80s, because remember, the NBA heightened the thing with Boston versus LA, because you had LA was the black Showtime, black basketball. You had Boston, the fundamental team, essentially with the great Larry Bird, in their mind, the greatest player in the world for them. And so they have that tradition. And again, you mentioned it. So this is a series between California and New England. And so you have those people who are watching, and some people probably aren't watching. Some people are watching the NHL, which is getting ready to go into their championship. So again, from a sociological point, you're seeing people identifying with black players, wearing their jerseys, things like that. And it is a form of vicarious pleasure and distraction. But there is a subtle move. Like if you look at what happened in Philadelphia with the baseball team, they went out and got all these free agents, and most of them were white. They let a few black players go. After coming out of spring training, they relegated some of the blacks to the bench until some of the white players they brought in were hurt or were sent down to the minor leagues. So they put out all this money, and they were kind of happy because you could feel it. Like, wow, we got a team. We're gonna be contenders. We're going back to the playoffs, and we're depending on these white players to get us there. So again, the sociological aspects of sports, particularly in America, are really fascinating.
Mm-hmm. And then many people say it is just distraction, that is entertainment. It's like in Roman times, the Colosseum, to keep the people from uprising, they gave them this blood sport as a distraction for which the people had so much passion and commitment for.
Right. And they called it bread and circuses.
Mm.
So you had the distraction from the corruption, from the abuse, from the degeneracy that this whole spectacle was part of. And people went along with it, just like we're going along with sports in America. When you look at the various sports, they're monopolies. The government allows that to happen. How is that? How is it that the Justice Department doesn't break that up? Because they're monopolies. But who cares as long as we have a winning team or there's hope for tomorrow? You know, there's some teams, they're just bad. They've been consistently bad. And even with the whole notion of free agents, and again, I'm looking at sports from a sociological point. Remember, in this country, owners, whether they were owners of human beings or owners of teams or owners of entities, were sacrosanct. They had supreme control using the law over their employees or subjects. So whether it was Hollywood, where you had the studio system, where you were assigned to that studio. If you worked for Fox, you couldn't work for Warner Brothers, or you couldn't work for RKO. Same thing in sports. It was Oscar Robertson, Kirk Flood, and some of these other folks who broke that system. And now they had free agency, which has proven to be a boon for the owners. They're making out like bandits.
Mm-hmm.
But the owners controlled everything until the players united and had a union.
Mm-hmm. And just as a side note, if we look at the salaries of these professional sports teams, and if we look at the inflation that families are experiencing, families bitterly complaining that the inflation affecting them is, when it tops 6%, 7%, 8% year over year. Well, if we look at the salaries, average salaries, not just the top peak end salaries, but the average salaries for NBA players, they have been going up 8 to 10% year on year. Is there any kind of correlation there? Could it be that entertaining the society is inflationary itself?
And also, don't forget the sponsors, because they're a key ingredient in this whole formula. The television networks, the cable networks now that showcase these games, they pay the leagues, whether it's hockey, baseball, basketball, football, literally billions of dollars. So this allows the owners to pay these type salaries. And keep in mind, the players don't get all of that. They got to pay anywhere from 15 to 20% to their agent. And then there's some other things going on. A lot of times the total include insurance packages, and they add that to the total and they make the salary total look bigger than it might actually be. So there's a lot of economic factors. And like you said, 90% of the spectators and the attendees to these games are white people. So they're putting out their hard-earned money to go to these games to be energized and distracted and give them some sense of like I said, vicarious pleasure. Our team, we won. And it excuse me, and it filters down to college because on every level, whether it's Division I, Division II, Division III, if your school has a successful program, whether it's baseball, lacrosse, soccer, whatever, and they win or they're in the tournament, enrollment goes up. That's a form of free promotion, free advertising for those schools. So it makes, in addition to the huge revenue sources that the Division I teams get, it's a form of promotion and advertising for the team.
Yeah, which kind of feeds the whole system. Not only the team, but then your sports broadcasting itself, highly profitable industry. The advertisements, of course, on these sports broadcasts themselves are reflective of it. I just pulled up a metric talking about food prices and how they are squeezing household budgets. Let me just read you a couple of these sentences about year-over-year inflation in the food markets. The news, the increasing cost of food was a key factor that drove prices to rise 8.6% year over year in May and 1% month over month, per the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Food prices were up 10.1% year over year and 1.2% month over month. Grocery prices soared to 11.9% year over year. So as people try and solve this by buying the food, making it at home, grocery prices exceeded that, 11.9% year over year, the highest level since April 1979, and 1.4% month over month 2 days ago. Brother, the squeeze is on, and the squeeze is getting harder and harder every month. Grocery prices up 1.4% month over month, Brother Junius. That's unspeakable. Is the Biden administration going way out of its way to disqualify itself for re-election?
Well, they can't help it. Remember years ago, we talked about this. We talked about hyperinflation. I would bring up the whole insanity of what they call modern monetary theory, which is Keynesian economics on steroids. So again, they have us looking at the consequences and not focusing on the cause. So food prices going up is a consequence. The cause is the increased amount of currency in circulation. So if you go back and look at what is happening since 9/11, that whole process they call quantitative easing, which is bamboozlement language, jargon that they use to confuse people. What was that? It was nothing more than the Federal Reserve printing trillions of dollars and putting it into circulation, primarily to benefit the too big to, what they call the too big to fail, to prop up the hedge funds and all of that and keep the economy going because it was in deep trouble. And so with the housing market, the housing boom, the creation of these McMansions, the marketing of homes as a status symbol, as even a greater status symbol, the continuation of these policies that are just insane, but like you always say, they can get away with it because they have the backing of the government and in some cases the military.
We invite you, our listening audience, share your thoughts, share your comments. We got a good sized listening audience, Junius, but they're rather quiet right now. Hopefully they're taking lots of notes.
We don't even have any comments. Do you see any comments to read?
Yeah, I'm putting all the comments up.
Well, I can't see them. I'm on StreamYard, so I'm not on the other.
Oh, okay. And StreamYard. Oh, no, I can see the comments on StreamYard, but you can't. But yeah, we do have Alpha Griot is in the house. Says Grand Rising to the LIB Global family, and he's the only one talking to us. Top Notch Rocker just joined us. Africa Rising, Grand Rising, my brothers. So Top Notch Rocker, welcome to this conversation. Alpha Griot says, yes, I am a sports fan. Philadelphia Eagles, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So he is a regional sports nationalist, which is probably, is not unreasonable. People want to root for the team that they can actually jump in the car or jump on a bus or a metro and head on over and watch the team play if they choose to. And even though it may sound like you and I might be down on sports, I'll be honest with you. The time that I have gone to see a professional sports team play, I had a blast. I really enjoyed it. And so sports nationalism is not the worst thing in the world. The worst thing in the world is the type of nationalism where bullets fire and flame and lead fly, where babies, their mothers, their brothers, men, women, children, and the elders are killed because of nationalism. If the whole world solved its problems on the playing field, it would be a much better world. Would you agree with that, Brother Junius?
And that's the thinking of some people. I mean, that's the thinking of the, say, for example, the Olympic Committee. They're saying that global competition can bring about friendship and cooperation. Now, we all know that there's intense nationalism in the Olympics, but the overall arching propaganda and marketing of it is like, oh yeah, this is every 4 years the world comes together and we have a great time supporting our teams and looking at athletic excellence. The other point I wanted to make about this sports, our alumni association used sports, professional sports, as a fundraiser. We used to go to 76ers games because I live in the Philadelphia area. I live in New Jersey. And we would, tack on a few extra dollars to the ticket, maybe have an arrangement so we could sit in the box, be in one of the boxes. And it was a fundraiser, and they were very successful. And sometimes they would call us out at halftime, and we'd have our little mock check or whatever we were trying to do. And so we used it as a fundraiser. Like I said, I live in Philadelphia. Football wise, I like Seattle because of Russell Wilson.
Okay.
So he's gone. So my thing for Seattle is over. But I also like Philadelphia. I like what they're doing. But and from my perspective, there are far greater and far more important things going on in the world than sports. But sports is a distraction for me.
All right. I see Brother Mombera is trying to join us, but he has no camera and your mic is muted. So Mombera, I'm adding you to the mix, but you're going to need to unmute yourself. If you can turn on the camera, that'll be even better. We can see your smiling face here on StreamYard today. To the rest of you and our listening audience, we'd love to have you give us a call, 323-328-1863. Join the conversation, and I'm going to pull Mombera out of the mix at least until he unmutes himself. No use having just a blank panel up there, obscuring my and your beautiful faces, Brother Junius.
Well, he'll come on.
Yeah, he'll be on any second now. A couple of comments have come in. I did ask the question, do you have a favorite team, and where are you living? And so a couple of people, Alpha Griot says Philadelphia, the Eagles. Couple more people, Alpha Griot, most young people today are not regional. They tend to follow certain players. And I think I'm probably that way as well. I like players, and I love the brilliance of a great backstory when it comes to athletics. You know, if I find out a player's got a great backstory, such as the brother, I think his name is Giannis. He's got long African Greek name, who plays for, I believe, Milwaukee.
Right.
I have no connections at all with Milwaukee or Wisconsin or whatever, but when he's on the court, I have a strong tendency to pull for that team. And you know, I think a lot of people are like that nowadays. And so Alpha Grillo, I know that people that love LeBron and they won't care who he plays for, whoever he plays for is their favorite team. That's good. Top Notch Rocker says Tennessee Titans. Snotball says Saints are the heartbeat of South Louisiana. And he says, once you get up the street, put those cloud think they come from Dallas. Damn Cowboy friends. I don't know what he's talking about. Fans, not friends. And so, yeah, that's sports nationalism. Alpha Grillo, I tend to just like good competition. Born in Philadelphia, raised in Norfolk, the 76ers are my favorite team. And of course, back in the days, 76ers were everybody's favorite team, weren't they, Brother Junius?
Well, they were up there because they had, if you're talking about in the 70s, because they had Dr. J.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he was a transforming figure at a time, particularly when he was playing in the ABA. So people followed him, and when he came to Philly, I mean, the town just took off. They got George McGinnis, and he started the resurgence for the 76ers, because if you like Alpha Grillo and the folks from Philly, they know the horror stories when they went 9 and whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like the laughing stock of the league. But when they got George McGinnis, he helped turn it around. Then when they got Dr. J, it was all over.
Dr. J really redefined the game, didn't he?
Indeed. He redefined it. And he's, unlike a lot of athletes, he was articulate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he didn't venture into social and political issues. He didn't cringe when he spoke with somebody interviewed him.
Mm-hmm.
He was very articulate. He had a style of all of his own. And people just loved the way that he played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, we could go back, and I don't want to spend time reminiscing about these players. But one of the greats of the greats of the greats, so I always had a fondness for, and I never was really a big sports fan, but the great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. To me, from my perspective, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, insofar as the NBA, was the greatest of all time because he just completely redefined the game. We do know that Michael Jordan is considered to be the GOAT, and I'm not going to argue against anybody for saying that. Michael Jordan was just so exciting. I don't think you ever see a game when he was with the Bulls when he wasn't just so exciting. But then he ventured off into baseball, and went to what another team was, Charlotte, etc. And you know, he had kind of seen his heyday before that. But you know, don't ask me. I am not a sports historian at all. I can tell you everything else that was happening in the nation and in the world during those years.
Well, for me, because I'm from Philly, I was born and raised in Philly, it was Wilt Chamberlain. I mean, people talk about Dr. J, Kareem, and I love Kareem because of his consciousness,
mm-hmm.
because of his commitment and his courage. I like Michael Jordan because he was an awesome athlete. But for me, Dip redefined basketball. Nobody in modern basketball, they changed so many rules because of Wilt Chamberlain. It's
mm-hmm.
it's unreal. but because of his personality, he wasn't the most endearing person. And so they chose to rally around Bill Russell when in fact there's no time, no game, nothing that Bill Russell could even handle Wilt Chamberlain. I mean, it just didn't happen. That's just propaganda. You watch the games, go back and watch the game. Wilt was just so dominant, even over Bill Russell. It was a shame.
All right. Well, we're getting a good sports roundup. Just to kind of summarize, how do you put the contemporary game up against these epic eras that we've been talking about?
It's different. We're living in a different era. So you have somebody just like Wilt Chamberlain changed the game of basketball, goaltending, widening the lane. They used to throw the inbound pass over the backboard and he'd grab it and dunk it. No, they stopped that. They made that illegal. Steph Curry has changed the game. The Splash Brothers have changed the game. We're living in a different era. And so for somebody like me who refereed high school and college basketball, I coached it on a community league level. The game is changed. It's totally different from the 80s to now, 70s and 80s when I was engaged in it to now.
Couple of comments have come in. Brother Tony writes, sports nationalism has always been perhaps the biggest form, or at least in the top 5 forms of mind control ever. I admit I was hooked on sports for many years until I started to really understand. He said, when I found out that fan was short for fanatic, it started to make sense. The Snotball King Jason says sports playoffs and championships are often used as a cover for policy shifts and new laws to be implemented right under our noses. And interesting that he says that because, of course, these sports playoffs and championships are on a regular schedule. He seems to be suggesting that those who manipulate the larger environment are waiting until these times of sports playoffs to engage in nefarious activities for which the public, if they had been paying more attention, might be rebellious towards.
No, what he means is if you look at the coverage during the playoffs, particularly as you get deeper into the playoffs, the coverage becomes more intense. So just from as a history, from a writer, a journalist, you have only so much space in a newspaper or so much space on a newscast that you can allot to anything, because you got commercials, you got advertising and all that kind of stuff. So during the playoffs and the championships, the coverage may supersede something else, particularly in the newspaper or in TV. That, the overlords, they're going to do their dirt no matter what time of day it is. I mean, they don't sleep. They're engaged 24/7 in evil. So no, it's not about a seasonal thing. They do take advantage of the season because they manipulate a lot of this stuff in terms of for their commercial and financial benefit. But nah, I mean, they do whatever they want to do when they want to do it.
And the manipulation is never ending. We were earlier talking about month-over-month inflation that is now up to 1.4% in the food sector. 1.4% month-over-month inflation. That has nothing to do with playoffs because, quite simply, people don't drink that much beer and Doritos during the playoff season.
Well, watch what happens if the Federal Reserve starts to raise rates, because there's going to be a major impact on that. Because remember, they were printing all this money and they were keeping interest rates at below zero. Which is a disincentive for savings, and they were pushing consumer consumerism and materialism off the chain. So there's no incentive to save. So a lot of these places, banks, pension funds, financial services, were always looking for higher returns, which opened the door for not just Bernie Madoff, but a whole lot of other scams.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're seeing. And that's the consequences of that have not fully played out yet. So,
well, and it's getting worse every few months. Housing right now is just getting crazy, reminding us of the turmoil in house financing, and not just house financing, but housing cost, period. The turmoil that we had in the first decade of this new century that led to the crash of housing financing that occurred after 2007. It's getting crazy like that again. Pile that up against inflation, pile that up against the imposition of the fourth industrial revolution with artificial intelligence knocking out whole sectors of employment. Do you recall what it was like going to a grocery store and paying for your groceries by standing in a line with a cashier? Compare that to today, where 4 or 5 rows of cashiers were removed from one of the local stores that I use on a fairly regular basis to insert. They took out 4 or 5 different cashiers to insert a bunch of do-it-yourself cashier machines. Meanwhile, they cut the cost of the cashiers while raising the price of the food. That just, to me, Brother Junius, that just smacks of evil manipulation. Personally, I enjoy doing my own cashing out, but that's not saving me any money. I would prefer that if I'm not going to be saving any money, hire some people.
well, the other thing with that, you have interaction with the cashier. So if there's some places I enjoy going because the cashiers are so customer friendly.
They're human beings, right?
Right. But this is the model that is going to explode because you're going to have robotics, AI, and you're going to have more and more situations like you just pointed out, where it's not just the grocery store, it's Home Depot,
Mm-hmm.
it's Lowe's, it's see, here in Jersey, they have a law you can't pump your own gas. But a lot of places around the country, you pump your own gas. You don't need an attendant.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're going to see more and more of that. And that's what they're anticipating. When you look at, when they're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, one of the things that they talk about is universal basic income, or it's also referred to as guaranteed basic income, because they know a lot of jobs are going to be displaced by technology.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to find a way to keep the people with the pitchforks and the torches away from them. So they're going to think of the stimulus packages, but on an ongoing basis. Or if you're a pensioner or Social Security, think about it as that with young people. You know, just get a job. Get a check for doing nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have our first phone call for today's show. Let me go right to that telephone line. Thank you, caller, for joining us from area code 510. Your name, where are you calling from?
Hey, Bargani, Watu Yangu. Brothers, this is Minhu Aim Ayele from Oakland, Ujama Villages, author of the book Oakland, Africa Town, 11 Reasons Why We Need Africa Town Today. My major, I just want to say my major is in ecological design and architecture. So I got privy to a lot of understandings of the building of future cities along ecological and environmental understanding. So one of the things that is talked about in the ecology circles is the sixth extinction. which is basically our human civilization going extinct because of the overusage of resources and pollution of the land, and war, famine, all of these things that we're starting to see happening in the world because we have this global economy that is unsustainable, period, and it's based on conquest and imperialism that white people kind of brought out of Europe. So anyway, one of the things that I'd like to discuss is that we were talking about sports, and I thought that was interesting. I see how I could weave my conversation into the conversation of sports, but we have to see the cultural understanding of why certain sports are celebrated in one culture and not celebrated in the other, and what kind of sports are celebrated. So, for instance, in Japan, archery, is a sport that is celebrated. It's held in high esteem, but it's not something that you would see the average black person wanting to get on, be a part of, unless they was already into it, like expeditious. So anyway, basketball, obviously we can take that back to the Olmec period, where they said they had the 20-foot hoop, which, looking at brothers, we was probably bigger and taller, so that was really nothing. So, but I'd like to just say, what would the future of Black towns, look like, and what kind of sports would we engage in that was culturally relevant to the types of advances we have made, or we're making in our understanding of, science, reality, engineering, and living sustainably and ecologically on the planet as the true stewards of Mama Earth. Y'all catch that?
No. Can you, if that was a question, can you rephrase it much simpler?
Okay, I could try to rephrase it. Yeah, what kind of future would y'all imagine we could have different sports that weren't necessarily basketball or football, but like in concert with the Kujichagulia development and Ujama villages and new, cities like, Akon, which we could talk about that as another subject, but forward-thinking Black developers and designers who are considering the future of Black people and what kind of sports are we going to get into? Is it going to be balls? Is it going to be arrows? Is it going to be something in the sky or in the water? Not necessarily swimming, but maybe fishing. I don't know, but sports are political, and the emphasis on particular ones, I think we should take as much consideration in developing and redesigning our lives, especially because of the sway sports has on a lot of Black people, Black men in particular, almost holding us by the balls, if you will. So my question, y'all, what's the future look like? Imagine something for us. Let's delve into the sports, but then let's take a dimensional offshoot and continue to build. Asante.
Yeah, again, I'm going to ask one more time. When you ask a question, you need to make the question as simple as you possibly can. It's hard for me to answer a question.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's hard for me to answer a question when I don't even know what the question is focused on. I think the question is context. I think that this is the question that you're trying to ask. Correct me if this is wrong. In an optimized, idealized society that we would create to serve our people, where would sports fit into the development of that society? What sports might be appropriate? Is that a good way of phrasing your question?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Okay.
Indeed. Asante.
Okay.
I'll take my answer off the line.
All right. Thanks for calling in. Feel free to call back in if you got another comment or question.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Brother Junius, did you catch that question? Did you want to respond?
Yeah, it's a great question because it opens the dialogue about self-determination. You know, what culture is based on needs, it's based on leadership, it's based on vision, it's based on from an African or an indigenous standpoint, summum bonum, the greatest good for the greatest number of people.
Mm-hmm.
So in that context, which is entirely different from the context that we find ourselves in today, his question is, what would sports look like in that type of culture? And that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Because we'd have to reimagine life because our premise was cooperation over competition. Now, there was competition, to be sure, but the fundamental mode, the modus operandi, was cooperation. So that would have to be a part of our envisioning of our culture. And sports probably would not have the same significance. It would probably be important because it was a way to teach cooperation, as a way to teach physical development, mental skills, and things like that. It's just that it would look entirely different. The question is, how will we go about doing it?
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's about self-determination.
I do definitely agree. In my idealized future, the type of sports that I think would be most appropriate would be those that are aerobics centered, cardiovascular building. So those which, such as I love running, I love sprinting, I love things that get my body up and going and energized and help me maintain my homeostasis. And we do know that high impact interval training is good for that. I like non-violent sports, such as I would prefer to personally engage in table tennis, ping pong, more so than engage in putting on some pads, lining up against some big strong dude, and everybody on the sound of a whistle crunch up against each other and see who can knock each other out. I do know and have friends that are boxers and or boxing trainers. And while I can appreciate the sweet science, I would never encourage anyone to raise their children to train to get in the ring and hit each other in the head or so. I just don't think that it's a sustainable sport. So to make a short answer to the question, all sports have their place. We just want to make sure that they're safe. I would not encourage in our Coochie Chuckalia villages, I would not encourage NASCAR style racing or drag racing. I don't think burning up all that gasoline is worth the reward. Whereas I would encourage sprinting races or, distance walking or something like that across all different age groups. Have the young people engage, have the middle people engage, have those of the professional age engage in sprinting and running and these other type of non-violent athletics. I love swimming. A lot of people don't swim. And I know there are a lot of sisters out there, you love swimming, looking at me, I got to take care of my hair. Well, I encourage them to learn swimming as well, Brother Junius.
Well, I would encourage something similar to decathlon training, where you're doing a multitude of events that are consistent with your values. Now, we're talking about indigenous values. We're talking about Sankofa. So we're talking about peace, harmony. We're talking about Ma'at. Obviously, I'm not saying we should not focus on security, because security is a factor in what you do. But I'm talking about internal development, physical skills, mental acuity, strategy, things like that. That's what sport, to me, I would envision. And I don't have all the answers, but I would say those are the components of sports that we should encourage, because it will spill over into the greater society. It's not just an isolated event.
All right. I see a lot of good hot commentary in the chat sections. I can't read them all, and I would really prefer if we could encourage your listening audience to call into the show. I'm going to open up a second line right now, and that is the Blog Talk queue. So 2 lines are open. We have the studio line at 323-328-1863, as well as now you can call us on the Blog Talk queue at 646-716-9835. Both of those will get you right through on the Blog Talk. Make sure you press the 1 button. We'd love to hear from you. I see a lot of good comments out there. I love to read them all, but then I spend the entire time reading. And again, this is a talk radio format and not a read radio format. We are talking about the mastermind group. And this really, Brother Junius, is all about solving problem. And towards solving the problem, I would just encourage people to spend less time and especially spend less money supporting and cultivating the billionaire class playground called professional sports, and actually get out in a place where you can throw a ball with the youngsters, where you can run around and get your cardiovascular up and going, and these are the type of things. Break a sweat once or twice or more a week. I try and break a sweat every day of the week, Brother Junius, with my exercise regime, because when it comes down to the things that really matter, such as longevity, vitality, and prosperity, I think that us engaging in sports and athletic and fitness activities is far more important than the nationality of the team that we rah and root for.
Yeah, and the other issue is, remember, well, I'm old enough to remember that most Black folks, children, boys spend a lot of their time in baseball, because baseball, you had the Black players coming into the professional realm. Now it's football and basketball. And unfortunately, a lot of parents allow their children to participate with the thought in mind that they're going to be professional players, when in fact the statistics show that it's only a minuscule amount of these people, whether it's soccer, football, lacrosse, you name it, are actually going to make it to the professional level. So I think we need to rethink our commitment to sports participation and the ultimate goal, because what I see here in this town, what I live in, the football, youth football program is called Jaguars. You see more parents at the Jaguars games, and I admit, that there are different levels. There's, I think, 10 to 12, 12 to 14, whatever the age breakups are. But you see more parents at the Jaguar games supporting the Jaguars and the cheerleaders than you do at the PTA meetings, or here they're called parent-teacher organizations, PTO meetings. There's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with that picture.
All right. Other things are going on in the world, in society. It's summertime. It's just around the corner. And the living ain't easy. America is experiencing record-breaking temperatures, so it looks like it's going to be another hot year. And of course, in the United States and many sections of the country, hot years mean lots of wildfires, heavy air pollution, water shortages. Here in Las Vegas, we have seen our first 110-degree days. It's going to cool down to under 100 for the next 2 days. After today, it's going to be over 100 today. And then it's going to get up and remain 100 for the next 100 days, which is typical for this area during the summertime. Should we be concerned about the compiling impacts, which now would include bad weather, droutages? That's not going to help the food price index go any cheaper.
Right. I think we need to think about that. How can we offset the pain and the disadvantage that all these issues portend for us within the next couple of weeks or several months in terms of food shortages, in terms of just being able to function? Because in an inflationary period, it's also going to impact your energy consumption, air conditioning, excuse me, heating. And so how do we navigate? How do we deal with these issues that most of us have no direct control or influence over? Yet we have to contend with them. So how do we contend in a way that helps us and mitigates the suffering that so many of our people are going to experience in the next couple of weeks and days, weeks, and months?
Mm-hmm. All right. All right. Again, I'm seeing some commentary. Brother Tony, and Tony, you're writing so much, man, you should just give us a call. Get some of that conversation in. Or, Brother Tony, you may want to even join our Circle for the Mastermind. I've known you for many, many years, and I know your brain is always about solving problems. He writes, it's deep, but all they want we to do is shut up and play ball, the players, or wear your favorite team's PJs, eat a bowl of Captain Crunch, keep the sports bars and betting apps profitable, and STFU, be quiet. So I appreciate that, Brother Tony. And your insights are all great and good, but what do we want us to do? That's the question I would put to you, Tony, to put to everyone. What do we want us to do? Brother Junius, one of the things that I want us to do is to eat my food. I'm telling everybody, I've been telling everybody for over 3 decades, food is for life. And there are just too many sick people, chronically ill people, that unfortunately kind of reflect the fact that we are not optimizing our nutrition for disease prevention and ultimate vitality, youthfulness, or even reversing the aging process. I'm in process right now of finishing up the book. It's supposed to be due this week. So by next Sunday, I'm going to say the book is off to the printer, and you'll probably see some big, huge, dark bags under my eyes from being awake so late every night when I finish a book. But it's getting real close. Living Superfood Recipes, Volume 3. But Brother Junius, as I am completing this book and so focused on food is for life and these recipes and these menus and eating this stuff, as I have to make it, photograph it for the book, etc., and get the recipe real tight, Brother Junius, I feel so incredibly great, so young, so vital, so energetic. I weighed myself this morning and I weighed 9 pounds heavier than I weighed when I was 25 years old. And in America, most adults gain 1 pound per year from their prime of their life, which is right around between 21 and 28. So that would theoretically, if they're using that gain a pound a year measurement as a kind of a baseline for how old should I feel biologically, physiologically, Junius, that would put my age at 33 and a half years old today. That's a good day.
Yeah. It's also a pattern that you see all across America. Overweight, obesity, morbid obesity are plaguing this country.
Mm-hmm. And they're not separated at all from the broader epidemic of metabolic, cardiovascular, oncology, and other related diseases. They're all connected, much of it dealing with the persistence of chronic inflammation in our bodies. I really, really wish that people would just take on an attitude that says, I refuse to live this way.
Well, part of it is the solution is what you're doing, writing books, making films, having a media that focuses on health. So, and when you step back and look at take a panoramic view of what's going on, you're up against a multi-billion-dollar advertising campaign that promotes the exact opposite of what you're talking about. That promotes reckless eating, that promotes mindless consumption of foods and beverages that are harmful to one's health and will have a devastating impact on the quality of their lives, and most importantly, the duration of their lives that could be easily resolved. One time I was talking to Dick Gregory. He said most people suffer from 3 ailments that could easily be changed and lead to a better quality of life: dehydration, malnourishment, and lack of sleep.
And then there is the one being referred to as the new cigarette smoking, and that's the sedentary lifestyle. People aren't keeping active enough.
Right. But imagine, see, Big Pharma spends billions of dollars. If you took a sample of advertising, fully a third at the very least of the total advertising is from Big Pharma. And so the question becomes, and the challenge for us is, how do we counter that mind control? Because advertising is mind control. Advertising is propaganda. How do we counter that? Remember, you just talked about cigarettes and sedentarism. Remember, the cigarette companies told people, and this goes back to Edward Bernays, smoking was good for you. And when the challenge came up in the 50s, they hired doctors, real doctors, and they hired fake doctors to say that cigarette smoking was healthy. So we have a pattern of deceit and disingenuousness. Our challenge is to overcome that. That's the solution.
That's right. When we look at the cost of food inflation and weigh that against healthcare inflation, the healthcare inflation has been going on years after years. And it's kind of hard to tally what these last 2.5 years have really meant when it comes to healthcare inflation, because the costs of this thing that we don't mention on LIB radio is so spread out all across society. Even when one travels to another destination around the world. I traveled to Africa several times since this thing began, actually 2 times since this thing began. The cost of having to test for that thing amplifies the cost of your trip rather significantly, especially when you have to test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. When I traveled to Uganda last year, I had to test 5 times. That was insane. And it was so disruptive and distracting. It might have been 6 times I had to pay for these tests. 6 times. Of course, part of that was when I caught malaria, the malaria triggered a reactive on tests for that thing that we don't talk about.
Well, when you layer on top of what you just said that has been going on for the past 2.5 years, look at the fraud, particularly here in this country, the Medicaid fraud. That's one of the things that boosts what you're calling inflation, is really based on criminality, fraud. I'll give you an example. Years ago, my jaw was broken. I was reffing a basketball game. The guys that lost attacked me and my partner.
Wow.
So I was in the hospital, and this guy came in, and he introduced himself, and he was a psychiatrist. He said, "Hey, how you doing? You feeling okay? Blah, blah, blah." And then he left. When I looked at the bill, that thank goodness was fully covered by my insurance, there was a listing of a consult by this guy. Now, the guy the surgeon and the people who dealt with me didn't say, "Look, you need to see a psychiatrist," or the guy popped in his head. He was there 10 seconds and that was it. That's fraud.
And he charged you for that. Charged them or the Medicaid for that.
Yeah.
The insurance for that.
That's fraud. And that goes on all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's just one example.
Wow. Yeah. It's crazy. I choose to, and it's a deliberate choice, Brother Junius. I choose to keep my body out of that system, my body out of their grasp. Some people think it's too hard to do what I do to keep myself completely out of their grasp. And that is be very strict about what I eat, what I consume, and even then take it to 2 or 3 levels beyond that. And, focusing on superfoods and raw foods and strictly vegan, etc. Some people think it's too inconvenient to spend 2 hours a day, at least 5 days or more a week, preparing your food at home. They think I can't do that.
Right.
So I have to eat out. I have to eat fast food. I have to eat what's advertised on television. Brother Junius, can I do anything more other than feel sad for those people? And while at the same time trying to teach them that it's not that way at all.
Well, you've been given a mission by the Creator. And so the mission is to educate people. And so you're expanding your ability to educate people by now you're teaching how to prepare nutritious and healthy meals.
Mm-hmm.
You're promoting health and wellness and well-being and holistic living. Once I was a member of a group, and then we should say, we're not guaranteed a win, but we have to fight. And the fight is a struggle, an intellectual and a spiritual struggle, primarily, that will impact the physical realm. And so that's all you can do.
Mm-hmm.
I would not encourage you to spend a whole lot of time lamenting our situation or feeling bad. Use that energy to do something about it. Use that energy to write another book. Use that energy to do another film. Because unfortunately, there are too many people in our community feeling bad about what's going on. And that's all they do is feel bad about what's going on.
That's right. There is a news story that I'm reminded by, and thank you, King Jason, for reminding of this news story that just popped out 3 days ago, I think it was. First of all, he says, King Jason, aka the Snotball, man, I had $5,000 of those fake visits and consults back in 2010. $5,000. That's incredible. And he says, what about Uganda finding a $23.8 trillion gold vein? And he says, 12.8 trillion. And I'm searching for that as well. I'm going to have that link. But yeah, that was a big story. Did you see that story that came out of East Africa that Uganda just discovered this huge $1 trillion gold vein?
No, I was on All Africa this morning. I didn't see it.
Just a couple of stories. And Uganda announces huge gold deposits. That's from the monitor.co.ug. That's a Uganda-based station. And it says Uganda exported gold valued at 1.3 trillion Uganda shillings in March. And of course, Uganda shilling itself is just like crazy deflated value of the shilling. I'm not even going to try and convert it. I could, when I was in Uganda a year ago at this time, I was literally there. I was converting these numbers of trillion shillings in my head in no time at all. But yes, this discovery of this huge gold vein deposit. And when we're talking about 31 million tons of gold being discovered, this from June 8th, 2022. When we talk about that amount of gold, it's going to be a major game changer. And should Uganda keep that gold, because Uganda is a big gold exporter, but should Uganda keep that gold and put it into the reserves of the pending East African Federation, which is maybe anywhere from 3 to 5 years from consolidating itself, then that huge gold reserves, along with the DRC now added to the EAC and going to be part of that federation, we're looking, Junius, in real time, a powerful superpower state on the African continent that is forming as we speak. Now, you've heard me report this no small number of times. Still, Brother Junius, I'm concerned that the overwhelming majority of people either don't believe me or don't have a clue about what I'm talking about.
Well, but because you're one of a small group of people in the midst of a huge, the example would be like you and a handful of other people are in this huge 100,000 seat stadium. You're shouting, Africa rising, look to the motherland, and all the other 99,000 point whatever people are shouting all kinds of stuff. Because as we said in the beginning of the program, there's a diversity of opinion, ideology, and it's part of the divide and rule. So all you can do is keep on presenting the message, and hopefully that pebble will send out ripples, and those ripples will resonate with people, and more people will take the opportunity to look into it just to see, okay, all right, okay, I'm tired of Keedy telling me this. I'm gonna check this out myself.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully once they do, they will see the validity of what you've been talking about.
Yeah.
But you mentioned the goal.
Mm-hmm.
I submit that they should create a reserve and not export all of it, because if you look at what's going on around the world today, countries like China, Russia are accumulating gold reserves.
Mm-hmm.
And because they anticipate a new economic order, or they want to establish a more stable economic order now that the Bretton Woods order is in collapse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's all changing so rapidly. Did you hear the story? I thought it was one of the most important stories I've covered in a long time. We did it this week, talking about the rise of central bank digital currencies, CBDCs.
Yeah.
And from my perspective, and correct me if you see it another way, I'm of the opinion that the appearance of these central bank digital currencies forming as blockchain cryptos, but that they are anchored to the value of the fiat dollar in their currencies. I think that this is a death knell to Bitcoin and Ethereum. And since we've seen the rise of these CBDCs, Bitcoin and Ethereum have only been losing ground.
Yeah, there was something I mentioned. I saw, crypto mining stocks fall 50 to 80% year to date. So that was something I thought we might talk about. I'm really not.
It's over 100% now. Mm-hmm. Not 100%. Have fallen over 50%, less than half their value. I haven't checked them today, but the trend is clearly there. Month over month, they're steadily going downwards. But looking at the very peak of Bitcoin earlier this year, it's significantly less than half that now.
Yeah. So, but central bank digital currencies are being pushed by the Davos crowd.
Mm-hmm.
It's a way of controlling people's transactions. They're linking it to the Chinese social credit system,
Mm-hmm.
where you're tied into this, and they have Big Brother has access to all your information, and just like with enemy of the state, they can shut you down if you're doing something that is nonconformist.
But it didn't Canada do that? If you had donated more than $20 to the recent movement on the border where they were striking because of people's reaction to the shutdown, didn't Canada close the bank accounts of people who were doing that?
Yeah, I mean,
and that wasn't CBDC. So that the current state of the centralized control over banks is already at that point right now. From some of the stories that I had gathered in talking about the rise of CBDCs, they're saying just the opposite, that because there's an anonymity in the blockchain process of these digital currencies, that it's going to do several things. One, make it more anonymous, and two, lessen the fees, significantly lessening the fees. If you are in Germany or Guinea and I want to transfer some money to you from my bank account here in Las Vegas, I have to pay these fees for these international transfers. And they're saying that the appearance of CBDCs will, to a great extent, if not completely, I got to go back and reread this section of the research again, might just completely eliminate these fees for transfer of money around the world.
But keep in mind, they're central bank.
Mm-hmm.
So the central banks are the hub of economic, not just banking, but are the hub of economic activities. Again, the Federal Reserve Bank is the central bank of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And so I maintain, and the material that I'm reading, they're looking at it as a form of control, extended control, not just in the financial realm, but also in the social realm, where they can actually control, because they will have control over or they'll be able to surveil and monitor the transactions that are going on.
So from your perspective, you see the introductions of CBDCs as a negative extension? I came to the opposite conclusion in my study.
No, well, from my look at it, from the presentations that I'm reading, it's a potentially negative point. It's part of, like I said, the Davos crowd, the Great Reset, the whole restructuring of the society into a what I'm calling a neo-feudal technocratic society.
Mm-hmm. Well, I do definitely agree with that position, and why we cannot and should not trust the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab and his minions at the Davos group. I completely agree we should not trust them. Yet at the same time, we realize that technology itself is advancing, and that on one hand, I am not, you are not, we should not at all be just complacent and allow these billionaire plutocrats to just decide the major moves as technology changes society, et cetera. That we should engage, invest, protect, build out to serve our collective best self-interest, especially as families, as middle class. Yet at the same time, Brother Junius, you and I can talk about this and what we could do. And the average is not even going to join a collective that would be strong enough to make a defensive move.
Right. Unfortunately, what we know is that most of us are not even going to engage in a conversation on this level. I was talking to a brother Friday. I was interviewing him. And we after the topic that I came to interview him about, we were just talking about conditions in general. And he and I agreed. One of the reasons people don't want to know about things, because the next question is, what are you going to do about it? What am I going to do about it? And we've been conditioned, you can't fight City Hall, you can't do this, you can't do that. So rather than put myself in a position to diminish my own self-esteem, by saying that I'm a punk because I choose not to confront this situation or do anything about this situation, they just, stick their head in the sand and pretend it's not there. It's not happening.
One question that came in from Sister Kashiba. We always welcome you in the conversation. She asks, who really owns that gold mine? Uganda may need to develop a massive army, possibly nuclear, with other African countries to protect itself.